Chapter 1, about the fact that I am a canary in the aristocratic circle. I curse this bloodline. After escorting a still attractive noblewoman back to her husband, Shelley maintained a facade of composure while muttering to herself. He is a time traveler who has been in this world for 18 years, a world similar to the holographic simulation game Godhood that he played. Although he comes with the game system, the total attributes of the hero template, knowledge of the following history, and even a good background. But he still wanted to curse this bloodline. Because he is a half succubus. Yay! It's a male succubus. Shelley was initially quite happy. After all, this bloodline sounded like, well, it should be quite strong in some way. However, what caused him great pain was that, because of this bloodline, he could not gain experience through killing, unlike the indigenous people who could gain experience through training and learning. Instead, one must slowly gain experience by drawing magic from women. Doesn't it have a very succubus-like style? But after nearly draining the magic of two maids who teased him while he slept when he was 5, Shelley never dared to absorb the magic of other women so openly again. He was left at the door of Duke Bell's house one morning, and was discovered by a passing holy warrior. He was forcibly taken inside and his bloodline was verified by Duke Bell, which allowed him to survive in the house. For this reason, Shelley remained an apprentice, learning combat knowledge and skills from the elderly paladin. Perhaps it was the inherent resistance of his demonic bloodline that made him feel disgusted by some of the doctrines of the holy warriors. However, he was a nobleman who was very good at acting and disguising himself. He perfectly embodied the role of a qualified paladin apprentice. He was brave, honest, and devout, willing to give everything for justice. Moreover, thanks to the system's unique nature, he appeared to be firmly in the lawful good camp, and even that holy warrior failed to discover his true nature beneath the disguise. But Shelley did not dare to believe in gods, not even in the form of verbal false faith. After all, in this world, the true God does exist. What if the God of justice suddenly decides to answer my prayers, discovers I'm a succubus, and kills me with a divine punishment without a second thought? Because of the holy warrior's doctrine of dedication, the brothers were happy to see such a brother give up his right to inherit. Thanks to this protection, Shelley did not enjoy the treatment that a true heir to a duke should have when he was young, and his status in the family was never high. But at least life was not bad. He wasn't looked down upon by the servants, though they also didn't respect him. Fortunately, he has a handsome enough face to demonstrate his worth. He was assigned to handle the Bell family's social interactions, dealing with elegant women aged 20 to 70. He was only 10 years old when he first appeared at the ballroom, but he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, including men. The Bell family's distinctive silver gray hair, deep blue eyes, delicate doll-like face, well-mannered manners, and the status of a duke. These things captivated everyone present. At the same time, Shelley's identity as a paladin apprentice also brought him a unique charm. These still attractive, bored women were vying to seduce a future paladin into depravity. Taboos are an eternal topic in this sordid circle. These wealthy and leisurely nobles enjoyed seeking thrills and indulging in decadent pleasures. After that, Shelley's nightmares and happiness began. His life was filled with the scents of perfume and rouge from women, and he moved among them with a bittersweet pleasure. They really wanted to eat me, in a sense. Shelley didn't actually care about the attack on them, but the incident with the maid had left him traumatized. He didn't want to try it lightly until he could control that instinct. At most, he would just show off his amazing hand skills. I have no desire to go to either the Inquisition or the royal court. Watching these charming women but being unable to make a move was the most inhumane torture for him. I also want to offer my love to a sweet and soft lady. What a pity, ordinary people can't have mine. Fortunately, Shelley could still gain a small amount of magic and experience from them without having to go to the final step. At first, he was just a toy in their hands, passed around like a doll and dressed up by everyone. But once he was 15 and his body began to develop, he started to take the initiative. His arduous apprenticeship had forged a perfect physique. Beneath his magnificent attire lay a muscular body that rivaled that of an adventurer. His rigorous aristocratic education shaped his near-perfect manners and extensive knowledge. With these abilities, he began to engage in some insincere social interactions among them, using his excellent eloquence and amazing charm, and he was always highly sought after by the noble ladies. He was the most famous socialite in the noble circles of the Kingdom of Fent, and his fame even surpassed that of several women. He was known as Lent's Canary. He has grown to where he is today thanks to the magic he absorbed during these social interactions. Because he has always been very restrained, these ladies only feel a little more tired than usual when they go home. And today is his coming-of-age ball. I'm not one of those innocent girls who can't stand seeing the opposite sex. These ladies, You really have a lot of free time. What's going on? It's not like you guys don't see me all the time. Looking at the bustling crowd in the hall, Shelley, feeling helpless, took a glass of wine and walked to the window, gazing alone at the garden outside. Although leaving the center of the ball at this time is not in accordance with etiquette, who cares? I have to be impulsive once in a while. I don't want to be a caged bird in these people's hands forever. My teacher has always hoped that I would leave Lunt after becoming a paladin. Perhaps this is a good choice? Shelley took a small sip of the red wine in her glass, looked up at the stars in the sky, and sighed deeply. There's no going back. My dear brother, why are you sighing here? Can't a beautiful lady satisfy your desires anymore? A magnetic voice, tinged with amusement, sounded behind Shelley. The owner of the voice seemed curious about Shelley's strange behavior. Sigh, here we go again. Shelley sighed silently to herself as soon as she heard the voice. Shelley turned around and gracefully bowed to the newcomer. Nothing, I just wanted to look at the stars. The newcomer was equally handsome, though his tall stature was slightly out of shape. Just over 40 years old, he sported a meticulously groomed goatee, which made him appear even more mature and composed. Congreve Bell, the eldest son of the Duke of Bell, and the future Sir Bell. That's just like you, our little canary. His voice was warm and tinged with amusement, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Their relationship shouldn't have turned out like this, Shelley thought to herself, speechless, then looked at Congreve with the same smile and said. Yes, a caged bird always longs for the outside world, doesn't it? But fulfilling its role to please its owner is also a bird's responsibility, don't you think? My dear brother. Congreve was 22 years older than Shelley. He was almost old enough to be Shelley's father. Originally, since Shelley could not possibly shake his position, he was not stingy in showing some kindness to his half-brother, demonstrating his benevolence to outsiders. However, once Shelley began to gain popularity in social circles, he saw Shelley's value and started taking him to various social occasions. Shelley actually welcomed this situation. Although playing along was exhausting, it would ultimately be rewarding. The key conflict arose over Shelley's political marriage, as Congreve wanted to give Shelley to a noble widow who had just arrived in Rent as a gift. She was noble. No one in the entire kingdom of Fonte held a higher status than her. She is wealthy, and it is said that her caravans are found in every corner of the material plane. She is mysterious. No one has ever seen her true face. However, Shelley was worried about causing unnecessary harm to the lady, so she kept refusing in a tactful manner. Although this woman is likely a professional, what if she is? Shelley felt she would feel guilty for the rest of her life if an ordinary woman of high status and power were to die because of her. Congreve, determined to maximize Shelley's value, and Shelley, who did not want to cause a tragedy, were locked in a stalemate, and their already fragile brotherly relationship was completely broken. Congreve looked at Shelley, who was still refusing to budge, his expression turning slightly cold. He gave a soft hum and turned away. Just as Shelley breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking she had made it through another day, Congreve tapped his wine glass with a silver spoon and spoke loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Shelley's coming-of-age ceremony. Let us raise a toast to Lunt's canary. Shelley smiled and nodded, and together they raised their glasses and took a sip, while silently watching Congreve, unsure of what he wanted to do. Congreve put down his wine glass and looked around at the guests and the gifts they brought, most of which were exquisite ornaments and well-made clothes. Shelley was at a loss for words when presented with a formal suit and clothing instead of swords and armor as a gift to a grown man. Everyone brought gifts for Shelley, but I, as the elder brother, did not bring any. This is clearly impolite. So, I brought a special gift today. He waved to his servants to bring the item up, and soon two burly men carried over a half-person high box covered with silk. Congreve turned halfway around, looked at Shelley, and smiled. Go and see your gift, our little princess. Shelley had a very bad feeling. She sighed discreetly, put the cup on the table, and walked over. As he gently pulled down the red silk cloth, a collective gasp rippled through the hall, quickly followed by a chorus of exclamations of admiration. Shelley, with her back to everyone, looked at her gift with a grim expression. A beautiful young girl in a tattered dress huddled in a corner of the cage, hugging her knees, looking out at the world outside in terror. This is the daughter of a duke in the kingdom of Urk, an illegitimate child, who was sent to the slave market after she offended the new duke. It's worth mentioning that she's also a half-elf, which can be seen from her ears. How about it? My little brother, a pure half-elf girl, as a gift for your coming of age. Are you satisfied? Congreve's excited voice and the crowd's shouts sounded incredibly jarring to Shelley. The duke's bastard daughter, a half-elf, and wrathful being, a slave. A threat, an undisguised threat. Cangreve's meaning is clear: if you don't obey, you'll end up like her. Agreed. We can maintain the facade of peace. You will be safely sent to that lady's house to make your final contribution to the family. I disagree. Her present is your future. You'll be taken there in shackles. Shelley sighed silently, took off her coat, put it inside the cage, and covered the girl with it. She then spoke loudly. Of course I am very satisfied. Thank you, generous Marquis Cangreve, my dear brother. I will dedicate everything I have to the honor of my family. The girl in the cage huddled even tighter, and even when Shelley covered her with clothes, she didn't feel any warmth. Because the man in front of him, who was so beautiful it seemed unreal, had a very gloomy and unpleasant expression while speaking loudly. This reminded her of all the hypocrisy in that family, where everyone wore a mask, yet they lived together in love. Suddenly, she saw the man in front of her twitch his nose and give her a strange once-over. The man's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had spotted a delicious cake, and he kept looking her up and down, which made her even more frightened. Such a rich, magical power. Chapter 2: Lydia, the half-elf orphan. Lydia huddled fearfully in the corner of the room, secretly observing the decorations. A true heir to the Duke. Lydia was indeed the Duke's daughter, but not quite. Her life was more miserable than Shelley's. I'm coming in. While she was lost in thought, Shelley pushed open the door and walked in, glancing at the corner of the darkroom before pretending not to see her. Have you taken a bath? Shelley asked, untying her bow tie in front of the dressing mirror as she turned on the magic lamp in the room. This era, with its magic and gods, had some advantages. At least the quality of life was much better than he had imagined the Middle Ages to be. The noble ladies and noble women also smelled wonderful, which pleased him greatly. Yes, I've washed it. Lydia hadn't expected that he would be discovered even with his back to her, so she didn't dare to remain silent and spoke up weakly. Can you do the work of a maid? Yes. Please don't send me away. Shelley was surprised by the girl's sudden agitation. She paused in her actions, turned around, walked to the corner, and bent down to look at Lydia. Her golden hair was slightly disheveled and draped over her shoulders. Her moist eyes were filled with fear as she hugged her legs tightly and looked at Shelley. He lifted her chin and observed her face. Although she looked somewhat haggard, she was as alluring as a newborn fawn, possessing a great charm for men. Are you scared? Has anyone said anything to you? They said that if you drive me away, they will sell me to a brothel in the lower city. That's a really cruel threat to a girl that age. Shelley sighed silently, gently stroked the girl's cheek, and finally pinched a small handful of her hair and rubbed it. Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you right now. But you can't just do nothing. You'll become my maid. It's quite tragic, really. Shelley was already 18 years old, but she didn't have a maid to take care of her. This stemmed partly from his own fear of causing death, and also from the influence of a certain truly spoiled and dissolute young master. Shelley, I heard you got a great deal. How about we discuss it? You can give it to me. The door to the room was kicked open forcefully, and Bowen's obese body burst in like a cannonball, his eyes gleaming as he searched the room. He sniffed hard and looked toward the corner where Shelley and the other person were. Bowen, it's very late now. Go back. I will never give you my maid again. Shelley turned back with unusual indifference to his second brother, Bowen Bell, who seemed more like a tavern rogue than a nobleman. Bowen Bell was the son of the Duke of Bell and his third wife. Lunt, a notorious spoiled brat, a playboy who abducted women, and a glorious, ever-victorious general of the kingdom. Why? No, you can't refuse me. Bowen, who was full of excitement, never expected that Shelley, who always obeyed the others, would refuse him, and he shouted out loud when he heard this. First, I can refuse you. Secondly, it's already very late, so stop shouting. Third, although I didn't like that maid named Dora either, it doesn't mean I wanted to hear about her death. Especially before her death, she suffered some inhumane treatment. He remembered Dora, the maid who loathed him and wanted to climb into the bed of the real Duke's heir. One afternoon, she aroused Bowen's sexual interest and successfully became his maid, happily running away from Shelley. Then, 3 days later, news of her death arrived. Shelley met Bowen's eyes without flinching, her usual elegance and gentleness vanished, leaving only indifference and a deep-seated, hidden anger. You bastard! How dare you talk to me like that? Enraged, Bowen swung his arm and slapped Shelley's face, which he had envied for many years. Smack! Ah! Lydia's scream flashed through the room, and she covered her mouth in fear to keep her scream from escaping. It's a pity you're not a professional, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to dodge at such close range. How do you feel now? What does it feel like to be slapped in the face? Shelley withdrew her right hand, pulled out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped her palm, then disgustedly threw the handkerchief at Bowen's greasy face. Get out of here, stop making a fool of yourself. Bowen covered his burning left cheek and said, somewhat incoherently. You filthy bastard. Shelley nodded indifferently and said. Yes, I am a bastard, that's fine, but you. Even the bloodlines of two legendary families couldn't make you a professional. You're truly a genius. Ah. I'm going to kill you. In a fit of rage, Bowen drew his ornately decorated longsword and was about to stab Shelley. Sigh. I really didn't want it to be like this. Especially when dealing with men. To bewitch humans. Shelley's eyes shone brightly, and Bowen released his sword, his mouth agape as he gazed at Shelley with a look of utter infatuation. Ugh, this is so torture. Shelley picked up Bowen's sword, sheathed it, took a step back, and covered her nose to avoid the stench emanating from Bowen's mouth. Go back to your room and sleep. When you wake up, you'll forget all about it, and don't bother me again. The simple-minded Bowen nodded slowly, turned around and walked out of the room without closing the door. He could barely manage to do this by relying on his talent to charm humans and manipulate memories. He's just an ordinary person. This world is indeed too dangerous. Charm of humans' fourth ring talent, charms for humanoid beings. After a successful charm, the charmed beings will regard you as someone they know until the spell ends 1 hour. Memory alteration fifth ring talent, while this charm effect is active, it can alter up to 20 minutes of event memories within a day. Alright, the big trouble is gone, but there's still a small trouble. Shelley glanced discreetly at Lydia, whose mouth was agape, and sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, memory alteration can only be done once a day. Shelley, who had closed the door, leaned against it and said softly. What are you waiting for? I'm going to go to bed. Why aren't you helping me take off my clothes, maid? Lydia trembled slightly, hurriedly got up and walked to Shelley's side, slowly reaching her hand towards Shelley's shirt. As she awkwardly undressed Shelley, Shelley simply watched her flustered expression with amusement, almost wanting to laugh. She's more like a canary than I am. And I have long been a venomous snake entrenched in that circle. Lydia looked at Shelley's muscular chest and abs, her face flushed, but she dared not stop. I want to live. I will live for Bella. Even if I am no longer pure. Having made up her mind, Lydia stopped imagining her tragic fate, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tiptoed to kiss Shelley's lips. Still marveling at the many experiences Shelley had gone through, they never imagined that this seemingly frail girl would make such an astonishing move. A pure maiden's kiss. Isn't this the treatment a hero deserves? Gain 150 experience points to allocate. Gain the skill Mage's Hand. Startled by the sudden data, Shelley stood frozen in place, unable to push Lydia away for a moment. Lydia seemed to have gone all out, wrapping her arms around Shelley's waist and continuing to kiss her with a death-defying resolve. Shelley felt the trembling of the delicate body in his arms and the slippery sensation in her mouth. He finally came to his senses and gently pushed Lydia away. Looking at the bewildered Lydia, Shelley shook her head with a wry smile. What kind of situation is this? I've been a part of the elite circles for so many years and I've never been successfully ambushed by a woman, but today I've fallen for your tricks. He looked terrified and stopped Lydia from continuing to undress, reaching out to pat her head. He lowered his head, brought his mouth to her ear, kissed her slightly pointed ear, and whispered. No need to take your clothes off, just lie down on the bed. When Lydia was kissed on the ear, she felt as if an electric current flowed from the tip of her ear into her heart, and her knees buckled, almost causing her to lose her balance. Yes, master. Watching her blush and lower her head, silently walking towards the bedside, Shelley sighed inwardly. Master? That is fine too. No longer looking at Lydia curled up on the bed, Shelley turned off the light, changed into her pajamas, and lay down on the bed. Let's see if her magic can hold out for the night. This allure, is it because she's a professional? Or because of her half-elf bloodline? He didn't consider whether it was because of the girl's appearance after all. He wasn't known as a socialite for nothing, and he had seen hundreds or even thousands of beautiful women. Instead of pulling the trembling Lydia into his arms, Shelley gently inhaled her delicate fragrance, then, with his back to Lydia, silently swallowed. Damn it, I have to hold back. I wish I were one of those chaotic and evil villains. Or perhaps he'd be the kind of demon who uses female cultivators as cultivation vessels. I'm so angry. Why am I so soft-hearted? Shelley was torn between his inner thoughts and his own, and remained silent for a long time. Lydia waited in fear for the man to assault her, but he never did. She turned her head very carefully to look at the man beside her who seemed to have fallen asleep. By the dim moonlight, she could barely make out Shelley's face: long, silver gray hair, thick eyelashes, and a high, straight nose. If this weren't the case, he could be considered the prince of his dreams. Why? The thought of her current situation overwhelmed her with fear, and she covered her mouth and began to sob. Hearing her little maid's suppressed sobs, Shelley sighed silently. They're all pitiful people. Right now, I just hope the widow isn't too ugly. Otherwise, in a couple of days, I might be the one crying like this. Sigh. Hearing the soft sobs beside her, Shelley didn't think about anything else and drifted off to sleep. Spending a night with an innocent young girl. The girl remains pure. A heroic act. Gain 200 experience points to allocate. Shut up. Why are you being so talkative? Whether as a human or as a succubus. You're an adult now. Congratulations. Succubus system activated. Task system activated. Task system, you can earn rewards by completing tasks and continuously grow stronger. The way to become stronger has finally appeared. Start normal quest, Lydia, the half-elf orphan. First mission, Lydia's closeness. Stage quest rewards, warlock skills. Lydia, the half-elf orphan. Mood, fear. Attitude, she feels fear and confusion about your presence. Walkthrough progress, 5%. A strange system has appeared. What should I do? This feeling is starting to bother me. Shelley, awakened by the data, opened her eyes and got up, raising an eyebrow at Lydia, who was curled up in a corner of the bed. She looks a little strained. It seems that for her right now, sleeping next to someone is the limit. He reached out and poked Lydia's cheek, saying with a smile, "Don't pretend to be asleep now that you're awake. I won't do anything to you right now. By the way, what's your name?" Lydia, who had been discovered, slowly opened her eyes, observed Shelley's appearance, and seeing that she wasn't joking, pulled herself up from under the covers and said, "My name is Lydia, Sir Master." Seeing that the two of them looked like they'd just finished at a brothel, Shelley laughed, got up, went to the wardrobe to change, and said with her back to her, "A lovely name, Lydia. My name is Shelley Bell. By the way, are you a professional?" After Shelley was out of sight, Lydia breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glancing at his back, and said, "Yes. Master, I should be a warlock? Why is it a question?" This answer did not surprise Shelley. The chances of a slave's illegitimate daughter without resources becoming a professional are very small. It is highly likely that a sorcerer can awaken on their own through the talent and charisma inherent in their bloodline. I haven't studied those things. She lowered her head with a hint of self-consciousness, clutching the blanket in her hands. "Oh, I see. Can you read?" In that case, when I go out, you can look at all the books on the bookshelf, and 3 meals a day will be delivered on time." Ah. Lydia was somewhat confused. This didn't seem like the treatment a maid should receive. What was Shelley's intention? "Are you dissatisfied?" "Yes, studying is very painful. However, don't forget your primary job." Shelley smiled and turned to look at Lydia, who was still sitting on the bed. She raised the long sword in her hand to indicate that she was fully dressed. I'm so sorry. Master, Lydia, as if waking from a dream, tried to jump out of bed, but in her panic, she tripped over the blanket and fell off the bed. Maids still need to be trained. Shelley, who couldn't get there in time, sighed as she looked at Lydia, her upper body wrapped in a blanket, her legs kicking wildly, and the beautiful scene that suddenly appeared before her eyes. She then turned and left. Avoiding situations that would embarrass a lady is also a matter of gentlemanly etiquette. Master. Lydia, who had finally managed to peek out, frantically tried to explain to Shelley, only to find that the house was empty. Have they left? She silently observed the room's decor, which exuded elegance without being extravagant, a stark contrast to the room of her brother that she had seen before. Master. Chapter 3, packaged up and sent to the widow's house. Shelley silently observed the novel system, wielding his iron sword as he fell into deep thought. But to be fair, the reward seems pretty good. I got a level 0 trick last night because of a kiss. Mage's hand moves a 5-pound object using telekinesis. Shelley used her newly acquired mage's hand to take an arrow from her quiver. There was absolutely no awkwardness, it was as if I was naturally the same. Mystery was Shelley's feeling about the system. It seemed omnipotent, it could change Shelley's perceived allegiance in the eyes of others, and even seasoned paladins could not detect Shelley's bloodline. Is it because there are too few professional noblewomen in the kingdom of Fonte? Or do they disdain meeting me? Unbeknownst to Shelley, who was focused on his thoughts, a faint scent had filled the training room since he entered that morning. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a professional, but rather that the magic of demi-humans and other races is more suitable for me. Isn't this forcing me to embark on a path of searching for monster girls everywhere? This is really... What? Shelley suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented, and the iron sword in her hand flew out and smashed into the weapon rack in front of her. Suddenly losing his balance, he could no longer support himself and fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In his last moments of consciousness, he saw a pair of luxurious men's boots appear before him. These were Cangreve's favorite boots when he went out to meet people. Are you fucking serious? I already said I agreed. Shelley realized the situation wasn't so bad, breathed a sigh of relief, and then completely fainted. Cangreve looked impatiently at the thief beside him, wanting to shout angrily, but the reserve of a high-ranking nobleman made him restrain himself, and he simply asked in a calm tone. Didn't you say you could control him quickly? The shifty-looking thief looked conflicted, unable to express his grievances. That's a drug designed to counter high-level professionals. He actually lasted almost 2 hours. What kind of monster is this? Are all paladins like this? As a rat in the shadows, he usually dares not appear in front of the paladins, so it is uncertain. Perhaps it's because this person possesses a special innate resistance, therefore. Alright, no need to explain anymore. Take your money and get out of here. Don't tell anyone about anything that happened today. Yes, I'm off. Turner was completely disoriented by Cangreve's reprimand, picked up his money bag, turned and left without even glancing at the handsome paladin. Nobles are indeed nobles, they really know how to have fun. They've given a lot of money. He weighed the money pouch in his hand, heard the crisp sound of gold coins inside, and turned and walked around a corner before the guards arrived, disappearing from sight. A butler appeared behind Cangreve and respectfully reported to him. Sir, Turner has escaped. Cangreve nodded and said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter. Rats have their own skills. We can still interact with them in the future. Quickly find someone to clean him up, change his clothes, and send him to that person's room immediately. At your service. Shelley awoke from his deep sleep, maintaining his breathing rhythm as he quietly squinted and surveyed his surroundings. Here it is. Compared to the Duke's mansion's more luxurious decorations, each piece of art in the room possesses its own unique charm, and the dim lighting creates a touch of ambiguity. That idiot Congreve. You're awake? Little princess? Just as Shelley was silently complaining, a gentle voice seemed to whisper in her ear. Although you are conscious and your breathing is normal, your heartbeat has changed. Should we continue pretending? Knowing she had been discovered, Shelley did not persist. She slowly opened her eyes, sat up from the bed, and turned to look at the source of the voice. It was a beautiful woman with a veil covering her face. She lay on a huge chaise lounge covered with fur, her back against soft pillows, flipping through a thick book in her hands. She was wearing a long black silk nightgown, the front of which was slightly open, revealing her fair skin underneath, and her long legs were clad in smooth white stockings. A very beautiful woman, full of alluring mature charm, though her eyes above her veil were not looking at Shelley, he still felt her captivating allure. He hadn't quite figured out the situation yet, but his upbringing kept him calm, and he maintained his composure as he bowed to the beautiful lady before him. Good evening, Your Excellency. You were taken to her room. She was puzzled by your appearance, but her confidence and her strength made her fearless. Ta-da! Legendary quest triggered. Start the legendary quest, Naisha. Initial mission, satisfy Naisha's curiosity. Stage quest rewards, warlock skills. Natya. Mood, relaxed. Attitude, she is curious about your appearance, which is even more beautiful than that of an elf. Strategy, 0%. Are you kidding me, a legend? Legendary powerhouses are beings that even the gods would not underestimate. They represent the limits that mortals can reach. Shelley could not hide her shock and lowered her head, trying to suppress her trembling. You seem a little afraid of me? That's really strange. Naisha looked at Shelley's reaction with a puzzled expression, chuckled softly, put down her book, got up, and walked to the bedside. She reached out her right hand and lifted Shelley's chin, admiring his face. You are really beautiful. I thought you were a lost lady. I never expected it to be a man. So now, do you have anything to say in your defense? Shelley used this time to adjust her mindset and adopted the attitude she usually showed when dealing with wealthy women. He didn't break free from her grasp and just looked into her eyes, which weren't covered by the veil. Her eyes, like autumn water, held little tenderness, but rather the calm and composure that comes with age. What beautiful eyes, madam. I have nothing to defend myself with. Isn't my presence here the best explanation? He lowered his head to kiss the slightly cold fingers, then watched them quickly retract, and chuckled silently to himself. Madam? Madam is more appropriate. Shelley gently lifted the blanket, got up, walked to her, knelt down on one knee, reached out and took her somewhat bewildered little hand, and gently kissed the back of her hand. I am a gift for you. You can use it as you see fit. Naisha is in a state of confusion right now, in every sense of the word. The fact that a beautiful man had appeared in her room was already puzzling to her. She wondered if he was lost. Or is this a custom of this human nation? But to his surprise, after waking up, he seemed to recognize his own identity and lowered his head in fear. This brought her back to her usual feeling. Yes, it was the same fearful gaze, just like always. Who knew he would quickly take the initiative and kiss his own fingers? She even said she could control his body at will? A sense of panic overwhelmed her, a feeling Naisha disliked intensely, one that reminded her of her powerless self 200 years ago. She was somewhat angry, but her words were extremely calm. Really? I can use it as I please? She pulled her slender hand from his palm and looked down at this man who seemed more like a higher elf than a human. Then you can kneel down. Not even wanting to know his name, Naisha bypassed Shelley and went straight to the bed, using a trick to turn off the room lights. However, she regretted it as soon as she lay down, because that man had just lain on this bed. Smelling the sheets stained by him, Naisha's mind began to go blank. What was that smell? How can it smell so good? The only sound in the room was the two people's silent breathing, but one of them gradually became more rapid, and the atmosphere in the dimly lit room began to change. Something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong with this taste. This man is trying to get me killed. Shelley was also sensing something was wrong. Had something gone wrong? His invincible charm had failed? Perhaps legendary powerhouses have a stronger will to resist male beauty? Before he could figure it out, he heard an angry shout coming from the bed behind him. You actually drugged me? Madam. No, let me explain. Startled, Shelley quickly turned around to look at the beautiful lady, only to meet a pair of angry purple eyes. Explain yourself. To bewitch humans. Oh ho! You actually want to seduce a succubus? No, that won't work. Ugh. Ah. Naisha, caught off guard by the spell's counterspell, cried out and stared in disbelief at the man who was so eager to explain. Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. Berserk charm. Madam. You mustn't. No full exemption? But succubi also have tempers. Berserk allure. Ah. Shelley, who was feeling hot all over, then realized that she was bound by an invisible magic force. The next second he was forcefully pulled onto the bed, and he felt himself touch a hot body. Both of them were gradually losing consciousness, struggling to open their eyes and look at each other. At the last moment, Naisha mustered her strength and asked in a low voice. Name. She didn't want to be at a time like this where she didn't even know the man's name. Shelley Bell. And you? Nah, Natya, Unable to control herself, Shelley gently kissed Natya's lips. Just as she was about to take it to the next step, she was turned around and pressed down on the bed. Strength assessment failed. Offense and defense reversed. Agility check successful. Physical fitness assessment successful. Turning the tables. You have won this legendary battle. Gain spell, Stone Skin. Stone Skin 4th ring, hardens the skin of any willing creature it touches to the level of rock 1 hour, making it resistant to punctures, blunt force trauma, and slashing. Gain spell, Dominate Humans. Dominate Humanity 5th ring, charms a humanoid creature, allowing telepathic control over its activities for 1 minute. Gain spell, Finger of Death. Death Finger 7th ring, deals 60 points of dark corrosion damage to a creature using a negative energy ray. Damage is halved if a constitution saving throw is successful. Shut up. In the early morning, Shelley held the woman in his arms and gently stroked her slightly pointed ears. Both of them were already awake, or rather, neither of them slept. The room finally quieted down, with only the two of them breathing steadily, and the air thick with a restless heat. "You, Shelley, who exactly are you?" Naisha lay in his arms, her face flushed as she recalled this absurd night, unsure of what to say. Simply put, I am a half-succubus." Startled, Naisha turned around and saw Shelley's gentle eyes. Blushing, she turned back and continued to ask. "A succubus? But I don't sense any evil from you?" "Yes, I am a holy warrior apprentice, and I swear to fight against evil." "Ha? A succubus? A paladin? Is something wrong with the world?" You barely managed to resolve her doubts. Initial mission completed. Reward: Giant Transformation. Gigantification technique. Second ring increases the target's size to twice its normal size and weight to 8 times its normal size for 1 minute. Legend has it that certain super magic feats can be applied to specific body parts. Gain 300 experience points to allocate. A new quest begins. Naisha's heart flutters. Although she was filled with confusion, she didn't turn back this time, but instead pulled the blanket tighter around her. "And you, Naisha? My brother says you are a high-ranking widow?" "You're kidding me. Only when I'm dead can she be considered a widow." It's just a way to reduce trouble." Sensing the confusion in Shelley's voice, Natya chuckled softly, shook her head, and found a comfortable position before saying, "Who I am? I am the Dragon Slayer, the protector of the Lanto Plains, and the master of Yanniburg. Naisha Melli, the Half-Elf Queen." Legendary quest: Naisha, the Half-Elf Queen. Quest reward: Warlock skills. Naisha. Mood: shy. Attitude: you two have fought together. Strategy: 20%. Chapter 4: The Aftermath, or simply? Natya awaited Shelley's astonishment, just like any other man, astonished by her status, and then aroused by a nauseating possessiveness. "If that's the case, your status is worthy of your appearance." "What?" The veil had long been lost in the long battle, and Shelley carefully examined the stunningly beautiful face. A little sweat glistened on her forehead, and her exquisite face was filled with a languid air, adding a touch of allure to her already captivating features. Natalia's eyes were light brown, which matched her long, flaxen hair, which reached her waist, and Shelley was currently playing with it in her hands. She felt a little itchy, so she gently shook her hair, rescuing it from the devil's grasp. "You really know how to please women. You've said these things to a lot of people, haven't you?" Naisha spoke somewhat awkwardly, and even she herself felt that it wasn't something she would normally say. "Did I really say that?" It's like a girl flirting with her lover. Feeling a little shy, Naisha held the rescued hair in her hand and twirled it around. Shelley gently placed her hand over Naisha's small hand, which was resting on the blanket, and whispered in her ear. "Given my position, pleasing women is a necessary means for me to survive. I hope you will not be disappointed in me, Your Majesty King Il." Naisha paused, her hand still twirling her hair. Without turning around, she said calmly, "You know me?" With a soft laugh, Shelley grasped Natalia's slightly cold hand, pressed her forehead against Natalia's hair, and said gently, "I know that your story is told among mixed-race people, and your achievements are among the best in the entire material plane." Shelley did indeed know her, a legendary female sorceress who, from a homeless half-elf slave, spent 150 years becoming the acknowledged queen of the half-elves. Perhaps because of the sheer number of female deities and the fact that magic does not favor men, queens are a common sight in this world. Half-elves, like other mixed-race individuals, belong neither to humans nor elves. They live in the space between the two races. Their birth was largely due to the slave trade, in addition to the love between their parents. Beautiful elven slaves have always been wildly sought after by nobles, and they are a byproduct of this pursuit. The elves considered them filthy, while humans were an absolutely xenophobic race. Half-elves walk between two worlds, yet belong neither to either. Under Naisha's leadership, the half-elves waged wars everywhere and finally established their own country on the Lanto Plains. From then on, the half-elves were finally freed from their status as slaves and gained the respect of other races. Naisha is the guardian of the half-elves, a queen in every sense of the word. "Then, you're still being so presumptuous. Let me go." "No, it's different." Shelley gently took back the small hand that was about to pull away, letting her feel her warmth. "Your achievements and status are beyond my current reach. But now our relationship doesn't seem to be that of a queen and her admirer." That's generally not the case. What's done is done. What are your thoughts?" Naisha remained silent, without pulling her slender hand away from Shelley's. She slowly exhaled, leaned back, and rested against his warm body. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" She chuckled softly. "I'm scared, but I'm not scared either." In the eyes of outsiders, the Queen of Aiel is ruthless and cruel. She is brutal, powerful, and cold. But in the eyes of the half-elves, the Queen was incredibly kind. No words could adequately describe her: forgiving, merciful, gentle. "I've thought about this question before. What would such a complex person be like?" Naisha, recalling the public's opinions of her, chuckled and asked curiously. "So, have you come to a conclusion?" Seeing that the person in her arms was in a better mood, Shelley breathed a slight sigh of relief and shook her head, saying, "No, that wasn't the case at the time. I also asked my paladin mentor, and that's what he said. Good and evil, right and wrong, are naturally different in the eyes of different people. Some young paladins may be blindly manipulated by others because of their sense of justice, and ultimately do wrong things. So, I think the King of Aiel is ruthless, the half-elf queen is merciful, and Naisha is gentle. After all, you have given me choices more than once. Put yourself in Naisha's shoes. If a strange man appeared in her room, she would arrest him immediately. Whether you're a good person or not, I'll give you a beating first." When Naisha encountered this situation, she simply sat quietly on the recliner and waited for Shelley to wake up. Perhaps there was an element of curiosity and confidence involved, but her actions showed that her heart was by no means cold and cruel. After that, when faced with her own somewhat frivolous probing, she simply got angry, ignored herself, and went back to bed to sleep. Finally, after the most absurd thing happened, instead of immediately killing to silence the witness, he indirectly inquired about his own attitude. Shelley never imagined that a king of a race could be so gentle. Ah. Perhaps. Perhaps, the King of Aiel and the half-elf queen are both masks you've worn for so long that you've begun to forget them yourself. A gentle, clear voice slowly flowed into Naisha's ears and into her heart. Really, it's kind of annoying. Hate. Why? Why is it only now that people are beginning to understand themselves? No one knew that Naisha used to be the most prone to crying among her siblings. People only remember the King of Aiel's cruelty and the half-elf queen's leniency. She felt increasingly unlike herself, so she secretly created a chamber of commerce, treating each trip as an escape and enjoying the feeling of freedom. To flee from the burdens of those races, to flee from the expectations of one's subjects. Feeling the suppressed trembling of her delicate body, Shelley reached out and pulled Naisha into her arms, speaking gently, very gently. "It's okay, no one will know except me. You've already worked very hard, you can take a break now." "Tia." She turned around and threw herself into the man's arms, a suppressed, sorrowful sob escaping from Naisha's throat. "Tia, you must live. Tia, mommy loves you. Sister, live on." Naisha felt as if something inside her was being torn apart when those vague memories resurfaced in her mind. "My parents and relatives have all passed away. I am all alone in the world, yet I still have to shoulder the fate of the entire clan." Shelley did not take the opportunity to make a move, but gently stroked her soft, long hair and sang a half-elf song that he knew. After a long while, Naisha stopped crying, pursed her lips, turned around awkwardly, and used a magical trick to wipe away the tears from both of them. "Don't tell anyone," Naisha said fiercely, then buried her head in the blanket. "And don't call me Tia." A muffled voice came from under the covers. "Not at least not now." Yes, that's our secret." "Is it a secret?" "That's fine too." Naisha thought to herself and silently closed her eyes. Hearing the barely audible gasp, Shelley looked at Naisha, who was getting dressed, and noticed that she had her brows slightly furrowed. Seeing Shelley's gaze, she said irritably, "What are you looking at, you little rascal?" Without glancing at Naisha's fair skin, Shelley walked behind her and embraced her, her body glowing. Healing techniques. Throughout her constant battles, Naisha suffered many injuries and underwent countless treatments, but this time was the most heartwarming for her. After casting the spell, Shelley did not continue to hold Naisha, but instead helped her slowly put on her clothes. He gently draped the veil over her, stepped back half a step, admired her for a moment, and then earnestly praised her. "You are very beautiful, Ms. Naisha." These words were heartfelt. Although he had met countless noble ladies, none had given him the same shock as Naisha at this moment. Now dressed, Naisha exuded an aura she had never possessed before: noble, powerful, and unfathomable. It wasn't the initial mystery, the shyness she showed while lying in bed, or the hint of vulnerability she revealed. Natalia's imposing aura at that moment truly reminded Shelley of Queen. You are handsome too, Mr. Shelley. Shelley before me was dressed in the newly delivered clothes, exuding an air of nobility and the loyalty of a paladin, coupled with her unique appearance. Naisha believed that even in the Elven Kingdom, renowned for its beauty, this man would be highly sought after. What are your plans in Lund? The half-elf queen wouldn't come to this relatively remote southern kingdom so casually. She must have her reasons. No, I'll stay here for a while. Naisha had intended to say that she was just passing through, but the words caught in her throat, and she changed her mind. What am I doing? Seeing the subtle change in Natalia's expression, Shelley pretended not to notice and extended her hand in a gesture of respect. Then I will be your guide for the time being, Miss Naisha. Please enjoy your journey. Observing her somewhat happy expression, Shelley seized the opportunity to ask a fatal question. By the way, what about our relationship? Naisha froze, thought for a moment, pursed her alluring lips, and slowly shook her head with some difficulty. It cannot be made public yet, it cannot be made public now. I need time. Moreover, we don't know each other at all. We don't even know your age, personality, or character. Yes, we all need time. Shelley had only wanted to ask what their relationship was. Lovers? A one-night stand? Or romantic partners? I didn't expect this answer. He was naturally not foolish enough to explain his question, so Shelley took the opportunity to nod and take her hand. So what are your plans for today? Letting him take her little hand, Naisha looked out the window at the sky and whispered. I need to take care of some things, and I need time to think about some things. Well, I also have some things to take care of. Well, see you tomorrow? Shelley wasn't in a hurry. After all, not only Naisha, but he himself was also in a state of confusion. No matter how well he adapts to the darkness of social circles, he's still just a newly adult, a man. With such a terrible start, the fact that the two of them could have such a normal conversation was already the limit of what he could do. It was almost a fatal situation. Never do that again. Oh, right. Congreve. That idiot. If it weren't for him, the two of them wouldn't be in this awkward situation right now. After breakfast, Shelley was driven out of the manor by the coachman arranged by Naisha. How do you usually address that person? Observing the coachman's strong shoulders and calloused hands, Shelley spoke softly. The coachman, who looked every bit the soldier, spoke in a deep voice, Mrs. Merrill. There was no sound after that sentence was spoken. Only the sound of wheels rolling and the occasional snorting of horses could be heard. Yes, thank you. She nestled into the soft blanket, closed her eyes, and smiled silently to herself. Madam? That's not entirely wrong now. Now it's time to get revenge on Congreve. That idiot. As the carriage disappeared from sight outside the window, Naisha's gentle expression beneath her veil gradually turned serious, and she spoke in a cold voice. What exactly is going on? Why did someone enter my room? Are you all just for show? Three figures knelt trembling at the doorway, but even in their extreme fear, they dared not utter a sound. Are they all mute? Never mind, I'll do it myself. Berserk charm. Eileen, you tell us. One of the female half-elves shuddered violently, then sat up abruptly, speaking mechanically. Last night, Lady Katrina sent us away. Why did she do this? Why did she do this? Eileen's expression began to struggle, but she finally spoke with great reluctance. Lady Katrina said. This looks like it will be very interesting. As soon as those words were spoken, the two uncontrollable figures next to him were overwhelmed by the rapidly increasing aura in the room and knocked to the ground. The two dared not resist, but silently prayed that they would not become corpses. Suppressing the urge to kill everyone in the room, Naisha gripped her wineglass tightly and, after a long pause, spoke. Everyone, get out. No one is allowed to tell anyone about this. Yes. The three of them felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and respectfully left the room, abandoning all manners and fleeing in a frenzy. As she sensed the scent fading away, Naisha put down the empty cup in her hand and watched it shatter into powder upon hitting the table. She then let out a deep breath. Katrina! You idiot! A petite figure wearing a hoodie looked up at the sun and laughed out loud. He. Will she kill him now, or will she kill him? What a pity, if we hadn't left then, it would have been too late. Anyway, I've seen a good show. I'll stay out here for a while before going home. Oh right. She smiled, opened the demiplane, and took out a teardrop-shaped earring, putting it on her delicate ear. We need to put on anti-prophecy gear. Chapter 5 Observing in the Dark. Amazing. You weren't torn to pieces. It seems you were born to be a succubus. Having survived an epic battle, you have become a qualified succubus. Gain 20,000 distributable experience points. You discovered her weakness through keen observation. Through clever communication, you successfully survived. Gain 1,000 points of experience to allocate. Natya. Mood, angry. Attitude, she doesn't yet know how to get along with you. Strategy, 30%. Recalling the hint she received when she left the manor, Shelley was filled with inner turmoil. Why, are you angry? She regretted it? Or is she getting angrier the more she thinks about it? Shelley's hand, which was gripping the doorknob, froze. She stood there, cold sweat pouring down her back. No, it can't be because of me, right? After carefully recalling their conversation, Shelley shook her head, let out a long sigh, and pushed open the door. Ah, you're back. Lydia, who was sitting at the table reading a book with a sleepy look on her face, immediately stood up when she heard the door open and bowed respectfully to Shelley. Nodding to her, Shelley glanced at Lydia's somewhat haggard face and asked with some confusion. Lydia, are you having any problems? Ah, no, it's okay. Is Bowen here again? Seeing the flustered Lydia, Shelley had a bad feeling. She stepped forward, grasped the girl's shoulder, and gently twitched her nose. Smelling the delicate fragrance emanating from Lydia, Shelley analyzed the situation carefully. The aura of a pure, apprehensive young girl. It's really delicious, isn't it? Because of your actions, Lydia's favorability rating has decreased. Lydia's guide, 4%. Ugh, the system is so annoying. Shelley was slightly relieved that the worst-case scenario had not occurred, and apologetically released her hands. Seeing the fear in the girl's eyes, he helplessly reached out his right hand and ruffled her hair, saying, Sorry, I startled you, but what happened? Holy healing. Warm light slowly entered Lydia's tired body from above, and she felt as if she were in warm water. She closed her eyes. It was just like the warm, cozy hot bath Bella would secretly give her in an old wooden tub during winter. Master, I've been waiting for you to come back. Oh, I see. Seeing the dazed maid, Shelley had a sudden realization inside. This little girl hasn't slept all day. I didn't sleep well the night before last, and I still managed to stay awake all day yesterday. I really don't know how she managed to persevere. No, Shelley knew perfectly well in her heart. It is fear. She was afraid that Shelley would come back and see her sleeping, think she was a lazy maid, and then kick her out, so she kept herself from falling asleep. Where did you come from, you little animal? I'm not a bad person. With a sigh in her heart, Shelley stepped forward, picked up the dazed Lydia, and gently placed her on the bed, ignoring her frantic struggles. Get some rest, take a nap, and you can wake up whenever you want. I won't do anything to you, you can rest assured. I am a paladin apprentice. Sensing that Lydia was about to get up and refuse, Shelley placed her finger on Lydia's forehead, pressed it gently, and said with a smile. That's an order, okay? Be good. Yes, thank you for your generosity, master. Yes, you're welcome. Looking at Lydia, who was obediently curled up in the blankets, Shelley nodded in satisfaction, then, as if remembering something, added. It will be the same from now on. You don't need to wait for me, understand? Also, stay vigilant when you're out, but when you're with me, you can rest assured. I don't have enough ability right now, so you can only be my maid for now. I assure you in the name of justice that I will protect you. Looking at Shelley's exquisite face in disbelief, Lydia couldn't tell if there was a conspiracy behind all of this. But she did feel warmth, nodded hesitantly, and then pulled the blanket over her head. It seems that women like to use blankets to cover their expressions. Shelley smiled and shook her head at the bulging blankets, then turned and walked towards the wardrobe. Kind words always touch people's hearts. Lydia lowered her guard a little. Lydia's guide, 10%. Not bad, let's continue. A gentlemanly approach and a tolerant attitude towards half-elves. This greatly pleased the being who was observing all of this from the shadows. Strategy guide for a certain player, 31%. Let's not even talk about that lady who was secretly observing. Wow. That's enough. You stupid system, do you have to be so hypocritical? If someone still exists, why don't you just say so directly? Naisha's guide, 31%. Shelley felt he had a few very traditional Chinese curses he wanted to say, but his nearly 20 years of aristocratic upbringing here made him restrain his impulse. Thanks to her excellent acting skills, Shelley did not change her attitude significantly and continued with her original actions. Shelley touched her chin, a smile creeping onto her lips. However, Naisha. Pfft, haha. It really is. He's kind of cute. He was genuinely surprised Natalia's behavior was completely beyond his expectations. It was like a girl who secretly went to observe her blind date. It's obvious that she really has no experience in this area. With a smile playing on her lips, Shelley gently shook her head, thinking to herself, I'm really starting to get interested in you, Miss Tia. Ultimately, neither of them knew each other very well. Both of them knew in their hearts how much of Shelley's words that morning were true and how much were false. The desire to survive outweighs any attraction. Even so, Natia was willing to give him a chance. Then why not just be together? If you believe that in a world where men and women are almost equal, a woman who loses her virginity to you will then fall head over heels in love with you, then I can only say that you're overthinking it. Without familiarity and an emotional foundation, any promises made are empty. The rift exists, whether the two people admit it or not. After all, one side is a legendary figure who has been famous for over 100 years, a queen who reigns over a region. On the other hand, to put it nicely, he was the darling of the aristocratic circle. To put it bluntly, he was nothing more than a nobleman's illegitimate son with demonic blood. However, if I overdo it today, it will be a different story when she finds out later. He imagined Naisha hating him out of love, and then he was powerless to resist and died on the spot, and sighed. So, first of all, we can't do anything she absolutely cannot accept. For example, touching those wealthy women inappropriately, or being touched inappropriately by them. Secondly, we can't set the bar too high for people. Being too perfect makes them seem unrealistic. Knock knock. Just as he made up his mind and was preparing to cause trouble for Cangreva's plan, there was a knock on the door. The meticulously groomed butler, Mr. Huai, stood respectfully at the door and handed over an invitation. Lord Shelley, the Marchioness Rupert has sent an invitation, hoping that you can attend the dinner party tonight at the Marquis's manor. She took the invitation, glanced at it casually, and placed it on the desk. Shelley looked at the old man who had served the Duke of Bell's household his entire life and spoke as if casually. I understand. By the way, where's Cangreve? The old man seemed not to have understood anything, and continued speaking respectfully with his head bowed. Lord Cangreve has already departed for the Marquis Rupert's mansion this morning, and he will also be attending tonight's dinner. He paused here, then old Wilder raised his head and said with difficulty. Lord Shelley, please be careful about some things. Shelley looked the old man up and down exaggeratedly, as if it were the first time she had met him. Shelley watched until old Wilder's forehead was slightly sweaty before she smiled and said, How did you find out? Don't be afraid, don't worry, I'm not that idiot Bowen, I won't implicate the innocent. Wilder's throat bobbed, and he looked up at the man in front of him, saying in a dry voice, Lord Shelley, I watched you grow up. In the past 18 years, you have never stayed out all night. Moreover, yesterday, there were rumors among the servants that they saw you being carried out of the mansion while unconscious. Shelley chuckled unexpectedly, patted Wilder on the shoulder, and said, I see. Don't worry. Don't worry about us, we won't have any violent conflict, and you won't be affected. Then I'm relieved, Lord Shelley Lord Cangreve will eventually take over the family, so please consider it further. Old Wilder breathed a slight sigh of relief, nodded gracefully, and prepared to turn and leave. Why arrange for more people to guard the front of the building. I don't want to hear any news about Bowen causing trouble here. I've been putting up with him for a long time. Out of blood ties, I have never used detect evil on him. Although you and I both know very well what kind of person he is. With a bitter expression, White didn't reply and turned to leave. Shelley turned away, closed the door, and sighed. Everyone has their own way of surviving. Who isn't just trying to live? There won't be any violent conflict, but I never said there won't be any conflict. Shelley, talking to herself, glanced at the small bulge peeking out from under the covers and raised an eyebrow. All right, miss, stop eavesdropping. Go to sleep. Naisha, who was maintaining her advanced invisibility, felt a jolt in her heart. If she hadn't heard Shelley's last words, she would have almost fled in panic. I was just a hair's breadth away from using the teleportation spell. Bright Eyes stared resentfully at Shelley's back, gritting her teeth inwardly. Who exactly are you? In the last few days, I've made more fools of myself on you than I have in the last 20 years. Oh no. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shelley realized she was in big trouble and quickly added another sentence. She could vaguely sense a resentful gaze that hadn't yet erupted, but Shelley pretended to be oblivious, quickly changed into her paladin gear, and left. Putting everything else aside, it's really exciting to be on the edge of danger. I love it. Chapter 6 Mentors Solier. He dismounted, stepping onto the muddy ground, and Shelley ignored the fearful gazes around him as he stepped into the Lundsglass. This is Lundsglass, an old inn in the working-class district. The lobby on the first floor is used as a restaurant and bar, while the guest rooms are on the second floor. The dilapidated wooden decor, the rotten wooden staircase that might be older than the owner's grandfather, and the filth everywhere. All of this indicates that this was a dilapidated hotel where only dock workers would stay. As soon as you push open the door, a wave of noisy heat hits you, and all you see are shirtless poor people drinking heavily and some down on their luck adventurers. As Shelley entered, her long, silver-gray hair appeared at the entrance, and the noisy hall paused for a moment. Some drunkards who were drinking heavily on the tables were startled and sobered up a bit. Shelley shoved aside a drunkard who was either genuinely intoxicated or saw her as easy prey, and headed straight for the counter. "Sir, is Mentor Soliel in the room?" The boss nervously glanced through the ledger records and whispered to Shelley. "My lord, old Soliel did not go out today." No one here knew the identity of Paladin Soliel. They all regarded him as an ordinary old man who rarely went out and was nearing the end of his life. The only strange thing was that a boy with fair skin and delicate features would always come to visit him. At first, some people made some suggestive remarks about this matter after getting drunk. Do these two have some kind of shady relationship? Is this boy actually a girl? But after Shelley knocked everyone in the tavern out when he was 8, none of the drunkards dared to gossip anymore. Even if a newcomer wants to speak, they will be firmly stopped by the others. Because Shelley didn't care whether only one person had said it when she dealt with them. Treat everyone equally, knock down everyone present. Leave no one alive, even the boss is taken down. Facing her helpless mentor who rushed over from the room, the young Shelley naturally said, "A bunch of bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. They deserve to be punished along with each other." After thanking the boss, Shelley went straight to Solier's room and knocked on the door. Without waiting for a response from inside, I took out my key and went inside. "Good morning, Mentor Soliel." "Ahem, good morning, Shelley." Hearing Shelley's voice, Soliel slowly sat up in bed, a weak smile appearing on his wrinkled face. Shelley felt a pang of unease looking at her mentor, who appeared somewhat withered and frail. "Mentor, your health is getting weaker and weaker." Looking around the empty room, the only items belonging to Soliel, besides the black bread on the table that was so dry it could kill someone, were a huge black package. "Come with me. You shouldn't be in a place like this." Died. Soliel was already very weak. Shelley hadn't seen him cast any divine spells for many years. His body is no longer as strong as it once was, and he may not even be able to lift a knight's sword anymore. Death? Ha ha ha. Impossible. A paladin will not die of old age in bed. That would be a disgrace. Seeing Shelley's somewhat sad expression, Soliel just laughed and patted his disciple on the shoulder. A paladin once said, "If I die on the battlefield, there is no need for sorrow. Victory is certainly good, but if my sacrifice can inspire others, then it is worthwhile. The anger at losing friends will lead you forward, won't it? Do not pity a brave soldier, even if he sacrifices himself for his beliefs. All right, stop crying. What brings you here today?" Feeling the faint strength on her shoulder, Shelley sighed silently, deciding not to provoke him any further. With a serious expression, she spoke in a deep voice. "Mentor, I want to become a true paladin." Soliel's laughter stopped abruptly, his wide-open mouth closed, and a sharp glint suddenly flashed in his seemingly cloudy eyes. Shelley couldn't help but squint at the sharp gaze. He stared into Shelley's eyes for a long time, and finally shook his head. "It's not time yet." Shelley's expression changed immediately, and he forgot about the possibility of Naisha. Even his voice changed slightly. "Mentor. Haven't you always wanted me to officially become a paladin? Why? Why are you telling me it's not possible now? Wow. Old man, don't go too far. Are you trying to make me happy? Ha ha ha. Yes. That's exactly right. It's so boring to pretend like that every day." Speechless, Shelley sighed as she watched the delighted Soliel. This mentor was becoming less and less like a paladin. At first, he was very serious and stiff, but later he became more and more unserious. "On the contrary, I was not used to this world at first, but now I am becoming more and more like a real aristocrat. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to tease you. You really can't do it right now. Sullier suppressed his smile, got out of bed, stopped Shelley from helping him up, and took a hoodie from the old wardrobe and put it on. Let us go to the temple. Otherwise, you stubborn boy, won't accept it willingly. No, I. Salil, who was walking ahead, waved to interrupt, saying without turning around. All right, Shelley, I've known you for 18 years. Although I shouldn't say it like this, in my eyes, you are more like my son than my apprentice. What exactly are you hiding beneath your seemingly righteous exterior? They may not know, but do you think I don't? You've played plenty of pranks on me since I was a kid. Shelley suddenly felt something was wrong. Old man. What are you going to say? Shut up. There's still more here. Professor, please don't. As he spoke with great enthusiasm, Salil would put down a finger after each item he mentioned, as if reciting a familiar story. Let me think, the dead rat I kept under my chair, the hole in the back of my pants, and that. How did you find such a big bug in winter? Shut up, you old geezer. Shelley glared at the frail figure in front of her through gritted teeth, all sorrow gone, replaced by a burning hatred. You old geezer, you never say these things normally, but you bring them up today of all days. Stop revealing my secrets to Naisha. An unexpected result. Naisha became interested in your childhood. Naisha's guide, 33%. Ah. You, me, huh? Ah. Gossip. I see. Is this how it is for women when they reach legendary status? Salil sensed that the apprentice was about to really lose his temper, and said with a sneer, Tisk, fine, I won't tell you then. No. Professor, please tell me. Shelley's impassioned voice cut him off, and Sallier stared back at Shelley, speechless. You. Are you out of your mind, kid? Did you wrestle with a cannibal and hit your head? You're right. The two locked eyes, and seeing Shelley's sincere gaze, Salil finally gave in, coughing dryly as he said. Ahem, if you want to hear it, next time. After all, we have reached our destination. Chapter 7 The Paladin's Oath. Shelley looked up at the majestic temple before her, its calm and traditional style, and the unique emblem of a blue shield, the balance scales on a warhammer. That's right, this is the Temple of Tyr, the powerful god of justice. Tyr's teachings call upon believers to restore order to disorderly regions, punish the wicked, and protect the prosperity of civilization through a prudent and just legal system. His righteous creed attracted many paladins and lawful warriors. Mentor, I don't understand. You know I don't believe in him. Although he is the object of worship and veneration for many paladins, I do not believe in him. What are we here for? Just follow me. Upon arriving at the temple, Salil suppressed all his jovial laughter and walked inside solemnly. There weren't many believers at this time. Some came to pray for holy water, while others worshipped with their faces obscured by hoods. Unsure of what her mentor was going to do, Shelley could only silently follow him inside and wash her hands together with the holy water at the entrance. The moment they entered the temple, the priest in the center of the temple turned his gaze toward Shelley and his companions, his eyes narrowing sharply. Although he was deeply moved, he said nothing, silently nodded in that direction, and continued to lead the prayer. How could it be that person? What's going on? Salil nodded to the priest as well, his eyes narrowing slightly. He led Shelley to the statue, turned to his bewildered disciple, and said, I came here for no other reason than to let you reflect on your inner self under the watchful eyes of the gods. Have you truly found your inner calling? Are you ready? To swear to uphold justice and righteousness, to stand with all goodness in the world against the ever-encroaching darkness, and to hunt down all evil lurking everywhere. Are you really ready? Are you ready to make a vow? Go, and think. Seeing her mentor's serious expression, Shelley, who had initially been indifferent, fell silent. She went to the statue and knelt down on one knee with the few believers around her. Am I really ready? Perhaps it was the first time Shelley had reflected before the divine, and he felt his mind was exceptionally clear, constantly dissecting his own heart. Why was I not in a hurry to become a paladin before? Because I am safe. Indeed, a sense of crisis was what spurred Shelley to rush into advancement. Although her life before was far from safe, Shelley constantly faced kidnappings and assassination attempts from various quarters. The reasons given for these things are also incredibly varied. Some were after money, some harbored the hatred of aristocratic losers who felt their lovers had been stolen, and many more were simply lustful. Yes. He was lusting after Shelley's beauty. Some women always want to bring everyone's canary into their own bedroom and pamper it. Although it sounds like it's fraught with danger, he's still quite used to dealing with all of this. Although Shelley, as a half-succubus, does not possess the immunity to electric shocks and poison that pure-blooded succubi have, he does possess a moderate level of tolerance to poisons. In addition, his professional skills allowed him to remain unharmed and handle the dangers set up against ordinary nobles with ease. Shelley wouldn't have been ambushed by Congreve if she hadn't been so careless yesterday, thinking about the succubus system and being in her training room. But the accident that happened yesterday, and the sudden start of their relationship, made Shelley a little worried. The extreme imbalance of power between Shelley and Naisha caused Shelley to feel anxious and threatened. Strength does not necessarily bring equality, but a lack of strength will certainly lead to inequality. As for resisting evil, pursuing good, upholding the law, and eliminating evil are the three weapons of a paladin. Very few people possess the purity and passion necessary to become a paladin. For those living in the shadow of cunning wizards, wicked monks, bloodthirsty dragons, and hellish madmen, paladins are their last hope. The paladins were indeed someone Shelley held in high esteem. Their very existence dictated that they were born for adventure. This kind of life will continue until they are too badly injured to continue, otherwise they will always be at the forefront of the cosmic war between good and evil, fighting to the death against evil. Holy knights, each with their own past and mission, unite to fight against evil forces, driven by their respective oaths. They may have taken oaths before an altar, witnessed by a priest. Or make a promise to the spirit of nature in a sacred place in the forest. Or perhaps they are facing despair and disaster, but only have the deceased as witnesses to enter into a covenant. All of these paladin oaths are extremely strong contracts. It is the power of the oath that transforms a devout warrior into a blessed hero. Which vow should I choose? Oath. Oath of dedication. It signifies the most sublime part of the ideals of justice, virtue, and order. Paladins who take this oath are usually called paladins, white knights, or holy warriors. They are the epitome of upright knights clad in shining armor, upholding the doctrines of justice and pursuing lofty goals. They are strict with themselves, and some members are even overly harsh on others. Shelley imagined herself making this vow, and shook her head. Although I can play the role of a righteous paladin, I cannot wholeheartedly dedicate everything to him. The vow of the ancient sages. Its existence spans a period similar to that of the elves and even the druids. Paladins who made this vow were known as fairy knights, green knights, and horn knights. In the cosmic war between good and evil, they fight against darkness on the side of light to protect the beauty and life they love, and to uphold their own beliefs of honor, courage, and integrity. Similarly, good and evil are not very important to me, and I cannot perfectly play the role. Oath of vengeance. It is a solemn promise to punish those serious crimes. These paladins were known as the Avengers or the Black Knights. When evil forces slaughter helpless residents, when all the people turn away from the will of the gods, when a certain thief guild becomes too powerful and domineering, when terrifying dragons roam the countryside. In times like these, paladins sworn in revenge appear to set things right, willing to sacrifice their own purity to uphold justice. There's no such thing as hatred. Although my relationship with my parents wasn't good, I'm doing pretty well so far. Oath of Conquest. The Oath of Conquest attracts paladins who seek glory and conquest in battle. These paladins would be called tyrant knights or warmongers. They gathered into harsh armies or organizations to serve the gods or philosophies of order in war. For them, simply establishing order is not enough. The forces of chaos must be crushed. Some of these paladins went so far as to join forces with the Nine Hells, where the rule of law superseded mercy. The great demon Baal commands many such knights, who are known as the Hell Knights and are considered his most fervent followers. Of course, these knights often faced resistance from other conquering paladins. They believe the Hell Knights have gone too far into the dark. This won't do, it doesn't suit my style. I'll give up on it. It sounds cool, but it's so different from his current status. Then there's only one option left. Chapter 8: The Oath of the Crown. Thinking of this, Shelley's heart calmed down, and she looked up at the statue. The image of Tyr is that of an elderly, one-armed warrior with his wounded eye wrapped in blood-stained bandages. He looks at the kneeling crowd with his remaining eye, his gaze majestic yet tinged with sorrow. Shelley knelt on one knee, looked up into the eyes of the idol, and spoke firmly. I admire a noble woman, but there is a deep gap in our social standing. I am very weak right now, and I don't have enough power to protect everything I want to protect. But I'm willing to give up everything that comes with being a nobleman. I will give my life to serve a lady. People only see her mystery and power, but they don't see the softness in her heart. The real her has an incredibly kind heart. I was deeply attracted by her beauty and gentleness. Shelley took a deep breath, her gentle voice changing to a deep tone. Before the God of justice, the great tear, I am willing to swear allegiance to the queen in my heart. Become the sword in her hand, and eliminate all enemies for her. Become her shield and protect her from harm. A clear, emotional voice echoed in the quiet temple, drawing the attention of many worshippers to the man kneeling before the statue. He wore a magnificent silver full-body armor, and his long silver-gray hair hung down. Even kneeling on the ground, his posture exuded elegance. He had his back to the crowd, so the believers couldn't see his face, but they all unanimously felt that he would be a handsome paladin. Yes, it's a paladin. In the eyes of ordinary people, there is no difference between paladin apprentices and real paladins, both are embodiments of justice. However, to those who understand all of this, Shelley's actions are even more shocking. He was making his holy knight's oath. A paladin's power largely comes from an oath. Once they break their oath, they lose their divine power and fall into evil. If he does not take the initiative to atone for his sins, he will forever lose his power and sink into evil. Therefore, the oath is extremely important to every paladin. Watching his disciple's retreating figure, Salil sighed deeply and murmured to himself. Shelley, did you ultimately choose this path? The oath of the crown. The crown oath. It is a lofty ideal of civilization, manifested as an identification with national spirit, loyalty to the monarch, or maintenance of laws and rules. The people will call these paladins guardians, exemplars, or sentinels. Paladins who uphold the oath of the crown dedicate themselves to the entire society, striving to ensure that society as a whole adheres to the law. They are the last guardians of an orderly society, constantly on guard against the waves of chaos and barbarity that could destroy civilization. Typically, a paladin who makes this vow is a knight who is loyal to his country or king. Shelley. Naisha, hidden in the shadows, stared in shock at the man who had attracted so much attention. Even in the temple, he attracted everyone's attention, but this time it wasn't because of his appearance, but because of his character. I understand you less and less. Brilliant. A perfect performance. Loyalty is always the quality that most satisfies those in positions of power. Naisha's affection for you has slightly increased. Naisha's guide, 40%. Seeing the situation unfold exactly as he had imagined, Shelley silently laughed to himself. Hoof. Ha ha ha. As expected of me, truly amazing. When people get sentimental, everything they hear sounds like themselves. Your act of making a vow deeply moved a princess. She sees you as an extremely devoted suitor. At the same time, your background and appearance are both advantages. Princess's guide, 15%. Shelley? What puzzled her was that you seemed to have met somewhere before. Advanced quest unlocked, Princess Fonte. First mission, Princess Fenstouts. Quest reward, warrior skills. Shelley stared in disbelief at the data that appeared before her, speechless. The kingdom of Fent currently has 3 princes and a 3-year-old princess. No, wait. There was also a princess who voluntarily joined the knights and faded from the public eye. Princess Elena. Shelley recalled the girl from her memory, running through the hunting grounds with her guards, getting herself covered in mud, and a look of confusion crossed her face. What are you trying to do? I wasn't trying to hook you up. Elena, Princess Fent. Mood, shocked, confused. Attitude, your loyalty and devotion satisfy her. Strategy, 15%. Please stop your self-help scheme. Seeing the strategy progress automatically rise to 15%, Shelley felt a chill run down her spine. She hoped it wouldn't rush in now. Hearing footsteps behind her, Shelley's throat bobbed, and she nervously swallowed. Shelley, I never expected you to choose this path. Hearing her mentor's familiar voice, Shelley stood up and turned around, standing respectfully beside Salier. Although your loyalty may move the gods, but you must understand. This oath is not one-sided. First and foremost, the ruler you serve must be worthy of your loyalty. If one day her ideals no longer seem great to you, you will fall into confusion. And confusion will make you break your vows. With a serious look in his tiger-like eyes, Salil stared at the apprentice's tense expression and continued. Secondly, does your queen accept your allegiance? Is she prepared and able to bear the pressure of others dying for her? Noticing Shelley's confusion, Salier smiled, patted him on the shoulder before he could answer, and turned to walk away through the crowd. That's why I said, it's not the right time yet. Keep it up, apprentice. Ha ha ha. Shelley stood there, lost in thought, a sight that moved the surrounding believers deeply. Is this the legacy of the paladins? The elderly paladins and the young apprentices are truly a sight to behold. A young nobleman aspires to the path of a paladin? His character is commendable. The onlookers were discussing it heatedly, but the person involved did not think so. Shelley watched her mentor's disappearing figure thoughtfully, muttering to herself. Although what he said seems to make a lot of sense, something feels off to me. He abandoned me and ran away. He took the opportunity to slip away. I almost got fooled by that old guy. Shelley, having thought it through, widened her eyes slightly and almost burst into a tirade right there in the Temple of Justice. He definitely realized he was wrong. He was afraid of losing face, so he ran away first. That old geezer, he's really wicked. I don't believe you. Shelley bowed apologetically to the surrounding believers, then bowed to the priest before leaving the temple. The priest silently returned the greeting, then went to the room at the back of the temple and quickly wrote a secret letter. He thought for a moment, then took out a specially made ancient seal and solemnly stamped it on. This seal represents legendary level. Chapter 9 Self-Strategy. Walking at the boundary between the aristocratic and the slums, Shelley was still silently pondering. But what he said wasn't entirely wrong. At least I hadn't considered what Naisha was thinking. Let's leave things as they are for now. At least with Naisha in the shadows, we shouldn't encounter too much danger. The premise is, if she doesn't kill me. Shelley paused, gave an awkward smile, and quickened her pace. Honestly. Old man. Why don't you just admit your mistake? Do you think I would mock you? Am I the kind of person who betrays his master and ancestors? Meeting. Yes. Shut up. As soon as Salil left the temple, his expression changed drastically. He staggered back to the Lente's goblet, rushed into his room, and knelt on the ground in agony, panting heavily. Hiss, cough, cough, cough. That kid almost reacted. But Salil struggled to his feet, a look of confusion on his face. The temple didn't react. Is it because it wasn't hostile? Or is it a legend? Salil's breathing gradually returned to normal. He stroked the black package in the corner of the room, his expression shifting between light and dark. Such a complex aura. The crimson of slaughter and the holy light of mercy intertwine and entwine. The lord of a clan? Well. With a heavy sigh, Salil collapsed onto the bed, the wooden bed groaning in agony as if it were about to fall apart. But he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards Shelley. TSK. As if remembering something, Salil turned over and closed her eyes. Good luck to you, my apprentice. Don't go up. Paladin, a loyal soul. Shelley. Why did you do that? I'm not ready yet. All of this happened so fast. Naisha sighed softly as she looked at Shelley walking slowly ahead, seemingly deep in thought. Naisha's eyes lit up with a different kind of light as she looked at Shelley. Why does your soul appear so radiant? The blood of a demon is truly unworthy of your soul. No, his act of fighting against fate makes his soul even nobler. The figure struggling in the muddy swamp appeared even more heroic. It has a unique charm. That person, why? Elena stared in shock at the man beside her, unsure of what to do. When he first came over, Elena, who had just finished her prayers, was about to get up. She thought he was just another believer who had come to worship like her and didn't pay much attention. Elena habitually glanced at Shelley and then marveled at his appearance. He seems well-mannered, and with that armor. Is he a paladin of noble birth? I wonder if he's the kind of scoundrel who's trying to use this identity to seduce the lady. Thinking of this, she was not in a hurry to get up, and kept her head down in deep thought. After all, the atmosphere of the temple was particularly suitable for thinking. Although Elena has faded from the public eye and devoted herself to training at the temple, it does not mean that she is a dull and ignorant warrior. Because of her status as a princess, she has access to far more information. She knew a thing or two about everything, from foreign spies to rumors circulating in the streets and alleys. One piece of news is that in recent years, a nobleman's illegitimate son who claims to be a paladin has appeared in aristocratic social circles, using this identity to move among the ladies. Scoundrel. What rents canary? Humph. Why wasn't this nice title given to me? With a disdainful sneer, Elena stroked her long red hair, secretly annoyed. No, I don't want to be a canary. I want to be Fenton's eagle. A somewhat unhappy Elena was about to get up when she noticed the paladin beside her raise his head and look directly into the eyes of the statue. What? This is disrespectful. If he is not praying under the watchful eyes of the gods, then his behavior is blasphemy against the gods. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she heard Shelley speak solemnly, so she had no choice but to shut her mouth and listen silently. Cough, cough. It really is a matter of praying for the watchful eyes of the gods. However, as things unfolded, the more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong, and the more shocked she became. Him. How can he like me so much? I've disappeared from social circles for a long time. How does he know me? Elena didn't consider that Shelley had deliberately timed her visit to perform in front of her, because today's visit was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, and she was quite confident in keeping her whereabouts a secret. As for the noble lady Shelley mentioned, the future queen, she was definitely talking about herself. After all, the country only has 2 princesses, and she completely ignored her 3-year-old sister. No matter how crazy he was, this holy warrior wouldn't harbor any ill intentions towards his sister who had just learned to speak. The older paladin is right. Even if he admires me so much, I cannot accept his allegiance so easily. But, ha. Elena looked at Shelley's profile with a pleasant expression and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, good looking, and has good taste. Unlike those idiots from the Bell family. They dared to mock me. An old idiot, a fat playboy, 2 good-for-nothings. That Bowen dared to call me a violent maniac. If someone hadn't stopped me, I would have cut his head off right then and there. Where did I go wrong with violence? When Elena came to her senses and looked at Shelley who had disappeared, she realized that she had forgotten to ask Shelley's name. Never mind, Lent's circle is only so big anyway, we'll find him soon. And why does it feel so familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? Ah. Elena's memory of Shelley became richer. An ordinary nobleman who had once seen the princess longed for her but felt inferior because of his own status. So he abandoned everything and became a paladin. Even after becoming a paladin, he did not change his mind and remained loyal to the princess. Even after so many years of not being able to see himself, he is still so devoted. They even prayed to the gods to discern their own hearts. What a devoted man. I've been out of the social scene for 5 years now. I never imagined I used to be so charming. In an extremely pleasant mood, Elena walked out of the temple and looked up at the sun in the sky with a relaxed expression. She stretched vigorously, revealing her beautiful and voluptuous curves. Taking off her hood and tossing her long, fiery red waves, Elena murmured to herself with a sigh. Oh dear, I am such a sinful woman. I might end up in the deepest hell. He. Speaking of which, am I now free to control my own marriage? Chapter 10. The Thieves' Guild threatened me, I'm so scared. Where is he going? Naisha watched Shelley walk out of the temple district and gradually head towards the dirty and chaotic slums, her expression growing increasingly puzzled. She couldn't understand why a noble and elegant aristocratic son would end up in a place full of beggars. Compared to the clean, tidy, and guarded aristocratic districts, the slums are like the other side of a gold coin. The area is filthy, impoverished, and reeks of excrement. People here are struggling to make ends meet, so they naturally don't have the energy to care about the filth around their doorways. Thieves and beggars were everywhere, their eyes fixed on passers-by, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. This place is really filthy, almost like a troll's lair. As a sorcerer who has experienced many adventures, Naisha is not unfamiliar with this situation, but she also doesn't like it. After turning a corner, Shelley put on a tattered, patched hood, hunched over, and walked slowly toward the dark alleyway like an ordinary poor man. Every city has its own gray area, including thieves' guilds, the Dark Brotherhood, and even cults composed of followers of certain evil gods. Their purpose is either for money, to satisfy desires through killing, or to please the gods they serve. Shelley walked to the entrance of a dark, deserted alley, examined the cryptic message on the wall, and knocked 7 times on a dilapidated door. A pair of cold eyes appeared through the crack in the doorframe. He observed Shelley's attire and whispered, "Who is it?" Where there is light, there is shadow. The world is divided into 2 poles. A deliberately hoarse voice came from under Shelley's hood, and after speaking, he stood quietly in place. The eyes behind the door disappeared, the door was quickly opened, and Shelley walked in with her head down. After he went in, the guard peeked out to observe for a moment before slowly closing the door. The gray area? Isn't he a paladin? Naisha tilted her head and looked at the dark and damp underground building in front of her, and at the shadowy figures wearing hoodies and masks. She was no stranger to such places. Naisha had also mingled in these areas before she grew up, taking on missions, earning rewards, and ultimately improving her strength. Naisha neither abhorred evil nor liked it. But now she was very curious as to why Shelley would come to a place like this. Is it because of demonic blood? Otherwise, there's no way to explain how a paladin who just came out of the temple could turn around and run off to the gray area so easily. They're not even there to purify evil. If his benevolent God saw this, he would surely be struck by a holy light and reduced to ashes. Shelley didn't try to guess Naisha's thoughts. He brought her here because that was the original itinerary, and it wasn't changed because of her. He wanted to present a relatively authentic version of himself to Natya without her knowledge, to satisfy her curiosity. A little imperfection is the best. Being too perfect will make people resist. And when someone makes a fool of themselves in front of others. The thought of Naisha's heartbroken sobs stirred up some strange emotions within Shelley as well. I also need to give Naisha some opportunities to find fault with me, so that she'll feel balanced. That's the routine. Shelley gently shook her head, walked to the counter in the center of the hall, sat down, flicked her glass with her finger, and said to the bartender-looking owner, "I want to post a task." "Ha, no problem, should I just say it or write it down?" The masked wineglass grinned exaggeratedly and pulled a blank power of attorney from under the bar. "Just tell me, you write it down. The mission objective is Congreve Bell, the eldest son of Duke Bell." The laughter stopped, and the bartender lowered his head to look Shelley up and down before speaking. "This one isn't cheap." Shelley shook her head and said calmly, "Don't worry, we don't want his life or his money. The mission requirement is that I get him drugged by today." And then they were stripped naked and taken to the Marquis Rupert's banquet hall. "No way. That's impossible." The bartender refused outright after hearing the request, leaving no room for discussion. "This is the heir of a great noble family. They've made him look so foolish he'll definitely seek revenge on them afterwards. Don't rush to refuse. I'll make sure he won't have the time or inclination to care about you anymore. The Duke of Bell's mansion will not retaliate against you." "And what about the compensation?" Perhaps it was the intense desire for money, or perhaps Shelley's composure, but the bartender stopped trying to see the customer out and spoke in a low voice. "What guarantees do you have? And what exactly is your asking price?" "He will soon lose his right to be the heir, and naturally he will not be able to take revenge on you." Seeing the shock and greed in the bartender's eyes, Shelley laughed out loud for the first time. "Want to know? I can offer this information as payment." "Nonsense. This is big news." The bartender's throat bobbed as he rapidly considered the pros and cons of the news. The eldest son of a high-ranking nobleman has lost his right to inheritance? This will cause a lot of turmoil. We can gain access to a wealth of resources through this information. Whether it's money or infiltrating upper echelons of society. This is an opportunity. Setting down the glasses he had been wiping, the bartender placed his hands on the bar counter, stared at Shelley, and said in a deep voice, "Deal. We'll take this mission." "But..." The bartender and the thugs around him all looked at Shelley, who was sitting calmly on the stool, staring at him with greedy and fierce eyes. The bartender threatened him menacingly. "If you dare to deceive us, your corpse will end up in the slum sewers sooner or later." The Thieves' Guild launches threat. The crowd around Shelley, whether they were onlookers or guards, all stared at her with ill intent. Anyone who can be threatened like this must have secrets or be powerful. Otherwise, the Thieves' Guild is no saint. Killing and looting are commonplace for them. Then it's settled. After this is over, send someone to the Duke of Bell's house at 7 o'clock tomorrow to collect the items. Threat assessment failed. Shelley pushed the wineglass she had been playing with back onto the table, straightened up, glanced at the bartender, and chuckled softly. "Luckily, you didn't choose to eliminate me here. Otherwise, your bodies will be in the stinking ditch right now." Shelley launches a threat. You. Ah. Upon hearing Shelley's threat, an agitated bald, burly man rushed forward, but before he could utter a word, Shelley knocked him to the ground. Shelley, with a calm expression, stepped onto the burly man's shoulder, pointed the machete she had snatched at his face, and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, what were you trying to say?" The bartender restrained the thugs who were about to swarm him and said in a deep voice to Shelley's retreating figure, "Let go of my men. Get out of here right now." Ignoring the crowd behind her, Shelley kept her eyes fixed on the bald, burly man on the ground and softly asked, "Aren't you going to answer?" I'm asking you one last time, what do you want to say? Seeing the swords and blades gradually approaching him, the burly man broke out in a cold sweat and shouted loudly. I want to say sorry. I want to say. It's too slow. Ah. The knife tip was stuck right next to his ear. Shelley removed her foot from him, walked toward the door, and casually said, Never mind, I didn't want to know anyway, it doesn't matter. How much truth can you possibly speak? The main door was closed again, and the only sound in the quiet hall was the bald, burly man's terrified breathing. Who is he? Click. Everyone looked at the wineglass Shelley had been playing with, watching it crumble into pieces, no longer able to remain intact. Everyone stood still, silent. Threat assessment successful. A powerful deterrent effect. Chapter 11 Aristocratic Etiquette. Naisha discovered the little secret you revealed. She discovered that you are not entirely righteous. Unbelievable. She thinks you're more authentic now. Naisha's guide, 42%. Congratulations. You've completed over 40% of the strategy. Received reward Naisha's favorite color, pink. Oh ho! There's such a good thing? Shelley hadn't expected to obtain this secret, and some ideas began to form in her mind. I need to make good use of this reward to try and improve my strategy. But then again. Pink? How girly, Miss Tia. A cool, aloof queen with a girlish heart? That contrast is something to look forward to. Why do I feel like someone is targeting me? As a legendary sorceress with the blood of destiny, Naisha has always been keenly aware of danger and her senses. Fate sorcerers are very difficult to ambush. Let alone legendary fate sorcerers. She will be aware of any thoughts or plans that might harm her. This ability, when further enhanced, enters the realm of the divine, just as when one chants the name of a god, the god can see his believers. Who could it be? And it doesn't feel very clear, as if it's been covered up by something? Naisha, becoming increasingly vigilant, continued flying above Shelley. I'm so thoughtful not to put pressure on my mentor who's already in an awkward position. After riding back to his horse from the inn, Shelley did not go to find his mentor, but rushed straight back to the Duke's mansion. Although it was only a little past noon, Shelley was already preparing for her afternoon outing. Preparations for a nobleman's trip were quite troublesome. Shelley. Lord Bowen. Upon entering the mansion, Shelley, who had let her guard down, was startled by a blood-curdling roar and nearly jumped off her horse. Shelley? What's wrong? What happened? Mr. Bowen, what are you doing? He turned to look at Bowen, who was furious and sweating profusely, and old Wilder, who was following behind him and hadn't stopped him at all, and sighed. A spoiled brat. Never learn. She dismounted, handed the horse to the guards, and walked over to the two men, wanting to know what had happened. Bowen looked furious, not like he had succeeded, otherwise he would have grinned and laughed at me. Wide, it seems he couldn't stop him, and Lydia has been exposed. Shelley had some guesses in her mind, but she still maintained a puzzled expression, tilting her head to look at the two of them. Shelley. Why won't you let me into your room? How dare you let yourself stop me? Bowen looked utterly incredulous, as if he had been subjected to some inhuman treatment, but the words he uttered contradicted his angry expression. Ignoring him, Shelley looked at the disheveled butler, Wilder. His usually neatly combed hair was now disheveled, his bow tie was gone, there was a noticeable bruise on his left cheek, and his monocle was cracked. Although she wasn't really bothered by it, Shelley outwardly feigned an expression that suggested she was barely suppressing her anger. He believed that someone could tell. Lord Shelley, we couldn't stop Lord Bowen, but we're all right. Noticing Shelley's expression, old Wilder quickly explained. But rest assured, Ms. Lydia was not harmed in any way. Lydia? What Lydia? Shelley, explain yourself. Why did you have people stopping me? Finding that Shelley was ignoring him, Bowen became even more agitated, shouting at the top of his lungs and attracting the attention of everyone else in the mansion. Bowen, don't you really understand why I stopped you? Ignoring Bowen's attempt to continue shouting, Shelley continued her calm explanation. Let's think together about what you took from my room. Did you break my 3 mirrors because you saw your own face in them? Shelley seemed to realize something only then, and said helplessly. Bowen, don't take your anger out on the mirror. You also took all my perfumes, even though they were all gifts from others, so I didn't really care. But you know, the smell you give off can't be fixed with perfume, you understand? At this point, Shelley seemed to suddenly remember something, and looking at Bowen, whose eyes were wide with anger, she said seriously. Furthermore, you also secretly took the love poems I copied from my bookshelf and gave them to a young lady from a marquise family. Ah, we have no relationship. I only found out when she gave me the poem. After all, those things were just things I copied in my spare time, so they're gone if they're lost. I'm happy to be able to help you. Wilder stared dumbfounded at Shelley, who was talking eloquently, and Bowen, who was unusually silent, and sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Throughout the entire process, Bowen remained silent, refusing to utter a word of rebuttal except for angrily waving his hands and jumping around. It wasn't that he had changed his nature, but rather that Shelley was using his current dominance over humanity on him, and now he wanted to open his mouth but just couldn't speak. Shelley's voice grew louder and louder, and more people in the mansion turned to look in their direction. As a nobleman, your character is extremely despicable. As an older brother, your behavior is also despicable. And I, as a paladin apprentice, have always indulged you because of our shared bloodline. This is wrong. It's extremely wrong. My advisor would be ashamed of me if he found out. At this point, Shelley closed her eyes painfully, took a deep breath, and opened them again, saying heavily, "After this, I will repent." Everyone who understood Shelley's meaning was shocked. Was he about to put Bowen on trial? And it seems they intend to send him to hell and the abyss to repent completely. Bowen, who was furious, realized something was wrong and tried to back away but tripped and fell heavily to the ground. He looked up at Shelley. Shelley drew the longsword from Bowen's waist, looked at the terrified Bowen, and shook her head bitterly. "My lord! Lord Shelley! You mustn't do this." The Duke wouldn't. Wilder rushed forward and grabbed Shelley's raised arm tightly, but to no avail. Shelley slowly raised her longsword above her head. Judgment of evil. Enough! Cough, cough, cough. An old man's loud shout interrupted Shelley's words, drawing everyone's attention to the newcomer. Go back. I want to see if your justice is to let an old man who was about to die lose his child. At this moment, Shelley was like a devout, even fanatical, paladin, still gripping his ornately decorated sword tightly. Evil must be eradicated. His crimes cannot be forgiven just because he is a child. Besides, he's not a child anymore. The Duke struggled to his feet from his wheelchair, glared at his illegitimate son, and shouted, "You're not a true paladin either. Enough, I'm sending Bowen to a monastery for a year. What else do you have to say?" A monastery? Bowen? That's a possibility. No, we have to make sure there are no women present. Shelley turned to look at the aged Duke Bell, at her biological father whom she seemed to have not seen for many years. He was hidden in the shadows, his once silver-gray hair was now dry and withered like straw, and his once powerful body was now hunched over like a demon. He was breathing heavily in pain and standing with the help of others. It's hard to imagine that this was once a high-ranking warrior who almost stepped into the realm of legend. He was more like an undead creature than a human at this moment. You mean, the monk monastery? Shelley didn't care about his appearance and asked a question with great uncertainty. You. Cough, cough, cough. Sigh, let's leave it at that. Somewhat exhausted, Duke Bell sat back in his wheelchair, staring at the sword in Shelley's hand, and said nothing more. As you wish, Your Excellency Duke Bell. Hopefully, life and practice in the monastery will help him understand the sins he has committed. After a long silence, Shelley finally lowered her sword and sheathed it in Bowen's horrified gaze. She patted Bowen's trembling shoulder and looked into his eyes with genuine emotion. I am about to become a true paladin, and this is the last time I will indulge you as a brother. I hope you can change your ways, and that I won't have to judge you myself, my dear brother. Looking sternly at the trembling Bowen, Shelley rose, bowed to the Duke, and turned to walk toward her quarters. Looking at Shelley, who was dressed in silver armor that shimmered in the sunlight and had an excellent appearance, and then at Bowen, who was lying on the ground covered in sweat despite wearing luxurious clothes, he was struck by the contrast. Wilder stepped forward and helped Bowen up, silently sighing in his heart. If Lady Shelley wasn't. How wonderful that would be. The Duke looked at Bowen, who was lying on the ground panting and cursing, and said nothing, but gestured for the servants behind him to go back to their rooms. Looking at the portraits of past family heads in the corridor, he sighed almost imperceptibly. My son. Well. Shelley's room was not in the mansion, but in a small building that was built on the site 18 years ago, where he had always lived alone. Ha! Shelley closed the door, sighed deeply, patted her almost frozen expression, and muttered to herself. Now Lydia is safe and can come out of the room. Although I really want to kill that idiot, my current identity isn't suitable. We still need power. I really don't want to live this hypocritical life anymore. Nobles are such hypocritical creatures, ha! Including me. Performance is an essential quality for aristocrats. Naisha watched Shelley's disgust after her grand performance, feeling both surprised and somewhat understanding. Although I've always known that nobles are hypocritical, I never imagined they could act to this extent. Her brows furrowed slightly as she pondered silently. Then, how different are the half-elf nobles? These years. Chapter 12 Half-Elf Strategy Guide. It's so dark? Why are the lights off during the day? Back in her room, Shelley was momentarily confused as soon as she opened the door. Is Lydia not here? Where could she have gone? Who? A sharp, fearful shout came from the blind spot behind the door. Upon entering the room, Shelley dodged the dagger that suddenly lunged at her and tilted her head to look at Lydia, who had a resolute expression. It's me, Miss Lydia. Upon hearing the voice and recognizing who it was, Lydia panicked and tried to kneel before Shelley, but Shelley grabbed her and prevented her from doing so. Ah! Shelley! Master! I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to attack you, I thought it was that. It's alright, I'm just glad you're safe. Shelley helped the tearful girl to her feet, gently stroking her hair, and mentally analyzed the current situation. He only has a dagger in his open hand, but he's also hiding another one in his chest. One to attract attention, the other ready for a sneak attack, or suicide? It seems she's prepared to fight to the death. I didn't expect her to be such a tough girl on the inside. While lost in thought, Shelley's hand continued to unconsciously soothe Lydia, sliding back and forth. Ah! A captivating voice pulled Shelley back to reality. He looked down at Lydia, whose face was flushed, and at his fingers resting on her ear, feeling slightly embarrassed. But his long experience had made him very calm. He pretended not to hear anything, subtly withdrew his hand, and smiled as he said to her, "Did you hear something?" Seeing Shelley's calm demeanor, Lydia felt a pang of sadness for some reason and lowered her head in resentment. Lord Shelley must have experienced many such things and heard many such voices. I'm just a mixed-blood maid. What's wrong, Lydia? Are you feeling unwell? Shelley's concerned voice pulled Lydia back to reality, and she quickly shook her head. I shouldn't have thought of Lord Shelley like that. He was so gentle. Shaking her head, trying to clear her mind, Lydia looked at Shelley's concerned gaze and whispered, "It's all right. Master, I overheard Lord Bowen arguing with someone. I was worried he would burst in, so I took the liberty of finding the dagger in your room. Please punish me." Recalling her resolute feelings just now, Lydia lowered her head with tears in her eyes, begging Shelley for forgiveness. Attacking a nobleman or taking his master's belongings without permission is an unforgivable act for a maid. Whatever the punishment, I will endure it, even if it costs me my body. Lydia, please lift your head. Unfortunately, she didn't receive the punishment she expected. She shakily raised her head and saw Shelley looking around the room. Noticing her gaze, Shelley lowered her head, stroked the maid's hair, and spoke gently. The room is very clean, the books are neatly arranged, and most importantly, I'm so happy to have someone in the house now. Shelley had only intended to find a reason to comfort the maid, but after observing her, she made a new discovery. The feeling in the room is really different now. Compared to the stark contrast of the empty mansion after the banquet, it now feels more like a place to live. Shelley was always alone. As a child, he did not enjoy the love of his parents, and there was no brotherly affection among the brothers and sisters of the nobility. He was in the mansion, yet he was practically irrelevant. Although he doesn't care about their feelings, it will still make you feel cold and lonely. This Western-style building is his cage. He was the unpopular canary in the story. As he grew a little older, Shelley entered the social circles of the nobility, where he found filth and decadence disgusting. But in order to survive, he had no choice but to feign compliance with those people. He was met with nothing but malicious stares, greedy, resentful, jealous, and lewd. He was like a real canary, frantically flying through a forest full of wild beasts. It was like a never-ending masquerade ball, where everyone wore masks and laughed wildly. As for what their true expressions are beneath the masks, even they themselves probably don't know. For the past 18 years, the only thing that could bring him warmth was his mentor Salil, whose presence alleviated Shelley's fear of crossing over from another world. He had no vices, he upheld justice to the point of being somewhat pedantic, and he was gradually becoming more talkative, but Shelley found him all the more real. Salil was like a father to Shelley. What's amazing is that the two women he met in the past 2 days both felt novel to him. A noble, charming, and incredibly powerful woman, who had the power of life and death over him, unexpectedly made him discover the softness in his heart. The other was Yu, who was so weak that she didn't bother to pretend in front of him. She timidly tried to please him, which aroused his desire to protect her. Shelley gently hugged the bewildered Lydia and said tenderly, "Don't worry, no one will blame you. If even women's self-defense is subject to criticism, then this world is doomed. Thank you for coming, I'm very happy." The gentle voice flowed into their ears like honey, and the pure gratitude was more intoxicating than any flowery sweet talk. Could this be a trap? Should I escape? Lydia didn't know, and she didn't want to know right now. She was too tired. She hadn't had a good rest and had just fallen asleep when she was woken up by a loud argument. Before she could figure out what was going on, she felt a familiar sense of crisis. That feeling made her feel like she was back in that house, when her half-brother looked at her. In a panic, she frantically searched for any means to protect herself. She turned off the lights, huddled behind the door, just as Bella had told her back then. "Lydia, stay here, don't make a sound, and whatever you do, don't come out." Then, that nightmare began. Having finally found warmth by Shelley's side, she no longer wanted to ponder whether this warmth was real or not. All she wanted to do now was savor this warmth, so she wrapped her arms around Shelley's back. Wah, wah. Feeling the sobs of the person in her arms and the way she was being held tightly, Shelley sighed silently and gently patted Lydia's back. Pure goodwill is like poison to a soul that has suffered greatly. You are such a devil. Lydia's guide, 25%. She feels close to you and trusts you. Initial mission completed. Reward, light spell. Light spell trick, create a faint light source with a radius of 20 feet 1 hour. A new quest begins, Lydia's heart flutters. Lydia, finally recovering, didn't know what to say, and just stammered while covering her face. "Master, I. Go wash up, go ahead." Ignoring her helplessness, Shelley gently helped her tidy up. Watching her leave the room, his expression gradually softened, and he sighed softly. Two half-elves, two beautiful women. He slammed his fist on the desk and said through gritted teeth. "Tisk, slavery. Your tenderness towards half-elves and your anger towards slavery." All of this pleased the half-elf queen. Naisha's guide, 43%. The rate of increase is gradually decreasing, which is to be expected. After her performance, Shelley tidied her clothes and, with a troubled expression, pulled a women's dress from the deepest part of her wardrobe. He said to Lydia, who had just entered and was about to speak. "Put on this dress, I'm going to see the Duke." "Huh?" Lydia, her eyes still slightly red, held the dress in her hands, unsure of what to say. "Master, this. Why are you giving me this? This isn't for maids, and besides. Why do you have a women's dress?" 2. Both half-elf ladies were extremely confused and bewildered, unable to figure out what was going on. Could it be that he has a hobby of collecting these clothes? Looking at Lydia's shocked expression and the gazes that seemed to be coming from behind her, Shelley understood that if this matter wasn't clarified, the day wouldn't be over. This one is. A noblewoman was 13 years old when I. Taking a deep breath, Shelley said through gritted teeth. "Given to me. Thinking back to the past when I wore these lovely dresses and mingled among noble ladies, letting those ladies dress me up as they pleased." Shelley's expression nearly spiraled out of control. She twitched slightly and gestured to Lydia with her eyes to stop asking questions. "There are some things that you won't benefit from knowing. Please stop asking. There's an older sister in the room too." Taking a deep breath, Shelley prepared to change the subject. "Get ready, I'll take you to the banquet tonight. Good luck, Miss Lydia." Seeing the bewildered girl, Shelley adjusted her mindset, turned around, and walked out of the room. As Shelley reached the door, she turned back to look at Lydia, who was still standing there, and said with a smile. "By the way, you don't need to worry about Bowen anymore. He will be sent to the monk monastery for a year. You are free to move around in this house now. No one here will harm you. Hurry up, we don't have much time." Looking at the closed door, Lydia picked up the gorgeous dress that she couldn't believe, feeling that it all had happened so suddenly. She pursed her lips and gently removed her clothes, exposing herself to the warm air of the room. Looking at her slender figure in the mirror, which seemed as if it would break at any moment, with a hint of pink on her fair skin, she blushed as she put on the dresses one by one. Turning around, gazing at the dress she had once dreamed of wearing, Lydia gently touched the mirror and murmured to herself. Shelley, what kind of person are you, really? Why are you so good to me? Chapter 13. She's just my sister. Although humans are very powerful in this world, they are by no means the dominant species. Various powerful races occupy and control this world. Humans developed, rose to prominence, and dominated a region in the form of city-states and nations. They would regularly send troops to clear monsters and beasts from the wilderness surrounding the city-states in order to keep the roads between the cities open and maintain trade routes. Nevertheless, there are still creatures in the wilderness on the outskirts of the city, like locusts. They die off this year, but a new batch will be born next year. In the human realm, cities belong to humans, while the wilderness belongs to all sorts of monsters, goblins, kobolds, gnolls. Beyond those territories, not to mention the few dragons, the powerful races like orcs, elves, dwarves, and halflings alone are enough to give humans a run for their money. Moreover, each of these races has its own racial deity behind it. They rely on their own believers to consecrate their gods. Their own people are the foundation of their racial deities. If there are only a few minor conflicts, that's fine. The racial god won't personally intervene and let you fight. However, if it's a war of annihilation, no god would stand idly by. Even gods with weak divine power are not to be trifled with. Their destructive power over this world is unparalleled. Moving mountains and filling seas is not a fantasy for the gods. Furthermore, the gods in their divine kingdom possess limitless divine power, allowing them to unleash various high-level divine spells at will. In their divine form, they possess extremely high immunity, making it virtually impossible for mortals to slay gods. However, it's not unheard of for mortals to slay gods. During that period, known as the Year of Turmoil, the Holocaust, and the War of the Gods, the gods were forced to empty their divine power and leave the divine kingdom, descending into the material world as saints. The once high and mighty gods also became weak, but at first they did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, they swaggered around the world, constantly creating miracles to attract new believers. However, all this happiness did not last long. It wasn't until a god fell that they truly realized they were in danger. Even gods can fall. However, at that time, the legendary powerhouses of the entire material world and even the astral world were like beasts that had smelled blood, and began to hunt down gods together. A fierce battle broke out between gods and mortals. The battle was extremely fierce, and the entire material world was almost destroyed, with countless lives lost. This disaster did not end until the gods returned to their divine kingdom. In this carnival, some gods seized the opportunity to plunder divine authority and strengthen themselves, while some veteran gods perished. New gods are born, and mortals are also made gods in one fell swoop. The story of godhood takes place in the year that the second turmoil began. Shelley was 25 years old, which is 7 years later. At that time, the gods will descend upon the world once more, and the material world will once again be plunged into suffering. Having learned from their previous experience, the gods became extremely cautious, rarely engaging in combat themselves, instead sending their followers to fight. They used all living beings as chess pieces and the entire world as a chessboard in the mortal realm, causing chaos and upheaval. Later on, even the devil dukes of hell and the demon lords of the abyss joined in, treating the mortal realm as a hunting ground for souls. The fires of hell and the sulfurous lava of the abyss have turned many places into scorched earth. Regardless of rank or social status, all mortals are equal before the gods, and life and death are decided in a single thought. Only those legends who possess the power to resist or even threaten saintly deities are qualified to control their own destiny. This is also why Shelley never cared about the duke's status when the gods return to Earth. Only strength will matter. Status, wealth, these are all illusions that can be shattered with a single blow. Shelley reached out to help Lydia down from the carriage, looked at the magnificent Earl's manor, shook her head slightly, and thought to herself. Manors near the wilderness will eventually be abandoned. Only those concentrated in the city have a chance to survive. All the glory of this time will turn into ruins, a catastrophe for the saints. I have 7 years left. I'll use this time to become stronger. Shelley, who was lamenting the difficulties ahead, was taken aback. He suddenly felt a soft, warm touch envelop his arm and turned his head to look. At this moment, Lydia, made up by Shelley's makeup, looked exceptionally beautiful and charming, with lips so luscious that one couldn't help but want to lick them. The dress accentuated her slender figure, outlining a pair of fair, rounded breasts. Her blonde hair was tied up and pinned to the back of her head, revealing her snow-white neck. Her emerald eyes seemed to be filled with tears. Lydia looked up at Shelley with a nervous expression, then whispered in his ear. Master, what do I need to do? What should I do? What should I do? There are so many people. They They're all looking at me. Why? Smelling the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl beside her, Shelley felt her blood stirring. She moved slightly away from those alluring red lips and whispered, "Don't panic, Lydia, relax. They are only amazed by your beauty, but they don't know your name. As for what you need to do?" Shelley thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Have you ever seen those noble ladies attending banquets before?" Hearing Shelley's calm voice, Lydia gradually calmed down and nodded obediently. "I've seen it before. Back home, she would always hide in her room and secretly look out the window. Those noble ladies did the same, wearing gorgeous gowns to attend the ball. That makes things easier. You just need to remember to keep smiling, not to say what you don't know, and to walk away when appropriate. Oh right, and Miss Lydia. You can't call me master here." At this moment, Shelley's smiling face seemed to be shining with holy light to Lydia. Hearing this, she nodded silently and then imitated the way she remembered, putting on a cold and aloof expression. Very good. Let's go then, Miss Lydia." Upon entering the banquet hall, a still attractive 40-year-old woman and a kind-looking middle-aged man in his 50s stood smiling in the center of the hall. Shelley led Lydia straight over and gave a graceful bow to the two hosts of the banquet. Upon seeing Shelley, the noble woman excitedly whispered to him, completely disregarding her husband's feelings. "Oh, my dear Shelley, it's been so long. Beautiful Mrs. Rupert, it has been 2 days since we last met. You were there on my birthday. Honestly, I told you to call me Audley." Shelley responded with a smile to the Countess's coquettish tone. "Yes, Mrs. Audley." Before she could continue her entreaties, he bowed to Earl Rupert, whose expression had remained unchanged, and said, "Your Excellency, it has been a long time since I last sent my regards." Earl Rupert looked at the young man before him and said with a mixture of perfunctory politeness and jealousy, "Yes, Shelley is becoming more and more like your father in his youth." She had the same long, silver-gray hair, but Shelley's appearance was softer and she didn't look as aggressive as the Duke. He looked at Shelley with a strange gaze, as if he were looking at a pitiful creature. The Countess paid no attention to the tone of those around her. Instead, she sized up Shelley's female companion. "And who is this? Oh, this outfit?" Shelley felt Lydia tighten her grip on her arm, and maintaining her smile, she said, "You're not mistaken, this is the birthday gift you once gave me. And this is Lydia, my sister." "Huh? What did Lord Shelley say?" Although she was somewhat prepared, Lydia almost cried out, and looked at Shelley with a helpless expression. Earl Rupert raised an eyebrow and said, puzzled, "But isn't she the woman from that day? The one Congreve gave you?" As a man, Earl Rupert had a fairly clear impression of beautiful women. "Isn't this the half-elf slave from that day? How did she become your sister now?" Shelley gently patted Lydia's nervous little hand and explained without changing her expression. "Lydia has indeed gone through a lot of suffering, and as a paladin apprentice, I can't bear to let her suffer like that again. I asked my father, the esteemed Duke Bell, to allow him to adopt Lydia as his daughter. The benevolent Duke also granted my request." Sensing footsteps approaching from behind, Shelley nodded and said, "You have other guests, Your Excellency, Lady Audley. Please forgive our rudeness." Taking Lydia's small hand, Shelley bowed to the two of them and walked towards the table next to them. After seeing off the new guest, Rupert glanced at Lydia's captivating figure and face, and clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. "Tisk, looks like those people won't have a chance to make a move." When Shelley was explaining, she didn't deliberately hide it from those around her. Many people who had been paying attention here already knew the news. The Duke's adopted daughter. Even if she didn't have a good background, she wasn't someone an ordinary noble could reach out to. What a pity. Why say others? Didn't you also show a lewd look? Mrs. Audley, with her husband by the arm, spoke sarcastically with a bright smile. Snort. They didn't exchange any more words, but they would occasionally glance at each other. It's like a loving couple gazing at each other with deep affection. "My lord, Lord Shelley, was what you just said true?" Wearing uncomfortable high heels, Lydia walked slowly, afraid of making a fool of herself. "Yes, it's true. Watch your step, slow down." Shelley slowed her pace, helped Lydia to the dining table, and nodded to the surroundings as she explained. "I spoke to the Duke, and he agreed. Although it came at the cost of Bowen only having to spend half a year in a monastery. 6 months is more than enough time to get a lot done. At worst, we can take her away from Lunt and go on an adventure." While gently instructing Lydia on etiquette, Shelley observed the surrounding guests, her gaze pausing almost imperceptibly before continuing its sweeping scan as if nothing had happened. Because there were so many people, you just blended into the crowd, right? With her back to a certain direction, Shelley let out a soft breath, shook her head, and said, "How naive, Miss Naisha." That's right, Naisha changed her appearance and blended in with a group of noble women. Although her appearance and hair color were different, her temperament and the majesty she exuded made her stand out in Shelley's eyes like a candle in the dark. Haha, finally I don't have to maintain advanced invisibility in flight anymore. Holding a wineglass, Naisha now appeared as a dignified noblewoman with blonde hair and green eyes, and it was noticeable that she bore some resemblance to Lydia in her features. She observed Shelley skillfully handling the ladies and noble women, subtly declining their invitations. Surprisingly, none of the people who were rejected were angry. Instead, they looked forward to the next invitation. As expected of Lunt's canary? Naisha, lost in thought, didn't notice that several women in the distance were also quietly conversing. Who is that woman? She seems to be staring at Shelley the whole time. I don't know, but judging from his demeanor, he must have been in a high position for a long time. Moreover, in Lent, women eyeing canaries could fill the entire palace halls. You can't just go up and start a conversation. Naisha noticed the gaze, but didn't pay it any mind. Such a look, tinged with fear and jealousy, was all too common for her. Chapter 14 Congreve's Plan. My lord, Shelley has arrived. Butler Buck appeared at the door of a dimly lit room, head bowed, and whispered a report to the figure inside. Is that so? Let those people prepare. Congreve's voice came through, a languid and contented sound that suggested he was resting in bed after experiencing endless pleasure. Clear. After inadvertently catching a whiff of the sweltering heat inside, Butler Buck quickly retreated outside the door, glancing enviously for a moment before leaving just as fast. What he didn't know was that the scene inside the house was completely different. Congreve, whom he had imagined enjoying being served, was instead hanging naked, with a woman in revealing leather clothes beside him, wielding a nine-tailed whip and lashing it down at him. Sir, are you going out? A seductive voice rang out in the room, followed by the sound of a long whip ripping through the air, and Congreve's screams that sounded like a mixture of pain and pleasure. Ah. Yes, my plan is about to begin. Ah. That bastard should stay far away from the Duke's mansion. Ah. Stop for now, let's stop here for today. I'll pamper you properly when I get back. Congreve's suspended body was brought to the ground, and he began to put on his trousers with the help of several alluring young women. I will heal you. The woman with the whip chanted a spell, and Congreve's wounds healed rapidly under the holy light. No, I don't want to be completely healed, I want to feel the presence of the goddess. Very good, the goddess will continue to favor you. The woman seemed pleased with Congreve's change of heart and gently stroked his chest. Then we'll wait for the goddess's faithful followers to shower me with affection. The excited Congreve almost lost his temper, but he managed to control himself, touched his hair, tidied himself up, and left the room. By the goddess above, I will make today the most painful memory for that bastard. I will use his suffering to please you, to praise you, great scourge of will. May the goddess bless me. Wah! Congreve, who was walking through the secret passage and muttering incantations, was about to open the door when suddenly an arm reached out from behind and covered his mouth and nose. Who? Whom? He lost consciousness after struggling a few times and lowered his head in resentment. TSK, the nobles really know how to have fun. They can even build secret passages in their houses to hide women. So, who do you actually like? You even made me fall for a guy last time. The thief behind him emerged from the shadows, and Turner looked at the nobleman lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back in his head, puzzled. Forget it, never mind, it has nothing to do with me. He's been in there for too long. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. What a pity. I wanted to see what the difference was between the women kept by nobles and those in brothels. He glanced regretfully at the room at the end, picked up Congreve, and quietly slipped out of the secret passage, where he met his contact. Sir, why did you let them go? In the pitch-black room, one of the girls asked the adult beside her, somewhat puzzled. Why did you let the thief go when you could have easily taken him down? I saw a special aura in him. He was either blessed by the gods or he had some special possession. Our operation is about to succeed, there's no need to expose ourselves for the sake of an insignificant nobleman. But, that wound? It's just whipping. At most, people will just think we've been subjected to vigilante justice. No one will pay any attention to us. The Thieves' Guild kidnapped a nobleman simply for money. It has nothing to do with us. Yes. The woman smoothed her hair, knelt before the statue in the corner of the room, took off her clothes, and forcefully lashed herself with the nine-tailed whip. Great, suffering maiden, I pray to you. Ah! Goddess above! Are all nobles this wild? Turner looked at Congreve's whip-scarred back, nudged his companion with his elbow, and whispered. Look! This guy is a masochist. Ha! What did you say? Get to work. Our time. Goddess above. The comrades who were constantly cleaning up were quite annoyed by Turner's teasing. After being rebuked several times, they impatiently turned around and shouted out loud. You two idiots! Shut up! Oh! The leader, who had been observing the commotion outside, turned around with a gloomy face and cursed in a low voice, but was startled. Boss, the last time I saw such a bad back was when I was a kid and a nobleman caught me stealing something and hung me up to whip me. I never expected them to be so ruthless towards me. The leader interrupted their discussion, lowering his voice to say. It doesn't matter whether he's a masochist or not. Put him in quickly, we're leaving right away. I have a very bad feeling. Turner and his companion looked at each other, nodded, shut their mouths, and quickened their movements. Their leader's intuition was famously accurate, otherwise, he wouldn't have risen from a small-time pickpocket at the docks to a squad leader in the Thieves' Guild of Fonte. Lydia felt her face was frozen, and she could no longer make any other movements. This is the first time I've ever eaten such delicious food, but I can't eat much. The men's eyes were full of greed and desire, completely different from Shelley's. Ladies of noble birth, why are they all smiling, yet I can't feel any warmth? The world of the nobility is truly terrifying. Unaware of the girl's ulterior motives, Shelley observed the expressions of those around her and the dishes, figuring that it was almost time for dessert. It's almost time, the Thieves' Guild is about to make their move. Speaking of which, Congreve came to Rupert's this morning to Lord Shelley. Before Shelley could figure out why, she was startled awake by a loud shout and turned to look at the person who had come. Buck, Congreve's personal butler, stared at Shelley in disbelief, then walked over, seemingly unable to contain his anger, and shouted. Lord Shelley! How dare you appear in this setting? This is a provocation against aristocratic etiquette. His loud shout drew everyone's attention in the hall, watching as Buck, his neck flushed, rudely yelled at Shelley. And what were you thinking, allowing this filthy half-elf slave into the Earl's banquet? Shelley steadied Lydia, who was shrugging in panic, and looked at the butler, who was performing, with slightly narrowed eyes, calmly asking. Why can't I attend this banquet? Buck seemed to have heard something incredible and shouted. Today, this is an occasion reserved for the heirs of each family. You are not qualified to be here. Please go back immediately. Hearing Buck insult Shelley, Lydia, who was initially somewhat frightened, could no longer hold back and couldn't help but speak up in defense. You're talking nonsense. Lord Shelley clearly came at the Earl's invitation. You. She wanted to continue speaking, but Shelley gently pulled her hand. Lydia turned to look at Shelley, puzzled, only to find him shaking his head with an unchanged expression. It's useless, there's no need to argue. Sure enough, Buck turned to Duke Rupert and asked loudly. Lord Rupert. Is it true? You really invited this Lord Shelley to this occasion? That was such a careless slip of the tongue. Shelley watched Buck's performance with boredom, waiting for them to begin their even less than genuine acting duel. Sure enough, Count Rupert, who had always seemed to be all smiles, slowly shook his head with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. No, I never invited Shelley to this banquet. I don't know why he ended up at my manor. A commotion erupted, the entire venue became noisy, and everyone watched the farce with great interest. Haha, is Shelley finally going to be kicked out of social circles for good this time? Let him leave quickly, otherwise those ladies will look down on us. I've been rejected so many times. Interesting. Are they going to target Shelley? Yes, most people present could see that this was a hoax targeting Shelley, but no one stood up. Even the ladies who had been surrounding him were now just watching with great interest, whispering among themselves. How would you solve this, Shelley? Looking at Shelley, whose expression remained calm, Naisha, isolated from the crowd, quietly sipped her red wine. Mrs. Audley. Aren't you going to say something? Lydia looked incredulously at the Countess, who was smiling beside Rupert. Me? What should I say? I don't know anything about these things either. Raising an eyebrow, Mrs. Audley waved to Shelley and smiled. Little Shelley, come play again next time. Lord Shelley, please take this bastard back with you. Smiling and nodding to the Countess, Shelley looked back at the overly engrossed butler, Buck, her smile fading as she spoke seriously. Bark, you need to think this through. Slandering a nobleman is a serious crime. I'm asking you one last time, are you sure you want to do this? Buck, seemingly snapping out of his frenzy, twitched his face, then glared at Shelley seriously and said, please stop delaying and leave immediately. Don't tarnish His Majesty the Duke's reputation any further. Guards! Take Lord Shelley back. Suddenly, 4 well-equipped guards rushed in from outside the door, heading excitedly toward the 2 delicate beauties. Although Shelley always called himself a paladin's apprentice, his physique was far superior to that of some nobles who had been ravaged by wine and women. However, compared to many warriors with barbarian blood who are often nearly 2 meters tall, Shelley's figure, hidden beneath her tuxedo, appears quite fragile. Coupled with his delicate features and Lydia's tearful expression due to anger, he looked extremely fragile. Shelley gently squeezed Lydia's slender hand and whispered softly in her ear. Don't be afraid, I told you I would protect you. Turning around, Shelley shouted at the 4 guards who were running towards her. Insolence! Who gave you permission to attack 2 nobles? Bewitching humans! Charm assessment successful. The 4 of them seemed startled by Shelley's shout, their running bodies suddenly freezing in front of Shelley. But due to inertia, they couldn't stop and the 4 of them crashed together and fell in front of Shelley and the others. No one expected things to unfold this way. Looking at Shelley, whose demeanor was so different from usual, they whispered amongst themselves. What? Ah! Is this the first time I've heard Shelley speak loudly? Whose private soldiers are these 4? It seems to be Cangreve's own. Chapter 15 Trial. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Shelley drew her knight's longsword from her waist, a hazy holy light emanating from her body. Pointing the sword at the bewildered 4, she asked, who ordered you to do this? The 4 of them huddled together, vying to speak first. Lord Shelley. Let me speak. No. I'll do it. Shelley hadn't expected this scene either, and pointed at one of them, saying, you tell us. The soldier looked up at Shelley with a sincere expression and hurriedly said in a fawning tone. It was Buck. Buck told me to rush in and take you down as soon as I heard the instructions. And then. Shut up. You, Buck shouted in terror, but Shelley's cold gaze cut him off. The guard's expression turned lewd, and he said with a sneer. Then you can do whatever you want with us. Whether it's stripping your clothes off or. Yes. Buck said he'd send you to Kingdom of Glory, and have you treated for free. No. It's to send them to the worst taverns in the slums, and then bring the homeless people from the neighborhood in. Yes, yes, yes. Finally, we'll put you on a horse and bring you back along the most bustling road. The 4 guards began to chuckle strangely, while making vulgar gestures. But they were all huddled together, and the sight of them was really not flattering. Ah. No. I didn't. They're lying. They. Shut up. A cold voice interrupted Buck's explanation, and for the first time, Shelley revealed a chilling killing intent. Shelley couldn't imagine what a painful and dark day she and Lydia would have had if she didn't have the abilities in her bloodline and were really as weak as they thought. Shelley's murderous intent was becoming uncontrollable. She wanted to follow her anger and behead them. But paladins do not act rashly out of anger. That is the way of barbarians. He gently squeezed Lydia's hand, which was trembling with anger, then let go and stepped forward. Looking coldly at the 4 people on the ground, Shelley asked calmly. Go on, what other similar things have you done before? Whoever speaks the most will receive a greater reward. The reward is a just judgment. Upon hearing about the reward, they were like wildcats smelling fish, eagerly recounting the crimes they had committed. That time, Lord Cangreve took a fancy to a maid. Lord Buck's sister was given to him willingly, and he threw her to us after he got tired of her. Besides, kidnapping, abducting women, framing rivals. Everyone who heard their story, whether they were telling the truth or not, showed disgust and indignation, as if they wanted to stomp on them. Shelley hadn't expected that Congreve's men doing all the dirty work were actually a group of warriors below the 3rd rank. Does the old Duke still control most of the power? Shelley didn't take this idea seriously and continued listening to the 4 people's confessions. The nobles watched in shock as Shelley interrogated the 4 thugs, occasionally stunned by what he said. Some people wanted to stop it but dared not step forward, and could only silently hope not to get involved. Apart from the presence of the evil faction, no one dares to lay a hand on a paladin in public. Paladins are a very special class among all classes. They have impressive attack power, strong defense, and can even cast divine spells like priests. Not only is becoming a paladin extremely difficult, but maintaining one's inner beliefs without wavering is even more challenging. Anything that could lead to corruption is a challenge for them, and a paladin who can stay true to himself is even rarer than a wizard. For this reason, the soul of a paladin is extremely pure. If they die, the gates of the kingdom of any lawful and good deity will be open to them. All higher planes, whether it be Celestial Mountain, Elysium, or Twin Paradise, warmly welcome them. It's fair to say that the paladins are destined for heaven. Therefore, they are never afraid of death. Paladins will fight against chaos and evil with everything they have, even at the cost of their own lives. Sacrifice has always been the glory of paladins. Shelley, unable to bear listening to their story any longer, unleashed the paladin's signature spell on the four of them and the butler Buck, who was now slumped on the ground. Detect evil. Seeing the crimson aura emanating from the five people, a large group of nobles in front of Shelley ran away in terror, not wanting to be affected. Get the temple to send people here immediately. Damn it, only they can control these lunatics. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go to the temple. 9 out of 10 nobles of this era would have some involvement with wealth in the gray or even black markets. The slave trade, tributes from gang members, and cooperation with the Thieves' Guild. No nobleman could guarantee that his gold coins were not stained with blood. The impoverished and suffering civilians saw the paladins as salvation in the darkness, as embodiments of justice. But to these nobles, paladins were a bunch of madmen who would threaten their rule. It's good that the paladins didn't find out. After all, paladins aren't unreasonable and don't just kill anyone they see, and nobles are the ruling class of the world. However, if the paladins find out, then a very serious problem will arise. Do they want to eliminate you to uphold justice? You may be incredibly important. A city or country could not function without you, and they must spare you for the sake of more people. However, you can let it go once or twice, but if you let it go too many times, the paladin's own faith will collapse. Therefore, there is an unspoken rule in this world that everyone knows. Paladins cannot easily unleash their detect evil abilities. Paladins cannot tolerate evil, but evil is a part of the world. In order to help those who truly need help and not waste their strength on meaningless battles, the paladins reluctantly accepted this rule. I won't walk into a tavern full of all sorts of people to release detect evil, nor will I go to a brothel to randomly throw detect evil at the customers inside. But what if they really do release them? As an evil being, you now have 3 choices. First, eliminate him before the other paladins discover him, then escape quickly. Second, turn and run, hoping to escape from this group of people who uphold justice, even to the point of being radical. Third, accept your judgment in peace. I hope you can repent properly in the abyss of hell. You damned villain. Fortunately, Shelley wasn't the kind of paladin who would go out of his way to cause trouble. He was a half-succubus paladin pseudo with no morals whatsoever. He limited his detection of evil to the 5 people in front of him, pretending to be oblivious to the noble's disheveled appearance, and said sternly to Buck, "Your crimes have been judged. Do you have anything else to tell me to atone for your sins? Or do you have any last words to say?" Chapter 16, Humans, a Human Body Feast? Shelley didn't say anything like, "If you reveal who's behind this, I might spare your life." A true paladin does not lie, nor would he stoop to deceiving a dying man, even a villain. Shelley could lie to him, and then, after receiving the information, kill Buck with a single blow. He's not incapable of doing it. In fact, he even has the idea. But this can only be done secretly when no one is around. This is a public occasion, and he has to maintain his image as a paladin. You'd better make sure you stick to your persona. No. You can't judge me. You bastard. Damn it. You insect, you should go to the hell of Bather and be burned by the fires of purgatory. Upon hearing the words of his last words, the already devastated butler, Buck, was greatly provoked and began to furiously curse Shelley as she raised her sword. "I'm sorry, I'm destined for heaven. Although I don't know now whether they will accept me back then. I'll give you this opportunity, you sinner." Even under these circumstances, Shelley subconsciously maintained his aristocratic image. Perhaps, if a lie is told 1,000 times, it becomes the truth? She charged forward with her sword drawn, kicking Buck aside, and Shelley used the opportunity to break free of her charm on the 4 incoherent men. "Ha? What's wrong? Stand up. Get the hell off me right now and go molest one of those cheap waitresses at the tavern." Don't try to stop me with that short thing of yours. Shelley watched them argue from behind, then expressionlessly plunged his longsword into the part where they were joined, driving it straight into the carpet. Who is it? Ah! Don't move! Ah! Help! Shelley quickly drew her longsword, glanced at them indifferently, and, confirming that they were no longer capable of fighting, turned and walked away. Stay put, you evildoer! They rolled on the ground, screaming and cursing, blood flowing continuously from their wounds, staining the luxurious carpet red. This really surprised me. I thought you would kill them on the spot. Naisha gracefully sipped the fruit wine in her glass, raised an eyebrow, looked at the composed and calm Shelley with surprise, and nodded, thinking. It seems there's another reason. Are you not strong enough? Are you hesitant to eliminate them? Although Naisha has made some jokes when facing Shelley these past few days, she is by no means a foolish woman. She was just a little unaccustomed to all of that, and Shelley's actions always exceeded her expectations. This situation, however, helped her get back into the swing of things. Am I more used to fighting than to love? Sigh. Naisha shook her head with a sigh, almost unable to recall how she had handled things when she was weak. It's been so long since the legends began. Her sentiments were interrupted by a piercing scream in her ear. The bloody scene terrified many of the women present, causing them to turn pale and back away. She looked at the handsome man, who was so different from usual, in disbelief, feeling like she was living in a dream. They all had one question in their minds. Is this really Shelley? Why is she so cruel? But in fact, Shelley's approach was already quite restrained, although her methods were a bit too harsh. According to the Paladin's trial procedure, crimes are determined based on the color of the aura that detects evil, and can be divided into many levels. White, gray, dull, black, light red, bright red, blood red, dark red, etc. Generally, anything above bright red indicates a serious crime involving the murder of many people, which would result in immediate execution. Those who are pale red or below may be subject to trial or punishment. Logically, Shelley should have eliminated the 5 men on the spot, but he had his own concerns. He wasn't a formal paladin yet, and Shelley was worried that someone might take advantage of this to cause him trouble. Someone will definitely step forward. Therefore, we absolutely cannot give them an excuse to target me. Shelley did not ask Earl Rupert to send someone to help imprison the warriors, nor did he even glance in that direction. Without even a second thought, they must be in cahoots. It's good enough that he's not causing me any trouble right now. However, Shelley is currently powerless to confront these behind-the-scenes manipulators. He could only pretend to be completely unaware of everything and focus on dealing with the insignificant small fry in the conspiracy. He looked with pity at Buck, who was slumped on the ground clutching his stomach and crawling backward in tears after seeing him. Recalling his disdain for her over the years, Shelley sighed softly. A lucky man personally promoted from servant to butler by Cangreeve, a clown who bullies others and acts arrogantly in the Duke's mansion. He considered himself the future head butler, and although he appeared respectful to Shelley on the surface, his gaze toward her was full of contempt. This looks really bad. Seeing that Buck's pants were starting to get wet, Shelley decided to make him lose consciousness as soon as possible. Before things get out of control. He drew his sword and strode toward Buck, who was almost at the doorway. I am Lord Cangreeve's steward. I am his servant. You bastard have no right to judge me. I am. Looking at Shelley carrying the blood-stained long sword, Buck seemed to be hallucinating. He saw a pair of enormous blood-red wings appear behind Shelley, and Shelley's delicate face, now stained with blood, became sinister and terrifying. Don't come any closer. You monster. Don't come any closer. Buck, who had just managed to get up from the ground, rushed toward the door and bumped right into the dessert cart that was about to push the door open. Clang! Buck bumped into a huge food cart being pushed by several servants, and the delicate desserts on it were overturned. What a waste of these desserts. Even at this moment, Shelley's thoughts wandered for a moment, and she felt heartbroken for these desserts. In this day and age, delicious desserts are a rare treat. To everyone's surprise, an object rolled out from under the tablecloth in the food cart. It's unbelievable, a man wearing only his underwear. And after rolling out, he was covered in cream and fruit. Who is it? That badge is Shelley? Looking at that familiar hair color and the underwear embroidered with the Bell family crest, Shelley felt her eyebrows twitch involuntarily. No way. The Thieves' Guild is this creative? A disappearing person? A human banquet? Human dessert? No way, don't use middle-aged men. Is there something wrong with your aesthetic sense? Chapter 17. A feast for the expectations laughs. After seeing the man's face clearly, Shelley stopped chasing Buck, rushed to Congreve, shook his shoulders, and called out anxiously. Congreve! How are you? Wake up! Clutching Congreve, covered in pastries, Shelley turned angrily to Rupert, who was visibly shocked and bewildered, and demanded. Earl Rupert! What on earth is going on? Why is he being treated like this here? Are you provoking Duke Bell's dignity? Rupert replied in a panic. You're talking nonsense. I don't know anything about this. This is slander. Even under such circumstances, Mrs. Audley, who was beside him, remained cheerful. Despite appearing anxious, Shelley was inwardly completely calm and even wanted to laugh. He's been stripped naked now, and that item has definitely been taken away. What we need now is to figure out a way to pour water on him. How can I make it not seem too contrived? Should I feed him water and then let him pee? It's a bit too much acting. My lord. How are you, my lord? Buck's piercing howl interrupted Shelley's internal monologue. He knelt beside Congreve, repeatedly calling out in his ear, and his crotch was already out of control. Too late. Shelley sighed regretfully and quietly moved a little distance away from Buck. Feeling Shelley's gaze and hearing his barely audible sigh, Buck thought Shelley was about to kill him. As long as you wake up, you can save me. And given your status. He frantically searched for a way to wake his master up. In a moment of desperation, he picked up a half-empty bottle of red wine from the ground and poured it over Congreve's head. My lord! Help! My lord! Please wake up! Shelley saw an opportunity in this unexpected situation and pretended to reach out to stop him. Buck! What are you doing? Are you going to insult my brother too? Shelley snatched the broken bottle from his hand and shoved the crazed Buck aside. But it was too late. The splashed red wine had already soaked all three of them. By deliberately not dodging, Shelley allowed the red wine to spill right on her head. Lady Shelley! Lydia tried to rush over but tripped over her high heels and almost fell to the ground. I'm fine, Lydia, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. A guy slipped through here. The hall fell silent, unsure how to assess this farce. Suddenly, a questioning mutter broke the silence in the room. His hair? A sharp-eyed nobleman glanced at Shelley, whose hair was damp with red wine. His slightly disheveled appearance did not detract from his charm. A few drops of red wine dripped from the ends of his silver-gray hair, coupled with his resolute eyes and blood-stained cheeks, causing many noblewomen to fall for him. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Shelley crouched down next to Congreve, subtly drawing their attention there. Ignoring Buck, who was soaked to the bone, someone gasped when they saw Congreve unconscious. Redhead. At this moment, Congreve's meticulously maintained hair was covered in cream and red wine, making it look messy, but that's not the point. Instead, the hair that had been soaked in red wine turned fiery red. Compared to the remaining silver gray, the mottled red is like returning to its original color. Impossible. Could it have been stained red by wine? But look at Shelley's hair. Royal family? The room fell silent again, and Shelley's expression turned extremely serious as he looked at his unconscious brother. What exactly is going on? Can someone explain this to me? He was like a child whose values had been shaken, helplessly watching over his comatose brother, and bewilderedly seeking help from those around him. Ha ha ha! My lord! My lord has noble blood flowing through his veins. You, a lowly wretch, are not comparable to him. The frenzied Buck crawled over from the side, grabbed Congreve, and laughed maniacally at the confused Shelley. Your bloodline is. At this moment, Earl Rupert suddenly shouted anxiously. Shut up! Cough cough cough. Congreve suddenly sat up as if he had risen from the dead, breathing heavily in pain, but he was not fully conscious. With his eyes closed, he lay back on the carpet, but let out a scream. Ah! With difficulty, he turned over, revealing his back covered in scars. Ah! Blood! It's whipping! The noble women present all felt that their trip today was truly worthwhile. What was supposed to be a normal banquet turned into a conspiracy by the Duke's family targeting the illegitimate child. Although the process of a paladin judging evil is somewhat bloody, their efforts to eliminate evil are equally captivating. Then the Duke's eldest son, who should have been the protagonist of the conspiracy, appeared unconscious at the Earl's banquet wearing only his underwear. Even more surprisingly, there seems to be something wrong with the Duke's eldest son's bloodline. There are still bloody whip marks on his back. I truly feel sorry for those who didn't attend the banquet today. They missed out on so much. Yes. It's absolutely astonishing. If you think Lord Congreve is a masochist, what about Shelley, who shares the same bloodline, hee hee. Looking at this situation, do you still think they're from the same bloodline? Oh. That's such a pity. I've been wanting to see him cry for ages. You have such a twisted sense of humor. But I'd like to see it too. Yes. I hope I can see it. Naisha watched Shelley judge the enemy with a calm expression, unfazed by the slightly bloody scene. She was no soft-hearted young girl. At this moment, however, he was frightened by those smiling, love-struck noblewomen. Her right hand paused, almost dropping the wineglass in her hand, and she quietly walked to the other side. This is what nobility is like. How exactly did you manage to survive here before? Lydia, leaning on the table, looked at Shelley in the center of the arena, feeling a pang of sympathy as she thought. Lord Shelley looks very sad. They must have had a very good relationship. That pattern, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Shelley, at this moment, was not in pain, panic, or anger as others might have imagined. His mind is now filled with huge question marks. Congreve, I never would have guessed. You little rascal, even in this condition, you're still playing so exciting games? What a man of unwavering integrity. To hide the fact that he was about to burst out laughing, Shelley lowered his head and pretended to examine his injuries, at which point his brow furrowed slightly. No, this is not ordinary whipping. These scars are arranged in a regular pattern. Hiss, is that the holy emblem of some deity? Shelley hissed as if she had a toothache, and felt her forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. There's only one person I can think of who would depict the emblem in this way. Levietta, the goddess of pain. Chapter 18. The goddess of pain is truly a legitimate evil god. Sincerely. Levietta, the goddess of pain. Nicknames: goddess of torture, maiden of pain, whip of pleasure, lady of calamity. Divine power, weak divine power. Holy symbol: a nine-tailed, barbed whip with a bone handle. Habitat: realm, the wasteland of destruction and despair. Alignment: lawful evil. Clergy: pain, injury, distress, torment, suffering, torture. Believers: deceivers, torturers, evil warriors, fallen ones. Divine realm: evil, law, retribution, power, torture. Preferred weapon: pain-bringer nine-tailed whip. Levietta is an aggressive, domineering, and fearless goddess. He protects all torturers, sadists, and those who bully the weak. The girl in pain is inherently cold and calculating. She revels in inflicting pain. Whether it's physical or psychological, she always manages to pinpoint the gaps in the victim's beliefs. Unlike most bullies who use violence to subdue people, he perfectly utilizes the selfishness in human nature to advance his plans. For the faithful followers of Levietta, suffering is not a means to an end, but rather the end itself is suffering. His pastors are always relentlessly creating all kinds of torment, whether it is directed at an individual or a group of people. For them, nothing is more transcendent than suffering. All suffering is sacred. From the most primal savagery to the most sublime torment, all the way to the emotional pain of heartbreak or betrayal. They would brutally whip any orc tribe that encountered them until they fled. Or she might feign a passionate romance with a young nobleman who pretends to be a devotee of a goddess and comes to woo her, only to cruelly abandon him later. They also try to destroy all friendships and romances, first by flirting intimately in front of the victims. Then, once they've taken the bait, they'll resort to sarcasm and ridicule towards the victims. In short, she's a bad woman. His priests would whip themselves in the morning and then kneel and pray to receive divine magic. Many priests also worked as warriors, specializing in the skill of using long whips. Her followers appreciate beauty, cultural elegance, and are skilled in certain rope manipulation techniques. Although Levietta had few temples, she had more followers than people expected. Levietta is the deity that those who take pain for granted will choose to worship. He is beloved by sadists and masochists, and his followers have formed some secretive cults. Of course, apart from densely populated cities, his worshippers rarely gather together. When a small number of loyal core members operate quietly in these places, few people notice. Even if they witness cult activities, few people will notice or make a fuss. However, victims who endure whipping are not always willing to participate. His cult sometimes disguised itself as a slave trading group to attract the attention of those in power. His church usually wields considerable power in large, decaying cities, and its leaders are invariably female humans or half-elves. For followers of the tortured girl phenomenon, superb acting skills and a beautiful appearance are very useful tools, so their appearance is usually very beautiful and alluring. For this reason, corrupt bureaucratic systems in cities often turn a blind eye to their corrupt and degenerate behavior, and are even happy to participate in it. The church would use unspeakable masquerade balls and ceremonies as an opportunity to recruit new members from the city's ruling and wealthy classes. Damn it! I just wanted to get rid of that idiot Congreve today. I don't want to offend the Church of the Evil God at this time. I'm not really a holy knight full of justice. Shelley lowered her head, her pupils dilated violently, and her breathing almost became disordered. His followers have appeared in Lund and have already corrupted high-ranking officials, including the heirs to the dukes. Relax, relax. They won't expose themselves for some worthless idiot who's lost his status. As long as I follow the original script, there won't be any problems. They won't just break free on their own. In this way, although they will still be hostile towards me, the retaliation won't be too severe. Shelley breathed a sigh of relief as her tense mood gradually eased, and her expression softened. My lord, ah. Buck was about to say something when Earl Rupert, who had walked over, kicked him hard. He suddenly came to his senses and knelt on the ground, no longer daring to speak. It's all your fault, you good-for-nothing, for failing to protect Lord Congreve. And you still dare to spout nonsense here. Unbelievable. You've done so many terrible things behind the adults' backs. You've utterly disgraced the noble servants. Robert, his face flushed, angrily kicked Buck, who was kneeling with his head in his hands, then turned around and said sincerely, Lord Shelley. Lord Congreve is injured, I will send someone to treat him immediately. I promise. There won't be any scars. Staring at the nervous Rupert, Shelley raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself speechlessly. Don't be in such a hurry. Aren't you blatantly telling me that you're a follower of an evil god? Now you need to destroy the evidence. TSK, I really don't want to cooperate. It's embarrassing. But for my own safety, I still have to play the role of an opponent with this kind of intellectual enemy. Shelley straightened her expression and said seriously to Rupert. My brother, is Congreve's injury related to you? Even though only an idiot would admit it, I still have to ask. Of course it doesn't matter. We're very good friends. Besides, I parted ways with him this morning, and I have no idea what he's been up to lately. Rupert patted his chest dramatically, his expression turning serious, and said in a deep voice. I suspect the Thieves' Guild wanted to kidnap him. But their plan was exposed beforehand. They're getting too arrogant. They even dare to attack high-ranking nobles. He looked at the surrounding nobles and passionately appealed. Aren't you worried that you'll be the next victim? Aren't you worried that your property will be swept away in the night? Noticing that some people's expressions were gradually becoming serious, Rupert became even more agitated and shouted loudly. Let's join forces. To uphold the honor of the nobility, let's eradicate this source of evil in Lund. To avenge my dear friend, I will send 90% of my guards to participate in the annihilation of them. Sparse applause rang out in the hall. Although the nobles didn't really care, they still showed their support on the surface. Which of these companies doesn't have some connection to those shady forces? After they're wiped out, who's going to pay them tribute? As for whether or not troops will be deployed at that time, who knows? After all, it's just a verbal agreement, no one will force you to comply. Suddenly, a spirited shout interrupted all the thoughts. Good. Well said. I've disliked that place for a long time. Chapter 19. Elena's here to cause trouble. Then, Shelley was about to agree readily, hoping to quickly remove the evidence from Congreve's body, when she was ruthlessly interrupted by that sharp shout. A squad of Templar knights entered the hall in perfect unison, their armor, adorned with magnificent patterns, gleaming under the magic lamps. Damn it, it's Tyr's Knights. It seems we can't hide it anymore. I'm definitely going to offend this evil cult today. Looking at the holy emblem on their shields, Shelley clearly saw Rupert in front of him tremble. He pounded his trembling thighs hard, trying to calm himself down. Who are you? Why are you in my manor? Rupert stood in front of Congreve, looking at the leader of the knights with a fierce but cowardly expression. Me? I am the leader of the Shining Knights. All right, the temple has received a notification that paladins are wreaking havoc in your manor? Paladins indiscriminately slaughter innocent people? You nobles really dare to say that? Where is that paladin? And the evil one? The female leader did not remove her helmet. She looked around and waved for the knights to treat the 4 guards who were about to bleed out. Then, she noticed Shelley, who was now in a disheveled state. Found it. Elena's eyes widened beneath her helmet, unsure of what to say. We bumped into each other this morning and met again this afternoon. We are really destined to be together. Is this fate? The young girl marveled at the wonder of fate. Elena's strategy, 20%. Shelley, who had just straightened up, saw this data and felt her knees buckle, almost causing her to kneel down. It's here. A princess who conquers herself has appeared. What's going on? I hope this doesn't turn into a chaotic mess. Shelley took a deep breath, sheathed his sword, bowed to her, and said in a deep voice. Master, I am Shelley Bell, a paladin apprentice. I am the one who has put these sinners on trial. They were all emanating a bright red aura, and they all confessed to their crimes. They deserve to be executed. But I'm not a formal paladin yet, so I just rendered them incapacitated. We hope the adults can get rid of them. Then my brother Congreve was found unconscious under the banquet cart, and it is not yet clear what happened. Pretending not to recognize Elena, Shelley earnestly reported the situation to her, then lowered her head to await a reply. But what he didn't expect was that the powerful and majestic knight commander was staring at him with wide eyes. Shelley, it's a nice name, Wait. Bell. His last name is Bell? The Duke of Bell only had 2 sons. You are Duke Bell's son? Shelley looked up at Elena with a puzzled expression, unsure of what to say. You've started trying to figure things out for yourself. And you still don't know who I am? Oh right, I don't think I really knew. Yes, sir, I am Duke Bell's illegitimate son. Elena asked again, unwilling to give up, did you just arrive in Lund? That can't be right. How could my intelligence be wrong? I don't remember ever seeing Duke Bell. It must have been somewhere else before. No, I grew up in Lund, and I received paladin training there from a young age. Is there a problem? No, you did a great job. Forcibly changing the subject, Elena looked at the corpse like Congreve, her eyes suddenly sharpening as she stared intently at the mottled red stains and spoke. Ha! His hair. What happened? I also. Enough. You have no right to run wild in an earl's house. I order you to get out. We have no church personnel to interfere here. Shelley was about to answer when Rupert, unable to contain himself, loudly interrupted her. The kingdom has its rules, and the church has its rules. Are you trying to intrude on the nobility? Although gods are high above and rule over the world, there is more than one god in this world. The rulers of a kingdom may show respect to the gods, but they rarely submit to them completely. There was a tacit understanding between the various kingdoms and the church. I will not stop you from preaching here, nor can you interfere with my rule over the kingdom. Moreover, nobles were also the main contributors to the church, and the construction, maintenance, and upgrading of temples all required the support of gold coins. Are there countless treasures in the divine kingdom? Only after the gods bestow them upon you will they truly be yours. Unless they have really done something that would be unacceptable to the Church of Benevolence, such as a massacre or other heinous act. Under normal circumstances, the church does not interfere with the rule of the kingdom. Too bad, the person in front of you isn't buying your act. Shelley glanced at Earl Rupert with sympathy, then put on an indignant expression and was about to rebuke him. Presumptuous. Raising her hand to stop Shelley and the other Templar knights from drawing their swords, Elena asked Rupert with a half-smile. You're saying I'm not qualified? Snort. Seemingly sensing the hesitation in the person before him, Rupert snorted and glanced disdainfully at her armor, saying, You are merely the captain of a minor knightly order, while I am a count personally appointed by the king. If we're talking about qualifications, I can make you kneel down. As if shocked by Rupert's discovery, Elena paused for a moment, then tilted her head incredulously and pointed to herself. Elena, Princess Fent. Mood, furious eyes suggest not provoking her at this time. Attitude, in her eyes, you are a devoted suitor. Walk through progress, 20%. As expected, young man, you're doomed. Let me think, was the last nobleman who insulted her stripped of his title? He seems to be an earl as well. Shelley glanced furtively at Elena's condition, then silently opened her mouth and looked at Rupert with pity. What did you say? You are insulting the gods. Several enraged temple knights drew their long swords, ready to rush forward and kill this despicable nobleman. Step back. Elena's voice, unlike her previous heroic tone, became extremely gentle. Yes. However, the knights who heard the sound stopped in terror and quickly retreated. Elena looked at the arrogant Rupert in front of her and spoke softly. Although I always knew that the great nobles did not have much respect for the gods, I did not expect it to be to this extent. You're saying I'm not qualified? The church can't interfere in the affairs of the nobility? She reached out and took off her helmet, tossing it into Rupert's arms, letting her long red hair fall to her waist. She calmly looked at the shocked Rupert. And now? Do I even qualify? Kneel down. Chapter 20 Princess Elena of Fent. Elena's fiery red, waist-length hair shone brilliantly under the lights. Adding to the fact that the hair color has a specific meaning in this country, everyone present was taken aback. Royalty? Knights? Princess? Princess Elena? Why would she come in person? Whose guard went to the church? That shouldn't be. Why would such a trivial matter summon the princess? Normally, Elena wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. She prefers to focus on self-improvement. However, she just happened to be in a good mood today. And she was very interested in paladins. She led the knights in training directly to the Earl's manor. Elena's good mood from the chance encounter with Shelley was ruined by Rupert's words. Suppressing her anger, she looked at Rupert, who seemed to be in a state of utter despair. Humph. If Shelley weren't here, I would have hung you up and beaten you. You always need to maintain a good image in front of your suitors. Shelley stared wide-eyed at the majestic princess before her, then, as if encountering something unbelievable, immediately lowered her head. Didn't expect that, did you? Are you feeling very happy now? Or embarrassed? I have to keep it up and pretend I don't know. After appreciating Shelley's performance with satisfaction, Elena calmed down a bit and looked at the poor wretch again. But what she didn't expect was that Shelley wasn't feeling embarrassed or happy, but rather, amazed. Although Elena's figure was obscured by her armor, her overall fiery nature was evident. Her delicate features bear the fortitude forged through training, as well as the gentleness and vitality unique to young girls. What amazed Shelley the most was the transparent cloth covering Elena's eyes. The followers of Tyre, the knights, priests, clergy, judges, and paladins sometimes covered their eyes with a thin, transparent cloth to remind others of the blindness of justice. The thin cloth covering Elena's eyes had beautiful patterns and light white lace, making it look more like an ornament. The moment Shelley saw this combination, its destructive power exceeded his expectations. Adding to the fragrance emanating from Elena, Shelley immediately lowered her head to avoid being exposed. She's changed so much. I thought she was still the same as before. She's a princess who chases deer and slashes them, very energetic. Alright, in my heart you are no longer an unknown creature that seeks to conquer itself. Your status has now been elevated to that of an adorable princess with a charmingly unexpected side. Most of the people present were drawn to the princess's appearance, and no one noticed Shelley's subtle actions, except for the two ladies who kept their eyes on him. Looking at Elena in surprise, and then seeing the amazement in Shelley's eyes, Lydia felt a little uncomfortable and shrank her thin shoulders. Perhaps, only an adult like him is worthy of Shelley. But why am I so sad? Naisha also noticed the fleeting look of amazement and joy in Shelley's eyes, and at that moment, she felt that the fruit wine in her hand no longer tasted good. Humph. Men are all the same. He bit his lip awkwardly, put his wine glass on the table, and stared intently at Shelley's movements. I want to see what you'll do. Snort. Alas. Feeling the resentful and unhappy gaze behind her, Shelley felt as if everything went dark. A self-pitying girl's heart. A girl's heart that says one thing but means another. Which one do you like? I like them all, please have mercy. Oh no, I forgot there were two other people here. After observing for a moment and finding that Elena hadn't revealed her thoughts, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I'll pretend I don't know them. Shelley breathed a sigh of relief, but Rupert felt like the whole world had collapsed. It's over. Originally, if they had simply driven away the church's visitors, the fact that Congreve's bloodline was exposed would have been fine. Over the years, the Duke of Bell's health has been failing him. Although this matter exceeded expectations, it was still within a controllable range. But the person who arrived was actually the eldest princess. All his expectations were dashed, and Rupert knew he was finished. But there's still a chance. As long as that matter isn't discovered. As long as the goddess's followers still Aren't you going to kneel down? You still seem to think you're superior to me, Rupert. Rupert knelt down with a thud, his hands trembling as he raised his helmet, which Elena reached out and took back. Rupert was about to speak when Elena slapped him across the mouth with her sword sheath, sending him flying. Ah, I knew you shouldn't speak. I don't want to hear it. With the strength of a purebred high-ranking warrior, plus the power talent of the Fent royal bloodline, Rupert, who had been drained by wine and women, was easily swatted away. Put. Spitting out blood mixed with teeth, if Elena hadn't been unwilling to kill, Rupert would have been sent to the abyss as a lesser demon by that attack. Ah! A noblewoman screamed in alarm as she was struck by the flying tooth. Without looking in that direction, Elena said calmly. Quiet. The knights behind her immediately shouted. Quiet. Satisfied with the complete silence in the arena, Elena nodded and addressed the crowd. Is there anyone else who thinks I'm not qualified? Very well, then I'd like to know, what was the story behind the plan to wipe out the Thieves' Guild? Okay, you tell me. Elena randomly selected a trembling noblewoman, and through her tearful explanation, she quickly understood the current situation. Frowning as she looked at Congreve, who was still unconscious, Elena felt a little irritated. Which idiot did this? Prince Yu? Prince Conan? Or maybe, Curtin. Yes. Go and examine the scars on Congreve's back. I'm happy to serve you. One of the knights quickly rushed forward, removed his helmet, examined the wounds closely, then pulled open Rupert's clothes and stood up, shouting. Sir, it's confirmed to be the holy emblem of an evil god. Who is it? It's a girl suffering. All right, Ketan, go back and report to the temple. The rest of you, follow me to search this manor. William, Tom, you two guard the hall. Neither of you is allowed to leave. Yes. The group of knights quickly sprang into action, leaving only two guarding the entrance. Seeing the uneasy nobles, Elena, still in her armor, performed a courtly salute and said softly. Stay here, understand? Looking at the silent hall, she gave a soft hum and turned to walk out of the hall. Elena hesitated for a moment as she reached the door, then turned to look at Shelley. Shelley, can you fight? With a sigh, Shelley straightened her back and said in a deep voice. I'm happy to serve you. No. Let me go. I really don't want to go. A man's words are often deceitful. Chapter 21 Lydia and the Kidnapper laughs. When will Shelley return? Standing alone in the center of the hall, Lydia felt as if she were back in that house. They were both surrounded by onlookers, yet they were ignored. Many people were looking at him, but no one stepped forward to speak. Instead, they pointed and whispered about him to those around them. The same lavish decor, the same helpless state of mind. Bella, I'm so scared. Shelley. Please come back soon, my master. Lost in thought, Lydia longed for the warmth Shelley could offer. With her lips pressed tightly together and her small hands gripping the hem of her skirt, Lydia didn't want to be so vulnerable anymore, but she couldn't find a way to cope. Raise your head. A gentle voice sounded in her ear. Lydia looked up at the speaker, froze, and instinctively said, Mother? A tall figure appeared beside him, with long golden hair, green eyes, a face similar to his own but more mature, and pointed ears. The warm aura emanating from her reminded her of her mother. Lydia felt tears welling up in her eyes, but she quickly realized something was wrong and hurriedly apologized to the man. I'm sorry, I didn't. It's all right, child, it's all right. Naisha gently stroked Lydia's blonde hair, looked at her with affection, and softly comforted her. She didn't mind Lydia's somewhat impolite slip of the tongue. She was the queen of the half-elves, and all the half-elves could be considered her children. Are you scared? With tears welling up in her eyes, Lydia nodded weakly. She was genuinely frightened. Then you must not let others discover your fear. Naisha gently wiped away Lydia's tears and continued softly. The people in front of you are weak in the eyes of truly powerful beings, so in order to appear powerful, they will seek out beings weaker than themselves. They are more terrifying than mindless beasts. They will sniff out your fear and then mercilessly slaughter you. To flaunt your own corpse is not true strength, it is cowardly. Despite speaking in a gentle tone, she spoke with seriousness. Lydia's expression gradually changed from puzzled to serious as she listened quietly. So, which one would you rather be? A true strongman, a false strongman, or a miserable weakling? Staring blankly at the woman before him, whose face resembled his own, yet possessed a confidence, elegance, and authority that he lacked, as well as a figure. Lydia glanced at him enviously, then said firmly, I want to become strong, a true strongman. Naisha looked at the seemingly frail girl without any surprise and continued to ask with a smile. You are very talented. If you are willing, you can become a true powerhouse one day. So, would you be willing to leave with me? Leave? Leave this place? If someone had asked Lydia this 2 days ago, she would have answered without hesitation. However, she is now lost and confused. Should I go with her? I've only ever felt that kindness from Bella and Shelley. She probably wouldn't harm me. But, Shelley. Looking at Naisha with longing, Lydia asked nervously. My lord. May I take others with me? Who do you want to take with you? I want to take Lady Shelley with me. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became, the weaker her confidence grew, and in the end, she fell silent. A boy who became infatuated with Shelley. Somewhat surprised, yet somewhat understanding, Naisha thought to herself, then asked. Why did you bring him along? Because he saved me. Shelley pulled him out of the abyss of depravity, and he also made him feel the long-lost warmth. Would he be willing to come with us? Yes, will Shelley come with us? The Duke's son, of high status, with a bright future. The Duke's eldest son is a follower of an evil god, and it seems he is not even of the Duke's blood. The second son was a notorious playboy, infamous throughout Fenton, and was sent to a martial arts monastery for a year. As the only son of the Duke of Bell who could be publicly acknowledged, Shelley's future was bright, even though he was an illegitimate child. Moreover, he was handsome, kind-hearted, and of good character, making him popular and sought after by the entire social circle. Lydia was deeply moved as she watched Shelley calmly deal with those fervent noble women today. Will he enjoy this kind of life? I don't know, Lydia said softly. So, are you still going to come with me? I want to ask him and hear his thoughts. Aren't you afraid he'll keep you by his side like a slave? Although she spoke words that sounded like those of a kidnapper, Naisha's voice remained just as gentle. Even if this is the outcome, I still want to know his answer. Really? Then we'll meet again someday. Seeing her determined gaze, Naisha chuckled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before turning and walking away. As Natalia prepared to leave, Lydia's expression was conflicted, but in the end she remained where she was, softly calling out to her retreating figure. May I know your name? Naisha continued walking gracefully forward without pausing. My name is Naisha Merrill. Naisha's figure disappeared, leaving only a gentle voice in Lydia's ears. Lydia felt everything around her had returned to normal, and she could feel other people's gazes again, just like before. Taking a deep breath, Lydia mimicked Naisha's earlier gesture, raising her head and coldly glaring back at the malicious gazes. Seeing those once arrogant and unrestrained gazes immediately averted upon meeting her eyes, she silently thought to herself. Naisha, could she be that person? The savior of the half-elf. Our queen. Hidden nearby, Naisha sighed softly. What a stubborn child, actually refusing. Shelley, do you really possess a unique charm? It attracts us, it attracts Lydia. Whomf? Who's attracted to you? A grateful girl and a kind older sister who's gentle only to you. Which one do you like? Shelley, Is there something wrong with you? Of course we need them all. Kids make choices, adults want it all. How do we resolve this process? Shelley followed quietly behind Elena, sighing softly with a slight headache. Hearing Shelley's sigh, Elena, who was walking ahead, didn't turn around and said softly. It's okay, those cultists have always been this cunning. Evil will surely be eradicated. Yes. Chapter 22 Pearl Necklace Large Size. A putrid stench filled the dark, enclosed room. No one could be seen, only the sounds of chewing echoed. My lord, we've received a legendary level message, they've discovered traces of that person. Should we? A deep, hoarse voice suddenly broke the silence, and the chewing sound stopped, followed by the sound of swallowing. 2 red lights appeared in the darkness, and a deep, thunderous voice resounded. Go on. Yes. I can only say that it was exactly as expected. After pushing open a hidden passage door, Shelley rushed in with her sword in hand, displaying a fearless and valiant demeanor. Although Shelley has not yet acquired the Paladin template, he relies solely on his own talents and specialties. While his strength may not be considered exceptional, it is certainly not weak either. Name, Shelley Bell. Race, half succubus. Attributes, Strength 18, Agility 16, Constitution 19, Intelligence 19, Perception 14, Charisma 22. Alliance, lawful good absolutely neutral. Occupation, level 10 noble. Health points, 1414. Skills, performance 60, persuasion 50, deception 52. Specialties, weapon master, prodigy, linguist, keen mind, demonic physique, alertness, mounted combat. Among these, linguist and keen mind together added 2 points to intelligence, demonic physique added 1 point to constitution, and weapon master added 1 point to agility. Overall, Shelley's attributes are quite good now, except for a slight weakness in perception. His physique, strength, and intelligence are all close to the extraordinary realm, and his charm exceeds 20 points, reaching the level of extraordinary charm. With years of hard training and his own talent, Shelley can easily deal with first and second tier professionals. However, once he reaches the third tier, he has to consider running away if he can't win. At the fourth tier, when facing higher tier professionals, don't even think about it, just fight them head on. As for the fifth tier, which is legendary, just give up the fight. You can now calmly contemplate your last words and how to die with dignity. Especially in the end, the difference in strength between the legendary realm and the peak of the high-level realm is like an insurmountable chasm. They are beings from completely different realms. Take legendary spellcasters as an example. Even the weakest one can unleash several 9th-level spells. As for the strongest, destroying the world is not impossible. The archmages were beings who dared to challenge the gods. Although they were ultimately targeted by a coalition of gods, they had indeed enjoyed a glorious past. This insane difference in strength is why Shelley panicked so much when he discovered Naisha was a legend. Damn it! One wrong step and it's certain death. One wrong step and you'll be reduced to ashes. Gentleness can truly save lives, physically. Thank you, beautiful and kind Ms. Naisha, you are so generous. Furthermore, the lack of a paladin class template has another drawback. Shelley only has 14 health points, which is equivalent to the health of a level 1 paladin. Although it won't die from a single graze, it's still very fragile. Why did Shelley, who always cherished his life, appear so heroic at this moment? The answer is simple. On the one hand, he needed to make a good impression on the princess. On the other hand, he was convinced that the followers of those suffering girls must have run away long ago. Shelley analyzed a common point from Naisha, Lydia, and Elena. That is, Shelley could smell or sense a special fragrance from professional women. Moreover, the pastors who would preach in Lund would certainly be beautiful women of acceptable appearance, and Shelley would sense that. Now, only a faint fragrance remains in this room, confirming that they stayed there, but have already left. With a shifty gaze, Shelley used her night vision to make out the interior furnishings. Skipping over the tools with their special uses, Shelley gently blocked the princess from entering and said, "Commander, there are no more rooms available. The cultists may have already evacuated. Let's go back to the lobby." Hearing this, Elena nodded and turned to leave, but she turned back halfway and said to Shelley, "Don't call me Captain, just call me Elena. After all, aren't you, what's that?" Somewhat shyly, Elena met Shelley's gaze, then caught a glimpse of a peculiar item out of the corner of her eye and curiously walked over to it. "Lady Elena, we should go." Shelley reached out and grabbed Elena's forearm, sensing that things were about to take a serious turn for the worse. "Don't go there anymore, children shouldn't watch." Her brows furrowed, Elena shook off Shelley's hand, and stared intently at him as she asked, "Shelley, why are you stopping me? Are you hiding something? If you want to protect your brother, I will not let you get away with it." "Humph. I'll completely crush your hopes. I have plenty of fans. One more won't make a difference." Continuing on her way, she gently kicked the strange object made up of many connected spheres, and muttered to herself with some confusion, "What is this? Is it a pearl necklace? Why are the beads so big? As my eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, the props in the room became clearer, and all sorts of strange and unusual props appeared before my eyes. She stood there, stunned, feeling like the whole world had turned upside down. These are all used for, Her worldview was gradually collapsing, and Elena felt that her eyes were about to be corrupted. Just as she was about to close her eyes, darkness enveloped her. Shelley's gentle voice came to her ear. "Stop looking, Lady Elena." Shelley embraced Elena's slender waist from behind, gently covering her eyes with her right hand, and continued to whisper, "It's okay, it's just a necklace, nothing else, don't think about it anymore. Close your eyes and come with me, Elena." Feeling the metal shell in her arms stop shaking, and her long eyelashes brushing against her palm with the light gauze, Shelley slowly released her arms from Elena. Seeing her somewhat nervous and flustered appearance, Shelley chuckled, took her hand, and turned to walk away without any hesitation. I've even studied the Pink Book to some extent, so what's this? This is nothing but child's play. Holding Elena's small hand, Shelley was quite surprised. Instead of the calluses she had imagined, it felt like holding a piece of soft jade. Stepping outside, he reluctantly released Elena's small hand and softly smiled at the unsuspecting princess. "All right, Your Highness, you can open your eyes now." Slowly opening her eyes, Elena looked at the man before her, a man whose appearance could only be described as beautiful, with a complex expression. She hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked towards the hall. "Don't call me Your Highness, call me Elena. You were calling out so naturally just now. What are you pretending for now?" "Yes, as you wish, Lady Elena." I've never been treated like this before." The novel sensations and experiences stimulated the girl's emotions. Elena's strategy, 32%. Chapter 23, The Revealed Fangs. Lord Shelley. Upon spotting Shelley at the door, Lydia stumbled over and threw herself into his arms. "I'm so glad you're safe and sound." "Thank you for your concern, Lydia." Shelley gently rubbed Lydia's head, which was filled with a mixture of fear and excitement, and a soft look appeared on her face as she lifted her up with a strong push. "Shelley, and who is this?" A calm, gentle voice rang in her ears, and Shelley's expression froze, her pupils dilating in shock. Despite the very gentle voice, Shelley seemed to see Elena grinding her teeth and raising her sword. Ta-da! A fatal question. To tell the truth or to lie? Oh dear, I suggest you lie. We are not responsible for the outcome. Calmly helping Lydia to her feet, Shelley turned her head gracefully to introduce her to the seemingly composed princess. "Lady Elena, this is Lydia, a half-elf, who was originally the illegitimate daughter of a duke from another country. Later, I unfortunately became a half-elf slave and was bought by Kangreeve and given to me as a birthday present. You seem just as filthy as the other nobles. Elena's feelings for you are declining. I'm telling you, you're going to lie." Seeing Elena's slight change in expression, Shelley remained calm and continued to explain. "I could not bear to see her suffer such a tragic fate any longer, so I asked my father, Duke Bell, to adopt her as his daughter. Thanks to his kindness, he granted my request, and now Lydia is my sister." A strategy of building suspense before revealing the truth? Despicable act. You're more like a devil than a demon. Elena greatly appreciates your kind act. Elena's strategy, 35%. "Hello, Miss Lydia." Lydia lowered her head and hurriedly bowed to Elena. "Hello, Your Highness." Nodding to Shelley, Elena said as she walked. "May justice forever protect you." Then she walked toward Mrs. Audley, the only sober person in charge of the manor. Looking at Elena's dashing figure with a complex expression, Lydia silently thought to herself. Justice? Justice delayed, is it still justice? It was not some ethereal god who saved me, but Lord Shelley. As if remembering something, Lydia looked nervously at Shelley and whispered. "Lord Shelley, may I ask a impolite question?" Sure, go ahead and say it." Tilting her head and twitching her nose, Shelley withdrew her gaze from the arena. If it were possible, would you like to leave here?" "Leave here? Did Naisha say something?" Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, I saw panic, tension, and unease. There must be followers of evil gods here, but among these expressions, there is no remorse or shame for their own depravity. "Oh." With a soft, enigmatic laugh, Shelley lowered her head, brought her lips close to Lydia's ear, and whispered. "Lydia, I'll tell you a secret. I have never liked this kind of place. I've always wanted to leave here." Like a docile cat suddenly baring its sharp fangs, Lydia felt a chill run through her body. Although his profile still held a faint smile, one could sense his undisguised intense disgust for this place. Lydia pursed her lips and asked, puzzled. Then why not leave? When I was little, I didn't have any strength, and my mentor was too old-fashioned to agree to take me with him. Now I have the power, but I am not content. If we just leave like this, it will seem like we're running away. All the sweat I've shed over the years isn't for running away like this. I will definitely leave here, soon. But not now. Shelley took Lydia's small hand in her own and gently squeezed it in her palm. Looking ahead, she said. I will let you leave as long as you can ensure your own safety. However, don't just follow any weird people around. Yes. I'm talking about you, you little kid who's still eavesdropping and peeking. Yes. Lydia quietly leaned her body tentatively against Shelley's shoulder, and when she found that he did not move away, she slowly closed her eyes and gradually lost consciousness. It is my good fortune to have met you. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Shelley. What a kind master you are. I don't want to say it like this, but you're like a mind-stealing demon, a mind stealer? Lydia's guide, 35%. You're the monster with tentacles all over your head. Shelley gently scooped up the sleeping Lydia and boarded the carriage back to the city with the others. You're the weird one. A strange man. This is really something. Standing still without following, Naisha laughed as she spoke, then reached out and opened a portal, stepping inside. Elena withdrew her gaze from Shelley and addressed the knights. Take these people back to the temple. Prepare for tomorrow's purge of the Thieves' Guild. Yes. Donning the helmet and concealing her expression beneath the mask, Elena's face flushed slightly, and she murmured to herself somewhat shyly. He called me Elena and even held my hand. Ahem, we need to get to know each other slowly, we can't rush it. Riding her white horse, Elena galloped back home, when she suddenly realized she seemed to have forgotten something. A paladin, a nobleman, a bastard? Lance, canary. Ah. If Shelley were to check Elena's status bar at this moment, she would surely see a big question mark next to her mood. But he didn't. He stood outside the Duke of Bell's door, calmly recounting everything that had happened that day. I have put Bach and his 4 men to trial and handed them over to the Church of the God of Justice. Congreve's hair turned red after coming into contact with red wine, so perhaps it was dyed. Oh, by the way, his back also has the holy emblem of the goddess of pain made up of whip marks. He was sent to the church with Earl Rupert. Don't worry, perhaps he was forced to. I will also participate in the raid on the Thieves' Guild tomorrow, in order to give an explanation to Congreve, who was unfortunately captured. Shelley spoke eloquently to the closed door with a blank expression, seemingly unconcerned about being ignored by those inside. Just as he turned to leave, a weak voice came from inside. Shelley, is this your revenge on me? She paused, then turned back with a bright smile and said, Revenge? You're joking. Why would I seek revenge? Believe me, I won't lie. I'm going to become a paladin. It's late, please take care of yourself and get some rest. Having said that, he didn't wait for a reply from inside and strode towards his birdcage. In the quiet, dark room, only the faint sound of the clock's gears turning could be heard. Red eyes lit up in the darkness, followed by a hoarse voice. Even the canary wants to bare its fangs? Well. Chapter 24 The Maid's Repayment. Should we open the door? This is a golden opportunity. You have the blood of a succubus flowing in your veins. What are you hesitating for? You're even more cowardly than a lesser demon, no. More cowardly than an abyssal worm. Can't you just shut up for a minute? Standing at the door with a headache, Shelley stared at the data that kept appearing in front of her, her face twitching. These data, written in the language of the abyss, were now constantly mocking Shelley's patience with sarcastic words. This was entirely her own choice. Sigh. I can't just stand at the door and wait forever. This is my room. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room and the sweet scent wafting from under the door, Shelley swallowed hard and gently opened the door. I don't take the initiative, but I'll definitely accept anyone who comes my way. This wasn't something I forced. The room had a faint scent of shampoo, but for Shelley, it couldn't compare to the sweet aroma that filled the entire room. Ignoring the bulge on the other side of the blanket, Shelley shook her head and walked towards the wardrobe. She licked her lips, calmed herself down, and quickly changed into her pajamas. She gently lifted a corner of the blanket and slipped inside. As soon as she got into bed, the scent became even stronger, and Shelley felt as if someone was gently brushing against her chest, making her feel itchy. Wait, does this mean I smelled pheromones? Cough, cough, cough. Don't try to explain things in the fantasy world with science. Yes. Here it comes. Shelley felt a small, warm hand tentatively touch hers, then slowly clench its grip. Lydia? She heard a soft gasp from the other side of the blanket, followed by a commotion, and Shelley felt a warm, delicate body snuggle onto her. There's still no indication, so Naisha must have gone back. Great. Yeah, I've been watching all day. She reached out and embraced the silky smooth body, suppressing the restlessness in her heart, and asked softly. What's wrong? Shelley didn't receive a reply from Lydia. Instead, Lydia sealed her lips with a kiss. Gently pushing her shoulder away, Shelley looked at Lydia's tense expression and said seriously, "You really don't need to go this far, I will let you go. Trust me, Lydia, I won't lie to you." Tears streamed down Lydia's face, landing on Shelley's cheeks, and suppressed sobs echoed through the room. Sitting up in bed, Shelley gently kissed away her tears, then kissed her forehead. "It's all right, it's all over now. You will have a better tomorrow." These words were like a spark that ignited gunpowder. Lydia's sobs caught in her throat, and then Shelley felt herself being thrown onto the bed. "You saved me, you are my savior. It is my master." Although Shelley was superior to the little maid in every way and could have easily pushed her away, she did not do so. "It's come to this. It wouldn't be good if I refused again. It would hurt her feelings. It's just. I'll have to take responsibility from now on." Feeling her clothes dwindling, Shelley felt a profound sense of melancholy for some reason. Why, can't I just experience something like this properly once? Either he lost consciousness, or he was forced into a sexual act? Am I not worthy? Perhaps I'm too good for him? Completely superior in all attributes. You've completely dominated this battle. What a valiant and skilled general. And, no. It should be. A wolf appealing to desire and a lamb being manipulated. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a delightful scene. The young girl offers you her most precious possession as a way of repaying your kindness. How enviable. Gain spell, magic missile. Magic missile's second ring instantly creates 4 magic missiles that deal 5 points of damage each. Gain spell, false life. False life third ring, gain 15 temporary life points 1 hour. Gain spell, flight. Flight skill level 3, grants a volunteer creature the ability to fly 10 minutes. Just as dawn was breaking, Shelley was awakened by the movements of the person in her arms. She opened her eyes, looked at the shy Lydia, and smiled gently. Shelley pulled her closer, cast a healing spell, then rested her chin on Lydia's shoulder and asked softly, "Is there anything you'd like to say, Miss Lydia?" Enjoying Shelley's warmth, Lydia hesitated for a moment and then hugged her back, saying in a barely audible voice, "I want to leave with an adult. I want to become a strong person who can control my own destiny. I want to repay you, but this is all I have left." Shelley gently bit the tip of her ear and chuckled softly. "Do you think you've repaid enough?" Lydia was completely startled by those words, wondering if she had misheard, and looked at Shelley in shock. Satisfied with Lydia's reaction, Shelley smoothed her hair and smiled happily. "Wouldn't it put you in a difficult position if I said that?" Shelley tapped her nose and shook her head, saying, "So, don't give the right to choose to others. This is the first step to becoming strong." Shelley gently comforted Lydia and kissed her cheek. "I don't know who you've met, but if you feel you can trust this person, I won't stop you. I will never forget you, my stubborn little maid who is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside." Shelley ruffled Lydia's slightly messy hair and got up in a very good mood. Just as she was about to get out of bed, her wrist was grabbed. "Are you truly satisfied, owner?" "Shelley. Of course, it's still early. This is more like what a succubus should do." Although the intention was more to repay a debt of gratitude than anything else. But she still developed feelings for you. Lydia's guide, 45%. You have successfully lured an innocent young girl into your trap. Gain 2,000 points of experience to allocate. Indeed, this is true happiness. What a wonderful life. My life is so busy, I need to start welcoming the next guest. Returning to the room from the bathroom, Shelley looked at Lydia sleeping and gently kissed the sleeping beauty before leaving. Shelley cast another healing spell on Lydia and smiled smugly. "It's a shame, but you can't escape it. My little maid, you're mine now." "Oh dear, I really have a bad heart." "Why is that?" As if suddenly enlightened, he nodded and muttered to himself. "It's all because of this bloodline, otherwise how could I be such a beast?" Please look for the cause within yourself, thank you. Chapter 25, The End of the Thieves' Guild. Congratulations! You've completed over 40% of the strategy. Reward, the person Lydia most wants to save, Bella. Bella? Who is that? Why don't you want to save me? Oh, I don't need to be saved either. Sitting in the carriage on the way to Natalia Manor, Shelley idly pondered. The once bustling tavern hall was now empty except for a few thugs and a few thieves who had just entered and were about to leave. Those in the gray area place great importance on information, because sometimes even a slight difference in information can determine the outcome of a battle. Whether it's the ownership of a street or alley, the dominance of prostitutes at the dock, or even a brawl involving hundreds of people. Moreover, what happened last night cannot be concealed at all: the paladins judging sinners, the duke's son being kidnapped, the followers of the evil god, the appearance of the princess. With such a major event involving hundreds of nobles and even more servants, it was impossible to keep the information under wraps. So Elena simply let everyone go and issued a direct order for all nobles to prepare to wipe out the Thieves' Guild the following night. None of these people who heard the rumors dared to come directly here. Instead, they secretly kept watch nearby, ready to take advantage of the chaos. The bartender dressed boss, Godwin, was not smiling as usual. He stared at his few remaining men with a gloomy expression, as if he wanted to chop up the client from that day. It was just a simple task at most. I'd get some covert retaliation, nothing serious. How did he manage to offend the eldest princess who was the leader of the Knights Templar? And it's even involved with followers of evil gods? Shaking his head, trying to calm himself down, Godwin took a deep drag on his pipe and then said, "What did the person who made the request say that day? What was the item they brought back?" Turner looked left and right, and finally, after some hesitation, pushed a letter to his enraged boss before quickly retreating. Sensing something amiss with Turner's actions, Godwin put down his pipe and slowly looked at the seemingly ordinary letter. "I didn't expect you guys to actually believe me. In that case, I have to tell you the truth. That secret is? Congreve is not the Duke's biological son. Aren't you shocked? Actually, if nothing unexpected happens, the secret might no longer be a secret by now. Are you angry? Are you happy? I'm very happy. Thank you for your generous help. Oh, by the way, although Congreve won't have time to deal with you, his father certainly does. I also want to find this venomous snake through your tragic experience. Please fight back to the end. I will tell your tragic story to the next Thieves' Guild. Thank you so much for your selfless help. Where there is light, there is shadow. The world is divided into two poles. Your dear friend sends his greetings from the side of the light. Shelley wrote this letter yesterday. He wanted to revise it this morning, but he had more important things to do and couldn't spare the time. I simply didn't make any changes, since I was already quite satisfied with the original version, and the result should be pretty good. I have. Although Godwin had anticipated this likely outcome, he never expected it to be this infuriating. That damn guy. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. He frantically smashed everything in front of him, even smashing the counter displaying various liquors with a stool. Looking at the red wine spilled all over the floor, his eyes became bloodshot. Abandoned by his prostitute mother, Godwin was kidnapped by the Thieves' Guild at the age of 2 and began a hellish training as a thief. From a street pickpocket to a gang leader, and finally to the head of the Thieves' Guild, he had fought so many battles that he couldn't even remember them all. I haven't had enough fun yet. I can't let myself fail here. Let's go. We have to go. He calmed down, looked at his subordinates huddled in various corners, and said in a deep voice, "Let's pack our things and get ready to leave. Let's go right now." Seeing the expressions on Turner and the others' faces, as if they were about to cry, Godwin had a bad feeling and shouted, "Speak up. Are you all dumbfounded? What happened?" The squad leader, whose intuition was very accurate, spoke in a hoarse voice. "We didn't want to come back in the first place. But after we escaped the city, we were all knocked unconscious and thrown back." Turner had the worst experience. He was knocked unconscious 4 times. Looking at Turner's swollen back of the head, Godwin seemed deflated and slumped down on one of the few remaining stools beside him. Godwin stared blankly at the ceiling, where he had hanged 3 traitors. He then looked at the bar, where he had executed many subordinates who wanted to rebel against him. Having found confidence in these places, Godwin's eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself, "This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Those people are pushing me. Pushing me. You're saying we're colluding with the followers of those tormented girls? Then we'll collude. Turner." Rubbing the back of his head, Turner looked at his boss upon hearing this and noticed that ambition had rekindled in his eyes. Turner's expression turned serious. "Go find those followers of that evil god, they'll be purged too. They won't refuse, and if we're finished, they'll be next." "Yes. Master, someone from the Thieves' Guild has come out again." Elena knelt on one knee before the statue in prayer. Upon hearing this, she did not rise but calmly asked, Are we going outside the city again this time? No, he sneaked into the noble district. Keep an eye on him, he has gone to find the followers of the painful girl. Yes. The knight quickly left the temple, while Elena remained in the same position, praying. That's all the rats that hide in the sewers can do. Humph, that's fine too, no need to think too much. Are you hiding here? A hooded figure glanced at the map, then casually swung his sword, cleaving the knoll crouching in the bushes in two. Does evil exist? Muttering to himself, the figure continued running in a certain direction. Back at Naisha's manor, Shelley, led by the butler, went to Naisha's study. Looking at the beautiful woman sitting by the window, gazing out, Shelley felt her anxious heart calm down. As if only now sensing Shelley's presence, Naisha turned back to look at Shelley at the doorway and spoke softly. Shelley, you've come. Shelley glanced at the half-elf woman standing behind Naisha, who was asking questions with a look of fear and apprehension, and said, Your Excellency Mrs. Merrill, it's been a day since we last met, no. I should say, he's been gone all night. Naisha? Her calm and gentle expression nearly crumbled, and ripples spread across the teacup in Naisha's hand. How did you know? Explain yourself clearly. Chapter 26. You think you know what I know, but actually you don't. Eileen, get out. Yes, sir. The half-elf, who stood by, nodded with a sigh of relief and hurriedly left the room. She seems quite afraid of you, Miss Naisha. When there were only the two of them in the room, Shelley's demeanor changed, and she was no longer as dignified as she usually was in front of others. He sat somewhat relaxed on the stool in front of Naisha, lazily watching the beauty who was about to lose her composure. You said you didn't see me for one night. I don't understand, what does that mean? I don't believe it. My advanced invisibility technique makes it impossible for you to detect me. Don't you really understand? With a half-smile, Shelley tilted her head, a hint of pleasure appearing on her face. Seeing Naisha becoming increasingly nervous, Shelley decided to stop teasing her. In a moment of panic, he might kill her to cover his tracks and destroy the evidence. His wonderful life hadn't even begun when he died young. Where can he go to cry? Really? Then I must have mistaken you for someone else. Shelley nodded, then spoke with a sigh. The banquet held last night at Earl Rupert's manor. I saw a strange, beautiful, and noble lady lingering on the outside of the circle of ladies, quietly savoring various fruit wines. I was immediately attracted by her figure. It's such a pity that, because of so many unexpected events, I was unable to invite her to dance. I'm so sorry. With an exaggerated sigh, Shelley extended her hand to Naisha, gave an elegant bow, and said softly, May I have the honor of inviting you, beautiful lady, to dance? He didn't know about what happened before. Very good. Naisha breathed a sigh of relief and gave Shelley a seemingly helpless yet indulgent smile. She took Shelley's hand and was then gently pulled into his arms. Sensing Natalia's ease and apparent helplessness, Shelley felt a surge of smug satisfaction. Humph, feeling relieved? How naive. You think you know what I know? You're wrong. You think I'm on the first floor, but I'm actually on the 5th floor. You know, this is all what I showed you. He casually cast a spell to turn on the phonograph in the room. This alchemical artifact had always been strongly resisted by druids who protected nature. Because of numerous precedents of environmental damage caused by the research and production of alchemical products, druid organizations throughout the material world are extremely sensitive to such products. A group of nature-protecting lunatics isn't scary. What's scary is a group of lunatics with several legendary druids. They will unleash the fury of nature and seek revenge on any creature that destroys it. After several legendary battles fought over alchemical artifacts, large-scale alchemical artifact sales can now only be seen in goblin cities. Few kingdoms in the human world dare to openly sell alchemical artifacts like firearms. Their scarcity, ironically, has led to their popularity among nobles, causing prices to soar. The melodious music echoed in the study. Natya, guided by Shelley, awkwardly adapted for a while before finally keeping up. Your first time dancing? Yes, no one has ever dared to invite me before. You are the first. You were the first time for so many things. Then I'll take you to experience many more firsts. Shelley's voice interrupted Naisha's reverie. Looking up at his eyes, which held a serious smile, Naisha chuckled softly. Haha, okay. If only I had met you sooner. The two returned to the original table to the soft strains of dance music. Natya poured Shelley a cup of black tea. Leaning against the table and looking at him, she asked, How did you find me? I thought I was hiding it very well. I'm still a little unwilling to accept this. This shouldn't be happening. Taking a small sip of her black tea, Shelley answered without hesitation. First of all, apart from the noble girls who didn't enter social circles, I remember all the noble ladies in Lunt, and I can even recall their original family names. Don't find it unbelievable. Sometimes it's these little details that can quickly bridge the gap between people. And this was also my way of surviving in the past. From the moment I entered the social circle, I have been performing with trepidation, always worried that I might make a mistake and lose my value. So I've always tried to enrich my hand, learning musical instruments, poetry, and songs. If it weren't for my mentor, I might have become a bard. Shelley then explained. Ah, my mentor was the paladin who discovered me. He took me, then an infant, to Duke Bell to verify my bloodline. It was because of him that I was able to live in the Duke's household. Although he's been becoming less like a paladin lately, cough cough. Shelley raised her hand and coughed lightly, then continued to explain. Secondly, I was deeply impressed by your figure and demeanor. Before Naisha could react, he quickly continued. And there's one more crucial point. Charm or aura. Shelley gently took Natya's fair hand in his and kissed the back of her hand. This time it was a proper hand kiss, and they parted after a light touch of their noses. Your presence at that banquet was as dazzling to me as a lighthouse in the fog. Besides, I've already imprinted your image in my mind. Naisha shyly withdrew her hand, blushing as she looked out the window, revealing only her slightly red neck and ear tips to Shelley. By the way, don't try to kidnap my maid. Or rather, don't kidnap my sister. Turning back, Naisha met Shelley's smiling eyes, regained her composure, and said. You knew it was me? And you can't bear to part with me? She took her little hand back, their fingers intertwined, and Shelley looked out the window and said. It's not hard to guess. You are the protector of all half-elves. No, I am willing to sacrifice her, and I also hope that she can have the ability to protect herself, but I am not familiar with the way warlocks develop. So I hope you can teach her so that she has the ability to protect herself. Without pulling her hand away, Naisha tightened her grip slightly and parted her lips. Do you regret losing a beautiful servant who could control her destiny? Looking seriously back into Naisha's deep, light brown eyes, Shelley slowly said. I have never regretted it. After all, she can't escape. Lydia is a kind child, she deserves a better life. That's right beside me. I see. Perhaps it's out of trust in you. Or perhaps your acting skills are just too superb. She never doubted anything you said. Naisha's guide, 47%. It'll be here soon. It'll be here soon. The moment of passion is almost here. Chapter 27 The Queen's Kiss. As Lydia rose from the soft bed, she looked around the room in a daze. It was clean and cozy, and she couldn't tell that a fierce battle had taken place here. It took her a while to recover. Wrapped in the blanket, she poked her delicate feet out of the bed and tiptoed to the window. Lydia drew back the curtains, letting the warm sunlight bathe her, and happily squinted her eyes, recalling Shelley's last words. You are free to move around in this building until you leave. You can use everything, remember, everything. You can leave, but you must tell me before you leave. Do you understand, Lydia? Gentle yet with a touch of seriousness, his tone was mild but not stern enough to command respect. How could I refuse when you say these things while holding me? Terrible, no. Domineering man. The blanket was pulled back, revealing what lay underneath. Wearing a neat, clean white nightgown. Lydia's delicate pink body was faintly visible through her sheer nightgown, which, combined with her white stockings, made her look like she had stepped out of an oil painting. Lydia blushed suddenly as she recalled the vague memories that lingered after she had fainted. She was carried to the bathroom and gently washed, and then dressed in brand new clothes. Lydia ran back to bed, buried her face in the blankets, and rolled around on the bed like a caterpillar, letting out a silent wail. What did I do yesterday? They actually invited him. However, Lady Shelley is really gentle. Although it wasn't what I imagined, she was really gentle. I can no longer tell whether I am repaying Lord Shelley. Or is he rewarding me? Shaking her head, Lydia remembered the man who resembled the Queen. Lady Naisha, when will you come to take me away? Coincidentally, the two people she was thinking about were sitting together at that moment. At a time when the whole city is on high alert, basking in the sun and sipping tea, they seem like two completely out-of-place oddballs. Shelley recounted his observations and experiences in aristocratic circles, as well as some highly confidential information, and discussed some common methods used by the nobility. Naisha listened quietly, like a studious child, occasionally asking her own questions. Because Naisha discovered that many of the things Shelley mentioned seemed to have been found in the Half-Elf Council as well. So that time, they were in cahoots. And so, their discord was all an act. The more Naisha listened, the angrier she became. She felt like she had been a puppet for decades, being manipulated by a group of nobles. Naisha pouted unhappily, gritting her teeth, when she suddenly felt her lips touch something slippery. Coming to her senses, she watched as Shelley poked a piece of cream cake to the corner of her mouth, then smiled brightly and said, "Don't be unhappy, Your Majesty. The situations I described are all based on the premise that those in power possess immense strength. The lesser nobles want more benefits but are powerless to resist, while the greater nobles dare not resist because they already have enough. Therefore, the core of the conflict is not with you. The fundamental conflict lies between the old and new aristocrats. No one dares to defy you, whether openly or secretly. After all, you are a legendary queen with a long-established reputation." Naisha's slightly improved mood was shattered by the words "already famous." She took a bite of the cake in front of her mouth and then turned her head away from him. "Don't be shy, have another bite, Miss Naisha." Hearing Shelley's amused voice and feeling the touch on her face, Naisha turned her head away helplessly, not daring to speak. Naisha's eyes widened as she watched Shelley lean forward, press her lips to hers, and then gently peek out. Cough. With an instinctive push forward, Shelley flew straight out, crashed into the door, and slid to the ground. I got up to check on Shelley, but I felt I couldn't be gentle with him now, or he would only become more and more unruly. Sitting back in her chair, Naisha frowned as she looked at Shelley, who was sitting by the door coughing, and calmly began to speak. "Don't think that just because we had that kind of relationship, you can do whatever you want. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last." She was indeed slightly angry. "My gentleness towards you is not to indulge you, nor to let you take advantage of me." "Oh dear, what a mistake. Poor you, you almost made it to Heavenly Mountain. No, I mean, to the abyss." Naisha's guide, 38%. That was really close. Looking at her 114 health bar, Shelley decided that next time she'd wear her armor to date Naisha. "It all happened so suddenly, I didn't even have time to use my fake life. If it weren't for the slight advantage granted by my demonic constitution, I would have already become wallpaper on the wall of the believers." It was a subconscious, casual strike. I was no longer half dead, I was practically on the verge of death. "Lady Merrill. Is something wrong?" Eileen's nervous voice came from outside the door. Shelley raised a finger, forced a smile, and put it to her lips, making a gesture to keep quiet. "It's all right, you may leave." "Yes." As the footsteps faded into the distance, Shelley, supporting herself against the door, got up from the floor, staggered back to the stool, and smiled throughout, her smile growing brighter and brighter. With a slight frown, Naisha looked at his smile with a hint of anger and spoke coldly. "What are you laughing at? Don't you have anything to say? Don't you reflect on your own actions at all? Apologize now." Naisha's guide, 35%. "Ahem. I'm laughing because I'm very happy, and I have a lot to say. But there's something I need to tell you now." Leaning back on the stool, Shelley examined Naisha's left ear and said with a smile, "You really suit pink." "What?" Seeing Shelley weakly touch her left ear, Naisha turned to look at herself in the mirror. With a little bit of cream on her lips, her eyes were slightly wide open, and a teardrop-shaped pink diamond earring adorned her slightly slender ear tips. "A pink diamond, which I bought with my savings over the years. It's a shame it's not some kind of magical equipment, but I hope you like it. So now, don't you have anything to say? Miss Tia?" He leaned lazily against the stool. It wasn't that he didn't want to go over and take the opportunity to develop the relationship further, it was that he was really afraid that Naisha would accidentally strangle him in a fit of anger. Better safe than sorry. Feeling somewhat agitated, Naisha pursed her lips and took a long time to speak. "How did you know I like him?" "You like it? That's good. I just feel relieved because I think it suits you well. Right now, I need a reward to heal my mind and body." "Healing spell." Shelley cast a spell to restore her health to full, shifted her position, and leisurely watched Naisha's puffed-up cheeks. "Well." Reluctantly rising, Naisha looked down at the smug Shelley from above the desk, her icy expression melting. "Perhaps, this is fate." Naisha gathered her hair, bent down, and slowly pressed her lips to Shelley's. Chapter 28 Passionate Motion. The Queen's Kiss. Gain 1000 distributable experience points. This is truly astonishing. Is this the effect of catering to someone's preferences? Naisha has completely fallen for you. Naisha's Guide, 52%. Task completed. Reward, Automatic Freeze Spell. Automatic Freeze Spell Legendary Feats. You can cast low-level spells without making any physical movements. Start a new mission, choice. Their lips parted, and Naisha was about to speak when Shelley kissed her again before they finally separated. Don't worry about such trivial things as age. Otherwise, how can you expect me to ignore the matter of strength? She got up, turned on the phonograph, and Shelley led Naisha, whose face was slightly flushed, into a dance in the room. Are you really not bothered by age? So let me ask you this, do you care about my abilities? Shelley casually spun Naisha around and then pulled her into his arms. He genuinely didn't care, not to mention that half-elves naturally have a lifespan greater than humans, nearly twice that of humans. The lifespan of a legendary sorcerer would be enough for Naisha to easily live to 500 years old, and her appearance would not change much. Among spellcasters, only priests have a short lifespan of about 200 years. Warlocks and mages have very, very long lifespans. And if they really can't hold on any longer, they can transform into undead creatures and gain a near infinite lifespan. Although some useless body parts were sacrificed, for example, half-liches, liches, etc., and their strength generally does not decrease. They possess extremely high dual resistance and the ability to resurrect after death, making them a nightmare for all challengers. Aside from the messengers and descendants of the three gods of death who can kill them directly, only destroying their life caskets can truly kill them. To avoid this situation, they would hide their life boxes in the most secluded places, and some would even throw their life boxes into the astral plane. Therefore, many liches will voluntarily serve the three gods of death to avoid being targeted. In other words, if they can't defeat them all, they'll join them. There are often spellcasters with terrifyingly high professional levels who are unwilling to die and transform themselves into terrifying demigod liches. However, to them, the gods were not much stronger than themselves. Moreover, they do not need faith, and everything in the world has nothing to do with them. Therefore, they either immerse themselves in their own laboratory research or collect the necessary experimental materials in the astral plane. They are freer than the gods, as they are not affected by the cataclysmic events of the saints. But what's the point of all this? They don't have penises. No penis. What's the point of living then? Shelley would never turn herself into a lich. Absolutely not. Naisha, the half-elf queen. Feeling, touched. Attitude, you two will be lovers, barring any other obstacles. Strategy, 53%. He sat down on the sofa in the room and placed Naisha on his lap. Neither of them spoke, and they listened quietly to each other's breathing. It's not the right time yet. Naisha hesitated for a moment, then shook her head slightly. She is the half-elf queen, she is the king of Il, and some things cannot be decided so hastily. Her feelings for that country were beyond what many people imagined. It wasn't just the feelings of a ruler for their own territory, it was her home. Shelley had already guessed the outcome from the hints, but he still asked the question as a formality. After all, this is a very important question. It would be strange not to ask it. Yes, I will wait. As the sky outside gradually darkened, Shelley reluctantly removed his hands from her silky legs and said regretfully, I should go back now. I still have to fight against evil and uphold justice, so I can only leave this gentle haven with tears in my eyes. Where to? Tilting her head, Shelley snapped out of her reverie and thought for a moment before saying, The Duke's mansion. I need to take the family guards to the Temple of Justice. Perhaps feeling a little guilty, Natya hugged Shelley's neck tighter and whispered in his ear. Wait a little longer. I'll take you there. I have a luxury car, I'll take you there. Shelley seemed to see a rich woman saying these words to him, a poor boy. As the protagonist who is about to rise against all odds and reach the pinnacle of life, what does this handout matter to him? Of course we have to accept it. What are you thinking about? This is the Queen's coquettishness. Only a madman would refuse. Warlocks wield magic they are born with. This kind of magic may come from supernatural bloodlines, influences from other worlds, or experiences of exposure to some unknown power. You can't learn magic like you learn a language, just as you can't learn how to live a legendary life. It wasn't that you chose magic, it was that the power of magic chose you. Lydia fell into deep thought as she stared at the book in front of her. The power of magic. Lydia frowned slightly, then waved her hand, and the book in front of her began to glow faintly. That's your talent. Hearing a somewhat familiar, gentle voice, Lydia quickly turned around and saw a tall woman wearing a veil. Although her appearance was different from the one she had seen yesterday, Lydia still hesitated before asking. His Majesty? Raising an eyebrow, Naisha ruffled her soft blonde hair and spoke softly. Oh? You know that? Okay, then I don't need to introduce myself. When did you first sense the power of the warlock? After thinking it over carefully, Lydia said uncertainly. It was when I was about 8 or 9 years old. I was hiding in the warehouse that day. I was so scared, and then a light appeared in front of my eyes. Somewhat unexpectedly, Natya sat on Shelley's bed, twitched her nose slightly, and then said. That's very early, it's about the same time as me. Even from a legendary perspective, you are extremely talented. As long as you work hard to unlock the power within your bloodline, you will soon become the strong person you aspire to be. Naisha composed herself slightly, stared at the somewhat flustered girl before her, and spoke softly. Are you ready to come with me now? Taking a deep breath, Lydia touched her right ear with her left hand, bent down with practiced ease, and said firmly. Thank you for your mercy, Savior of the Half-Elves, King of Aiel, Your Majesty. I'm willing to leave here with you. Still with her head down, she gritted her teeth and said with difficulty. But before I leave, could I talk to someone in advance? I've already agreed to it. I am willing to accept the punishment. A sense of oppression grew in the quiet room, and Lydia's heart pounded faster and faster. Don't worry, Lydia. Lift your head. I came here for other things, so I won't be leaving anytime soon. I'll tell you before I leave. I don't want to leave now either. Chapter 29 On the Eve of the Encirclement. Wow, teleportation is so convenient. But, isn't teleporting within the city a bit too extravagant? Shelley carefully recalled the legendary battles that would take place in the next few years, none of which involved half-elves, and thus relaxed. Anyway, they're legends. How many legends can this small kingdom have? And they have to be enemies to pose a threat to Naisha. Riding on horseback, Shelley led her family guards to the temple district and entered the Temple of Justice alone. He first respectfully bowed to the statue, then bowed to the bishop and Elena, stood up straight, and said. Reporting, sir, all personnel from Duke Bell's mansion have arrived. Please provide instructions. Elena stared at Shelley's face with a strange look for a long time before slowly nodding and saying. Yes, have them follow the knight's instructions. You come back and we will act separately. Yes. Without any hesitation, Shelley turned around and went out to inform the guards after receiving the instructions. Shelley was a little confused as to why Elena was looking at her so strangely. My relationship with Naisha? No, she's never even met Naisha. That's Lydia? That can't be right, I turned off all the lights. That happened when I was a child. How much time has passed? The more Shelley thought about it, the stranger it seemed, so she simply gave up trying to figure it out. Fine, we'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. I refuse to believe that I can't handle a mere princess after I've already taken down the queen. Shelley paused, glancing around nervously, before continuing on only after confirming no one was watching. Hiss. I guess I really can handle her, in a physical sense. Based on the clues provided by the succubus system, Elena is at least a high-level warrior, and her level alone is enough to overwhelm me. Of course, as a nearly all-around profession, the paladin is still very strong. Paladins are a very special class among those that are both melee and spellcasting. They can heal, tank, and deal damage, and are often referred to as a bug-like existence that can walk around. However, developing in two areas also means that it cannot be compared with a pure professional career in either aspect. Their strength cannot compare to that of the top warriors, and their divine magic and healing cannot match that of a purebred priest. Moreover, Elena cannot be simply summarized as a high-ranking warrior. Royalty, the Grand Master of the Knights Templar, or even a chosen one of the gods. With these multiple identities combined, one naturally acquires a considerable amount of abilities in magical items. We definitely can't win in a fight, we need to be careful of a direct confrontation. We have to outsmart them. We can't just rely on brute force. Gradually figuring out the situation, Shelley didn't linger outside and hurried back into the temple. Wearing the helmet, he stood silently behind Elena, just like an ordinary Templar knight. Bishop William, are the people from the other temples ready? The bishop, who appeared to be around middle-aged and had a goatee, silently shook his head and said. Only the Temple of the Lord of Dawn is willing to participate in the frontal encirclement and suppression. The other temples are only willing to deal with those who slip through the net on the periphery. Remembering Shelley standing behind her, Elena resisted the urge to click her tongue and nodded knowingly. That's normal. After all, no divine decree was issued, and they have connections with many nobles. Only when followers of evil gods cause chaos will they regret it. Never mind them, let's set off now. Everyone stopped what they were doing and shouted in unison. Yes, sir. For the sake of justice in the world. Fight for justice. With the rousing slogans, the atmosphere in the entire temple changed from peaceful to lively, and everyone started moving, except for Shelley and his companion who were still standing in front of the statue. With her back to Shelley and head tilted back to look at the statue, Elena asked without turning her head. You seem to have something you want to ask me. No, I have nothing to ask. Please don't talk to me, I am just a pillar in the temple. Yes, I don't understand, Lady Elena, we could have acted during the day. Are you going fishing? This was the answer Shelley could think of on the spot, and he pretended to be puzzled, asking softly. But why choose to carry out the operation at night? And with such fanfare? Satisfied with Shelley's question, Elena tossed her hair and removed the thin veil from her head. Looking back at Shelley's eyes peeking through the gaps in her helmet, Elena chuckled with a hint of arrogance and unbridled abandon. Of course, it's to lure those rats that only dare to come out at night out of their holes. This city, this country, has been decaying for far too long. We need an opportunity to purge those rotten roots, even if it shakes the very foundation of the nation. A confident light shone in his deep black eyes, echoing the faint glow emanating from the statue behind him. Elena, who is around 175 centimeters tall, is similar to Naisha. Both of them are nearly 10 centimeters shorter than Shelley, but their presence far surpasses that of the current Shelley. What a beautiful woman. Perhaps ambition is a quality that might seem out of place to others, but it suits her perfectly. It really has been so many years. The little girl from back then has changed a lot. Kneeling on one knee, Shelley removed her helmet and quietly looked at the princess who had given her so many surprises. Elena, admiring Shelley's elegant figure and flawless beauty, spoke with great satisfaction. Shelley, are you willing to fight for justice? Perhaps Shelley's gaze was too intense, for Elena's eyes flickered halfway through her sentence, and her words unconsciously changed. As you wish, let us fight for justice. Don't blush, even though I still think you're cute. With a hint of annoyance, Elena waved her hand, bit her lip, and said, Let's go and execute those evil people. Yes. In a tall tower in the heart of the royal city, a majestic figure stands on the balcony, gazing at a dark slum in the distance. Without warning, a figure completely concealed in darkness silently appeared behind him, knelt on one knee, and spoke in a deep voice. My lord, Shelley has set off with Princess Elena. The hunting dogs are ready and can go hunting at any time. Without turning around, the figure placed his hand on the railing and spoke, his deep voice revealing neither joy nor anger. By separating them, someone will have to pay the price for that. The church has overreached, they need to understand that some things are off limits. Go. There was no answer. The figure lowered its head slightly and disappeared into the dark room. Elena. My poor. The clouds that blocked the moon drifted by, and the hazy moonlight shone on him. It reflected his long, dry, gray hair, which was reddish-brown. Chapter 30 The Rise of the Nine Factions and the Lord of Demons. First update, 4,344 words. The tavern was much quieter than usual today. Even the common people could hear the whispers of the wind. No one was in the mood for drinking at this time. They all huddled in their dilapidated homes, praying to the gods. Has something happened? Opening his eyes, Salil sat up in bed and laboriously walked to the window, looking out at the slum shrouded in darkness. An evil aura permeates the night. But it was filled with a mix of emotions, fear, tension, and excitement. This is a conspiracy? Cough, cough, cough. Salil's withered fingers gripped the drafty windowsill, his other hand wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing anger and helplessness. Will innocent people be harmed again? Damn it! They're here. They're here. Ha ha ha, that guy Godwin is dead meat. Get ready. Seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Good. All the grey forces hiding near the Lund Thieves Guild were ready to take advantage of the chaos. They were like cats that had smelled blood, silently lurking in the darkness. As for helping the Thieves Guild? They're not that kind-hearted. The pie in Lund is only so big. The fewer competitors there are, the fewer people there are to share it. They would love for all the members of the Thieves Guild to die. The old Thieves Guild has disappeared, and a new force will surely emerge to take its place. Some even plan to take advantage of the current dispersion of the nobles' defensive forces and make a fortune in the noble district. They don't mind causing death or injury as long as the benefits are enough. They can be a dagger stabbing a friend in the back. Although they probably don't have many friends either. They are bad people, they belong to the evil camp. At this point, we have to explain the concept of factions. Aside from beasts with little thought, almost all intelligent beings have their own alignment biases. Whether he is a lowly blacksmith or a noble prince. Even the demons that fight madly in the abyss and the gods that are high above, all creatures have their own factions. The world is divided into three camps: order, neutrality, and chaos, while the concept of good and evil is divided into three categories: good, neutrality, and evil. Their combination forms 9 major camps. Lawful good, lawful neutral, lawful evil. Neutral good, absolutely neutral, neutral evil. Chaotic good, chaotic neutral, chaotic evil. Lawful good, fight for love and peace. Their actions are always motivated by love, and they are driven by a sense of honor and responsibility. They never lie, keep their promises, help those in need, speak out against injustice, and refuse to see crimes go unpunished. Notable figures: Bruce Wayne, Batman, Paladin, Golden Dragon. Lawful neutrality: order is neither about justice nor evil. They believe in glory, precepts, traditions, or act according to personal creeds, obeying commands and organizations. They often act according to their own principles and will not waver in their decisions because of people's pleas or evil temptations. Representative figures: James Bond 007, soldiers, monks. Lawful evil: a systematic, planned, and frequently successful form of evil. They view a good organizational system as a convenient tool, a group united by desires, and through which the negative characteristics of the collective are manifested. They are happy to keep their promises and obey orders, but they are indifferent to the rights and freedoms of others, and they don't mind distorting regulations and rules to satisfy their own interests. Besides harming others to achieve their own ends, they also take pleasure in spreading evil and may serve evil gods or masters, regarding evil deeds as part of their work. Representative figures: Magneto, X-Men, Tyrant, Ogre, Devil. Neutral good: treat as good a person as possible. Guided by one's conscience, one gives to others without expecting anything in return, while at the same time trying not to break the law or precepts. However, if they feel they have to break the law while doing good deeds, they will not be caught in an internal struggle of choosing between two options. Notable figures: Peter Parker, Spider-Man, Centaur, Eagle. Absolutely neutral: what does this have to do with me? And what does it have to do with you? They are cunning and shrewd characters who are adept at pleasing everyone and have no particular preference for good or evil, order or chaos. Some people even believe that good and evil, order and chaos, are simply prejudices and dangerous extremes. Notable figures: Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, Druid, Halfling. Neutral evil: he can do anything for himself, and everything he does is for himself. The most typical selfish person can betray their temporary allies without hesitation. They won't commit unnecessary killing and destruction, but if it's for their own purposes, such as for money, sex, or convenience. They might even kill people without hesitation for their own amusement. They can abide by the rules and regulations if there is profit to be made, but they will not hesitate to break the rules if their goals are hindered. Notable characters: Mystique, X-Men, Goblins, Kobolds. Chaotic goodness: acting according to one's own heart, regardless of the expectations of others. They believe in kindness and justice, but do not obey laws and rules. They hate coercion and instigation of others. They always want to do good deeds, but their theories and actions are often not accepted by the world. They don't mind using vicious methods to punish those they consider evil, even if they don't like doing so, but they themselves are not malicious. Notable figures: Robin Hood, Unicorn, Copper Dragon. Chaos neutrality: the only thing they can be sure of is that they cannot be sure of at all. They only listen to their own heart, ignoring all laws and traditions. They do not deliberately sabotage the organization because they are not driven by good or evil desires. Good and evil always come after their need for personal freedom. Notable figures: Jack Sparrow, Pirates of the Caribbean, Orc, Barbarian. Chaos and evil: they value their own freedom highly, but completely disregard the lives and freedoms of others. They care nothing for rules, order, the lives and freedom of others. All they care about are their own extremely selfish and brutal desires. Driven by their greed, anger, or destructive desires, they may impulsively commit all sorts of evil deeds. But if they want to enjoy chaos and fear, they will do even more horrific things. Notable figures: Orcs, Gnolls, Red Dragons. Order and chaos are in conflict, Good and evil are opposed, and neutrality lies between the two. It's worth mentioning that it was your actions that led to the shift in allegiances. It's not about what you do because of which faction you're on. Especially for a race like humans that doesn't naturally have any affiliation, there are people from all sides. Even the most devout paladin, a symbol of lawful good, can fall into evil through their own actions. For example, killing innocent people or allowing evil to happen before one's eyes. Furthermore, the degree of factional shift also varies. A low-level gang member who works for villains might be part of the evil camp, just as a notorious murderer might be part of the evil camp. The former may have just shifted course, doing more good deeds might allow them to enter the neutral camp. As for the latter, I advise you to hide as soon as possible, or the paladins might come to your house to wipe out evil. Your allegiance largely determines how others perceive you. For example, a good faction guard will feel a deep sense of disgust when he sees an evil faction thief, even if the thief hasn't done anything yet. He would really want to pick a fight with this thief, and would check him over and over again for no reason. If anyone resists even slightly, they'll be sent to jail for a few days first. Similarly, law-abiding and orderly factions will also dislike those unruly and chaotic factions. Of course, apart from extremely serious factional conflicts, as intelligent beings, they generally do not engage in life or death conflicts upon first meeting. Just like when faced with thugs wielding guns, the weak victims, though afraid, will still choose to retreat in order to survive. However, when faced with a larger conflict, different camps will also join forces to fight against it. The ancient gods of order once united against a common enemy, joining forces to attack the first generation of demonic armies representing the Chaos faction. In the very beginning of the universe, chaos was everywhere. The demons arrived uninvited. They themselves represent chaos. Driven by their chaotic nature, demons slaughter each other in every corner of the universe. Such chaos became intolerable to the entire universe, so another force emerged to counter it. Order. Thus began the war between order and chaos. These newly born gods of order, clad in armor made of pure power of order, took up arms for their ideals and launched a fierce attack on the demons. Finally, after countless years, they managed to drive that endless horde of demons back into the abyss. It was also during this conflict that the ancient gods betrayed them. It is known as the oldest and most important evil force in the entire multiverse. Thus, Asmodeus, the lord of the 9 layers of hell, was born. In that war that lasted for countless centuries, the gods of order created sacred texts to record their victories. They also created time because they wanted to know how long it would take to achieve final victory. Gradually, the gods of order felt that the demons seemed inexhaustible. They were tired of war. I hope to shift the focus elsewhere, such as the creation of worlds and intelligent life. The ancient gods first created warriors with beautiful wings as servants and endowed them with divine magic. These glorious beings are called angels. Of all the angels, Asmodeus is the most valiant and the most beautiful. He killed more demons than any other angel, or even any ancient god. But countless ages have passed, and they have gradually acquired some of the characteristics of their enemies, along with the other angels. Gradually, their once beautiful appearance became ugly, sharp teeth grew from their mouths, their tongues became forked, and flames surrounded them. The god of order and the other angels were terrified of them. So the ancient gods put them to trial many times, but the fallen angels found loopholes in the law. They were not destroyed. Instead, they gained even greater power. Through a series of conspiracies, Asmodeus successfully created the 9 layers of hell to judge corrupted souls, thereby gaining power greater than that of the old gods. He brought his fallen angels to hell, the most typical examples of lawful evil. A devil has been born. As the lord of demons of the lawful faction, he covets the souls of mortals, but he remains in hell and does not venture out. Even now, with the ancient gods gone and new gods born, he still upholds the old laws and continues to fight against demons. The demons wage an endless bloody battle between Bathory and the abyss. In their leisure time, these demons are more inclined to respond to the call of mortals and tempt them to fall. All you need to do is take these scrolls to the designated location in the slums and then open the ribbons on them. The priest, wearing a ball masquerade, casually handed Turner a seemingly ordinary parchment scroll and began to speak as if by chance. At that time, these magic scrolls will ignite and set the area ablaze. We can take advantage of the fact that those hypocritical churches are out there trying to provide aid, and then we can deal them a huge blow. Turner glanced around nervously, cold sweat beading on his forehead, unable to look directly at the woman in front of him. The woman was wearing a black half-body armor with spikes, revealing a large expanse of fair skin, and had a long, spiked iron whip tucked into her waist. Her lips, which weren't covered, were luscious and opened and closed as she spoke, making Turner excited. The women around him were dressed similarly, and some even stuck out their tongues and licked their lips as they watched him. This is way more exciting than the prostitutes at the docks. If only. He. He restrained his desires, slightly bent over, and accepted the 6 scrolls with both hands. A soft hand gently touched the top of his head, and a seductive voice sounded in front of him. Once this matter is over, perhaps you will be willing to serve the goddess with us. Hurry up, they'll be here soon. Excitedly raising his head, Turner looked into the seemingly tender eyes beneath the mask, his blood rushing to his head, and he nodded vigorously. His excited appearance made everyone laugh, and Turner turned and ran out of the secret room amidst the crisp laughter. They're interested in me. My wonderful life is about to begin. Damn Church of the God of Justice. Prepare for our revenge. Once Turner was completely out of sight, the laughter echoing in the secret room abruptly stopped, as if the joy just moments before had been nothing but an illusion. After a while, a woman hesitated, looked at the bishop in front of the statue, and said, "Sir, is this the same thief as last time?" The statue of the painful girl is a beautiful girl covered in dark tattoos and holding a 9-tailed whip. At this moment, the idol emitted a hazy light, and the man immediately knelt down and fell silent. A tremendous voice appeared in the priest's mind. "Put your plans ahead of schedule. To spread my name to more people. I will give you the reward you deserve." The priest, amidst his painful screams, smiled as he lashed his back with the 9-tailed whip beside him and knelt on the spot. "Great goddess, I will obey your command." Only after the light from the statue had completely disappeared did she slowly stand up from the ground, turn to look at the believer who had asked the question, and speak. "We let him go back then to avoid exposing the goddess's plan, but it doesn't matter now. I have received a divine decree." She drew her iron whip and swung it once, producing a loud crack, and shouted, "Implement the plan ahead of schedule. Let these ignorant people understand the teachings of the goddess. Pain is the most comprehensive trial. It strengthens the spirit and brings true joy to those who endure it. Let them revere the suffering maiden and yearn for her grace." Set off. Chapter 31: The Tyrant Who Represents Justice. Second update, 3,311 words. The slum was eerily quiet, pitch black. Even though it wasn't late at night, there wasn't a single stray dog on the street. Squads of noble guards, some with varying levels of equipment, appeared on the long street outside and, led by the Templar Knights, surrounded the slums. They all looked very relaxed, as if they were out for a stroll. Some even started chatting with the people around them, and they all laughed in a way that only men would understand. The Thieves' Guild only has a handful of people. I don't understand why the Church of Justice is making such a big fuss about it. Exactly. I need to finish this quickly so I can go to a pub. I've been holding back for too long, hee. I'll take you there, I know a place where the women have big butts. Hee. The knights leading the group ignored the situation and didn't ask them to keep quiet. With several hundred people, it was impossible for them to be completely quiet. Actually, they didn't quite understand either. The Thieves' Guild usually had quite a few members, so how many were left now? And why did they have to choose this unfavorable time to launch a surprise attack? However, trusting the Grand Master and the Bishop, not a single knight raised any questions. All factions sent people to secretly observe the development of the event from various corners. Just when everyone thought the farce was about to begin, Elena stepped forward in front of everyone. At this moment, she tied up her hair, dragged a giant sword as tall as a man behind her, glanced around at the lazy expressions of the guards, and then looked at the slums where a storm was brewing. With a smile, Elena addressed the disorganized coalition forces, her voice, though seemingly soft, carrying far through the street. "They're so lax. Is this what a nobleman's guards are like? Don't you think this operation is a joke? Or do you think this is just a moment of capriciousness from the idiotic princess?" As the laughter subsided, the guards were somewhat unsure of the personality of this princess who had disappeared for so long. Some people who make a living by observing their owners' expressions over the years have clearly noticed that something is wrong. She's up to no good. Something bad is going to happen. Seeing the puzzled looks on the faces of the group, Elena tilted her head back, snorted, and continued. "I know you people are just cannon fodder pushed out here. The real elites are probably hiding on the sidelines, ready to laugh at me. Each family only has a group of warriors below the second tier?" Snort. Elena glanced around indifferently, shrugged, but immediately realized the posture was rather inelegant, so she stood still and continued speaking. "But, so what? You're right, this is just my stubbornness. A smile crept onto her lips as Elena raised the greatsword and swung it forward with a mighty swing. Start! The next moment, stern voices shouted loudly from all sides of the guards, and even from within the slums. For justice! Dozens of priests and paladins wearing hoods raised their right hands, and their bodies shone with a pure white light. Detect evil! The multiple detected evils seemed to undergo a special change after coming into contact with each other. The faint aura became dazzling and suddenly expanded throughout the entire slum. What? No! Damn the church! You are provoking the dignity of the nobility. You're forcing us. Various kinds of spiritual light shone on these guards, with most of them being blood red or even deep red. Only a handful of people were wearing light red. Meanwhile, in the slums, various bright red bloodstains also appeared in the Thieves' Guild and its vicinity. Watching calmly as these people frantically drew their swords and pointed them at the Templar Knights, Elena spoke with a cold smile. Ha, just as I expected. Do you see the bloodstains inside? That's your only way out. Only by killing them can you have a chance to atone for your sins. Looking at the guards who were still standing there and hadn't rushed in, Elena raised an eyebrow and sneered. Or do you want to die here right now? Dead silence. No one expected that an ordinary mission would turn into such a deadly situation. Count Charles, as captain of guards, looked at the deep red aura emanating from his body, pressed his trembling right hand, and cried out in terror. It's over. It's over. No, we'll surely die if this continues. He gritted his teeth, rushed up to Elena, and shouted angrily. You are putting these noble lords in a difficult position. You can't do this. I've worked for the Earl for 30 years. I am a meritorious official of the Earl's mansion. I can't just. A white light flashed before his eyes, and the next moment, his head flew off, and blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. Thump! His head slammed heavily onto the muddy ground, his face still contorted with anger and rage, never imagining that this would be his end. The noisy street outside the slum fell silent, and the sounds of fighting could be faintly heard coming from inside the slum. All the guards seemed to have regained their senses. They stared in disbelief at the man who had been standing behind Elena like a guard. His silver hair was tied up, and his silver armor was covered in blood. He coldly flicked the blood off his sword. Shelley sheathed his long sword, his hands trembling slightly. He lowered his head to hide his expression and quickly stood behind Elena. Elena glanced sharply at Shelley's hands, narrowed her eyes, nodded, and said nothing. Shelley frowned, staring at the blood gushing from the headless corpse's neck, and swallowed hard. TSK, wait a minute, I've never killed anyone before, not even in godhood. What's with this intense bloodlust right now? Did you know? Succubi also crave blood. Male succubi especially enjoy the feeling of their enemies' hot blood spraying onto their faces. Succubi are demons too, that makes sense. It seems I'll have to keep fighting against my uncontrollable urge to kill. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? I'm not a real paladin as long as I don't kill innocent people indiscriminately, that's enough. How dare you lay a hand on us? Is there no law anymore? As if it were an explosion of suppressed emotions, their shouts became even more intense, as if they were desperately venting their fear. However, no one dared to step forward. Even the priests and paladins were surrounded by empty spaces. You are committing indiscriminate killing. Tyrant! His Excellency the Duke will stand up for us. Is what you're doing justifiable? All eyes were on Elena. Not only the guards, but also the nobles hidden around them, and even the knights who were unaware of the situation before, all wanted to hear Elena's answer. Indiscriminate killing? Evil? Lawlessness? Oh. This is the Kingdom of Fent, and I am the eldest princess of the Kingdom of Fent. You're talking to me about the law? As if she had heard something ridiculous, Elena planted her greatsword in front of her and coldly said, No, it's all for justice. As for you? Don't you know how much you've done for your master? They deserve to die. Her beautiful face was full of mockery and disdain. Elena looked at the speechless crowd and gestured towards the slums behind her. What are you waiting for? Once everyone inside dies, you will have no chance to atone for your sins. Don't worry, no one can save you, not even your master. They now have a squad of paladins at the door of every house, and once they come out, the paladins rush in to wipe out the evil. They're all busy destroying evidence in your house right now, no one's going to come and save you. I declare all of the above to you in the name of justice. Satisfied with the completely silent scene, Elena's expression turned mocking, and she said softly, "Are you all just going to stand here doing nothing?" The calm yet slightly teasing voice brought the petrified guards back to their senses. No one spoke again. They all glared angrily, brandishing their swords, and charged into the slums. Elena remained in her original position, gazing at the distant temple area, letting them rush past her. Drawing her greatsword, Elena turned and calmly addressed Shelley, who was also standing in the same spot. "Shelley, can you understand me?" Although her tone was calm, Shelley could detect a hint of unease in her voice, so she answered without hesitation. "Justice and the law must be upheld. It comes at the cost of sacrifice. I am willing to die for this cause." Tyr's followers are often referred to as tyrants by their detractors. They directly help victims who lack the power to seek help, and help the weak take revenge on criminals. When this happens, the law has been severely damaged by these wicked people and has lost its original meaning. Therefore, the priests of Tyre would openly challenge evil or corrupt forces, and even if they were powerless, they would not hesitate to be martyred for it. "But, Your Highness Elena." With a fixed gaze on the princess, who had been so arrogant just moments before but was now dejected, Shelley said solemnly, "I hope you will let me stay by your side. Even if it can only hold off the enemy for you for a moment. That would be my greatest honor." "Humph. Prepare for my direct attack. Panic quickly, and then forget about all the unhappy things." Unexpectedly, although Elena turned her head away somewhat uncomfortably, her mood became even more depressed. She shook her head slightly and whispered, "You can stay, but I don't need anyone to hold off the enemy for me. I don't want anyone to sacrifice for me anymore." Shelley was surprised that his direct approach was ineffective, so he anxiously pressed on, asking, "Your Highness Elena, I would also like to know, what about the original inhabitants of the slums? Can their safety be guaranteed?" Elena paused, turned to look at Shelley, smiled, and said happily, "You're the only one who asked that question. I'm so happy. A brilliant hypocrite." Your kindness touched her. Especially when everyone else is ignoring it. Elena's strategy, 38%. Elena twirled gracefully, pointed to the commoners area, and smiled as she spoke. "They are safe and are currently in civilian areas. What's interesting is that those forces in the shadows, in order to seize the best opportunity, drove out many of the original residents and took over their houses. As for the remaining people, I also arranged for them to be secretly transported out on this day, through the tunnels that those evil forces had secretly dug." He. "This is really interesting." Having fully recovered, Elena patted Shelley's shoulder with her left hand and said softly, "Don't worry, evil will eventually be eliminated, and your actions are for justice. Let's go. Let's wipe them all out." Chapter 32: The Wanderer. Third update, 3,162 words. Ha 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 ha. As Godwin watched the blood-red light rising from the house next door, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He pounded the table with his fist, laughing until tears streamed down his face. "A bunch of idiots, trying to get a bargain, ha ha. How could those lunatics from the Temple of Justice possibly let you go?" He twirled the dagger in his hand, and Godwin's blood-stained figure disappeared into the shadows, vanishing from the empty bar, leaving only a faint whisper echoing in his ears. "Everyone, you just wait. I will make you pay a heavy price." Not long after, a hazy figure appeared at the doorway, cautiously observed for a moment, and then slowly slipped inside. "Boss?" They agreed. They even gave us spell scrolls and told us to put them in the designated location. Have they left? Turner's figure appeared, looking at the union that was no longer as lively as before, but he didn't feel much sadness. Wanderers are generally professionals with a weak sense of right and wrong, and this place didn't leave him with a very good impression either. Thieves' guilds adopt or even kidnap orphans for training. These children are trained to be pickpockets from a young age, and the mortality rate exceeds 70%. Of the remaining half, only half will become professionals, the other half will continue as pickpockets or join gangs. It's better this place is gone. I just don't know if I can infiltrate that Church of Pain. It's much better than this wretched place that doesn't believe in the Shadow Lord. Maybe I can even get some benefits out of it, hee. The concept of evil god is actually relative. Gods of the evil faction are generally regarded as evil gods. Two antagonistic churches would also refer to each other as followers of evil gods, and a church that privately preaches in a kingdom ruled by another god would also be called a church of evil gods. The Church of the Painful Girl is a rather special case in Rentry's situation. Evil faction gods, divine conflicts, unauthorized proselytizing, it's all here. What a coincidence, it has all three. In addition, Princess Elena's status was the reason why her actions were not stopped by the church. Otherwise, if the leader of a knightly order proposed such a large-scale operation, it would almost certainly be rejected. But first, we have to survive this crisis. Turner sensed the approaching danger, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a small, sewn cloth bag. He poured out a gold coin that looked very old, kissed it, and put it back. My lucky coin, please keep me lucky. After saying that, he disappeared into the shadows and headed towards the most intense battleground. Why? Why? Bruno, as the leader of the second assassin guild in the Lunt Underground, has clashed with Godwin no less than 10 times. But watching Godwin hunt so frantically in the arena, taking a life with each appearance, he found it unbelievable. You've been hiding your true strength. Why? Upon hearing Bruno's roar, Godwin raised an eyebrow, finding it quite perplexing. I never realized Bruno wasn't very bright. Who in the gray area wouldn't leave themselves a way out? What is he up to? After dodging another noble guard who lunged at him, Godwin spat. Tisk, why are these guards working so hard? The current situation is different from what he expected, very different. He had thought that after killing a few leaders, these good-for-nothing scoundrels who usually only chased after a few thugs would surely be routed. Then he can take advantage of the chaos to find an opportunity to escape. But who knew? These people went berserk, hacking at anyone they saw. He'll slash at anything that sees blood, even his own people he's gone mad with killing. TSK, what exactly did the Temple of Justice do? Why haven't any of their people shown up? Are you looking for me, Chief? What? Startled by the sudden sound behind him, Godwin lunged forward, throwing 2 daggers behind him as he rolled. Ding! Ding! Hey, why are you running? Elena easily caught the 2 daggers with her gauntlets, threw them aside, and instead of looking at him directly, she looked in a certain direction. I hope you can give me a warm-up. Don't disappoint me with the appetizers before the main course. Godwin lowered his body, drew a new dagger, and said with a furious laugh. I will make you see the real hell. Turning her gaze to him, Elena looked him up and down, shook her head, and sighed. Impossible. Because you're weak. Although his forehead veins bulged with anger, Godwin did not rush forward. Instead, he began to circle around Elena. I'm going to kill you. Sigh, let's just kill some time. Miss Elena, that's not a line a righteous character would say. Hearing the villain's completely off-putting remarks, Shelley even felt a little sorry for the bandit leader. First, I was threatened by my own tricks, and then I'll probably be furious with a letter. Finally, when they lost their family business and were besieged, they were also looked down upon. Oh no! It's so tragic. She turned around, pinned a thief who had circled behind her to the ground, and quickly snapped his neck. Shelley sighed and said, What are you thinking, trying to betray me? Speaking of thieves' tricks, I'm way more skilled than you guys. Shelley picked up the 2 daggers scattered on the ground and then concealed himself. After all, I used to be a legendary rogue. Seriously. Who wasn't a legend before? Who do you think you are? In the original world of godhood, Shelley was a wanderer who, if not in the top 5, would certainly be in the top 10. Bather, the Abyss, the Underworld, and even the divine realm that descended upon the material world after the fall of the gods. There are very few places in the entire multiverse that legendary wanderers cannot set foot in. With their diverse professional skills and incredible techniques, they can turn a tough battle into a stroll in the enemy's backyard. You can also assassinate an enemy you can't defeat while they're asleep. Moreover, their legendary skills are incredibly exaggerated. All-rounder legendary skill can use any item. Yes, any props. Whether it's a magic scroll that requires spellcasting ability to use, or a specific weapon that is mandated by faction, any rogue with this skill can use it. An assassin wielding a divine weapon to backstab the Drow matriarch, a thief sneaking into a legendary wizard's tower to steal a legendary scroll. Of course, it can be used, but that doesn't mean it has enough capability to use it effectively. Imagine a thief carrying a siege spike. Doesn't that sound exciting? If it weren't for the Wanderer's relatively low attack and defense capabilities, many people would definitely choose this class that disrupts the game's balance. Honestly, if I hadn't met Salil at birth and hadn't had a good reason to explain where I learned the Wanderer's skills from, it would have been a different story. Shelley will definitely never change his profession in his life. Fortunately, being a rogue is a skill-based profession that doesn't require too many professional skills. Many things can be done by relying on physical strength. If it weren't for that unique hand, cough cough, technique. What made Shelley so irresistible to those wealthy women? And then there's this morning, even if Naisha lowers her guard in front of Shelley, she's still a legendary spellcaster. With a little trick, she distracted Naisha and then quietly put the earrings on her ears. All of this was done in less than a second. Without solid skills, all of this would definitely be discovered. By then, the outcome might be different. It might work even better. Shelley's eyes lit up, and he stood in the shadows, contemplating this philosophical question. A clumsy boy who wanted to wear an earring, but was caught. She's so gentle, she definitely wouldn't have the heart to send me flying. This selling point seems pretty good. Next time. Let's leave this setup for the next victim. Well said. You're absolutely right. Keep hunting. Whether on the battlefield or in bed. Shut up. Superior. Then he saw a thief hiding in a corner ahead, preparing to launch a sneak attack. He slowly crept over. Hi everyone, this is Belle. We've spotted a wild little thief. Their meat is delicious, but they are not easy to catch. They are a rare delicacy. Now I'll demonstrate how to quickly obtain this ingredient. This is all about technique. Steady, precise, and ruthless. One hand covered his mouth, and the dagger was plunged viciously into the thief's back. Backstab. Shelley waited until he stopped trembling before releasing her hand from his mouth and looking around at the bloody scene where brains were flying everywhere. No one cared whether an ordinary thief lived or died, Shelley sighed. This is unnecessary, my professional instincts are kicking in. Fortunately, my skills haven't become too rusty. He twirled the dagger rapidly in his hand, performing a few flourishes before stealthily re-entering the battlefield to select his next prey. Nobody would have guessed. Shelley, the paladin who appears upright, handsome, and dashing, and who makes bards unemployed. He's actually a treacherous and cunning wanderer behind the scenes. After indulging in a satisfied fantasy for a while, Shelley's thoughts were interrupted by the light emitted from the armor, and he lowered his head to ponder. It's a pity I can't take off this armor, otherwise it'll be hard to explain. Why did you take off your clothes in the middle of the fight, you paladin? I only take off my clothes during specific battles. Hiss. It's not that there's no way, but it's a bit disgusting. Just kidding. He turned back to the thief's corpse and calmly smeared the blood on the bright silver armor, making it dull and lifeless. It's just blood, it's so much cleaner than this mud mixed with horse manure. Kids, here I come. The dark red armor looked particularly eerie under the moonlight. If someone familiar with her saw it, they certainly wouldn't recognize it as Shelley. Well, what was that all about? Where there is light, there is shadow. The world is divided into two poles. The hunt is now officially underway. Chapter 33 The Lucky Thief First Update, 2054 words. Inside a dilapidated house, 3 men and 1 woman dressed as assassins closely observed the battle unfolding through a crack in the window. Behind them was an open cellar, and the small, thin Jill suddenly spoke in a low voice. The prey has disappeared. Upon hearing this, Moore, who had been intently watching Godwin and Elena's fight, became enraged and turned to look at his companion. How did it disappear? Jill stammered, her speech not quite coherent, and explained with exaggerated gestures. No, I didn't notice. I just tackled a thief and then disappeared. TSK, keep watching. Well. Moore looked back at the battlefield between the 2 men and found that there hadn't been much change on the field. Elena remained fearless, watching Godwin perform with composure. Godwin moved quickly, constantly searching for Elena's weaknesses, and would occasionally disappear for a period of time. However, in the few times the 2 sides clashed, Godwin would quickly retreat as soon as they made contact, which greatly disappointed Moore, who wanted to see the princess's strength. Tisk, can you even be considered a man? Just go up and fight. At that moment, a deep breath made Moore's hair stand on end, and cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Hiss. Ha! The only woman among the 4 approached Moore, her eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for killing, and a hoarse voice emanated from beneath her mask. Sir, may I join them? This scene is absolutely stunning. I want to be a part of this painting. Lowering his head slightly, Moore squinted at the crisscrossing scars on her exposed skin, and slowly shook his head. No, the mission must take precedence right now. Seeing her slightly drawn scimitar, Moore quickly added. You are free to move around once the mission is over. Good. Bite. Hearing the sound of the sword being sheathed, the three men in the room quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This madman. Is he really insane? She actually tried to harm me. Moore's face twitched a few times as he tried to compose himself and exchanged glances with Jill and the silent Parker. Parker nodded silently, turned and leaped into the tunnel, disappearing in an instant. The fifth one. This is the last one. Quietly avoiding everyone, Turner navigated the chaotic battlefield and successfully placed the 5 scrolls in their designated locations. Straightening up, Turner turned his neck and looked at the scroll in his hand, where he could vaguely see intricate patterns and characters. He was illiterate and could only barely recognize a few numbers on it, but he didn't know their meaning. He would have been eliminated by his peers for this reason, but he was very lucky to stand out among his colleagues and rise through the ranks to become a junior leader. This thing must cost a lot of money. No wonder it's a church, they're really rich. Once this is put down, all the magic scrolls will be in place. Turner watched the battle in the distance, curled his lip, and showed a disdainful expression. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even handle a few warriors who dare to advance. Alright, forget about them, there's one left. There's a thief over there? Turner watched as a blood-red figure flashed past in the distance and appeared beside 2 people fighting hand to hand. The 2 people fighting desperately seemed to have only eyes for each other, completely focused on tearing each other apart, and did not notice the person who was right next to them. Watching the eerie sight of the blood-red figure constantly shifting positions but relentlessly closing in, Turner felt a chill run down his spine. Why didn't those 2 see him? They could have seen him if they had just turned their heads. Is it an undead creature? Weird. That person was clearly wearing armor, yet he moved stealthily without making a sound. They appeared silently behind the enemy, cleanly and swiftly taking a life, then left the somewhat bewildered guard behind and swaggered away. Although the movement was very practiced, it made Turner realize that this was a living person. It's not some special undead creature. Immediately afterward, a greedy desire ignited in Turner's heart. Did you use some kind of tool? That's some amazing stealth ability. I want it so bad. He licked his lips, his gaze fixed on the direction Shelley had gone, his expression constantly shifting. Let's put their task aside for now. With his magical item, my stealth ability will definitely become much better. Yes. I did it so that I could complete the mission more effectively. Having successfully convinced himself, Turner packed his things, looked around, tucked the scroll in his pocket, and quickly followed. Anyway, I can find him, and I'll be able to take care of it quickly. It will definitely succeed. Just like before. Oh. That's great, it's in the same direction as the target location. Turner felt a surge of excitement when he saw Shelley standing on a rooftop, intently observing what was below. Chance. Go to hell. Ha! Shocked to see his dagger being gripped by the man, Turner felt as if something was wrong with the world. Why were we discovered? He should have just died, and then been looted by himself. This is the first time in so many years that Turner's sneak attack has failed. I finally caught you. Shelley's voice was full of annoyance as she turned around and glared at the rather thin thief. He felt he had been provoked. I just finished showing off. Saying my stealth skills haven't deteriorated. You're staring right at my back. The most crucial thing is, I still can't find you. The drawbacks of low perception have emerged. Shelley Bell. Shelley, the person involved, now only feels ashamed. It's nothing but shameful, utterly shameful. I'm so angry. You finally came out. I'll play along, pretend I didn't see you, and lead you towards Elena with trepidation. I thought it was some kind of skilled thief, making me worry for so long. Go to hell. Venting the pent-up frustration he hadn't felt in a long time, Shelley forcefully pulled Turner, dagger and all, toward himself, while simultaneously stabbing Turner in the forehead with his other hand. Sinai. Got it. Click. A very ominous cracking sound came from Shelley's feet, startling him so much that he raised an eyebrow. What's going on? He never expected that the roof under his right foot would suddenly break due to years of disrepair. Losing her footing, Shelley's body suddenly lost its balance, though she tried her best to control it so that her movements did not completely deviate from their intended form. But it lost its original direction and stabbed Turner in the chest. Sulfuric acid. Holy crap! You're a thief. Are you still wearing breast protectors? Is that what you should be wearing? Why are you wearing Pinru's clothes? Chapter 34 Crisis, Repentance, Reversal. Second update, 2,247 words. So close. Turner used the huge impact on his chest to quickly retreat, clutching his chest and touching the lucky coin inside. He stared in shock at the person before him, clad in blood-red armor but possessing exceptional stealth abilities, unsure whether he was a warrior or a rogue. Thank goodness it's here. Otherwise I would be dead. Thank you for its protection. Knowing that his lucky coin was still in his pocket, Turner felt confident again. His eyes widened, the pain in his chest igniting his ferocity, and he glared fiercely at Shelley. It's okay, it'll be just like before. Kill him. His tools are mine. Shelley thought the annoying thief would retreat after his first attack failed, but to her surprise, he charged forward again with a murderous look on his face. You know you can't beat me, yet you still bother me. You're provoking me? You're fucking addicted, aren't you? Although this thief was quite skilled at stealth and seemed to possess some special abilities, Shelley had already made an analysis after their encounter. The person in front of me is quite strong, but he has only recently entered the 3rd tier, and his professional level is around level 12. Moreover, although the aura emanating from his body was somewhat strange, he didn't seem to possess any extraordinary equipment. In short, there might be some lucky encounters, but it's still very weak. Although the two were of vastly different levels, Shelley was not particularly alarmed. I know your tactics better than you do. As long as you have this advantage, you absolutely can't do anything to me. Moreover, I definitely have the advantage in terms of strength. Shelley fearlessly launched a counterattack, intending to first crush him with her superior strength, and then use her rich experience to torment him. This is what happens when a pro player creates a new account and completely dominates the newbie village. Click. Here we go again. This time, a large hole appeared in the roof beneath his left foot, and Shelley stumbled again, while Turner once again took the opportunity to evade his assassination attempt hidden under a feint. Shelley then realized that something was wrong. There's a problem. A very serious problem. With her left leg withdrawn, Shelley stood on the dilapidated rooftop, holding a dagger and deep in thought. The first time could be an accident, but the second time definitely wasn't. I was very careful with my strength. Even if this roof is damaged, it shouldn't be this fragile. Am I just having a particularly unlucky day? Is it possible that all the luck has been bestowed upon women? Lucky. As if she had caught some hidden detail, Shelley's eyes lit up, but she quickly lowered her gaze, pretending not to have noticed anything. A special ability? Has halfling blood? Halflings, or hobbits, are short in stature and, although they look like young children, they are actually much smarter than children. They are natural optimists, artists, and gourmets. He loves to boast, loves adventure, is kind-hearted and curious, and is hospitable, making him an excellent choice for an adventure partner. Frodo and Sam and the Lord of the Rings are halflings, and they are qualified to be legendary heroes. Most halflings live in the Shire, enjoying their lives and not engaging in external warfare. They love to enjoy life and always spend most of their money on expensive luxury goods to embellish their lives. Moreover, the power of Yodara, the chief god of the halflings and the guardian goddess of the halflings, has also reached a level of great divine power. He is sufficient to protect them from oppression and to enable them to live freely. There's a halfling proverb, first the dragons, then the dwarves, then the elves, then the men. Next, it's our turn. They firmly believe that things will turn out in their favor, and this has become their typical mindset, confident and determined, and often resorting to petty theft. They are extremely talented as wanderers. Their short stature gives them superior stealth abilities. Moreover, their broad feet can minimize the sound of their stealth movement. In many human thief guilds, the master thief is often a short, childlike figure. He can navigate spaces that many big men cannot access with ease. Moreover, as a race born with good fortune, halflings have always been favored by people. Hero's luck, your luck can help you escape danger in the most perilous moments. But it doesn't have to be that exaggerated. He dodged both fatal attacks. While outwardly feigning anger as she charged at Turner, Shelley's heart calmed down. However, if you believe that luck can save your life, then you are very wrong. Click. Shelley misjudged again, this time getting both legs stuck on the roof. He frantically used his hands to brace himself and prevent himself from falling. Everything that's yours is mine now. Seeing Shelley's wide-open back, Turner grinned menacingly and charged forward at top speed. Die. Puff 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 puff. 4 white missiles flew out from Shelley's blind spot and quickly passed through Turner's body. Put. Cough cough cough. Clutching his chest, Turner looked down in disbelief at his riddled chest. All 4 wounds were over 5 centimeters in diameter and were completely pierced through. The scenery behind us is already visible. Wizard? Thump! He knelt on the roof, and even at this point, he had not completely lost consciousness. Still staring bewildered at Shelley's back, he shouted in a final burst of energy. Why? Cough, 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 cough. Impossible. I shouldn't have died in a place like this. Please, save me. I promise. I have so many things I want to do, and I want to save enough money to stop being a thief. It's almost there, it's all in that place. I'll soon be able to become a wealthy landowner in the countryside and marry 5 or 6 more wives. Then I'll need to provide 7 or 8 beautiful maids I'm prepared to go into the wrong room every 2 or 3 days. I still want to have a dog, like the one I had when I was a kid, someone I could share a piece of moldy bread with, someone I could get kicked out of the shop with. They won't plot against me, they won't betray me, they won't. Ah. I've had enough of this dark life. If I had a choice next time, I would definitely. Hey, it's still breathing. The sharp dagger plunged into Turner's throat and was then quickly withdrawn. We have to finish them off. We can't let the villain come back to life. I don't want you to live for 50 or 60 episodes. Shelley looked at Turner, who seemed to want to say something as he lay dying, tilted her head, squatted down in front of him, and whispered. A sudden awakening? And then laying down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot? He plunged the blood-stained dagger fiercely into the roof beam in front of Turner. Let's stop joking, okay? If people like you could be redeemed simply by regretting your actions and saying, I was wrong, I'll change. Then, how can those innocent people who died tragically because of you be redeemed? Shelley's tone was full of sarcasm. She practically wore her contempt on her face. And to put it bluntly, you don't regret doing these things now, you just... He's just regretting that he accidentally got killed. Shelley brushed her right hand across Turner's eyes, but instead of closing them, she turned his head to face her own eyes. Shelley looked at him coldly and said softly. You should go to hell and repent, you sinner. Chapter 35 Fate and Those Who Resist Fate 3rd update, 2,286 words. Shelley didn't actually dislike people from the evil faction. She didn't have any prejudice against them. Even in his past life, he was a lawful neutral thief leaning towards evil in the game. He just hates those melodramatic storylines where bad guys can be forgiven as long as they admit their mistakes. You did it, and that's it. If you've done it, you have to admit it. Don't wait until you have no choice but to bow your head. Why should good people be persecuted? Why do bad people go unpunished? If the world is like this, then so be it. I am now a champion of justice. I can even judge such boring things. Seeing that Turner's eyes had lost their luster, Shelley released his grip and quickly searched his body. They found a cloth bag, 3 poison daggers, a small bottle, a crossbow, and a scroll. Wow, although I can vaguely tell from the aura that you're not very wealthy. You're not just not rich, you're excessively poor, young man. No gold coins, fine, but not even extraordinary weapons? Shelley sniffed the dagger lightly and then quickly moved it away from her nose, thinking carefully for a moment. It should be diluted dragon venom. Dragon venom is one of the best poisons that rogues can obtain in the early game. This poison must be extracted from wyverns, and creatures affected by it must undergo a physical assessment. A failed saving throw inflicts 25 points of poison damage, while a successful saving throw halves the damage. Even diluted to this concentration, it can only slightly paralyze someone, and only those with weak constitutions. Shelley glanced pityingly at Turner, who remained gazing blankly at the sky, and shook her head with a sigh. How pitiful. Upon opening the bottle, a familiar fragrance wafted out. Shelley's expression of pity changed, and she immediately kicked Turner hard. That day, you were the one who charmed me. Holy crap, I got my revenge. It really was the Thieves' Guild who did it. Shelley wouldn't have bothered provoking them if she hadn't suspected that the Thieves' Guild had helped Congreve attack her that day. Snort! Shelley weighed the bag in her hand, then carefully used her dagger to cut it open and empty its contents. Gold? After confirming that there was no poison or curse on it, Shelley picked up the antique coin and spun it on the dagger. It seems fine, and I have an urge to hold it. Without much hesitation, Shelley grabbed the spinning coin and felt a sharp pain in her palm. The coin of destiny, a legendary item, your luck will be extraordinary. Fate is not necessarily in the hands of the gods. A legendary artifact. Ignoring the pain in her hand, Shelley watched in disbelief as the scratches on the coin were gradually repaired, eventually turning it into a brand new coin. On one side is a beautiful young girl who appears kind and noble, and on the other side is a wild and glamorous lady. The coin's surface does not depict the goddess of fate as Shelley believed, but rather the twins of fate born after her fall. Goddess of fortune, Tamora, and goddess of misfortune, Ben-Saba. Tamora inherited all of his fickle nature, so good fortune will not come easily to him. Ben-Saba is a narrow-minded goddess who inherited the beauty of the goddess of fate, so misfortune may appear beautiful but never ends. Although these two goddesses only possess moderate divine power, under normal circumstances, no one would dare to provoke them. Even the gods allowed the sisters to fight amongst themselves. No one wants to lose the favor of luck and gain the hatred of misfortune. Hiss. These are the portraits of these two, which means this was created in the era after their birth. The open and covert rivalry between the two goddesses? Shelley was very conflicted, unsure whether she should take it or not. Taking this will definitely bring it into their sights, but if we don't take it, that's legendary equipment. And it's a rare and special item. Take it. I'll definitely regret it later if I don't. And why did this coin change after it touched me? Shelley's expression was serious, but also deeply confused. He didn't know how to face this unknown question, so he put it aside for the time being and put it in his pocket. At the same moment, inside the Temple of Fortune in the Kingdom of Urk, located in the northern part of the material plane, a girl lying on a bed suddenly opened her eyes. The light from her eyes illuminated the dark room. Then a gentle female voice, tinged with teasing, echoed in her mind. South. Paladin. Your test. Waiting for his arrival. The girl rubbed her eyes in confusion, tilted her head to look at the small statue in the room, and then knelt down respectfully. I will follow your instructions. A gloomy room, filled with the bones of various reindeer skulls, and filled with a strange fragrance. A tall woman wearing a dark purple hoodie, her face hidden in the shadows of the hood, paused as she turned over the tarot cards. Waiting for the match to begin. Tempt that paladin and corrupt him. We can't lose. Absolutely. We cannot lose. She remained silent, then rose, took out a bottle of strong liquor, lit it, and plunged a piece of black antler into the raging flames. Yes, Lady Calamity. Something about this magic scroll looks off. He studied the scroll for a long time. Although it looked no different from an ordinary scroll, he just didn't want to put it in his pocket. Looking at it not only feels out of place, but also stirs up feelings of anger in one's heart. Forget it, better to avoid trouble. False life. Puff. A curved blade with a blood groove emerged from Shelley's right chest. Shelley coughed up blood, but he did not panic. Backstab. Dodge successful. Backstab failed. Received 20 points of damage, now critically injured. Current health, 929. The weapon inflicts a bleeding effect, and death is expected within 10 minutes. Welcome to the abyss. Ha, you're underestimating me. In this life or death crisis, he rediscovered the feeling of fighting between life and death. Dying here is not my destiny. Stone skin technique. His skin was slightly gray, like a mountain rock, and his firm muscles began to grip the blade. In a flash, Shelley gripped the tip of the scimitar tightly with his left hand, and used the strength of his right shoulder to hold the scimitar firmly in place. Then he used all his strength to lunge forward and kicked his right leg backward with force. Tisk. What kind of monsters are these warriors? How can they even survive? The attacker behind him didn't immediately draw his scimitar. He didn't want to fight someone who was already dead, so he released the scimitar and retreated. The mage's hand. Taking advantage of his retreat, Shelley moved the bricks and tiles where he was standing. What? Parker lost his footing and tried to maintain his balance. As soon as he looked up, he saw that everything in front of him suddenly became incredibly bright. Light spell. Ah! Tears immediately streamed down his face, and Parker instinctively closed his eyes. The next moment, he felt a pair of wet, large hands grip his neck. Cough, cough. Die. Click. Parker opened his eyes in disbelief as he fell from the roof and landed in a muddy crater at the bottom. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Shelley calmly drew her scimitar swiftly, pressing it against her bleeding wound. Don't let go of your sword during the fight. I'll remember this in my next life. Chapter 36 The Hound in the Dark 4th Update, 2154 words. Healing spell. Hiss. Gain 10 lives. Current health, 1929. Constitution assessment passed, bleeding effect disappeared, slight weakness remaining. Sigh, what's wrong with being a demon? Feeling the tingling and itching at the wound site, Shelley felt extremely tired as her body relaxed. I really didn't expect this. I was careless. We can no longer blindly rely on our experience and intuition. It must be admitted that Shelley's long-awaited act of picking up a dagger and stepping into the night did indeed cause her to lose her composure. Shelley felt as if he had returned to being that legendary wanderer, somewhat famous in multiple dimensions, reaping lives once again in the darkness. But the repeated ambushes brought Shelley's excitement, which had been building in the darkness, back to calm. Things are different now. The harsh reality brought him to his senses. He was now just a half-baked paladin without any professional rank. Even with exceptional talent, it's impossible to achieve perfection. What a mess! We'd better be careful. Shelley picked up the scimitar, brandished it, and leaped down lightly, silently observing the uninvited guest. Lifting the mask revealed an ordinary, even dull, face. There were no special markings on his body, except for a badge on his collar. The design is an upside-down silver skull. The Dark Brotherhood? The Dark Brotherhood is not well known in the material world. Only a few people with deep ties to the dark side have heard of it. If the Thieves Guild and the Assassins Guild are the kind of groups that take money to solve problems for others, then the Dark Brotherhood is the other extreme. Hunting life is their primary task, and it is a major means for them to please the gods. As for money, that's something to come later. They like to push their targets into a corner, and then put pressure on them like a real hunt until the target's mind breaks down. They became famous because when turbulent years came, the gods they served no longer answered their prayers or bestowed divine magic. Believing they had angered the gods, they planned a brutal and inhumane hunt to atone for their sins. They blockaded a border town of a small southern country and then made all the inhabitants of the town kill each other. At the beginning, everyone was quite restrained and their minds were not controlled by fear. But after an hour, people started going missing. When the missing people reappeared, they were all hanging in the center of the square, their bodies mangled and bloody. The first time there were 10 people, the second time, 50 people. In the third hour, a large number of people were killed by residents themselves. They could be friends, colleagues, relatives, or even spouses. The Dark Brotherhood members did not reappear. But at this moment, the cage of desire was opened, and that small town had long since been completely transformed into a living hell. By the time the paladins arrived the next day, more than half of the city's residents had died, and the rest were all stained with blood to varying degrees. This event shook the entire material plane, and more than a dozen paladin organizations were enraged and launched a manhunt for all members of the Dark Brotherhood. 5 legendary battles broke out in just 3 days. All high-ranking members of the Dark Brotherhood, including the 3 legends, have been beheaded. Only a few uncountable peripheral members remain, mingling in various corners of the material plane. It was at that time that people learned that the Dark Brotherhood was a secret organization founded by human followers of Mara, the god of the hunt. I remember they mainly did dirty, shady work for the royal families of the southern countries. Hounds in the dark. The royal family, assassinations targeting him. The Congreve affair? Who's behind it? This is a purebred tier 3 assassin. If I hadn't acted decisively, I would be the one dying here today. The Dark Brotherhood usually operates in groups of 4. It's no longer safe here. Run. We have to get to Elena's vicinity. Shelley ignored everything else and took off running towards Elena. Goodbye. My cabinet moved, I'm done playing. You must remember, Warlock, Naisha paused in her gentle voice, frowned, and looked out the window, as if sensing something. That's all for today. Try your best to remember everything I've taught you today, and I'll test you next time I come. Naisha patted Lydia's hair, then casually waved a portal and left. Why did your majesty leave in such a hurry? Did something happen? Lydia looked blankly in the direction Naisha had been looking, not knowing what had happened. And why do I feel so uneasy? And when will Mr. Shelley return? She paced anxiously around the room, finally choosing to sit on the bed and silently pray for Shelley. I hope you are safe and sound. At this point, Shelley's situation was extremely precarious. He wasn't discovered by the Dark Brotherhood, but Shelley and the Church of Pain just happened to run into each other. The scene in the narrow alley was quite awkward, at least that's what Shelley thought. They all looked at Shelley, who was in a disheveled state, with a half smile, and slowly drew the long whip from their waists. Shelley Bell, Luntes Canary, we have really benefited from your kindness. Her alluring voice contained a chilling, murderous intent that nearly made Shelley's expression change. Looking at the provocative outfits of the women in front of him, outfits that looked like they could be used to film adult movies, he felt a chill in his heart. With her most radiant expression, Shelley bowed to the leading priest and spoke in a clear voice. "If I told you now that I'm actually blind, would that be okay?" No one answered. The priest simply drew his iron whip and cracked it. "Ahem, I see, I understand." Swallowing hard, Shelley took a deep breath and shouted at the top of her lungs. "Lady Elena, watch out! My dearest Miss Elena! I'm here! Cult members have appeared! I'm in danger! Be on high alert! Help me!" What an interesting scene! Survival is the most important thing. While shouting, he ran into the intricate alleys before they could react, meandering towards Elena. "Send 2 people to pursue her. The rest of you, come with me to surround and kill the princess." "Yes." "Alert!" Elena's expression changed. She was no longer relaxed and leisurely, but stared seriously in the direction from which the sound came. The mouse has finally come out. However, Shelley is in danger. Without saying a word, Elena slammed her greatsword down on Godwin, who was attacking her once again. Ah! Completely caught off guard by the turn of events, Godwin was in agony and flew directly towards a bungalow. His body broke through the window and flew inside, eventually embedding itself in the wall. Elena's figure gradually disappeared, but her voice carried into the seemingly empty house. "I know you're there, don't let me run into you. Stay put and behave yourself. A dog should act like a dog." Chapter 37. Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. 5th update, 2053. Miss Canary, stop running away. Let your older sister show you some fun things. You can do whatever you want. 2 alluring women, dressed scantily, walked through the dark and chaotic streets, each holding an iron whip, their faces flushed with coquettish charm as they call out to those around them. This scene just looks so out of place. Want to go out? I think it's a good idea. The followers of the goddess of pain really will do anything. Whether it's the abuser or the victim. You big idiot. In the end, it's uncertain who will ultimately benefit. Let me reiterate, men and women are almost equal in this world. If anyone tries to take advantage of the women here, reality will slap them hard in the face. If the followers of the goddess of pain will mercilessly lash your body, and the followers of the goddess of misfortune will torment your fate. The drow elf will completely destroy your concept of relationships. Drow elves are dark elves who have fallen into the evil camp, and most of them worship the Spider Queen, Lolth. Rose, a mid-level evil god, was the previous elven mistress. Even after his fall, his power and terror still inspired awe and even fear in everyone. She is like a giant spider, weaving a huge trap to drag her prey into it. This even contains the gods. Rose deliberately plunged her followers into endless infighting, causing them to kill each other for power, in order to satisfy her dark desires. The drow live in the Underdark, adhering to the cruelest laws of darkness, assassination, enslavement, betrayal. They are a typical matriarchal society, with each city having its own drow matriarch who rules over the other drow. There is also constant fighting between the cities, and even in this situation, they are still plotting a counterattack against the surface elves. Female drow may even keep male lovers, and their racial backgrounds are extremely diverse, including but not limited to humans, elves, dwarves, orcs. They've even kidnapped adult dragons. After transforming it into human form, many indescribable operations were performed on it. Dozens of drow took turns to successfully add the bloodline of the dragon race to their own families. Male drow are even worse off, as they lack spellcasting abilities and are not favored by Rose, thus preventing them from becoming priests. Their status was generally low, and they were often used as targets for female drowsy women to vent their frustrations. Yes, it's an outlet for venting, whether it's whipping or chaos, bloodshed, cruelty, these are all synonyms for drow elves. But none of this made Shelley uncomfortable. Only this overly open attitude completely broke his defenses. That place is a killer of pure love warriors. He was initially quite interested in those dark-skinned elf girls, but after learning the truth, he was completely displeased. No. There is still a glimmer of hope. There is a drow that is struggling to maintain its own existence. There must be one. Take the followers of the Dark Maiden, for example. All the guys who entered godhood with a chauvinistic mindset had their values completely reshaped after experiencing the baptism of the drow. Either continue to uphold pure love, or fall into the clutches of a cuckold. Doesn't it sound like a paladin? Therefore, we can conclude that the pure love warrior is a branch of the paladin. I will make it a vow of pure love. Laugh. The Minotaur must die. But I can. People really have double standards. You've really fallen from grace. I won't fall for it. Women will only slow me down the speed at which I draw my sword. Shelley removed her armor, held her breath, slowed her heartbeat, and hid in the shadows by the door of a house. The armor already had holes, though they weren't large, but they were enough for a professional. Besides, the damage they did to me was almost the same whether I was wearing armor or not. Whether you die from one blow or two blows, it makes no difference in this situation. Priests are not like ordinary thieves, who have low attack power. They're not the weak healers who hide behind heroes, spouting holy words to heal melee fighters. They are berserker priests who can cast spells while wearing plate armor and are quite capable in melee combat. Aside from the high level of faith required of priests and their relatively short lifespans, there are no fatal flaws. As she watched the two women gradually move away from her location, Shelley analyzed the situation. Their leader, the priest, should be at least rank 4, while the others are all rank 3. I've drawn 2 away, but I don't know if Elena has any other tricks up her sleeve. Hurry up and deal with these 2 streetwalkers, I'll go help out over there. Dominate humanity. Charm assessment passed. Enemy successfully controlled. The priest on the left felt a little dizzy and was about to open his mouth to remind the person next to him when he felt his right hand rise up uncontrollably. Have. The dry voice got stuck in his throat as soon as it was uttered, but the strange, off-key voice successfully attracted the attention of another person. What did you say? Is it there? She looked warily in the direction her companion was pointing, her mind racing as she stared intently into the darkness, ready to strike with her whip at any moment. What a pity, I'm right here. Death finger. Ah. Before she could react, a red light carrying the aura of death pierced through her neck. Enemy immunity failed. Deal 60 points of dark corrosion damage. Clutching her neck, she felt a corrosive energy surge into her body, causing immense pain wherever it passed. Without hesitation, Shelley lunged forward, knowing that he only had one chance. Today, we've almost revealed all our cards. If she doesn't die, I'll have no choice but to run away. Slit the throat. The scimitar in her hand mercilessly sliced across her once fair neck. Shelley didn't even look at the result before rushing to the priest who was standing there dumbfounded. The same as you. Showing no mercy to this unharmed warrior, he took a deep breath and swung his scimitar with all his might, aiming for her neck. Beheading. Thump. Thump. The 2 bodies fell to the ground one after the other, crashing heavily into the dirty alley. Who would know what kind of luxurious life they once enjoyed? Truly showing no mercy to women. Drenched in gushing blood, Shelley's left knee buckled, and she knelt down beside the headless corpse. Shelley instinctively spread her arms, tilted her head back, and gasped for breath, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth. Sweet taste. The blood flowing through the body. It seems you can't control your desires anymore. So, what would you make? Slaughter? Or something else? I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 38 Miss Hound. How do I choose? Shelley shook her head vigorously, managing a somewhat distorted smile. Endure. Of course, it's about patience. Yeah. Suppressing the rising desire in her heart, Shelley struggled to her feet and walked step by step toward Elena. The piercing wounds on his body, both front and back, burst open again during the earlier outburst, and blood was now flowing out. My body is completely exhausted. I've had too many outbursts and sustained too many injuries. But I have to go and see. Whether because of her current status or because of her own conscience, Shelley could not stand idly by. There's one last resort. That is, it might anger a certain lovely lady. The crown oath. If death is inevitable, swearing the crown oath to Elena is also an option. With the experience I've accumulated over the years, I leveled up in one go. Shelley's abilities would be very different at that time. At least your health will increase significantly. The prey has appeared. Shelley abruptly turned to look at the end of the long street, where a figure carrying 2 curved swords was staring intently at him. She wasn't very tall compared to her surroundings, she was probably around 160 centimeters. However, her aura suggests that she is only slightly less dangerous than Elena. The tight-fitting night clothes accentuated her beautiful curves, and the large mask covered most of her face, revealing only her beast-like purple eyes. Upon seeing the silver skull medallion on her chest, Shelley's previously confused thoughts immediately cleared, and she squinted as she stared intently at her. Undisguised killing intent. He's clearly an assassin. Did you kill them? A slightly husky voice came out, surprisingly magnetic and not unpleasant to listen to, with a hint of a mature, sophisticated woman. We can communicate? Unable to discern her stance, Shelley dared not give a definitive answer directly, and instead cautiously said, "What if I say no?" The figure did not answer, but began to walk towards Shelley. Yes, I killed him. Seriously. Let's talk this out. Do they have a grudge against you? She stopped and examined the wounds on the two corpses, seemingly more interested in the bodies than in Shelley's answer. I guess so. They wanted to kill me, and I was just fighting back. What's going on? You think you can come and chop me up just because I said something wrong? Stop once you're right? Women, has anyone ever told you that making such a decision is too hasty? Art. Huh? What did you say? What do you mean, you? Shelley raised an eyebrow, somewhat unsure what the woman was trying to say. You have a real talent for hunting. A clean and efficient surprise attack, a swift throat-slitting maneuver, followed by a desperate decapitation. Perfect. This was a perfect assassination. You are a very good hunter. Oh. You have excellent taste. I have to give you a chance. Your unique talent has attracted the hounds of the darkness. What? Advanced quest unlocked, The Hound in the Dark. First mission, Miss Hound's Desire. Stage quest rewards, Rogue skills. Miss Hound, a follower of Mara. Mood, joyful. Attitude, she appreciates one of your skills. Walkthrough progress, 10%. Are you out of your mind? At this time, in this kind of situation. You want me to date? Are you even human? No, that's not it. Yearning, what did she yearn for? Marathon's followers, is that hunting? With an idea in mind, Shelley disregarded whether it would succeed and spoke with feigned excitement. Do you think so too? The enemy's fear is the best food. Although she was trying to coax the woman before her, Shelley carefully chose her words and said nothing. I crave killing. Long live the god of the hunt. Let's go on a killing spree. This could potentially bring the two people closer quickly. However, such statements that are drastically different from or completely contrary to one's public persona are bound to raise questions. It would be even worse if I accidentally let it slip during future interactions. The best option is to tell part of the truth and leave the rest unsaid, letting them fill in the blanks themselves. The woman slightly raised her head, allowing Shelley to see her face clearly in the moonlight. Scars, crisscrossing scars. With the acting skills honed by years of aristocratic life and the unwavering will that had seen many storms, Shelley's expression remained completely unchanged. What's this all about? Although it's quite a sight to behold, you can still tell that the underlying qualities are actually quite good. I once saw a warrior who only allocated 2 points to charisma in order to improve his other attributes. In godhood, the initial attribute points are fixed and can be allocated by the player, which is why such warriors have been created. The moment you step outside, all evil spirits will flee in terror. Everyone is afraid of you. No one dares to look me in the eye. This guy's most outrageous feat was taking off his mask in front of a brass dragon during an adventure. Then the legendary brass dragon, it vomited. I threw up. Damn it. That brass dragon has entered a weakened state. Unfortunately, although their team gained a huge advantage. However, they ultimately failed to hunt down the brass dragon. Because his teammate also vomited. The paladins in the team even began to consider whether or not to destroy evil. As for why Shelley knew so much? Because he was the thief in the group back then. I vomited so much I felt completely dizzy. Since then, my willpower has become much stronger. She is satisfied with your unchanged attitude. Strategy, 10%. What are your thoughts? The woman looked at her silently, then said, Do you really think so? She seems a bit off. Isn't she the kind of fanatical believer I imagined? Come with me. Shelley decided to put the problem aside for now. He turned his body slightly to the side and then gestured for the woman to follow him. Taking a deep breath, Shelley jumped onto the roof and led the woman quickly toward the place where she had met Turner. The woman glanced back at Elena's location, then at Shelley's figure. He hesitated for a moment, said nothing, and then quietly followed. Looking back, Shelley noticed that the distance between them was rapidly closing, and she was secretly alarmed. That speed, and that feeling. Definitely a high-level assassin. They handled heavy tasks with ease, making no sound, and every step was prepared for an attack. Shelley twitched her nose as she watched the hound leisurely moving and nimbly leaping beside her. And her scent is stronger than Elena's, so she might not be a pure human. What bloodline do Mara's followers have, werewolves? Or beast men? He made no attempt to escape, nor did he do anything that would alert the woman. Arriving at the crime scene, it was a dilapidated house with 4 holes in the roof. Shelley stepped on the scroll that felt somewhat strange to him and pointed with a smile at Turner's unseeing corpse. This is my work from just now. What do you think? Chapter 39. A man can't say no. Fear, remorse, confusion. The dangerous woman stopped, twitched her nose, and her expression changed. He narrowed his eyes, nodded, and slowly spoke. It's a good piece of work. Artistic recognition. Strategy, 11%. And there's another piece here. As she spoke, she looked down at Parker's body at the bottom of the building. This is a big problem. There were too many surprise attacks today, and Shelley didn't dispose of the bodies in every one of them. This is a major problem. That was her companion. It felt like the murderer led the victim's family to the body. Then, provocatively, he said to her, "Look, I killed him. Aren't you angry?" He. I really didn't mean to. Do you think she'll believe your nonsense? Hurry up and use this eerie scroll now. A wild beast will not let its guard down when hunting. Shelley paused, unsure if she was implying something, and quickly said after a moment's thought, "Everyone dies, whether hunter or prey." Even though they were standing in front of a corpse, Shelley felt as if the two of them were exchanging cryptic messages. Lilith tilted her head upon hearing this, paused for a moment, and then spoke. "You are the target, the prey. The prey needs to be." Sensing the murderous intent keenly, Shelley quickly interrupted. "Do you think art is more important, or the mission? I don't think anything can compare to art. And I can be a hunter too." Looking sincerely into her eyes, Shelley even reached out to shake her hand. "Come and feel my sincerity." Quickly stepping aside, Lilith sized him up and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Do you have that ability? Are you capable?" The opponent used taunt. Shelley paused, her expression calmed, and she withdrew her hands, loosely gripping the hilt of her knife. His muscles began to tense up as he squinted at her. "Oh? It actually worked? Perhaps because you've had too many battles, your patience is different today than usual. A man can't say no. Tisk, I've had enough." I was getting a little annoyed by her unpredictable and capricious temper. Shelley released his killing intent and said, word by word, "What do you think? Also, do you think you're very strong, Miss Hound?" Those who can reach the legendary realm, whether they are native inhabitants or players, have definitely gone through a lot of battles and killings. Moreover, because of the advantage of having 3 lives in the game, players are much more enthusiastic than native professionals. Sometimes, 2 players will fight each other over a suitable piece of equipment. They might even end up in a life or death battle over a single argument. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Fuck you. Dry. Some players, who are predominantly evil, will vent their dark desires in the game. Murder for treasure, massacre of villages and cities are common occurrences. Shelley wasn't the kind of chaotic, evil madman, but he certainly had a lot of lives on his hands. Among the Wanderers are positive figures like chivalrous thieves, and even those who could be crown kings, such as King Aragorn of Elizabeth and the Lord of the Rings. But most of the Wanderers are still assassins, killers, and thieves who roam the shadows. The intense killing intent was like a veil draped over his body, and the killing intent in his eyes was also tangible. Like a startled animal, the usually composed female thief quickly leaped to the side, staring at Shelley with suspicion and uncertainty. The murderous intent vanished in an instant. Shelley composed herself and her radiant smile returned. "Can we have a proper talk now? You, whom?" Whoosh. Sensing danger at the same time, the 2 men turned their heads simultaneously to dodge the 2 powerful crossbow bolts. "Why didn't you hold the target back?" Moore shouted angrily from a distance as he sprinted closer. "If the mission fails because of you, you will be punished severely." Lilith frowned and was about to speak when Shelley interrupted her. "He's lying. Things are getting interesting. Internal strife. Opportunity. You were one of his targets from the beginning. The murderous aura, the expression, the eyes, the movements, even the act of standing up to distract them, are all aimed at you. A piece of brick was thrown, hitting a small figure not far behind the thief. Gil. Chicken. Jill? What a fine name, young hero. Seeing that his plan had been exposed, Moore stopped in his tracks, paused for a moment, and then spoke in a low voice. How did you find out? This task was known only to the three of us, and we were just one step away from success. Shelley gracefully performed a noble curtsy and smiled as she said, Deception and acting are my means of survival, hounds of the Dark Brotherhood. Ignoring Moore and the chicken Jill's changing expression, Shelley turned to Lilith and said, Want to have a competition? Who is truly more qualified to be the hunter? His refined and amiable smile concealed a hint of madness, and Lilith gripped her twin swords tightly. Are you underestimating us? Moore shouted upon hearing this. No, it's just that I don't see you as a threat. This statement is true. Of all the people I've seen so far, only Naisha and Elena are stronger than the female assassin before me. Even the pastor of that Church of Pain is no match for her. Once she makes a move, those two are no match for her. She's probably close to reaching legendary status, around level 17. The class system in godhood is quite clear. Levels 0-4, Tier 1, such as city guards or peripheral members of gangs. Or perhaps they are inexperienced adventurers who can only make a living by fighting slimes. Levels 5-9, Tier 2, the main force among professionals, accounting for more than half of all professionals. The mainstream members of the adventurer class, a middle class that is neither high-achieving nor low-achieving. Levels 10-14, Tier 3, which can be referred to as junior officers or officers. He's quite well known in the city as an adventurer. Levels 15-19, high-ranking Tier 4, a minor or even leading figure in a faction, a hero of the kingdom. Their fame has spread throughout the kingdom. Whether it's positive or negative. Level 20 and above, legendary. Tier 5, a world-class big shot who can roam the entire map, the true trump card behind a faction. You have become a legendary figure, even the gods have heard of your deeds. Of course, it's also a bluff. They were driven to anger, and they were trying to find a way out before the battle. This also forces the woman to compete with him, completely pitting them against each other. Moore noticed that Lilith was somewhat interested, so he quickly shouted. You need to think this through. We can. Is what he said true? Lilith's slightly hoarse voice remained completely calm. No. Of course not. Lilith nodded knowingly, and the next moment she grabbed Shelley's arm. Okay. Control yourself. What are you doing? Shelley did not resist as Lilith grabbed her arm. Instead, he used her force to throw himself away, heading straight for Jill. Lilith then charged at the enraged Moore, sword in hand, and whispered. The hunt has begun. Chapter 40 Your chicken. Jill is gone. I don't know why you are favored by the Lord. Moore spoke in a deep voice to Lilith, who was rapidly approaching. Your reckless behavior is no longer acceptable to the leader. Your reckless actions have nearly exposed the Brotherhood on several occasions. Lilith ignored his words, swiftly moved behind him, and stabbed him hard in the back. Sulfuric acid. Lilith's eyes narrowed, and she leaped back to avoid the slash that Moore was about to deliver. Tearing open his somewhat tattered shirt, Moore revealed the chainmail underneath. Is this why you haven't taken any action? Lilith finally understood why Moore had remained inactive from the beginning and had not chosen to eliminate the mission objective immediately. At that time, he simply had no way to hide his actions. Once the transfer is complete, you'll discover the anomaly yourself. Moore was quite pleased with her reaction, and in order to buy time and join forces with Jill, he explained with feigned generosity. That's right. The original plan was for Parker to kill the target and then impersonate him, but as a result, Parker never returned, and Moore, unable to suppress Lilith's bloodlust, had no choice but to let her go out to search for him. He intended to strike while she was killing her target, but unexpectedly she started chatting with her target instead. Damn it! How could this happen? Is being good looking really that important? Shelley, indeed. Even this madman is willing to listen to him. You say you don't understand why I am favored by the Lord? Her voice was hoarse, yet powerful, carrying with it a deep sense of doubt and bewilderment. Lilith stared at Moore and said seriously. You have blasphemed the teachings of our Lord. Survival of the fittest is a gift from our Lord. Hunting is the fulcrum between life and death. The focus of life is the challenge between hunter and prey. It will decide who will live and who will die. Looking at the silent Moor, she took a deep breath and continued. Instead of obeying orders in the dark and hunting down insignificant people, you are the ones who should not be favored by our Lord. Hearing her accusations, Moor sighed, shook his head, and said softly, "You don't understand. There's a reason for all of this." His voice rose from a low murmur, as if he were trying to convince himself rather than Lilith. "And you are the one who ruined all of this, so you must be eliminated. The Brotherhood cannot tolerate you, no one can tolerate you, even our Lord has abandoned you." Lilith frowned as she looked at him, not understanding what he was talking about. "What do you mean by saying that my Lord has also abandoned me?" Moore was delighted by her bewildered reaction and laughed, saying, "Yes, it is our Lord. We specifically reported this operation to our Lord beforehand. Do you know what the outcome will be? Our Lord has not sent a response. He has tacitly approved this action." Lilith's brow, already covered by scars, furrowed even deeper as she stared intently at her former companion. "Don't believe me? You can try praying to our Lord and see if what I'm saying is true. But I think you have no hope." Lilith felt uneasy, puzzled by Moore's overly confident attitude. "No. My Lord will not abandon me." Just as she was about to pray, she heard a yawn behind her, followed by Shelley's leisurely voice. "How long are you going to keep talking?" The two people who were arguing turned around and saw a scene that they could not believe. Shelley, who should have been tortured to death, was now sitting leisurely on Jill's blood-soaked body, fiddling with a dart in his hand. The moment he was thrown over, Shelley attacked Jill's mind with the fiercest killing intent. Then, when Jill's will was shaken and he was at his most confused, he used the charm human technique on him twice in a row. Jill's will had just passed the first judgment when it was at its weakest, and it was then subjected to the second judgment. He lost control of his body on the spot and Shelley slit his throat. Jill died on the spot without even letting out a scream. For a painless death, choose bells. A side note, please do not end your life in any way. Then, in order to make the scene conform to Lilith's aesthetic and attract her attention, Shelley cruelly cut open Jill's veins as much as possible. He let Jill's blood spurt everywhere and sat down on him. Shelley only looked over there after catching her breath, expecting to witness a high-level battle between two wanderers. It turned out that the two of them were actually engaged in a battle of wits. However, I seem to have a clue about why Mara doesn't respond to the believer's prayers. This is an opportunity, I can't let him continue. At this moment, he forced a yawn and looked at the other person as if he were relaxed and started to speak. Looking at Gil, whose fate was unknown, Moore shouted angrily, "What did you do to Jill?" Shelley tilted his head in confusion, pondered for a moment, then pointed to Jill beneath him as if suddenly realizing something, and said, "Jill? Your chicken, Jill is gone." Seeing Moore's somber expression, Shelley felt deeply saddened. "Nobody understands what I'm saying. Serves you right for not having Jill." At this moment, Lilith, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly whispered in fear, "It's true. My Lord, he really didn't answer my prayers. Was I wrong? Do you want to know the answer? Do you want to know the result? You will get nothing from the mouths of these people who have turned away from God. I can tell you the truth." Shelley laughed like a wicked man coaxing a child, his deep voice reaching Lilith's ears. "Or do you want to die here without knowing why? Follow their orders and die here without any resistance. Like a lamb to the slaughter?" Shelley's voice gradually became full of sarcasm, and her eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. Lilith frowned, her mind a jumble of thoughts, and was about to draw her sword to strike the incessantly talking man. Just then, Moore tore open a scroll that had floated into his hand with unusually slow movements. "Although I don't know what kind of scroll this is, I hope you can handle it well." The blood on Shelley's face concealed the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. While he was verbally interfering with Lilith, he used the charm ability on Moore multiple times in two separate ways. "I just managed to charm Moore for a minute at the cost of mutual destruction and a splitting headache." Moore successfully tore open the magic scroll. "Unexpectedly, I thought you were going to use your good looks again. Her will is definitely much stronger than theirs." Shelley never thought that Lilith could be easily influenced. "While I might be less resistant to beautiful women, I'd rather not go for crazy women. And you might not be very attractive right now." Chapter 41 The Devil Descends. First update. To Shelley's surprise, the scroll did not unleash any dazzling magic or strange abilities. But the scroll vanished into thin air the instant it was torn open, as if it had been set ablaze. Then, in the slums, there were 5 locations where the same scrolls were placed, and they were all lit at the same time. The next moment, several invisible beams of light connected instantly. If you look from above at this moment, you will see that the entire slum is under a huge 6-pointed star magic circle. Everyone in the entire slum battlefield felt an evil and oppressive force descending upon them. Shelley and Lilith suddenly felt unable to move and could only stand there blankly. Staring blankly at the huge 6-pointed star in the sky, Shelley finally understood something. Why do I feel such disgust for this magic scroll? It's a devil's pact. The devil is the embodiment of lawful evil in the entire multiverse. It is the terrifying power of the 9 levels of hell that resists the endless abyss. Order and chaos, good and evil, all have their limits. Extreme chaos is the work of utterly irrational madness. Their actions were without any reason, or rather, entirely arbitrary. Similarly, extreme law-abiding behavior is unacceptable. They are paranoid. Such people behave in a completely paranoid and repressive manner, and may even try their best to suppress their natural instincts. And the devil is the epitome of extreme orderliness. Although they have all sorts of dark and evil purposes and desires, they rarely take action themselves. What the devil loves most is to use all sorts of schemes and tricks to get others to commit killing, while he himself becomes the ultimate winner. The devils have a very strict hierarchy, and everyone except Asmodeus craves higher power. However, direct resistance is rare, because they consider such behavior extremely foolish and barbaric. Moreover, they place great importance on contracts. The devil's contracts are the most trustworthy in the entire multiverse. Of course, anyone who makes a pact with the devil needs to be extremely careful. They will use every means to distort your meaning in every corner of the contract, making you their slave. For example, the conditions might be hidden within seemingly complex patterns, or a fake name might be signed on the contract. At this moment, Moore, who had lost Jill, was forced to sign the pre-written contract and become the vessel for the devil's descent. His body began to swell continuously, and then an arm with barbs emerged from his abdominal cavity. Soul. Then a hideous head emerged from it, its face grotesque and terrifying, with large, tentacled whiskers on its chin that kept writhing. Soon a demon about 2 meters tall crawled out of Moore's twisted corpse, its deep red to black skin covered with barbs. As if by magic, it pulled out a huge cleaver more than 2 meters long from Moore's body. It flicked its thick, powerful tail, stared at Shelley and Lilith with its dark yellow eyes, and suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Roar, roar, roar. Die, mortal. Abyss language. As it extended its first arm, Shelley quietly retreated, for he recognized the creature before him. Barbed demon, mid-level demon, medium-sized otherworldly creature. This monster, weighing over 200 pounds, is extremely dangerous. Although their attributes are not very high, that does not mean they are easy to deal with. The barbed demon's greatsword can inflict lasting purgatory wounds upon striking an enemy. They also carry toxins, and any enemy hit by them may contract a disease. Moreover, this injury cannot be healed by conventional means, only magic can cure it. They possess spell-like abilities and can freely cast advanced teleportation spells. What's even more disgusting is that the barbed demon possesses the Berserker talent feat. They can unleash Berserk at least twice a day, an ability similar to the barbarian's Berserk state, which grants the barbarian +4 strength and +4 constitution. Moreover, they are very rare demons with low intelligence, possessing an extremely strong desire to kill. Advanced teleportation technique. It appeared behind Lilith in a flash and swung its cleaver forcefully. Just as Lilith sensed the danger, she lunged forward but felt her legs buckle, and before she could react, she was struck by the cleaver. Cough. She managed to escape the barbed demon by using the impact, but was quickly caught up again, and her injuries continued to worsen. This doesn't look like a hunter at all, Miss Hound. Shelley stood on a distant rooftop and released the bottle of sleeping pills she had taken from Turner. Perhaps because of Shelley's weakness, the barbed demon did not target him first, but instead relentlessly pursued Lilith. That's strange. The teleportation intervals of this barbarian demon are getting longer and longer. Is it because of the offering? I have a feeling that there's something wrong with this barbed demon. As Lilith's condition worsened, Shelley silently calculated the opportune moment while pondering the situation. We're almost there. The time to offer timely help is almost here. And one more thing, where did this scroll come from? Who would be so foolish as to defy the world and summon demons in the material plane? After thinking about it, it can only be that group of people. Lord Lamb. The ceremony was a success. Her once alluring voice now sounded weary, yet the excitement within it was as if she had seen a glimmer of hope. Of the dozen or so priests who once belonged to the Church of Pain, only 6 remain, still besieging Elena, and each of them bears different injuries. The others had all fallen into pools of blood. Lamb's armor was mostly shattered, and only half of his left arm remained, the wound simply wrapped with an iron whip. She no longer has the divine power to heal her wounds. What kind of monster is she? She's a demon. Lamb was filled with grief. Things had turned out completely differently than she had imagined. She had initially thought that she was leading a dozen priests in an attack on the princess. Even if she were a 4th-tier warrior, it wouldn't be a problem. I could take her down very quickly. Then they can take advantage of the devil's rampage in the slums to wreak havoc in the slums, thereby spreading their doctrines. But what they never expected was that they would be so easily defeated by this one person. There was no way to escape. This battle was like a nightmare, powerful defenses, holy damage imbued in her weapons, and divine power enveloping her. If Shelley had seen the radiance emanating from Elena at that moment, she would surely have shed tears of envy. Elena has activated at least 3 legendary level items: armor, a greatsword, and a ring. What is a money player? This is a money player. What was originally just a feint has now become a lifeline. Elena, do you intend to destroy us, or protect your country? Elena let the priest stagger backward, raised her head to sense the presence there, then turned to look at the 6 wretched figures and smiled mockingly. Is this your method? Placing your hopes on the devil? Lamb and the others huddled together, supporting each other and watching Elena's every move, afraid that she might rush forward at any moment. Do you want to know why you've been able to hold on until now? A voice tinged with a sly smile rang out, but Lamb and the others felt a chill run down their spines and asked dryly. You mean? Yes, very clever. I did this to force you to reveal your backup plan. I don't want to leave any potential problems behind. After planting the greatsword in the ground, Elena stretched and yawned, saying, All right, the game is over. Elena had a bright smile on her face. Lamb and the others seemed to see demons from hell grinning maliciously. Chapter 42. Turns out she's a beast-eared girl. Second update. Am I going to die? Lilith felt the malice that followed her like a shadow and the pain in her body, with blood flowing continuously from her body. The difference in strength is too great. Every counterattack only causes me to suffer more damage. Cough, cough. My body feels like it's seriously ill. My throat feels very uncomfortable, and I really want to cough. However, this is extremely dangerous for an assassin hiding in the shadows. Every time she managed to conceal herself, she would be exposed by coughing. After yet another mistake, she completely lost control of her body. His consciousness could feel himself being knocked away by the demon in front of him, then being caught by it in an instant, and then knocked away again, but he could not control his body. I think I'm going to die here. I felt my body slowly getting cold, and my consciousness was slowly fading away. All the past events began to play in my mind like a revolving lantern. Abandoned, adopted, became a believer in God. Accept God's teachings and kill under God's guidance. Only when she was killing could she feel truly alive. What did I do wrong? Is it really not what I thought? Are they the ones who are right? Then a soft whisper entered her mind, a voice carrying laughter and a hint of mockery. Your gods have abandoned you. Are you just going to give up like this? Why not seek revenge against him? Why be content to die like this? I can save you if you submit to me. At that moment, Lilith felt incredibly strange. Compared to the grotesque barbed devil, the man standing on the rooftop was more like a demon. He looks more evil than the devil. He was covered in blood, but a gentle smile graced his face as he watched himself being ravaged with a look of contentment. Then they used nightmarish words to make her abandon her faith. His eyes seemed gentle, but they were full of coldness and ruthlessness. It's not that I'm asking you to betray him, but that your God has abandoned you, do you understand? Strong? What is a strong person? The only true strong person is the one who survives. If you die here, you'll always be someone others can slaughter. The weak who are abandoned by others. Abandon. Have I been abandoned again? I've been abandoned. As if something had been triggered, Lilith's soul, which was about to dissipate, suddenly felt intense anger. A surge of anger welled up in her heart, followed by a surge of power within her. Driven by this force, she regained control of her body. I will never yield to you. You devil. Shelley was somewhat surprised by Lilith's sudden roar. Wow, still so energetic. This is an unexpected bonus, a final burst of energy before death? Or is it about to explode? What is it? A scion? The Hulk? A tailed beast? Lilith's wounds healed quickly. She kicked away the barbed demon's cleaver and used the momentum to fly to another rooftop. At this moment, Lilith's body underwent an astonishing change. Her silver-white hair grew rapidly, stopping only when it reached her waist. 2 canine ears appeared on its head, and its height increased from 1.6 meters to 1.8 meters. Her clothes were already torn in many places during the battle, and now many parts were torn open, revealing her fair skin underneath. Her limbs were covered in silvery white fur, and her paws and hands had turned into animal-like claws. Although the torso was no longer covered in hair, it had also undergone tremendous changes. Yes, it's a huge change. She went from having a cute, petite figure to having a mature, sophisticated figure. And a huge, fluffy tail also peeked out from behind her. A genuine Kemonomami animal-eared girl has appeared. I'm all better. Oh ho ho, looks like he's not a purebred werewolf. His blood isn't particularly pure. But it's alright. At least her head didn't turn into a wolf's head. She's actually quite cute. The beast form of a purebred werewolf is similar to that of a gnoll, both having wolf heads and human bodies, and their entire bodies are covered in fur. This situation is actually the best one. Shelley was slightly excited, taking in Lilith's transformed body. Cough cough. Close your dog eyes, I will definitely kill you. The furious rebuke from the scantily clad beast-eared girl was nothing. Shelley ignored Lilith's threats and even clapped, praising her. That's great, the change in mental state hasn't affected him too much. But, are you really not planning to run away now? Lilith's mask was still hanging on her face, and it was clear that she had tied it very securely, as if afraid it would fall off. What's the meaning? Shelley whistled, raised her chin, pointed behind Lilith, and laughed. Why don't you look behind you? The barbed demon, which was originally only a little over 2 meters tall, is now over 3 meters tall. Berserk! His muscles were bulging all over his body, his eyes were glowing red, and foul-smelling saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth. It appeared behind her, suddenly swung its cleaver down, and transformed into Lilith. Cough cough. Ah! Lilith, whose condition had just improved, was knocked away again, this time at a much faster speed than before. Well. Shelley shook her head helplessly. Little girl, you're being unreasonable. You transformed in front of the barbarian. Aren't you just pushing it to the brink of rage? Moreover, you have only improved your strength and physique. The injuries and illnesses you suffered are still there. Lilith is still very weak. Shelley felt a pang of pity seeing Lilith become a punching bag once again. Forget it, I don't expect her to submit this time. Let's take it slowly in the future. Anyway, it's true that Mara isn't responding to her prayers, and I can make good use of that. Shelley caught Lilith, who was flying in mid-air, before the barbed devil could teleport to her. Let go. Shelley looked at the utterly miserable Lilith, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. Don't be so formal, you're already in such a miserable state. Without further teasing the beast-eared girl in her arms, Shelley smiled as she watched the barbed demon running towards her. Want to hit me? Sorry. I can fly. Flying technique. Shelley lifted Lilith up quickly, looking down at the barbarian demon below, furious and powerless. He was about to make a sarcastic remark when he felt Lilith struggling violently. Don't move. Kid, if we go down there now, we're definitely going to die. Ah. Unexpectedly, Lilith, who had always been so imposing and stubborn, suddenly screamed and began to tremble with fear. An unexpected path. You fulfilled her desire to fly. Reward obtained, intuitive evasion. Intuitive evasion, you retain the ability to dodge when attacked. New mission, Miss Hound's heart flutter. Oh. You want to fly but are afraid of heights. How interesting. Finally, we won't be ambushed anymore. Shelley was beaten so badly today that she began to doubt whether her senses were real. Abyss language. Flying in the sky, Shelley held the soft body in her arms, watching with contentment as the demons below wreaked havoc. Miss Hound, I have a question for you. May I have your name? Don't say that, you're just seriously injured, you're not dead. If you keep doing that, I'll throw you off. Shelley felt the hands gripping her clothes tighten and begin to tremble. Lily, Lily. Lily? Lily. Okay, go easy. If you strangle me, we'll both fall. Chapter 43 Suckling Sounds third update. Naisha frowned deeply as she looked at the dark, dense jungle before her. Was it an illusion? What was that feeling before? While teaching Lydia, she suddenly sensed a powerful evil force lurking in the northern suburbs of Lunt. But when she arrived there, she found nothing. Forget it, this isn't IL, it has nothing to do with me, as long as Shelley isn't hurt. The devil's aura is in that slum. Shelley is in danger. Because of the limited number of spell slots available each day, Naisha did not record many teleportation spells. At this point, she could only use flying magic to get there as quickly as possible. Please don't let anything happen. My lover. He's really not here. We can proceed as planned. Shelley, with her arm around Lilith's slender waist, chatted with the demons chasing them on the ground in the abyss language. Idiot? Who descends to the material world in their physical form? Get down. Shelley watched with amusement as the barbed wire monster pounded the house in a helpless rage below, utterly speechless. What an idiot. Do you think this is a bloody battle? Besides demons, who would be so foolish as to rush in like a swarm of monsters? You call yourself a devil? As expected of the not-so-bright barbarian, a disgrace to the devil. Shelley timed his next teleportation by the barbed wire demon and then began to analyze the situation on the field. In our current state, neither of us can inflict fatal damage on the barbed demon. The only thing we can do now is to lead it to Princess Elena. But before that, I need to completely incapacitate this hound and treat her illness. Animal-eared girls cannot be allowed to become extinct like this. Shelley gently patted Lilith, who was curled up in a ball with her eyes closed, and whispered in her ear. Will you submit to me? Otherwise, I'll throw you down, or, let's keep flying upwards. Seeing the stark contrast between Lilith's fragile appearance before and after only fueled Shuai's sadistic desires. He didn't even wait for Lilith's reply before he started flying upwards rapidly. Cough cough, you. You only have two choices, submit or not submit. Upon hearing this, Lilith, who had kept her eyes closed, tried to struggle, but she was too weak and had no choice but to remain still. Surrender? You opportunistic devil. But, for now, this is all we can do, let him put me down. Clenching her teeth, Lilith stammered out. My subject. Oh, never mind, I was just kidding. Ah. Just as Lilith was about to shout, she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her face, and her cheeks were relieved of the cold touch of the wind. She opened her eyes in horror and found Shelley smilingly embracing her, then kissing her forcefully. Ugh. 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 Lilith felt a sensation she had never experienced before. A surge of pleasure washed over her fragile soul like water. Hook demon, It's raining? At the same time, she felt her body become extremely heavy, and she was about to lose consciousness completely. Why is this happening? What exactly happened? It was just a kiss. Why did I? Abandoned by the gods, abandoned by everyone. You chose to take advantage of their vulnerability. A feeling I've never experienced before. Make him intoxicated by kissing. You're becoming more and more like a succubus. Lilith skied, 20%. Oh, it's Lilith, little puppy. Lying won't be good, here's another kiss. Shelley kissed him again. Lilith clutched Shelley's clothes, her legs hooked up, she trembled, and her eyes glazed over. Because Shelley's kiss to her was no ordinary kiss. It's actually a male succubus's innate skill. Perception damage talent, male succubi can drain the perception of a mortal through intimate actions or kissing, causing the victim to suffer 4 points of perception damage. If the victim is not consenting, the male succubus can only use this ability after successfully grappling with her. Kissing a male succubus simultaneously will also have a spell-like effect, causing the victim to accept another kiss from the male succubus. The victim must obtain a will-based saving throw to be immune to the effects of suggestion. The difficulty of this throw is based on charm. I feel like I'm not a succubus anymore, but a mind flayer. They're all sucking and sucking. However, succubi kiss, while mind flayers suck brains. Healing techniques. Seeing her relaxed brow, he gently kissed her this time and whispered. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. I swear. Why did you do that? What kind of person are you? I'm completely confused. With a dazed and confused look in her eyes, Lilith stared at the man so close to her and completely lost consciousness. Take her to hell, then take her to heaven. Complex methods are more effective against simple people. Leaving behind a heart full of doubts, waiting for them to ferment. Lilith skied, 23%. As she watched her body return to normal, Shelley removed the badge from her body and draped her own coat over her. Shelley sighed as she helped her put the mask back on, concealing her scarred face. The injury you sustained as a child, did you cut yourself? Well, it's not a difficult thing. Shelley carried the completely unconscious Lilith through the air towards Elena, with a soaking wet barbarian chasing after them. Elena helped me laughs. Cough cough. It's here. Lamb lay in a pool of blood, looking in the direction behind Elena, and managed a weak smile. That thief definitely has a legendary item on him. If you sacrifice him, what will emerge will surely be a legendary demon. You will definitely regret not rushing there immediately. Elena glanced at her, but instead of dealing with her directly, she started a conversation. Doesn't your doctrine teach you to suffer? Why are you afraid now? Shouldn't she be here? Ha? Shelley? As Elena continued speaking, she saw Shelley flying over in the sky, carrying an unconscious woman in her arms. I'm so worried about you. You actually brought a woman home? She's very angry. Elena's strategy, 37%. So you're jealous? Will you explode someday? Seeing that the situation was not good, Shelley quickly shouted. Lady Elena, be careful. A demon has appeared. Hiss. I'm blind. The light emanating from Elena made Shelley want to burst into tears. That's incredibly wealthy. It's okay, it's fine for a rich woman to be a little jealous. So cute, I love it. Chapter 44 Enchanting Divinity and the Leaping Sound of Slime's first update, 3068 words. As soon as Shelley landed on the ground, before he could even put Lilith down in his arms, the barbed demon that had been chasing him teleported behind him. Careful! Just as Elena was about to rush over, she saw a beam of red light shoot down from the sky and pierce straight through the head of the barbed demon. Death Finger. That red light was thicker and larger than the one emitted by Shelley. Naisha's figure appeared on the distant horizon and was rapidly approaching. The power of a 7th circle spell cast by a legendary spellcaster far exceeds that of a half-baked spell cast by Shelley, who relies on the system. The barbed demon let out a painful roar and fell to the ground. Who? The damned devil has fallen. Slay the mid-level demon. Soul power successfully extracted. Reached the mutation stage. You can choose to remain in succubus form or evolve into another form. I didn't kill him, how can this be allowed? Shelley had already guessed that he would receive a reward after killing the demon. But what he didn't expect was that even if he didn't kill the enemy, he could still get a reward. Bloodbath, the most dangerous battlefield in the entire multiverse, where the armies of demons and monsters clash endlessly. Their evolution there is incredibly rapid. Under normal circumstances, they would need a long time to accumulate experience before they could advance to the next level. However, in the battlefield of bloody battle, as long as they kill a devil or demon of the same rank, they can successfully advance in rank. By plundering each other's bloodline power and divine power. The advancement of devils and demons takes two different forms. The hierarchy in the devil's world is strict, you can only advance to the next level with the permission of your immediate superior. But demons are different. Demons are extremely chaotic, and they don't even know what they will become in the next second. They will mutate after obtaining enough energy. It's quite possible that the lesser demon in front of you could transform into a berserker demon the next second, and then into a fire demon the moment after that. These are all possibilities. There are also demons that choose to upgrade to the same form without changing. Once you reach the legendary level, even if you are a soul worm and maintain your original form, you are still very powerful. Of course, those worms might have been 20 meters long. They could even hunt dragons. Shelley thought for a moment and decided to keep the succubus form unchanged for now. Because this form did indeed bring him a lot of abilities and benefits. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee what kind of impact transforming into other forms of demons would have on his life. For example, suddenly getting into a duel in a ballroom or salon. Berserker. Or perhaps flames suddenly erupt from its entire body. Flame Demon. Choose to remain in succubus form. Your abilities have improved slightly. You've stayed true to yourself. Reward, 3 points of Charm Divinity. Divinity. Shelley couldn't believe that the system's reward was divinity. Divinity, the most powerful energy in the multiverse, is one of the fundamental elements of all deities. The essence of deities can be divided into 3 points: divinity, divine office, and divinity. Divinity represents advancement in one's own rank, divine office represents the domain it corresponds to, and divinity corresponds to their power. Divinity is divided into weak divinity, inferior divinity, intermediate divinity, powerful divinity, and the long absent, great divinity. Each level of divinity grants a +1 bonus to all attributes. That's equivalent to 6 attribute points, or the boost from 12 job levels. This is why it is so difficult for humans to defeat gods. The difference in their abilities is simply too great. However, it is not only gods who possess divinity, there are many beings with divinity in the multiverse. Divine unicorns, 100-armed giants, high demons, high devils. They may not have divinity or divine office, but they possess powerful divinity, although they may be lower in status than the gods. But they are by no means weaker than the gods. The bloodline of a demon is equivalent to a weakened divine bloodline. There are many powerful demons in the abyss. They are not demon gods, but few gods dare to provoke them. For example, Lord Graz the Dark Lord, 6 Fingers, one of the most powerful demon lords, rules over 3 levels of the abyss. During the last holy catastrophe, he imprisoned the previous goddess of wealth in his own domain. The goddess of wealth was rescued by adventurers many years later. Oh, and by the way, the descendants of Prince Arun, known for his promiscuous nature, are scattered throughout the multiverse. It was really just mentioned in passing. Moreover, depending on the nature of divinity, different abilities will be possessed. For example, the divinity of death can be lethal to liches, or various other spell-like abilities. Gain spell-like ability, Charm Gaze. Charming Gaze, creatures that meet your gaze and cannot resist your beauty suffer a penalty in attack, damage, saving throws, skills, and abilities. This is essentially a weaker version of the seductive gaze. Although you absorbed the enchanting divinity. However, a charisma exemption is required. In an instant, Shelley saw many indescribable images. It's bizarre and fantastical, enough to get your blood pumping. Before he could even react, Shelley felt his will easily crumble. You failed. The punishment is that you need to find women to relieve your pain. Is this punishment? Oh well, whatever. There are 4 women here. Who could it be? 4? Why did you include that one-armed priest? Shelley's eyes were bloodshot as she felt her will gradually fading. Shelley. How are you? Naisha flew swiftly from a distance and landed beside Shelley. Her scarf had already fallen off during the race, and her usually gentle face was now full of anxiety. Na Tia. Elena finally rushed to their side, looking at the woman who had suddenly appeared with surprise and uncertainty. Because of her anxious appearance, Naisha made no attempt to conceal her legendary aura, and her invisible power made Elena dare not approach. An unfamiliar legend. And it's connected to Shelley. Activate your legendary equipment with all your might, Elena said seriously, looking at Naisha. Who are you? What do you want with Shelley? Why are you here in Lunt? Even as her consciousness was about to fade, Shelley felt a chill run through her body and suddenly felt a surge of energy. Holy crap! Is this going to turn into a chaotic mess? If I got stabbed in this situation, I'd be devastated. Go. We absolutely cannot let them clash here, we must leave. Noticing that Shelley was not in a good mood, Naisha didn't ask too many questions and decided to take him away. But Elena stopped her, pointing her greatsword at Naisha and saying in an extremely serious tone. Put them down. Or rather, let him go. Where are you from? Why are you trying to steal my knight? Who I am, you have no right to know. The overwhelming aura of a queen erupted completely. Naisha glanced coldly at Elena and said indifferently. Get out of the way. I don't have time to argue with you right now. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Maze technique. Before Elena could even react, she was banished to a huge maze. Looking at the intricate maze before her, she shouted angrily. Who are you? She frantically destroyed the maze's structure, and in less than 5 minutes she felt the maze suddenly disappear and she was back in the slums. Lamb lay on the ground and said mockingly to Elena, who had reappeared. Ahem. They've already left. Looking at Elena's somber expression, she continued. Is that man your lover? He's acting strangely. I've smelled that scent on many men, it's the scent of desire. They'll attack the women around them, but unfortunately, it won't be you, it'll be that other woman. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. Elena remained silent while she was speaking, and only after she calmed down did she whisper. I really regret it. Why didn't I get there immediately? That strange woman actually took Shelley away. You can go die too. Lamb listened with no surprise as Elena announced his death sentence, and she laughed wildly. For the glory of the goddess. Pain is. Before she could finish speaking, her head flew off and crashed into the house next to her. So noisy. Elena frowned, unable to control her emotions. I hope Shelley is all right. I hope I can see him again. Who exactly is that woman? I feel like I've seen her portrait somewhere before. Having finally returned to Naisha's bedroom in the manor, Shelley immediately put down Lilith, whom she was holding in her arms. As he flew over, he felt Lilith in his arms becoming sweeter and sweeter, as if he were holding a giant cake. Shualai, how are you? What happened? Demon. Succubus, advance. Shelley believed that Natalia, with her knowledge, could understand his current situation. He staggered over, embraced Naisha, and whispered in her ear. I don't want this to happen, I'm sorry. Actually, I don't feel sorry at all. Feeling his body temperature, Naisha sighed softly and wrapped her arms around his waist. You don't need to apologize. We were lovers to begin with, weren't we? Controlling her movements, Shelley slowly brought her lips to Naisha's. Naisha didn't dodge instead, she met her gaze. A magical trick. Even the gentlest knight becomes ungentle when he loses consciousness. Even a queen, high above all others, has moments when she must bow down and submit. It's so addictive. That night, for some reason, Lilith dreamed of a giant slime. It keeps jumping at different speeds. Pat, pat, pat. Snap, 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 snap. Chapter 45, The Story of Polygamy. Second update, 3,168 words. In the center of the huge pool is a 2-person high marble statue of a woman, from which warm spring water flows. This is also my first time experiencing this. Shelley leaned back, her right hand holding a glass of red wine, propping herself up on the edge of the bathtub. Naisha sat in his lap, her left hand holding the large hand resting on her chest, and her right hand holding a glass of red wine. Her toes gently brushed aside the rose petals floating on the water's surface, and she chuckled softly in response. By the way, you know the puppy is awake, why don't you stop? Thinking about what happened last night, Naisha felt like she was in a fire, and her face turned bright red. Naisha playfully nudged Shelley's chest with her elbow, then blushed and turned to look at Shelley's smiling profile. Shelley was briefly dominated by divine power last night, but she recovered in less than half an hour. As for the rest of the time, watch the aroused queen and her unresisting physical actions. Shelley believed that no man would stop at that moment. To Shelley's surprise, Natya was completely at his mercy and cooperated fully throughout the entire process. And she doesn't understand what level constitutes an abnormality. I love it. It was as if she were a girl who knew absolutely nothing about these things. The only time he resisted was when Lilith woke up, but he didn't persist and let Shelley continue to act recklessly. She just didn't want anyone to see that scene, but since they were both women, she didn't insist any further. Shelley picked up a grape from the side, held it in her mouth, and brought it to Natya's lips. Really, After finally finishing the tiny grape, Naisha, panting, pushed away Shelley's mischievous hand. Okay. I'm tired. A spellcaster's stamina can never catch up with that of a melee fighter. They prefer to stand in the back and throw out a few area of effect attacks, ready to run away at any moment if danger comes their way. Among the melee classes, the most miserable is the Wanderer. Scouts are needed to explore, traps are needed to disarm, and even night watchmen are needed. Otherwise, if soldiers are on night watch, they might not be able to wake up even when the enemy sneaks right up to them. She put down her wineglass, slowly rose from the pool, and displayed her beautiful figure. The towel that Naisha had just picked up was snatched away by Shelley, who slowly wrapped it around Naisha's body. Stepping back, Shelley smiled happily as she admired the beauty whose face was flushed from the bath. Those 3 days were truly magical. Naisha lightly flicked the water droplets onto Shelley's face, her toes barely touching the surface, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Stop sighing. I haven't admitted it yet." Naisha always felt that she had been too kind to him, and without putting up any resistance, she was already in his grasp. "I'm a little unwilling." Shelley understood that this little bit of stubbornness was her last shred of dignity. Naturally, he wouldn't dwell on this with her at this moment, and nodded with a light laugh. "Munhum. Come on, get dressed, and go get some more sleep." Naisha nodded, then shook her wet hair, and the two walked out side by side. "And what about you?" Taking her small hand in his, Shelley looked her over with a strange expression and said, Me? I'm not sleepy, and I also need to deal with that little dog that was peeking. Naisha rolled her eyes at him with her clear, bright eyes, yawned, and said nonchalantly, "Sleep or don't, it's up to you. A hybrid werewolf, its bloodline is quite rare. If you kill her, remember to leave me a few blood samples." Sensing Shelley pause, Naisha raised an eyebrow, turned her head, and said, "What? Disappointed? I'm not some noble lady who only knows how to brew tea and bake pastries at aristocratic balls." Yes, Natya's complete obedience to her made Shelley somewhat forget her status. This is a queen who lived for over 200 years. Although she's a bit too cute, she's definitely knowledgeable. But admitting defeat at this point means you've lost. Shelley then turned and smiled. "No, I was just thinking. Should we invite that hound lady to join our sport?" Naisha, blushing, rushed forward and pinched her cheeks, then pouted and angrily turned away. Shelley stepped forward to beg for mercy. This is the scenario Shelley thought would happen. But I never expected. Naisha's face turned red, and her lips pouted. But she wasn't angry, she just hesitated for a moment before saying, If you insist on doing this, I'm okay." Shelley's smiling expression froze, as if her computer had crashed. "I was just kidding. How could you take that seriously?" They even agreed. Perhaps Shelley's reaction was too strong, because Naisha realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She pursed her lips and tilted her head to look at Shelley, not understanding. Composing herself, with a slight dryness in her throat, Shelley hesitated before asking, "You don't mind if I marry multiple wives?" It really took a lot of courage for him to say that. If the timing hadn't been so perfect, he definitely wouldn't have dared to ask. The two looked into each other's eyes. Naisha blinked at Shelley, and Shelley blinked back at Naisha. In the quiet bathroom, the only sound could be the hot spring water flowing from the statue's hands and splashing into the pool. Is this strange?" Naisha was somewhat confused. In her understanding, it seemed that only a few specific races practiced monogamy. The seemingly conservative elven race likely leads a private life that surpasses many people's imagination. Because of their long lifespan, their tradition is that as long as one maintains inner purity, the body will be pure. The same elven couple, after living together for a long time, may lose their sexual interest in each other, which may lead to various extramarital affairs. Furthermore, Rose's private life after her fall from grace reveals that elves are not actually a very conservative race. Even Rose's ex-husband, the chief god of the elven race, would often transform into various avatars and engage in behavior that went beyond friendship with mortal women or men. They might even leave behind offspring. Because of their supreme status and the absence of external threats, the gods of this world often do all sorts of strange things throughout their long lives. Especially the gods of the Chaos faction. Having a romantic relationship with a mortal and having children is a rather low-end approach. There are even stories of goddesses transforming into men to have offspring with female heroes among mortals. Whenever Shelley thought about the actions of the gods in this world, he would sigh and say, "This is probably what it means to be a city tyrant." As for humans, it goes without saying that slavery remains a major system of existence in the human kingdom. The ruling class of the nobility, the commoners, and then the slaves. Even the birth of half-elves was a result of polygamy. Humans are actually a very amazing species. They have an extremely high fertility rate and rarely experience reproductive isolation. Half-elf, half-orc, half-dragon, half-vampire, half-succubus. Only dragons could rival humans in this regard, having created various earth dragons, sub-dragons, and so on. Humans have no particular allegiance and exist in every corner of the multiverse. The pantheon of human deities is also the largest in the multiverse. Moreover, because the gods need more believers, they have always encouraged the existence of polygamy. As a native half-elf, Naisha couldn't quite understand why Shelley was so nervous, making her think she had said something wrong. "No, I just didn't expect it. Thank you for the equality of male and female rights in this world, and thank you for the existence of polygamy and polyandry." The surprise was too obvious, there was no point in hiding it at this point. Shelley could only tell the truth, and after thinking for a moment, she sincerely said, "I had thought that the kingdom of half-elves would have special traditions." After thinking it over carefully, Naisha shook her head and said, "Even without such a tradition, half-elf nobles would marry many wives. They all married quite a few wives, but they never had slaves. As for myself, I originally wanted to say that I supported it, but after thinking about it, I felt that saying that would make me seem too gentle." So Natya breathed into Shelley's ear and whispered, "I haven't thought about it yet. Hearing the rustling sound in her ears and smelling the fragrance emanating from Naisha, and sensing the coquettishness in her words, Shelley felt her blood rushing wildly. This is far more stimulating than bewitching divinity. Naisha was satisfied to feel Shelley's body stiffen, and was about to leave victoriously when she was suddenly embraced by a pair of strong arms. With a gasp, Naisha gently nudged Shelley's chest and whispered, a headache in her voice. "Oh, stop. Shelley, I can't take it anymore. You are the most beautiful flower in IL. How blind the people of IL must be to not notice your beauty. My destined lady, meeting you is my greatest fortune." Unable to suppress her excitement and exhilaration, Shelley hugged Natya tightly and spun her around. The towels on the two of them slipped off as they spun around, and then Shelley slipped and fell into the water with a splash. Pooh ha ha. Ha ha ha, The water surface rippled wildly as the two fell in. Perhaps because of the two of them, the ripples on the water lingered for a long time before finally dissipating. Lilith huddled in the corner of the room. She had already searched the entire area and found no traps, but she just couldn't get out. Isn't he just an ordinary socialite? How did you get involved with such a noble woman? And also, Lilith felt her ears burning whenever she thought about what she saw when she woke up. Although she herself was an innocent young girl, she often carried out missions to assassinate wealthy merchants and nobles. They frequented many elegant venues, so she was quite knowledgeable about these things. They're having such an exciting game. I just don't know when they'll be back. Meanwhile, in Shelley's room, Lydia looked out the window at the first light appearing on the horizon and sighed softly. Lady Shelley, when will you be back? Chapter 46, The Devil's Methods, 3203 words. After 2 resounding victories, your relationship has grown even closer. Gain 2,000 points of experience to allocate. Reward obtained, advanced invisibility. Higher invisibility, 4th ring, you or a creature you touch becomes invisible until the spell ends 1 minute. Any clothing or items worn on the target also remain invisible. Reward obtained, energy absorption technique. Energy drain, 5th ring, black tentacles extend from your body, touching creatures and draining their life force. Deals up to 30 damage and restores half of your health. After carrying Naisha to another room, Shelley stretched before returning to her bedroom and nodded to Eileen, who was standing guard at the door. When Eileen realized that Naisha hadn't returned, she breathed a sigh of relief, nervously returned Shelley's greeting, and then walked away. He observed Eileen's nervous expression, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said nothing. Shelley pushed open the door and entered, smiling as she spoke to the empty room. Good morning, little puppy. The room remained silent, without any response. It was as if Xuelan was talking to thin air. Not coming out? Do you want to play hide and seek with me? I don't think it's necessary. Shaking her head helplessly, Shelley walked to the curtains and pulled them open. Faced with the claws hurtling straight at her face, Shelley made no move and maintained her smile. Lilith stopped her hand in front of his eyes, looking at him with surprise and uncertainty, and said, Why didn't you dodge? Isn't this man afraid? Shelley blinked, pushed Lilith's hand away, yawned, and said, Why are you hiding? Do you know whose bedroom this is? Seeing Lilith's puzzled expression, Shelley flashed her brightest smile and said, This is my lover's room. Perhaps you don't understand, but her name is Naisha Merrill. Lilith's expression remained puzzled, her brows furrowing even deeper as she watched the man continue speaking, seemingly oblivious to his misunderstanding. How would I know who she is? But the name seems to. She is a legendary sorcerer of destiny. King of Il, Queen of the Half-Elves. Clang! Lilith stumbled backward and crashed into the window behind her. Impossible. Shelley, enjoying the look of shock that left her breathless, walked to the table, poured her a cup of tea, and handed it to her. Why is it impossible? Lilith broke out in a cold sweat after refusing the tea Shelley offered her. You're still asking why it's impossible. Is there even a need to ask? That woman couldn't possibly be the half-elf queen. That one is a ruthless and cruel monarch-level figure who has dominated the material plane for hundreds of years. How could she possibly be that shy, submissive noblewoman? I cannot accept this. Lilith's mind was in turmoil, filled with resentment, but a voice inside her kept saying, But, what if it's true? She looked at Shelley and saw that Shelley had picked up her teacup and smiled and nodded at her. After hesitating for a moment, Lilith asked with difficulty, Who exactly are you? Shelley finished her tea and smiled, saying, Me? Just like you know, nothing special. I am the illegitimate son of Duke Bell, Lunt's canary, A good-for-nothing socialite. Shelley put down her teacup, turned around, leaned against the table, looked at her, and smiled. It's worth mentioning that I will also be your future master. Lilith's confused gaze suddenly sharpened, and she lunged forward, pinning Shelley to the table. Lilith gripped Shelley's neck tightly, raised her head, and said coldly, "You want to be my master?" Shelley nodded, offering no resistance, and simply let her pounce on her, saying, "After being abandoned by family, by the organization, and finally by the gods." "Yes, a master who won't abandon you, what do you think? How does it feel to be abandoned? Is it very pleasant?" Lilith tightened her grip on Shelley's neck, staring into Shelley's eyes, and said in an icy voice, "Have you ever tried to understand me?" Staring into those murderous purple eyes, Shelley smiled softly. "They are such beautiful eyes." "What?" Lilith was shocked by Shelley's sudden attack and loosened her grip on his neck. Shelley took the opportunity to break free from her grasp and forcefully pushed Lilith down onto the bed behind her. "You!" Before Lilith could react and begin to resist, Shelley said with a smile, "Have you ever gotten to know me?" "No, not at all. I have absolutely no interest in a melodramatic story. However, I can guess your general background. A werewolf and a human fell in love and had a mixed-race baby girl. For some unknown reason, they abandoned this baby girl." Shelley released her hands from Lilith's shoulders and continued. "After that, the baby girl was adopted and raised by the Church of the God of Hunting, and eventually became an assassin. Furthermore, because of differences in ideology, they are not recognized by them, are ostracized, and abandoned. Even after all that, she remains steadfast in her convictions. She still firmly believes in God, but He has also abandoned you." A gentle voice echoed in the room. The gentlest voice spoke the cruelest truths. Shelley mercilessly ripped open her wounds. After Shelley began to speak, Lilith stopped resisting and collapsed weakly onto the bed. Seeing Lilith's surrender, Shelley raised an eyebrow and continued, "Have you ever considered this question? Do you truly believe in him? Are you truly drawn to his teachings?" Mara, a chaotic and evil god, represents the wicked and twisted side of nature. He is worshipped by hunters who take pleasure in killing, hunt for sport, or overhunt, as well as by fallen knights, intelligent carnivores, and beastmen. Shelley did not sense any evil or twisted aura from Lilith, so he found it hard to believe that she truly believed in Mara. Or is it that, guided by the beliefs instilled in you from childhood, you've simply made believing in him a habit? Shelley noticed a subtle change in Lilith's expression, smiled inwardly, and continued, "Let's talk about something else. How did you get the scars on your face?" "The scars were there a long time ago, probably more than 10 years ago, which means when you were 7 or 8 years old. Moreover, the direction of these scratches shows that you did it yourself." Shelley paused slightly, narrowed her eyes, and said, "Unarmed." Lilith seemed to recall the pain from that time, and her brows furrowed slightly. "So here's the question, why would a 7 or 8-year-old child need to do these things to protect themselves?" The answer is simple, because she is a very beautiful girl. And those followers and priests of the god of hunting are a bunch of scum. Shelley never believed that a chaotic and evil god could have any priests of the good side. Lilith trembled violently on the bed as she recalled those greedy gazes that seemed to lick her body. Lilith recalled how incredibly weak she was back then, and the boundless fear she felt at the time. She had no other choice. On a stormy night, she slashed her own face with her bare hands. Only such an ugly and ferocious appearance could dispel their gaze. But this presents another problem: wounds of this severity can be healed with divine magic. In other words, in order to keep this scar indefinitely, you have to tear the wound open again and again. Shelley gently stroked the scars on Lilith's face and whispered, "Does it hurt a lot?" "It hurts? It really hurts." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Lilith nodded, then shook her head. She said in a hoarse voice, "Please stop, please, don't say any more. I no longer want to recall that painful experience. I am already a true powerhouse." Shelley wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, touched them lightly to the tip of her tongue, and sighed. "Those are truly bitter tears." With his other hand gently stroking Lilith's soft, short black hair, he continued softly, "I have one last question. Why are you afraid to fly yet yearn to fly? I think I already know the answer. Is that church, or the place that nurtured you, located on a very, very high mountain? You want to escape from there, but you can't. You are just a child with no ability. You want to fly, but you will never be able to. I could only stare blankly at the sky, imagining myself as a bird. Even though Lilith was lying on the soft, large bed, she felt as if she had returned to that cold, lonely little room. She would lie on her bed of dry straw every day, and her greatest joy was watching the birds fly by outside the window. Lilith had fantasized countless times about having wings so she could fly away from that place. Tears streamed down her face as Lilith asked in a hoarse voice, "What exactly are you trying to achieve by saying all this? Was it just to mock me?" Shelley's hand, which was stroking her hair, didn't stop. He shook his head, looked out the window at the faintly bright sky, and said softly, "I've also fantasized about having a pair of wings to escape this place. Lent's canary, the lady's doll, the Bell family's trash. Oh. I understand that feeling, despair, helplessness, and the inability to resist. You can only choose to compromise. Weakness is not a sin, but weakness can make you a target for those with power. I'm not saying this to try and get closer to you. I just want to say that I understand your pain, I can empathize with your pain." Turning back to look at her tear-filled eyes, Shelley said in the gentlest of voices, "I won't let you be abandoned again. This man is a devil. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't. Wa'ada." Covering her tears with her hands, Lilith could no longer suppress her sobs and cries, wailing in anguish throughout the room. Shelley said nothing, but looked at her with pity and gently stroked her hair. Discover her weakness, then tear that weakness apart. Manipulative tactics. You really are like the devil, not the demon. Chapter 47. The joy of taming beasts is beyond your imagination. 3,098 words. Lilith's crying in the room gradually subsided, but she could still let out a sob from time to time. Shelley then suddenly spoke up again. "Are there any other children your age in that place besides you?" Taking the tissue Shelley offered, Lilith wiped away her tears and whispered, "No, it's just me. Have you ever thought about why you ended up there?" Lilith had actually thought about this problem a long time ago, but she had never confronted it directly. The pastors in Mara were never exactly devout believers, so why would they adopt a mixed-race baby girl? Perhaps, she already had an answer in her heart. "Have you contacted your parents? How are they doing now?" "They were all murdered." "Have you looked up any records from back then? Who killed your parents?" "You mean to say?" Faced with Lilith's question, Shelley firmly stated, with great confidence, "Yes, I believe it was Mara's followers who killed your parents. You should have been killed along with them, but they discovered your special talent. So they brought you to the church and trained you to be an assassin." Staring intently at Shelley as she spoke eloquently, Lilith paused for a moment before saying, "Then why does my Lord God no longer answer my prayers?" Lilith is still making a last-ditch effort, but Shelley won't let this opportunity slip away from him. In his memory, Mara and the god of passion had a period of conflict during this time. Both sides were at war within their own kingdoms, and thus had no intention of responding to the prayers of believers. The divine realm stores the divine power accumulated by the gods over countless years. Fighting within the divine realm is like two people with unlimited energy constantly using weapons of mass destruction. It's like cheating. 9-ring divine arts can be used casually. If you get injured, just use a high-level restoration spell. Therefore, it is very difficult to reach a conclusion when the kingdoms of gods are at war. A war can last for hundreds of years and there is no certainty of a winner or loser. In other words, during the time they were fighting, it wasn't just Lilith who couldn't get a response from Mara, it was all the believers who couldn't get a response. For the same reason, the Dark Brotherhood viewed this action as his tacit approval. But Shelley obviously wouldn't tell Lilith this fact. Fraud. But I like it. Ignoring the data presented to her, Shelley spoke. "What if Mara wasn't the one who responded to you from the beginning?" "What?" Lilith stared at Shelley in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. "You're not a priest. You haven't received any divine magic or oracles from the gods. At most, you will hear grand sounds and brilliant lights. And any of these things can be done by a Holy Spirit pastor. It can't be done. It's fake." Looking at Lilith with pity, Shelley leaned down and whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry to tell you. Your first half of life may have been a scam." Thump thump thump. Anger. A surge of rage consumed Lilith's will. They were so close that Shelley could even hear her heart pounding in her chest. Is anger a source of power? No, it's controllable. Lilith's short hair kept turning white and growing longer, but eventually it slowly turned back to its original color. Lilith, who had returned to normal, seemed a little weak, and appeared even more languid, lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. The price is weakness, which is normal. Instead of pushing away the hand that kept stroking her head, Lilith felt a warmth and tenderness. After a long silence, she spoke. Then what should I do? Do you want revenge? Do you want revenge against the church that ruined your life? Silence filled the room. The answer, of course, was self-evident. Shelley, not waiting for her reply, continued. But you're not even a legend, what do you have to fight them with? Without the support of the church, your progress will become slower and slower, but I can give you these things. Even if Mara was only a weak god, his church was not something a high-level assassin could easily provoke. No god can be easily provoked. What will be the price? Lilith learned a lesson from her years as an assassin. Nothing in this world is free. Every gift has a price tag attached before it even begins. They've taken the bait. She laughed wildly to herself, then calmed herself down and Shelley smiled. A price? No, there is no price to pay. Didn't I tell you? I will be your new master. But I am not a stingy master. This time, Lilith didn't pounce on Shelley and pin him down. She simply looked at him quietly with her purple eyes and said, Why? Why? Of course, it's because Kemonomami animal-eared girls are a treasure of the world. How could we possibly give up this opportunity? Although she was very excited inside, Shelley did not show it. He chuckled softly, then said calmly, You need to understand one thing, I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. This is the manner of a legendary warlock. Do you think you can escape? Don't even think about taking me hostage, you'll never succeed. You either choose to serve me as your master, or you die here. Swallowing hard, Lilith spoke with a bitter tone. Aren't you a paladin? Why? Is this the justice you believe in? I am indeed a paladin, but you are also evil. I'm using violence to fight violence. Besides, paladins are at least more trustworthy than others, aren't they? The coldness on her face melted instantly, and Shelley smiled and said, Since this world is full of liars, why don't you choose me? At least I won't abandon you. After a long silence, Lilith sat up and stared at the beautiful man. The man was weak, yet he instilled fear in him. What terrified her more than his killing skills was his ability to see through people's hearts. It feels like being stared at by a venomous snake. It seems that beneath his beautiful exterior lies a cold and evil heart. Lilith bit her lip reluctantly and whispered, I surrender. There was no other choice, was there? Very good. But not enough. Looking at Shelley's amused expression with a puzzled expression, Lilith frowned slightly and asked, What do you need me to do to prove my sincerity? Do we still need to sign a contract? Shaking his head, Shelley leaned his head close to her face, and the scent emanating from him made Lilith take a slight step back. I expect you to offer your loyalty. Do you know how animals show loyalty to their leader, little dog? Shelley's eyes gleamed a pale purple light as she gently touched Lilith's lips. A mesmerizing gaze. Somewhat flustered, Lilith tried to turn her head away, but Shelley pulled her back. Lilith lowered her head and whispered, Aren't you afraid of this face? I'm not exactly scared, just a little awkward. But for the sake of a cute Kemonomami girl in the future, I can. As long as your soul is pure, you are beautiful in my eyes. Moreover, these scars are not impossible to remove. Now, it's time for you to show your sincerity. My mind was a little hazy, and when I looked up at the lips so close to mine, I felt a strange attraction to them. Kiss. Kiss me. Lilith sighed softly and said in a low voice, You really are a devil. Hearing this, Shelley laughed and said, What are you saying? I am saint. Feeling the trembling lips, Shelley's heart finally settled down. It's a success. She was filled with confusion. Perhaps she will regret it in the future. But right now, all she wants is a sliver of warmth. Lilith skied, 28%. Alright, it's time to tell her about the future plans. I'm a little tired too, huh? Shelley parted her lips, about to give Lilith instructions, but before she could even speak, I saw her take a deep breath, undo her newly changed clothes, and then turn around and lie face down on the bed. I shouldn't have used animals as examples. Perhaps, that's not bad either? Lilith lay trembling on the bed, unable to see Shelley behind her. She spoke nervously. Shelley? A pair of warm hands touched her body, and Lilith trembled. She heard a soft laugh behind her. Yes, it's the master. Yes. Owner. Agility check failed. Physical fitness assessment successful. Strength assessment successful. You barely managed to take control of this, huh? She transformed. Strength assessment failed. Physical fitness assessment failed. You are being suppressed. However, fortunately, you won thanks to your amazing skills. What an intense battle. You have successfully established your dominant position. Reward, Mastery of Intuition Evasion. Master Intuitive Evasion, you are very difficult to sneak attack. Unless the attacker's rogue level is at least 4 levels higher than yours. Reward obtained, Trap Sense. Trap Sense, you have a certain reaction to traps hidden nearby. I really like dogs. They are very well behaved. They are very obedient. The joy of taming animals is unparalleled. Will we end up with a treacherous, long-suffering ingrate? Is it still a loyal and devoted dog? I'm really looking forward to it. Lilith's Guide, 35%. Elena stood in front of Shelley's room, while old Wilder stood nervously to the side, wanting to speak but not daring to, only anxiously wiping away his sweat. She had just turned the doorknob when the door was pulled open from the inside, and a figure rushed into her arms. Master! You're back. The haggard Lydia quickly sensed something was wrong. Although this person was also wearing armor, he didn't have Shelley's gentle feeling. Trembling, Lydia raised her head and stammered as she spoke. Your Highness. Princess. What brings you here? That scared me to death. Chapter 48 Cross-Server Chat. A conversation between father and daughter. 6,295 words. A lunt wineglass in a dilapidated little room. Salil is not in bed right now because of last night's riots. Instead, he frowned, leaned back in his chair, and rested his left hand on the table as he pondered. Last night, even the devil showed up. Knock, knock. Is that Shelley? The door's unlocked, just come in, Who is Shelley? Having not heard a clear sound, Salil abruptly turned his head toward the doorway. An unfamiliar figure appeared at his door, and the dim light from the oil lamp in the corridor shone from behind the person. Her tall figure blocked the faint light, casting a shadow that obscured her face. She wore a long hooded cloak over which was worn-out armor that looked rather dull and tarnished. They carried a strong smell of sand and dust, as if they had come from a very distant place. It was difficult to identify her from her attire. One could only vaguely discern that she was a woman from the outline of her figure. Years of experience as a paladin had left Salil completely unfazed. He shifted his posture and asked in a deep voice. Who are you? There was no answer. The figure walked into the room through the door and looked around the desolate, dilapidated little room. He carefully observed the house, which was only inhabited by the working class for short periods of time, and the black bread on the table covered with mold. She took one last look at the thin, withered man before her and asked softly. And who are you? I was really surprised. I never thought I would meet you in a place like this. The esteemed one without darkness, Salil Clare, or rather. Salil interrupted her, and she calmly looked at the somewhat angry old man. Enough. Cough, cough, cough. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? With difficulty, Salil stood up from the stool and stared at the uninvited guest. Why did I come to find you? I have been searching for you for many years. The man took off his hood and stepped out of the shadows, coming to Salil's side. Looking at her delicate face beneath her dark red hair and her somewhat familiar features, Salil's expression completely collapsed. Clang! Salil slumped back onto the stool with a loud thud. He stared at the woman in disbelief, stammering. Could it be, you are? A contemptuous smile played on her lips as she coldly looked at Salil and said. You guessed right, we've finally met. I'm so heartless. Father. Owner? Alina frowned as she looked at Shelley's new sister, whom she had only met once at the banquet. How did you get here? Why are you in his room? Aren't you her sister? And what's with that master thing? Ding ding ding. Wake up. The backyard is on fire. An unexpected encounter. Elena's strategy, 35%. Danger. Shelley's hand, which was stroking Alice's scars, suddenly stopped. Hey rich girl, what's wrong? Why are you angry? Whom? It can only be Lydia. Shelley suddenly realized that she hadn't gone home last night and hadn't informed Lydia and Elena. Elena, in particular, knew that she had been taken away by Naisha. If Elena wanted to find him, she would definitely go to Duke Bell's mansion. Then. Danger. Shelley breathed a sigh of relief, silently reflecting in her heart. Fortunately, I wasn't caught in the act. Shelley covered Lilith with a blanket, ruffled her hair, and kissed her cheek. She got up, stretched, and used a magical trick to cleanse herself before quickly getting dressed. Just before leaving, Shelley stopped at the door and said to Lilith, who seemed to be fast asleep in bed, "Don't worry, no one here will harm you. I'm going out for a bit. Naisha might have a word with you. Just follow her instructions." Her breathing remained unchanged. Lilith seemed to be fast asleep. Shelley smiled, unconcerned, and said as she pushed open the door, "I know you have resentment in your heart, but it's okay, time will tell. When there are outsiders around, you can just call me Shelley. Get some rest. My dearest Lilith." Clang. Lilith opened her eyes on the bed and slowly moved her body. She frowned slightly, gazing in the direction Shelley had left, bit her lip, and whispered, "Devil. But why is it so?" Just thinking about that watery feeling made Lilith blush all over. "Pa, what a devil." But. She spat lightly, then remembered Shelley's last words as she left. How did he know? Did I just say that myself? Lilith was a little confused, but didn't pay much attention. After all, the scene just now was far too chaotic. I could have said anything at that time. This. Lydia stared blankly at Elena's furrowed brows, wondering what she meant. She looked pleadingly behind Elena and then at Old Wilder. Old Wilder glanced at Elena, then shook his head nervously, signaling Lydia to tell the truth. Taking a deep breath, Lydia hesitated for a moment before fully opening the door and gesturing for the two to come in. Without any hesitation, Elena walked in and made a point of observing the state of the bed. There are only signs of sitting on it, no signs of sleeping on it. There were no women's personal items in the room. With her expression softening slightly, Elena turned back and waved to Old Wilder, saying, "You may leave now. I have something to discuss with this young lady." "Yes." Old Wide nodded immediately, turned around and left without hesitation, closing the door behind him as he went out. "Now, what do you have to say?" Lydia loosened her hair, sat on the bed, slowly shook her head, and softly said, "I have nothing to say, Your Highness is already aware of the details. Please feel free to ask me anything." Elena squinted at her, then spoke without hesitation. "Who are you? Why are you in this room?" Although the princess in front of me had a serious expression, giving the impression that she was about to explode. However, Lydia did not sense any malice from her. Instead, she felt a sense of warmth. Could she and Lord Shelley be lovers? The reaction that day didn't seem like it. So she relaxed, tilted her head, and smiled. "Lady Elena, you don't need to be nervous. Just as Lord Shelley told you that day, I am a half-elf slave who was betrayed by my family and given to him." Thinking of Shelley's actions and his attitude towards her, Lydia felt both touched and shy. But Lord Shelley did not treat slaves like other nobles. He did not harm me. Instead, he made me live in this room as his maid. He even clashed with Lord Bowen because of me, which ultimately led to the Duke sending Lord Bowen to the monk monastery for a year. Lady Shelley has always been very gentle. Although sometimes it was a little bit rough. Seeing Elena's changed expression, Lydia smiled gently and asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to ask?" With her brow unfurrowed, Elena sat down next to Lydia, turned her head, and said, "Do you miss home? Should you consider leaving? I can take you back." Lydia sighed, shook her head, and said, "Home? Where is home? I never want to go back to that place. Only when I'm with him do I feel the warmth of home. Besides, I don't have much time left to spend with Lady Shelley. I wonder how long I can stay by Shelley's side. When will Her Majesty the Queen take me away?" Well. Elena looked at her somewhat sad profile, her mind racing with thoughts. Time is running out? Could it be? However, just to be on the safe side, Elena did not give a direct confirmation. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "You said you don't have much time left by his side, what do you mean? Tell me I've misunderstood." Lydia felt a little sad and, without thinking much, subconsciously replied, "Yes, I'm going to a very, very far place. It's very likely a half-elf kingdom. I wonder if there's any way to contact Lord Shelley. Still unwilling to give up, Elena gritted her teeth and continued to ask. Isn't there any other way? I can find someone to treat you. Don't give up. I don't want to leave, but I have no choice but to stay here. Her Majesty the Queen has been so forgiving, I have no other reason to be willful anymore. Lydia was still sighing to herself when she felt herself being gently embraced. Lydia? It's okay. It's okay. There will definitely be a way. Lydia listened to the gentle encouragement in her ear, unsure of what to say. What happened? Who I am? Where am I? What should we eat tonight? Kind-hearted princesses are always so easily moved. The tragic story of a gentle master and a loyal maid is always so touching. Elena's strategy, 39%. Shelley? What's going on? How is it a tragic story? Ha! No way. Miss Elena, are you starting to overthink things again? Looking out the window at the scenery, Shelley stretched and leaned back in the carriage, swaying with the carriage's bumps. But that's alright, I don't need to rush to explain. It's a good time to take a break. This is indeed a bit tough. Whether it's mental or physical. It feels like all sorts of demons and monsters have suddenly appeared. The followers of the goddess of pain, the followers of Mara, the hounds of darkness, and even Congreve's father. Are there any other connections among them? With her hazy gaze clearing, Shelley leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees and supporting her chin with her hands. Lovita and Mara, they are allies. Lovita was once a member of the Dark Gods, serving the former god of murder, Baal, alongside the goddess of plague, Talona. But since Baal died in the last turmoil, both goddesses have gradually submitted to the power of the goddess of night, Shar. However, after the return of Bane, the god of tyranny, Lovita's loyalty to Shar began to waver. Because of her frequent changes of allegiance, Lovita has come into contact with many dark and evil deities. He got along very well with Mara, the god of the hunt, and she considered the bloody hunt of the king of beasts to be a kind of pleasurable torment. Lovita deeply hates Ilmut, the goddess of suffering, because this deity always spares no effort in protecting those who are destined to suffer. Irmut, the goddess of suffering, also known as the god of weeping and the god of shattering. This lawful good deity of moderate power is a kind, gentle, tranquil, and peaceful being who willingly bears the suffering of the entire world. He cares deeply for all children and young, lives in the world and strikes down those who dare to harm those he protects. His image is that of a man covered in scars, these crisscrossing, terrible wounds symbolizing the suffering and torment he has borne for the world. Although his thin, short body was covered only by a loincloth and he was slightly bald, his unassuming face always wore a comforting, gentle smile. Ilmut is an ancient deity who is a very close ally of Tyr, the god of justice, and Tom, the god of loyalty, and is known to the world as the Three Gods. He is hostile to those gods who love to spread destruction and bring pain and suffering, especially Lovita and Talona. The essence of these two goddesses is completely opposite to that of the god of shattering. His enemies also included Bane, Mara, Shar, Talos. Shelley gently touched her lips with her slender fingers and chuckled. Things seem to be getting interesting. Tyr and Ilmut are staunch allies, while Lovita and Mara are close allies, yet also adversaries. The temple of Tyr exterminated the followers of Lovita, and at the same time, the god of suffering and the god of hunting were put to the opposite extreme. The battles between gods are definitely not limited to a single city or country, but are spread throughout the entire scope of conflicts in their realm of faith. Tisk. Shelley clicked her tongue, tapped her forehead lightly in annoyance, and was utterly speechless. Has something happened during this time that I'm unaware of? Seriously, who would bother to know about the history of 8 or 9 years before the events of this story? Not necessarily, I did a lot of research when I was looking for guides. It hurts a little. After washing up in the bathroom, Lilith returned to the room, guided by Eileen, and touched her lower abdomen. Full of. As soon as she opened the door, she found a woman sitting with her back to her on a recliner by the window. She quickly knelt on the ground, then, suppressing her fear, respectfully said, Your Majesty, King of Il. What to do? I saw that scene. Will I be silenced? A seasoned assassin never expects the mercy of a king. Get up and sit down. A gentle yet authoritative voice rang out, and Lilith dared not disobey, obediently getting up and sitting on the stool. Naisha turned to look at the restless high-ranking assassin and calmly said, We do have something to say. Lord Shelley. Princess Elena, she. Shelley had just stepped down from the carriage when anxious old Wilder rushed up to him and said quickly, "She is currently in your room with Lady Lydia." To Wilder's surprise, Shelley did not seem nervous. In fact, she appeared somewhat relieved upon hearing the news. Shelley glanced at her little house, gently patted his shoulder, and said, "It's all right, they won't get into a fight." "Your Grace, has he awakened? Is there any news from the temple about Congreve? Oh, by the way, has Bowen already set off?" Inspired by Shelley's composed demeanor, Wilder calmed himself down, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said, "Lady Sandy is back. She is in the Duke's room." "Wow, that lady is back? The old man is worried that I'll seize power. Honestly, do I look like the kind of ungrateful wretch with ulterior motives? Picture. So true. TSK. Lord Bowen was kidnapped last night. No, he was safely taken away. Were they tied up? This reminds me of pigs waiting to be slaughtered during the Lunar New Year. No, we can't insult pigs. Pigs are actually quite intelligent." In the end, old Wilder looked somewhat troubled, his expression quite conflicted. He glanced around at Shelley and lowered his voice, saying, "According to the message from the Church of Justice, Lord Congreve is not conscious, but judging from the injuries on his body, he was probably not forced." "Forced?" Shelley subtly pursed her lips and raised an eyebrow in a mocking manner. "Of course not, he definitely did it voluntarily. After all, few men can resist a beautiful woman who is both assertive and submissive. If one doesn't work, there'll be a whole bunch. Do not doubt the power of an evil cult to bewitch people's minds. They are the best of the best in this field. It can even achieve mind control comparable to third circle magic through physical means. The only ones who can rival them in this regard are some devils and demons followers. Incidentally, they have many other dark arts besides corrupting people's hearts. For example, skinning, making human skin armor, torture. What's worse is that most of the nobles in this world are a group of rich people who are bored and spend their days pursuing excitement and decadence. Their pairing was a perfect match, a match made in heaven, Drywood meeting a raging fire, a widow meeting, cough cough. In short, they are very easy to corrupt." Having grasped the current situation, Shelley patted Wilder on the shoulder and turned to leave. Realizing Shelley was heading in the wrong direction, old Wilder quickly spoke up. "So, what about now? Are you really not going to go check out over there? What if they start arguing? I'll go see His Excellency the Duke first. Anyway, there's no fighting over there, so it doesn't matter if we go a little later." "All right, you don't need to get involved in our affairs. Just focus on managing the mansion." Shelley waved to those behind him, leaving Wilder with his hand raised in pleading, and strode away. "Yes." Wilder looked up at the place where he had worked his whole life, sighed, and said, "Would that really be the case?" Seeing a gardener approaching and bowing to him in the distance, Wade straightened his back and adopted his usual serious expression. He nodded slightly, and then left the gate under the gardener's respectful gaze. Sandy looked at Duke Bell, who was hiding in the darkness, and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Even during the day, the curtains in the room were not fully open, only a small gap was left open to let the sunlight in, but it did not shine directly onto the large bed. The dim and slightly cold environment in the room made her feel a little uncomfortable. Sandy got up and walked to the windowsill, just about to draw back the curtains. Then they heard Duke Bell on the bed speak. "Sandy, my daughter, do you know why I called you back?" After a pause, Sandy released her grip on the curtain and turned to look at the man who was so different from the one she remembered. His once proud silver-gray hair now resembles a pile of dry straw. His once dashing appearance, which had been admired by all the noble women of Lent, now looked more like that of a ghoul, emaciated and starving. It was old, grotesque, and twisted, with a heavy sense of twilight. "No. I don't understand. Even if Congreve, that self-proclaimed intelligent idiot, is really a follower of an evil god, there's still Bowen, the real idiot, around, isn't there? Shelley has no right to inherit the dukedom. What are you worried about?" Moreover, based on Sandy's understanding of Shelley, the third brother was not as power-hungry as people imagined. Even at balls and salons, he didn't deliberately try to curry favor with the powerful and wealthy, but simply engaged in pleasant conversations with the ladies. He gives the impression of being an unambitious socialite who indulges in parties and women. Cough cough. Bowen? Duke Bell, lying on the bed, coughed with a cold laugh, picked up a towel from the bedside table to wipe his mouth, and said sarcastically, "Do you know what happened after Shelley was sent to the Duke's mansion to verify my bloodline?" "You mean?" "No way. Seeing Sandy's eyes widen, Duke Bell chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, "Yes. That's exactly what you think. At that time, I had a better idea, so I had that paladin test both your blood and mine. Guess what happened?" He began to laugh wildly, coughing as he laughed, then wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. Only you are my child. Only you." He slammed his fist against the headboard of his bed. The arm that had once easily defeated the ogres could no longer break the fragile bed frame. "They all betrayed me. Everyone betrayed me. Only your mother did not betray me." "Ha ha ha." Sandy interrupted his laughter and calmly said, "So what if she is? Would my mother dare to resist? She was just an ordinary maid who was raped by you while you were drunk. What right does she have to betray you? She didn't even have the chance to love someone else. Do you know, Your Excellency Duke Bell?" Anger flared in Sandy's eyes. She glared at the withered old man and spoke through gritted teeth. "The month after you raped her, she's going home to get married. Mom was supposed to marry her childhood sweetheart. You ruined all of this." She was too ashamed to see her lover again, but she endured the humiliation and lived here for a year in order to give birth to me. Then. At this point, Sandy suddenly calmed down, her expression returning to normal as she stared coldly at her father and said, "She committed suicide, hanging herself in the house she had originally planned to use as her marital home. You said, for someone who has destroyed all that is beautiful. Your Excellency Duke Bell. How grateful I must be." Chapter 49. Good heavens, not a drop of blood in his veins, it's all lies. 6,068 words. The suppressed anger echoed in the room, and the two people inside remained silent for a moment. Duke Bell sighed deeply, looked at his daughter with his dim eyes, and said softly, "You won't even call me father." Looking at Duke Bell, Sandy let out a cold laugh. "Oh. Why do you insist on making me come back? Even if I don't take this position, isn't there still Shelley? Isn't he your biological son? What are you so afraid of?" Squinting at Duke Bell, Sandy continued to ask, "There's one more thing I've never understood. Why make it so public knowledge that Shelley was an illegitimate child? And why is it that I'm not treated as an illegitimate child, but instead raised as the Duke's eldest legitimate daughter? This problem has been troubling Shelley ever since she arrived at the Duke of Bell's mansion and received completely different treatment. Some things happened in those years. Some things aren't that simple." Without explaining to Sandy, Duke Bell skipped the topic and instead said, "Are you really unwilling to come back? I'm so sorry about what happened to your mother. I sent her remains to the cemetery long ago. What you see in her hometown is just an empty grave." Upon hearing this, Sandy wanted to rush up to Duke Bell and grab him by the collar, but he stopped after taking only 2 steps. Snort! Sandy glared at him fiercely, then turned and strode toward the door. As she was leaving, she turned to look at Duke Bell, who had returned to the shadows, and whispered, "Mom can't go to heaven anymore. I hope you don't go either. I curse you. Suicide is a grave sin in any church, even in the religion of evil gods. The souls of those who commit suicide are impure and cannot be transformed into supplicants in the kingdom of God." Clang! Facing the tightly closed door, Duke Bell sighed deeply, rubbed his temples laboriously, and muttered, "You will come back. It definitely will. Paradise Mountain? Sigh. There's no longer a place for me there. Day. Angry footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. As soon as Sandy stepped out of the bedroom, she could no longer control her emotions, and her high heels almost crushed the marble floor. "How dare he threaten me with my mother's grave? He's a piece of scum. He doesn't understand the value of a person at all. It's not just about where their body is kept. My mother's home will always be in that cozy little village, not in this cold ducal mansion." Sandy nearly ground his teeth to powder. He angrily closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. "Long time no see, Miss Sandy." A clear, gentle voice rang out in front of Sandy, dispelling much of her anger. Sandy looked up and saw his brother Shelley, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. She was also the only one among Duke Bell's children who didn't evoke any disgust in her. The man in front of me, apart from the Bell family's traditional silver-gray long hair, didn't look like a member of the Bell family at all. He was not strong. Shelley was tall and strong, but not as robust as the Duke had been in his youth. He was not a womanizer and frequented high society circles, yet no scandals involving him ever surfaced. His features were softer than others, less angular and more gentle. His demeanor is as warm as a gentle spring breeze, always able to soothe other person's mood. And most importantly, Sandy never felt any hostility from Shelley. The lustful gazes other men cast upon her body. Even Congreve and Bowen couldn't do that. Indeed, it's been a long time, Shelley. Interrupted from his fervent emotions, Sandy composed himself, nodded slowly, and prepared to leave. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Did something happen? Hearing this, she stopped and turned around to see Shelley's expression. Shelley was looking at her with concern. Looking at that delicate face filled with worry, Sandy hesitated for a moment before speaking. I'm asking you, what would you think if I became the next Duke of Bell? If I say I don't want to compete for that position, what will you do? As soon as he spoke, Sandy stared intently at Shelley's expression, trying to discern his true thoughts. To her surprise, Shelley's expression remained unchanged. She still looked at him with concern and asked, That's not important. Tell me first, what exactly happened to you? If I can, I will do everything I can to help you. Sandy wanted to know what Shelley was thinking, and Shelley wanted to know what he was thinking too. Shelley harbored no ill will or prejudice towards Sandy, this beautiful woman with long, silver-gray hair. Although she may be the Duke of Bell's only bloodline, Shelley was not very wary of her. Sandy was 10 years older than Shelley, and Shelley received some care from Sandy when she was young. Moreover, their situations were similar, so they could be considered to be in the same boat and got along fairly well. As for their relationship, it was like that of ordinary friends who didn't know each other well. Neither close nor distant. Is this the method of Lunt's canary? Slightly overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, Sandy turned her head slightly away, hesitated for a moment, and then asked. It's nothing, you don't need to worry about it. Sandy looked at Shelley again and raised her voice as she asked. What are your thoughts on my question? After observing carefully, Shelley thought for a moment and said. I have no interest in that position. She shrugged and said with a light laugh. It's true. If I could, I would have wanted to leave here 10 years ago, but unfortunately I didn't have the opportunity or the ability. But thankfully, I'm an adult now, and I have the ability to go on adventures. So I'll be leaving here soon and gain freedom. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Shelley decided to take this opportunity to speak frankly. I understand the significance of your presence today, but you don't need to overthink it. Why not take what is rightfully yours? The tragedies of the past should not be borne by people in the present. You are different from me. You need this strength to prevent certain things from happening. At this point, Shelley, watching Sandy's expression gradually change, smiled happily and said, seemingly with a hidden meaning. After all, only by having that status can you prevent the same thing from happening again. Upon hearing this, Sandy's previously calm expression completely changed, and she spoke with some uncertainty. Do you know something? Impossible. No one should know this. Our situation is impossible. Shelley chuckled softly a few times, looking at Sandy with a kind expression, until Sandy became nervous before shaking her head with a smile and saying, Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, what does it matter? Love is truly wonderful. I genuinely believe it. Arranged marriages are truly disgusting. Sandy's beautiful face was flushed with embarrassment as she stared wide-eyed at Shelley. You. Explain yourself. What do you even know? Sandy almost screamed and was about to grab Shelley to demand an explanation, but Shelley easily dodged her. All right, Miss Sandy, I have something to attend to with His Excellency the Duke, so I'll take my leave now. Quickly shaking off Sandy, who was wearing high heels, Shelley walked happily toward the Duke's bedroom. Watching him walk away easily, Sandy gave up the chase, sighed, and asked. Why don't you call him father? Shelley turned back as he walked away. The morning sunlight streamed through the window onto his handsome face, making his azure eyes appear even clearer in the sunlight. Shelley looked back at her, squinted her eyes, and chuckled softly as she said. Why bother explaining things so clearly? My dear sister. Shelley chuckled a few times at Sandy, who stood there speechless, and turned to walk away. As Sandy watched Shelley's figure disappear into the depths of the corridor, despite the warm sunlight on her body, she felt a chill in her skin. What was that just now? In an instant, she seemed to see some dangerous monster lurking in the shadows, licking its claws. She shuddered as she recalled the cold glint in Shelley's eyes earlier. It turns out he's not as weak as he seems. That's true, truly weak people can't survive in that circle. Knock, knock, knock. Shelley gently knocked on the door of the Duke's bedroom, but stopped in front of it without pushing the door open or going in. Cough, 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 Who? Standing with her back against the door, Shelley spoke respectfully. Good morning, it's me, Your Grace. How are you feeling? The coughing stopped, and Duke Bell's aged voice came from within. What are you doing here? Ignoring the Duke's harsh tone, Shelley maintained her smile and spoke into the room. Of course I came to check on you, since your health hasn't been very good. By the way, I came to ask you how I should handle this matter. Yesterday, while I was with the Temple of Justice to exterminate the followers of the evil god, I encountered some annoying little dogs. I accidentally killed them all. I don't know if this will have any impact on you? For a moment, the room fell silent, and it took a long time before sounds could be heard from inside. Humph. Just a bunch of stray dogs. Kill them and that's it. No need to tell me. Is there anything else you want to say? Shelley shook her head, her smile unchanged, and said, I understand, I know how to handle this from now on. I have no other questions. Please take good care of yourself. When you have free time, you can go out and soak up some sun. After calculating the time, Shelley felt that the matter with Elena should have been resolved by now. So he simply said, Then I shall take my leave, Your Grace, Duke Bell. Why won't you call me father? She paused, turned back to the door, and flashed her brightest smile, saying, What are you saying? Of course I'd call you father. Goodbye, father. Sweet dreams. After saying that, he turned and strode away. Well. Inside the room, Duke Bell sighed as he looked at the tightly closed door. He lay back down, looked at the magnificent crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and slowly closed his eyes. Shelley had already composed himself before entering his small building, since he didn't know what Elena's perception attributes were like. If she could sense her own expression from inside, adjusting her expression at the doorway would reveal many problems. Lydia, I'm back. Lady Elena? What brings you here, Shelley's prepared lines caught in his throat, and his surprise was genuine, because he had indeed witnessed a scene beyond his expectations. At this moment, Elena and Lydia were both sitting on the bed, embracing each other. Shelley, the lilies in my hometown are blooming. Elena took off her armor, revealing herself in a knight's outfit. She embraced Lydia, gently patting her back and softly comforting her. Lydia rested her chin on her shoulder, looking confused, bewildered, and somewhat resigned to her fate. Both of them turned to look at Shelley at the door. Lydia looked helpless, while Elena suppressed her gentleness and looked Shelley up and down. Ahem, Lady Elena, what's wrong? Hey! Where did this princess come from? Let go of my maid. What are you trying to do? Where did you go last night? And who was that woman? And who is that woman you're holding? Perhaps realizing that her words had been a bit too ambiguous, Elena changed her tune and said, They are dangerous, and I need to find out about them. Shelley automatically translated her words in her mind. I have a bad feeling about her. Are you two having an affair? Shelley sighed with feigned difficulty, knowing that the crucial moment had arrived. He glanced at Elena with feigned hesitation, then sighed under her resolute gaze and said, The woman I'm holding in my arms is a bodyguard. She's responsible for protecting me. She was seriously injured in the battle with the devil. From now on, I will be responsible for security. Taking a deep breath, Shelley continued. As for the other person, I cannot tell you her identity directly. What I can tell you is that she is indeed a woman of high status, and we only met a few days ago. You know that's not what I'm asking. Elena glared angrily at Shelley, then pulled Lydia closer and asked, What happened last night? Tell me quickly. This is the important part. Yesterday, I was affected by the Devil's Pact during my battle with the devil. After meeting you, I could no longer suppress myself and lost my mind. That's the truth, but not entirely. After that, Elena hugged Lydia tighter and anxiously asked, What happened after that? Tell me. Tell me already. Are you trying to drive me crazy? My memory became disordered after that. A short period of time. He glanced with difficulty at Elena and Lydia in her arms. Why are you about to faint? My cheek twitched, but I can't let this break my composure yet, so I guess I'll just have to put up with it for now. Shelley could only lower her head and continue speaking. I woke up in her bed. Something irreparable had happened between us. These are all the truth. Although not today. Shelley's expression was one of great pain and inner turmoil. He kept his head down, not daring to look at Elena or show her his true feelings. I must remember my persona. In Elena's eyes, I am a devoted knight who deeply loves her. Stay calm, maintain the right persona. Don't give yourself away. Although she had already guessed this outcome, Elena still felt somewhat sad. He's nothing more than a nobleman's illegitimate son who has a one-sided crush on me. But why do I feel so sad? She was silent for a moment, glanced at Shelley who had her head down, and calmly asked, suppressing her emotions. How did you two meet? Somewhat unexpectedly, Shelley had assumed Elena would immediately turn hostile and leave. He looked up at Elena, who was trying her best to remain calm, and hesitated before saying. We just met 4 days ago. Her status in Lent was that of a widow of very high status and wealth. In order to get close to her, Congreve drugged me and then sent me to her room as a gift. What? Congreve, that idiot. Seeing Elena's impending outburst, Shelley quickly explained. It's not what you think. The widow identity is just a disguise she uses to avoid trouble. She was actually an unmarried woman, and she was unaware of my presence. That's not wrong either. That's how we met. She was of very high status. If it weren't for this, we would never have crossed paths. Not a single word was a lie, but not a single word was the absolute truth either. Confess. You're not actually a succubus, you're a lust demon, aren't you? Don't come out and get in the way. Are you a couple now? Shelley shook her head silently, sighed, and said. Although it happened, she said it still needs time. She actually said that. Releasing the unconscious Lydia, Elena stood up and walked to Shelley, looking him directly into the eyes, and said, word by word. Can you let her go? Shelley closed her eyes in anguish, hesitated for a long time, then slowly but firmly shook her head and whispered. It's not because of her identity, but because of other reasons? I really can't abandon this responsibility. Feeling as if something was tearing her heart apart, Elena bit her lip and turned her head away from Shelley's conflicted and sorrowful eyes. He was clearly just an insignificant illegitimate paladin. His decision not to abandon her after starting the relationship was also the right one. That's how it is, so why am I so sad? Years of royal upbringing prevented her from collapsing on the spot. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. I see. Your actions prove you are an excellent knight. I'm leaving. You must treat Lydia well, she's a good girl. Ignoring Shelley, Elena walked past him and headed towards the door. Now. Shelley seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his head and slowly reached out to grab Elena's small hand. Given Elena's reaction speed, there was no way she could have been caught. However, some things are only for those who are willing to take the bait. Without shaking off Shelley's hand, Elena squeezed it slightly back and whispered with her back to Shelley. What are you trying to do by grabbing my hand? This is not the behavior a knight should exhibit. There's hope. Shelley's hands trembled slightly as she began to apply slight pressure, then she said excitedly. Lady Elena, I actually... Enough. Elena's soft exclamation interrupted Shelley's spellcasting. No laughs, it was a performance. She squeezed Shelley's hand tightly, then flung it away, saying in a feigned calm tone. Be mindful of your current status. Some things can only be kept in one's heart. Yes, the pain he's experiencing must be no less than mine. But perhaps this is fate. For the first time, Elena began to lament her fate, and for the first time, she began to hate this arrangement. I'm leaving. Lady Elena. Shelley hugged Elena from behind, put his head close to her ear, and said in a trembling voice. I will always. Without struggling, Elena placed her hands on Shelley's arms, interrupting Shelley's performance, and whispered. Okay, that's enough. We can only do this for a little while. Yes, Lady Elena. Time passed quietly, and the 3 people in the room remained silent. One was overcome with emotion and didn't know what to say, another was thinking about their next move, and the third hadn't woken up yet. How pitiful. Let go, I'm leaving. Yes. Afraid that her facial expression would give her away, Elena didn't turn around and walked straight to the door. Stopping in front of the door, Elena asked. You said you can't tell me her name, so what should I call her when I see her next time? Mrs. Merrill, that's what others call her. Nodding knowingly, Elena decided to give up and forced a smile, saying. Really? I understand. Shelley, goodbye. The door had just been turned open, and before she could even take a step, Elena stood frozen in the doorway. Two women teleported to Shelley's door. One was a thin, dark-haired woman wearing a mask. And the other one is the one I saw yesterday. Mrs. Merrill? Naisha watched Elena walk out of the room, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Hello. Little girl." Snap. Looking at Naisha's arrogant expression, Elena's perspective, and the contempt in her eyes' psychological effect. In an instant, Elena felt as if something inside her mind had collapsed. A voice echoed in my mind. I absolutely cannot give up. Why should I be the one to back out? He clearly likes me. You robber, I will absolutely not give Shelley to you. Chapter 50, The Battlefield of Shura. Do you believe in light? Looking at Lady Merrill, who exuded mature beauty and noble regal aura, Elena compared herself to her. We each have our own unique look. She is gentle and mature, while I am young and sunny. We're about the same size. She's older than me, but not as perky as me. Referring to his advanced age and upright posture. She has a more regal air about her than I do, but I will not lose to her in the future. Taking a deep breath, Elena banished all the sadness that had been weighing on her mind. She stared intently at Naisha and began to speak. You said, I'm a little girl? Humph. I don't care if you're a legend or not. I am the eldest princess of Fonte. Do you still dare to lay a hand on me? Naisha looked at Elena's somewhat angry expression, wondering what had happened. Shouldn't I call you a little girl at your age? Do you expect me to call you sister? Looking at Shelley behind him, whose expression was somewhat strange, Naisha seemed to understand something. So, that's how it is? Finding the situation somewhat amusing, Naisha raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, Yes, they were definitely calling you little girl. While I wouldn't mind Shelley having many wives, if you're vying for that position, you'd better stop dreaming. Little girl. I see. How old are you this year? This auntie. Shelley. You guys are really something, dancing around in a minefield. Naisha's gentle smile changed, and she stopped smiling. Squinting, she finally looked directly at Elena, and slowly nodded, saying, You are very good. Elena looked back at her fearlessly and said, Thanks. I'm really good. Crackling sounds. Lilith, who had been standing behind Naisha with her head down, was startled, as if she could see a violent spark igniting in the air between the two of them. Has this princess gone mad? How dare she speak to this lord like that? Shelley, the center of their rivalry, was also stunned by the situation. He glanced at Elena, who was clearly a little tipsy, and Naisha, who seemed somewhat pleased with the situation, and silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Natia, why are you here at this hour? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? You're making me feel very awkward and put me in a difficult position. I'm not fully prepared yet. Next time I'll let you sleep longer. You won't have the energy to cause trouble. During the standoff, Naisha seemed to sense Shelley's resentment, and she felt something was amiss. Naisha felt a sudden itch in certain parts of her body and looked at Shelley behind Elena. Her action immediately caught the attention of Elena on the other side, who also turned her head away. Natia, I'll remember you. You're the one who led the Japanese here. Shelley realized something was wrong, so he immediately turned around, gently shook Lydia's shoulder as she lay unconscious on the bed, and whispered, How are you, Lydia? Are you all right? Upon noticing this situation, Naisha and Elena stopped their standoff and hurriedly stepped forward, looking at Lydia with concern. Lilith was the only one who watched in bewilderment as the three people surrounded a half-elf girl she didn't quite understand. The half-elf queen, the eldest princess of Fent, and a duke's illegitimate son shrouded in mystery. Lilith wondered to herself, who exactly is this girl? Why are these three people treating her so seriously? Is her identity important? Thinking about the somewhat miserable life ahead, she didn't hesitate for long and joined the crowd of onlookers. Shelley placed her glowing hand on Lydia's forehead and cast a spell. Healing spell. Under the concerned gazes of the four people around her, Lydia let out a soft moan and slowly woke up. How, Lydia? Who I am? Where am I? What should we eat tonight? Her consciousness was still a second ago that she was in Elena's arms and had just seen Shelley walk in from outside the door. The next second, I found myself surrounded by four people. Lady Shelley, Lady Elena, and... What's wrong? What happened? Why is everyone surrounding me? Shelley was about to go forward to greet her when she saw Elena rush over and hug Lydia tightly. Lydia! Are you all right? Why are you stealing my lines? Shelley opened his mouth slightly and glanced at Naisha, who was equally bewildered, and Lilith, who had no idea what was going on. Looking back at Elena, who was nervously holding Lydia, Shelley felt that something was wrong with the world. Am I a scumbag or are you a scumbag? No way. Shaw. I'm not a jerk. I just want to give all girls a home. Why did you steal my lines? As soon as Lydia was in Elena's arms, memories flooded back like a tidal wave, sending a chill down her spine. I remember how I passed out. Don't come near me. She flinched back in terror, but she couldn't escape Elena's clutches and was once again held tightly in her arms. After all, the difference in attributes is just too great. Help! Overwhelmed by fear, she couldn't help but unleash a light spell. Light spell! By the way, do you believe in light? In an instant, it was as if a huge light source appeared in the entire room. Everyone present was caught in the blast and immediately closed their eyes. Ah! Ah! Shelley felt she had gone blind. You're telling me this is a light spell? Are you sure it wasn't a flashbang? Wa'ada. Of all the people, Lilith screamed the most pitifully. For an assassin who spends most of her time in the shadows and rarely appears in the light, even ordinary sunlight is a bit too bright for her. Not to mention the light spell that was comparable to a flashbang. She covered her eyes and rolled on the ground in pain. It feels like if you usually only use 15 centimeters, and then one day you suddenly use 25 centimeters, you'll definitely feel very uncomfortable. By the way, I was referring to chopsticks. Those who should go stand in the corner, go stand in the corner. Naisha recovered the fastest and looked at Lydia, who was also in pain with her eyes closed, with some surprise. She was secretly amazed. Is this Lydia's talent? I only taught her a little bit, and she can change so much? Or, did something else happen before this? Could it be that he took some kind of magical potion? But I can't feel any residual magic. Puzzled, Naisha carefully examined Lydia's condition this time, and then she noticed some somewhat familiar white residue. What is this? Snort. Naisha seems to have discovered something about Lydia. Some things shouldn't be taken too far. Even the queen has her little temper. What would you do? The suggestion here is to pretend you don't know. Anyway, she'll be tolerant of you. Naisha's guide, 57%. Shelley, danger. Chapter 51. I just want to give all girls a home. What did she discover? Elena and I are still innocent. I didn't hide my relationship with Lilith. Shelley breathed a sigh of relief as she felt Naisha's somewhat resentful gaze, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Then it's only Lydia. Fortunately, the problem isn't too difficult. The solution isn't difficult to solve. But not now. I'm the kind of man who wants to give every girl a home. How could I fall in a place like this? Shelley gently patted Lydia's back as she took her from the somewhat dazed Elena, saying, It's all right, Lydia. No one here will harm you. Except for me. No, I'm not trying to harm you. That was me caring for you, watering you. Lord Shelley, you're back. Did something happen to you last night? When the topic of last night came up, the expressions of the other four people changed. Elena pouted, glanced at Shelley, and then turned her head away, thinking about how she had been cheated on. Natya blushed slightly, stole a glance at Shelley, and then turned her head away. The image in her mind was a bit too much to bear. Lilith, lying on the ground, had the most serious expression. She remembered being betrayed and angrily covered her face. Has something happened? And, why does Her Majesty seem to know Lady Shelley? Only Shelley, after a pause, maintained her usual gentle smile, ruffled her hair, and said softly. There was a minor issue, but nothing serious. I was just cleaning up a bunch of rats in the sewers and picked up a puppy on the way home. I'm sorry to have worried you. Lilith, thumph. You're the little puppy. With her other hand gently brushing away the faint dark circles under Lydia's eyes, which made her look somewhat tired, Shelley sighed and said, Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Don't do this again next time. Get some rest, okay? Lydia felt a little shy because he was so gentle with her in front of so many people. She crossed her hands, blushed, lowered her head, and softly hummed in agreement. Naisha glanced at the shy Lydia and Shelley, then turned to Elena, who was still standing there somewhat stunned, and said, Is there anything you need? If not, you can go now. You, as an outsider, can now leave. Go wherever you want. Elena snapped out of her daze and instantly understood Naisha's subtext. Humph. I haven't even said you're in the way yet. Suppressing her anger, which was now rising again, she gritted her teeth and looked at the calm Naisha, saying, I'm here to see my knight. What do you want? What brings you here? Your knight? That's clearly my knight. Naisha raised an eyebrow, noticing the knightly insignia on her armor. Without giving it much thought, she gave a soft snort and continued. I'm here to instruct my apprentices. Does teaching an apprentice require coming to another man's room? I need him to come along and tour the place. Crackling sounds. The peaceful atmosphere in the room turned tense once again. Lilith, who was rolling on the ground, seemed to sense something and quietly parted her fingers to take a look at the battle. This doesn't seem good. Don't get involved. I know nothing. So she stitched her fingers back together and pretended nothing had happened, continuing to lie on the ground and play dead. To avoid being noticed, she even used the concealment techniques she employed when assassinating enemies. The last time you were so careful to conceal your presence was when you were assassinating a high-ranking warrior, wasn't it? Sensing that something was wrong, Lydia looked up, her voice barely audible. However, in the quiet room, he successfully attracted the attention of the two women who were in a standoff. Elena and Natya turned their heads at the same time and saw Shelley, who was also trying her best to conceal her breathing. The two women's eyes lit up and they spoke at the same time. Whom do you choose to be with? Oh no. You're the one who lured the Japanese here. Shelley glanced furtively at the bewildered Lydia and was already thinking about how to deal with her that night. One more name added to today's assassination list. I'm going to torture you, just wait, physical torture? It'll torture you to no end. However, the current situation cannot remain stagnant at this point, we must make a decisive decision. Otherwise, it will only drag on, and ordinary standoffs will turn into real conflicts. Neither of the two women truly needed Shelley to make a statement at this time, they simply wanted to gain the upper hand. After a moment's hesitation, Shelley smiled apologetically at Naisha and whispered to her using a telepathic spell. I'm sorry, Tia, there's something I need to confirm. Message trick, whisper a message to a creature within casting range that only you can hear, and it will reply in a voice only you can hear. Without waiting for Naisha's reply, Shelley looked at the somewhat smug Elena and said softly, Lady Elena, may I go to the temple to see Congreve and Earl Rupert? There are some things I want to confirm with them. Elena proudly gestured with her chin towards Naisha and quickly said, Of course, no problem, let's go. Lydia, I'll come see you again. You must keep a positive attitude, there's always a way. After saying that, he picked up his armor jacket, grabbed Shelley's hand, and rushed out the door. Elena, I won. The taste of victory. The strength assessment definitely failed. Entering floating state. Mom, I can fly. Pulled into the air, Shelley was powerless to resist and rushed towards the outside. He quickly said to the bewildered Lydia, Lydia, you will learn from this Ms. Melly, she will teach you some knowledge about sorcery. I'm not sure when I'll be back, so don't wait for me this time. Have a good rest. Shelley's voice quickly grew softer and softer until it disappeared completely, leaving a bewildered Lydia on the bed nodding slowly. As the two quickly disappeared into the room, Naisha's stern expression gradually softened, and she shook her head and chuckled softly. What a little girl. Like a child. Naisha withdrew her gaze and spoke to Lilith, who was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Get up. Remember what I told you today. I'm not like Shelley. I have no qualms about killing you, at most. Naisha paused for a moment, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled as she said, I can only sigh and say that we have lost another suitable experimental material. Everyone present understood that this was not a threat or a joke. Because of the way she looked at Lilith. It's like looking at a wildflower by the roadside. If I'm in a good mood, I'll break it. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll stomp. Chapter 52, The Queen and the Princess when they didn't face Shelley. Perhaps it was Natya's complete obedience that led Shelley to have a slight misconception about her. I thought her attitude towards Lilith wouldn't be too bad, but actually, Naisha was someone who didn't care about anything except being a half-elf. Now, the only person she cares about is Shelley. As for the other people connected to him, it doesn't matter, at least for now. Lydia felt that the queen, who had always been very gentle with her, suddenly revealed a cold killing intent. She looked trembling at the scene that puzzled him, yet also felt a sense of relief as she thought. Indeed, this is the true majesty of Her Majesty the Queen. She recalled the gentle feeling she had when she first met Naisha at the banquet. The queen is so gentle with the half-elves. A chill ran down Lilith's spine, and she quickly rose from the ground, kneeling in a gesture of respect. Clear. The next second, it disappeared from the room. Turning to look at Lydia, Naisha sat down beside her, patted her head, and smiled. All right, Lydia, it seems you have a question for me? However, you should get some rest. Ah. Naisha pushed the slightly dizzy Lydia onto the bed and covered her with the blanket. Your Majesty. Just as Lydia was about to say something, Naisha gently pressed her long, slender fingers to her lips, and then she stared blankly. Watching the noble queen remove her outer garment, revealing a lace-trimmed undergarment beneath. Then he also crawled into the blanket. They're in. Lydia? Looking at Naisha's fair skin so close to hers, tears of envy welled up in her eyes. Lydia thought it must be because she hadn't been sleeping enough and had a dream. This bizarre dream features a violent princess who can strangle people unconscious, an assassin lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and the most outrageous thing of all. She's a queen who would crawl into Shelley's bed. This must all be a dream. Good night, world. I slept. Lydia closed her eyes as if suddenly enlightened, and exhausted, she quickly drifted off to sleep. This is actually quite normal, considering how badly the child has suffered these past few days. Day 1, staying up all night. I was too scared to sleep since I just arrived. Day 2, staying up all night. Shelley wasn't home. Day 3, staying up all night. Sleepless night. Day 4, staying up all night worried about Shelley. Day 5, being strangled unconscious. I don't know why she's so pitiful. Lydia can finally drift off to sleep and get a good night's rest. Naisha, so fast. Looking at her apprentice who was actually asleep, Naisha felt a bit of a headache and didn't know what to say. Are you really too tired? Seeing her sleeping so soundly, I'm getting sleepy too. I didn't get enough rest either. Pa, really? Thinking back to yesterday's battle, Naisha blushed and lightly spat, also feeling tired. The fragrance from the blankets wafted into her nose, and Naisha yawned. It smells like him. She reached out and pulled the sleeping Lydia into her arms, then slowly closed her eyes, silently pondering. If it's true that some of his abilities can enhance the power of a professional. I hope my guess is wrong. Otherwise, he would be pursued by all the female professionals. Having run a short distance from the small building, Elena suddenly released Shelley's hand as if waking from a dream. At least stop before letting go. This was Shelley's only thought while he was in midair. He tumbled around in the air for a while before landing safely. Elena. Before Shelley could even complain to Elena, she found Elena looking at her with a serious expression, so Shelley had to swallow her words. Shelley. I will not lose. The unexpected enemy ignited her fighting spirit. She doesn't want to accept a life without you. Elena's strategy, 41%. Congratulations. You've completed over 40% of the strategy. Reward awarded, the emotion Elena yearns for most, unwavering love and selfless sacrifice. Without waiting for Shelley's reply, he turned and walked towards the door. Shelley Brand Elena translator, I will never give up on you. Just say it like that, it'll be fine. Maybe this is what Sundara is all about. Smiling and shaking her head, Shelley called out to Elena, who was walking ahead. Lady Elena, I'll be right back after I change my clothes. Because of yesterday's battle, Shelley is currently only wearing a butler's uniform that she found at Naisha's manor. Go quickly and come back quickly. Okay. Elena watched Shelley's retreating figure and spoke to the empty space ahead. Come out. I still remember your scent. Little puppy. Lilith emerged from the shadows of the left wall, looking at the princess who had been constantly clashing with Naisha with some suspicion. Although I knew her senses were very strong, I never expected that she could actually detect my presence. I don't care why Shelley would cover up your identity for you. I don't care why you're showing up with that Mrs. Merrill. I only want to ask you one thing right now. Silently stroking the ring on her left middle finger, Elena gradually shifted her gaze to Lilith. Whose side are you on now? Whose person is he? There are many implications to what you just said. Lilith tugged at her hood and replied in a hoarse voice. I now obey my lord. Lord Shelley. After looking her over carefully, Elena turned her head away again and said. Yeah. Don't cause any trouble for me in Rentree. Don't get involved in those things, otherwise. You are the evil that must be eliminated. A deathly silence fell between them again. Lilith nodded and silently retreated into the shadows. I'm back, huh? The scene before her was somewhat surreal, and Shelley lowered her voice and slowly walked into the room. The warm spring sunshine streamed into the room, where two half-elf beauties, one big and one small, lay soundly asleep on their bed. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Shelley felt her soul was purified. He stepped forward quietly, avoiding Lydia, and gently kissed Naisha. When the kiss ended, Shelley gently stroked Natalia's fair cheek and whispered in her ear. You can never wake someone who's pretending to be asleep, Miss Tia. I'll be right back. I'll explain some things to you when I get back. Good night, get some rest. After saying that, he got up, quickly changed his clothes, and took a small bottle from the table before leaving. The room fell silent again after Shelley left, and after a long while, a soft groan came from the bed. Snort! This scene perfectly mirrored the life she had always imagined. A heart full of sweetness. Naisha's Guide, 59%. Chapter 53 Skinning. Where there is light, there is shadow. Everything has two sides. Beneath the radiant Temple of Justice lies a dark dungeon specifically designed to deal with cult followers, and it is safer than other ordinary prisons. This is because there are high-ranking priests who guard this place year-round, and there is a large amount of holy water and holy artifacts ready to deal with any unexpected events. In the deepest cell of the dungeon, Count Rupert, who was usually all smiles, now looked pained and haggard. Just 2 days ago, he was enjoying a lavish meal at his manor, and when he had nothing to do, he could even coerce minor nobles into sending their wives to his bed. But now, he huddled in the corner of the cell, looking at the moldy black bread and a glass of water, and almost burst into tears. Why did it turn out like this? Congreve was beside him, his eyes wide open, his dim yellow eyes staring at the ceiling, but he didn't move at all, like a vegetable. Not only them, but also many other prisoners were held in the vast dungeon, which was the same size as the temple on earth. Some of them were vicious followers of evil gods, while others were assassins and thieves from the dark side. Most of them were people who had surrendered during yesterday's slum raid. Many more were the noble guards who were initially detected as evil and judged, and whose bloodlust was particularly intense. These people were hurling insults, but none of the temple guards paid them any attention. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of footsteps gradually came from upstairs, and everyone became furious, with all sorts of curses ringing out. However, once the person in question appeared, everyone obediently shut their mouths. Her fiery red hair was dazzling even in the dim dungeon. Elena looked at the situation inside, gave a soft hum, and strode forward with her head held high. Shelley followed closely behind, glancing around as she went. The walls are covered with all sorts of magical runes. The defenses here are much weaker than those in the magic-suppressing prison, but they still have those symbols specifically designed to target wizards and mages. And most importantly, the source of power is right beneath the statue. It's unbreakable. The two walked straight to the deepest part of the cell, and Shelley smiled as she looked at the nearly collapsing Earl Rupert and the vegetative Congreve. Long time no see, my esteemed Earl Rupert, and my dear Congreve. Staring in shock at Shelley's smiling face, Earl Rupert lunged at the railing, reaching out to grab her, shouting incredulously. It's you! No way! How could you survive? Easily dodging Earl Rupert's outstretched hand, Shelley seemed to have heard something amusing and laughed happily. Yes, I'm still alive, Lens Canary, whom you know so well, it's been a long time. And my dear brother, could you please stop pretending to be asleep? Seeing Congreve remain motionless, Shelley shook her head, turned back to Elena with an apologetic smile, and whispered. Lady Elena, could you give me some time? I'd like to speak with them privately about what's to come. Okay, then I'll wait for you outside. Oh, right, please take the other knights with you as well. I promise nothing will happen. Please believe me. Seeing Shelley's serious expression, Elena didn't ask any more questions, nodded in agreement, and handed him the key. Elena spoke softly to the other restless prisoners, tossed her fiery red wavy hair, and turned to leave without hesitation. Everyone, follow me. Yes. Did day. Once Shelley was sure Elena and the others were far away, a cruel smile appeared on her lips as she looked at the two people inside. All right, let's get down to business now. I ask, you answer. There is no other choice, do you understand? Sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, Robert shouted in terror. Impossible. I won't answer. Impossible. He couldn't possibly threaten me. I am favored by a goddess. But why? My hands started trembling. Shelley was also somewhat troubled as she observed the marks of torture and flogging on Earl Robert's body. The fact that the goddess of pain is a follower of the goddess of suffering is a bit of a problem. They have a strong resistance to interrogation, and can even derive pleasure from it. After all, it's very difficult to torment a masochist you might put in a lot of effort, only to have them say, "Here we go? Oh, it's over." That's infuriating. Shelley shook her head, opened the cell door, went straight in, and locked herself in with them. He chuckled lightly at Count Rupert, whose hands and feet were bound. "You followers of the goddess of pain are the most troublesome, a bunch of masochists, impervious to both soft and hard approaches. But do you know something?" Having regained his composure, Rupert looked at Shelley's smile and sensed something was amiss. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What?" Shelley then took a piece of black silk cloth from the bag, and while covering the bars of the cell, he explained, "There is one best way to deal with you, and that is..." Shelley took a small knife from the bag, turned around, and twirled it in her hand, as if whispering in a lover's ear. "Peel it." "What?" Lilith, hidden behind Shelley, stared in shock at Shelley's profile. There was none of the gentleness she had shown in the room that morning, only the murderous intent she felt when they met the night before. Is he serious? Even in the Church of Mara, very few priests are capable of mastering this extremely bloody and evil art. How did he manage to make contact? Sensing the momentary erratic breathing behind her, Shelley smiled, said nothing, and spoke directly to the frozen Rupert. "Do you think I'm joking?" "No, I'm not." As Shelley slowly approached, Rupert felt a surge of terror. He frantically shrank back into a corner, clutching his head and howling. "No, no, no, impossible. You couldn't possibly skin her. You can't fool me. I'm well read, I wouldn't lie to you." Satisfied with Rupert's terrified reaction, Shelley smiled and turned to Congreve, who was lying to one side. "Since you don't believe me, let's use someone who won't resist as proof." Shelley waved her hand in front of his eyes, but there was no reaction. She sighed and said, "You really can't learn. You're really persistent, Congreve. I've known since I was little that you're not very bright, but you're extremely confident. You always think your cleverness won't be discovered by others." He helped Congreve up, his back against the wall. Shelley reached out and grabbed Congreve's gray and red hair, pulling it upwards, then gently pressed the knife against Congreve's forehead. "I'm saying this one last time. I'll ask, and you'll answer, okay? Chapter 54. I ask, you answer, okay?" No one answered. Shelley shook her head helplessly and sighed. "Well, I really don't want it to come to this. You all forced me to do this." Hearing the curses and arguments coming from the other cells behind, Shelley clicked her tongue, then turned around and shouted, "Please keep quiet, thank you." The dungeon fell silent for a moment, but the restlessness didn't subside. Instead, it intensified. Some people even banged on the iron bars and whistled in their direction. "Little girl, come here, I'll make sure you never have a moment's peace," one of the prisoners in the cell shouted the loudest, but what he didn't notice was the group of guards who came in yesterday all looked at him with pity. With a helpless sigh, Shelley stood up and walked out of the cell. He looked around and then released his most intense killing intent. "Please keep quiet, thank you." Everyone stared in horror at the man who now exuded an eerie aura, like chickens with their necks being choked. "If you don't want to be skinned alive. And please, please, please don't wet your pants. I don't want to smell that odor in this small space. Although the smell here is already unpleasant, please don't torture me any further." Enjoying the scene before her with satisfaction, Shelley felt much better. Although the chaotic situation was bound to happen sooner or later, and it was handled quite well, it still caused a headache. "Very good, it seems you can understand and communicate with each other. Thank you for your cooperation." Back in his cell, Shelley smiled brightly as he stopped the terrified Earl Robert and the visibly trembling Congreve. Rupert, fighting off the intense urge to urinate, asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? You're not Shelley. It couldn't be him. Absolutely impossible." Ignoring his distorted posture, Shelley pressed the knife back against Congreve's forehead and said casually, "I am Shelley, Rupert, my dear friend, of course. It's just that you've never really looked at me properly, don't you think? Do you know me? Have we exchanged a few words?" With her left hand lifting her hair and her right hand applying slight pressure, Shelley smiled gracefully and said, "All right, enough chit-chat, let's get started." Shelley slid the knife down Congreve's scalp with remarkable steadiness, then casually struck up a conversation with Rupert, who was staring in disbelief. "I'm actually not very good at this. For real skinning techniques, you have to go to the priests of the Spider Queen Lolth. Those cruel female drow are the real experts in this area. They can peel off a complete human skin while the victim is still alive, and can even weave that skin into clothes. Human skin demon armor special item, greatly increases your sinister charm when worn. Beware, you will provoke strong hostility from humanoid creatures. Oh my, that was really bloody, it's hard to accept. I'm different. At most, I can only peel off the skin, but I can't guarantee whether it will be intact. But this is beneath the Temple of Justice, and I don't want to, and can't, make the scene too bloody. So let's just peel off a small piece, shall we? Mr. Congreve, who's trembling? Curious, huddled up, stared at the blood streaming down Cangreve's forehead and could no longer contain his fear. Tears streaming down his face, he asked. You devil! Didn't you call yourself a paladin? At this point, please call him a devil. How can everyone be so ignorant? Are you out of your mind? And you should reflect on your own actions. Give me a bit of a devilish look. Tisk. Of course I am a paladin. But you must understand, you are followers of an evil god. You know. When justice fights evil, it's okay to be a little rough around the edges. Lilith. You call that being a little rough? Looking at the two trembling prisoners being persecuted and Shelley peeling skin with a bright smile, Lilith had a strong urge to shout. Are you kidding me? Who's the bad guy here? And to be honest, I'm not a formal paladin yet, I'm at most a paladin apprentice. Congreve, who had been playing dead, suddenly shouted. I'm your brother. Shelley. Let me go. The knife in her hand didn't tremble at all. Shelley raised an eyebrow and said. Brother? Are you really sure? Things have already been exposed. Stop playing those embarrassing brother games. I've put up with you for so many years. Okay, be a good girl. Shelley continued cutting downwards, and Congreve screamed in terror. I'll talk. I'll talk. Please stop cutting. Stop it right now. That won't do. If you say you'll cut a piece, then you have to cut a piece. Don't move around, or I don't know where I'll cut, like the eyes, or the nose. If you don't want to be blind in your next life, I advise you to stay still. Oh, and don't tremble, otherwise it won't be complete, and I might want to cut another piece. Hearing the piercing screams, everyone looked at the cell with fear and shock, and no one dared to speak. Shelley gently peeled off a small piece of skin and then presented it to Rupert. Look, isn't this a perfectly complete piece? Rupert nodded frantically in response, while Congreve slid listlessly off the wall and collapsed to the ground. She pressed the skin back in place, casually cast a healing spell, and Shelley laughed, her hands covered in blood. Okay, can we communicate now? I'll ask, you answer, okay? Nodding in satisfaction, Shelley straightened up, looked down at the two of them, and asked. The first question is, who is Cangreve's father, or rather, who is behind you? Rupert swallowed hard, shook his head, and said. We can't say. We've all made contracts, there's no way we can talk about it. It's true. It's really true. Although Shelley had anticipated this, he still felt somewhat helpless about the situation. He clicked his tongue and said. Well, that's fine then. Why is Cangreve's father targeting me? I don't know either. You're lying. Please, don't lie to me, okay? Please stop playing these tricks on me. I've already used these tired old methods, okay? Like I said, your acting skills are not even as good as those of a young noblewoman who has just entered the social circle. I'm only giving you one chance. Each person only has one chance to lie. If I find out you've lied a second time, then I'm sorry. Continue, I'll ask, you answer. Chapter 55, Things About Contrast. Shelley sighed, sensing that the two were so terrified they could barely speak. Hey, you know what? Bowen may look stupid, but he's actually smarter than all of you. The two men both showed resentment when they thought of that notorious good-for-nothing. Even Congreve, who had been trembling with fear just now, perked up. You don't believe me? You know he stole a lot of things from my room, right? But similarly, he also put in quite a lot of things. Do you know about this? With a mocking smile, Shelley took the small bottle she had taken from the table before leaving from her bosom. Twist it open, grab Congreve's hand, and pour the contents into his palm. Those were just a few drops of blood. Do you know whose blood this is? Guess. Shelley's smile was as perfect as ever, but in their eyes it was utterly ferocious. That's right. This is your blood. You wouldn't believe it, would you? This was given to me by Bowen. Congreve had calmed down somewhat by this point, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Could it be that? That fat pig actually. Shelley nodded with great pleasure and casually smashed the small bottle against the wall. That's right. He has always known that he is not Duke Bella's biological son. But he's different from you, he's doing very well. He's just a good-for-nothing who spends his days indulging in a life of debauchery, so he won't arouse your hostility or suspicion at all. But at the same time, he was not willing to just live a life of depravity, and Bowen had his own methods. This is not hard to understand. After all, Bowen is backed by his mother's family, which is also a legendary family. His intention in giving me this blood was to have me use your blood to verify my lineage with Duke Bell. And that's why I know you're not his biological son. Seeing Congreve and Earl Rupert's expressions gradually turn angry, Shelley laughed happily. Yes, that night wasn't an accident, I did it on purpose. I took that bottle of red wine from you, and I also made it spill on you because I was sure you didn't have any magical equipment on you at that time, and you would definitely reveal something. After admiring their expressions for a while, Shelley stretched and laughed. All right, let's continue. Think some things through before you talk about them. I ask, you answer. Meanwhile, far away on a path, a caravan was slowly making its way forward. The guards were impeccably dressed and intently observed their surroundings, exuding an elite aura that made one feel very safe. The only downside was Bowen's noisy roaring. How much longer until we get there? Get someone out here and tell me. Hello? The lead guard, who had been on high alert, was interrupted by Bowen's shout. He lifted his mask, spat, and said, That idiot, shut him up. This isn't Rontry, or he can act so recklessly. Sir, should we teach him a lesson? Go, just don't bleed. The henchman turned and dismounted, opened the carriage door and jumped in, punching Bowen in his enormous belly. Shut up. Ah. You dare hit me. Even my dad has never hit me. This guard, who had also suffered persecution at Bowen's hands, now had a chance to vent his anger, and he threw punch after punch. Ah. Ah. Stop hitting me. Ah. The screams coming from inside the carriage grew fainter and fainter. The head of the guards, somewhat worried, raised his right hand to signal to stop, then rode over, opened the carriage door, and said, Hey! Don't go too far. Ah! The scene inside was completely different from what he had imagined. His men were punching him repeatedly in the face, blood flowing freely, but he was excited and punched even harder. Bowen, who should have been beaten, was kneeling in front of someone, trembling and not daring to breathe. You! Who are you? We are. Before he could finish speaking, the leader's head flew off the carriage, and the guards outside let out their dying cries. The person inside was shrouded in a deep red robe, and a cold voice came from their mouth. You're just my good-for-nothing sister's good-for-nothing son? It really does look like it. Everyone outside the cell stared in horror at the room covered by black silk cloth, only able to hear screams coming from inside, though it was difficult to make out what they were saying. That person looks like Shelley Bell? The Canary of Rent? I never imagined a socialite could be so terrifying. Really? I never imagined he would be this kind of person. I've never felt such imposing aura even in front of the general. Nobles are truly despicable, accusing us of evil. Just how many people has he killed to have such an intense murderous aura? These questions also reached Lilith's ears, and she watched as Shelley, who was handling the interrogation of Congreve and Rupert with practiced ease. She also had a huge question in her mind. Why would he have such experience? He doesn't seem like a paladin's apprentice at all, but rather a seasoned wanderer. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Shelley took a bottle of water out of the bag and then said to the seemingly empty shadow, Lilith, come and pour me some water. I can't go to see Elena with my hands covered in blood. You've been exposed, come out now. How did you find it? When did you find it? Lilith felt really pathetic. How come everyone can spot me? Have I really regressed? When did I discover it? A long time ago, from the very beginning. The slight movement in Elena's eyes when she met me, and the change in her stance, most importantly, the scent on you. Shelley leaned closer to her and took a deep breath, but before she could chuckle, she started coughing violently. He seems like a domineering CEO, but Lilith isn't the only one here. The stench of decay, the acrid smell of the burly man's sweat, and even some odors that had seeped out were all mixed together. They all rushed straight into Shelley's skull. That's amazing. Holy crap, I'd forgotten what this place tastes like. This taste is really tangy and refreshing. Cough, cough, cough. I just smelled this morning. No. I have to stick to this persona. But seeing Lilith's obviously strange expression, Shelley knew she had failed this time. I don't know what to say about this man. They can be mysterious at times, but at other times they seem completely harmless. The contrast was so stark that it left her bewildered. Who can truly know the real him? After washing her hands, Lilith returned to the shadows, while Shelley put away her belongings, bowed to everyone in the cells, and said, "Gentlemen, see you next time." As Shelley left alone, all the prisoners had only one strong thought in their minds. Please, please don't come back. We can't hold it in any longer. Chapter 56. If I said I didn't want to leave, what would you choose to do? Seeing Shelley as if everything was normal, Elena was about to nod with a smile when she smelled a faint scent of blood on him. With a slight frown, Elena said softly, "Is there something wrong down there? How are you?" Shelley smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's all right, Lady Elena, let the knights go back. If something happens, I really won't be able to get out. They weren't a bunch of idle vagrants, they were all professionals. If it weren't for their intimidating aura, they wouldn't be an easy group to deal with. They were very quiet and cooperative, and I got the answers I wanted to know." Lilith, in a sense, she was indeed very cooperative. Elena nodded, then turned and walked towards the statue. Shelley followed her automatically and they arrived in front of the statue together. "Shelley, I. Lady Elena, what are you trying to say?" Shelley did not urge Elena on her hesitation, standing behind her without changing her expression, secretly amused. "Speak your mind directly. Arrogance is not advisable. Kid, you need to be brave and come forward so I can give you a proper answer, otherwise, I can't just barge in. After all, I have to maintain my public image. That's a shy paladin who's deeply in love with you, and recently something happened that's made him feel incredibly guilty. There's no way I can ask you that." "Phew, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask you, what do you want to do in the future?" The Shelley translator says, "Will you come to my side in the future?" I haven't decided yet, but my future will likely involve leaving the kingdom of Fent. I want to go out and see the world. I don't want to be a caged bird anymore. I want to go on adventures in other parts of the world. Go and eliminate evil, go and uphold justice. Although I hate to say it, this is indeed Shelley's plan for the future. Whether Elena likes it or not, he has to tell her in advance, to give her a heads up, otherwise. At that time, whether they leave without saying goodbye or suddenly depart, something big is bound to happen. Just that kind of, let's split him up. I want your head, you want your body. That kind of ending with a woodcutter's knife. Hiss. The task is arduous and the road ahead is long. The path to building a harem is difficult in this high martial arts world. One wrong step and you'll find yourself on a bloody path, suffering a painful and tragic death. Somewhat saddened, Elena nodded, bit her lip, then knelt on one knee before the statue and whispered, "I see. It's nothing, I was just asking." Although her posture was as capable as ever, Shelley sensed a hint of sadness and stubbornness in her back view. "If you don't bring it up, I absolutely won't keep you here, right?" Sigh. Standing behind Elena, Shelley shook her head painfully, sighed, and knelt down on one knee. "The child who doesn't cry won't get candy." Shelley appeared to be solemnly praying, but his heart was completely empty. He was contemplating how things would develop in the future, analyzing the women he had encountered in those short 5 days. Naisha is the queen of the half-elves. She cannot abandon everything associated with the half-elves at the moment, and she won't be staying in Lunt for very long. The first possibility for the future is to go to the kingdom of half-elves with Naisha and become a king's woman. No, he's the queen's man. It sounds good, but it won't improve my strength, and there will be other problems when IL arrives. There are too many unknowns. I am just her lover. I have neither the ability nor the status to fight against those who oppose this matter. Even a fool would never agree to a human queen suddenly appearing above them. No, he's the queen's man. My current strength is insufficient to resist them, unless Natya can harden her heart and oppose the majority for my sake alone. But it seems she still can't let go. Although Naisha was completely devoted to her, Shelley realized something from Naisha's decision to make Lilith her bodyguard. Naisha is very opinionated. The nobles who can shake the entire half-elf kingdom have a stake in the game that far surpasses that of my young human lover. Ugh, this is such a headache. Looks like I'm still not alluring enough. I need to take some further training and learn some more techniques for being a pure and innocent woman. And she'll take my little maid Lydia with her. Lydia will definitely go to the half-elf kingdom with Naisha, and it will be some time before we see each other again. As for Elena, this adorable, arrogant princess who was obsessed with conquering herself, she was just angered by Naisha and is unwilling to give up. But I definitely need to leave the kingdom of Fent in the near future to travel the material world and increase my strength. With the advantage of being reborn, Shelley can acquire some suitable magical equipment or even legendary items. Conversely, sticking to Lent is a dead end. Now that Elena is protecting them, they can live a smooth and comfortable life. But when the holy calamity descends? No way. All of them are no way. But she is the eldest princess of Fent and the captain of the knights, she cannot leave with me. So in the end, the only one who might actually leave with me is Lilith. If we want to form a team to go on adventures, we're still missing a few people. We're missing a priest, a warrior, and most importantly, we're missing a magic-based damage dealer. At this moment, Elena stood up. She seemed to have figured something out, gestured to Lilith with her eyes, and then said to Shelley, who remained in a praying posture. Shelley, come with me to a place. What are you going to do to me? Boys need to protect themselves when they're out and about. Being vigilant is essential. After adding her own dramatic touches, Shelley silently stood up, nodded, and followed Elena's departing footsteps with some confusion. Lilith stood helplessly in front of the statue. A life where no one can mess with you. She looked up at the statue of Tyr, feeling the different light emanating from it, and squinted her eyes slightly. Is this a benevolent deity? It's somewhat warm. Shelley and the others arrived at a confessional. Elena went straight to one side, while Shelley had to go to the other side and take the priest's seat. In this small, dimly lit space, the other person's face was not visible, only Elena's slightly nervous breathing could be heard. Shelley felt a sense of peace and solemnity. He put away his smile and waited quietly for the other person to speak. Elena took a deep breath and reached her hand through the only small hole between them. Looking at that delicate, fair hand that didn't resemble a warrior's, Shelley hesitated for a moment, then reached out and grabbed it. Interlocking fingers. As if drawing strength from this movement, Elena took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice. If I said I didn't want to leave, what would you choose? If I want you to stay by my side forever, what would you do? Chapter 57. What does a childhood sweetheart appearing out of nowhere mean? This is the first time Elena has expressed her wish. Have you finally mustered up the courage? Shelley hesitated for a moment, but then shook his head. This time, he spoke with genuine difficulty. Lent is where I grew up. Although it holds the most beautiful memories of my life, it also holds many painful scars. Lady Elena, I really can't stay. Shelley's words were like a bucket of ice water, pouring it down on Elena's hard-won courage. She remained silent for a long time before speaking softly. Yeah? Elena tried to pull her hand away, but Shelley held it tightly. She looked over there in confusion, tears welling in her eyes. Since you've made this decision, why don't you let go? At this moment, Shelley did not try to stop her, but instead gently asked. You once said that you didn't want anyone to sacrifice for you anymore. Can you tell me why? Elena shook her head, trying to pull her hand away, but Shelley held it tightly, so she could only stubbornly say. This is none of your business. Shelley held her small hand tightly and said gently. What if it concerns me? Elena didn't quite understand Shelley's words. What were you talking about? Without trying to break free from Shelley's clutches, she sighed helplessly and said. It's all right to tell you. It happened shortly after I became a warrior. I was attacked during a hunt. The crazed cultists attacked our group, and I and another noble girl got separated from the crowd. We hid together in the hunting grounds, but we were still discovered by those cultists. Recalling that feeling of being dominated by fear, I could only slump helplessly in the tree hollow. Watching the girl keenly observing the outside world, while he could only pray to be found soon, he felt utterly powerless. In the end, she sacrificed herself to save me. She could never forget the radiant smile of that noble girl before she left. I was saved because of this, and ever since then I have been searching for her remains, but without any trace. I don't even know if she's alive or dead. But I am not the same person I was back then. After that, Elena fully joined the church's knightly order, trained herself madly, and eventually became the leader of the order. She didn't become a commander because of her family background. She earned respect and awe through battle after battle. I am already strong enough, I don't need anyone to sacrifice for me anymore. That's why I don't want you to sacrifice yourself because of me. Okay, can you let go of my hand now? Recalling that memory made Elena feel even worse, and she coldly tried to forcefully pull her hand away. Stay here and don't move. I almost said, I'm going to buy you oranges. Is this the sentence? What? Elena suddenly tightened her grip, the uncontrolled force squeezing Shelley's hand so hard it cracked. Quickly, break it. I'm starting to worry about your future. Although it really hurt, Shelley didn't react at all and continued. Let me tell you a story. That was my second year in social circles. That day I accompanied a group of bored ladies to the hunting grounds. Of course, they just went to sit on the sidelines, drinking tea and eating snacks, while enjoying the scenery of the hunting grounds. And coincidentally, on that very day, the eldest princess, who had never participated in social activities, also appeared. Because that young lady was very interested in hunting. She chuckled softly, and looking at Elena's hazy figure across from her, she said gently. We were all on the outskirts of the hunting grounds, watching the eldest princess alone inside with only 2 guards. Chasing a herd of deer like madmen, hacking and slashing their way through the enemy ranks. What? No, huh? Ignoring her shame for her past actions, Elena, in disbelief, stammered. You mean? Wait a minute. I remember there were definitely no men that day. Unless. As Elena was taken aback, Shelley subtly twitched her fingers. I'm okay, I can still feel myself. I can manage. I was. Sherry back then. You know, I entered social circles when I was 10 years old, and because of my appearance and young age, I was always treated as a puppet for wealthy ladies. They dressed me up, made me look like a girl, and put me in all sorts of gorgeous dresses. That's right. I am a cross-dressing master. Don't talk about 0 times or countless times, I've always been indifferent to it. That day, I was once again dressed up as a blonde girl by bored women, wearing a white dress. That was truly torture. The only sight to behold was that princess, who was unlike anyone else. I was very interested in that energetic girl, and also to escape their endless conversations, I rode alongside the princess. Although we didn't talk, we just rode side by side on horseback, but I felt that the fatigue of that day was worth it. She was full of the vitality and sunshine I longed for. I was wondering why this girl was so energetic, able to chase a deer all morning. Does your mouth even contain a single word of truth? But on the way back, we were attacked by cultists. We both fell off our horses and then fled together. Because I felt that my life, which I treated like a plaything, was worthless, I hoped that the girl could survive and inspire more people, so I lured the enemy away by myself. Simply having the confidence to lure the enemy away, while carrying a burden, Elena, will only lead to their deaths. But luckily, I wasn't attacked because I took off my wig and dress after I ran far away. Their target was only a group of noble women and aristocratic girls, and most importantly, the princess. They had no interest in a man, ignored me, and then I walked back to the Duke's mansion. I led them around in circles for a while, and once the reinforcements arrived, I stealthily returned to the Duke's mansion. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth back then. I've always wanted to see you, Lady Elena. Although you may feel that the girl saved you, you actually saved him too. Tell me, isn't this a kind of offsetting? You saved me, and I saved you. But at the same time, we owe each other. Shelley placed her other hand over their clasped hands and spoke earnestly. My departure is definitely not to escape you. I simply want to enhance my strength through my travels. Then I can come back with my head held high and win what I want. He meant that. With a firm gaze, Shelley continued. That most precious thing in the entire kingdom of Fent, the most precious and dazzling pearl. It's not a lie. Please don't be sad, I will definitely come back, I promise you. How are you, dear Elena? Looking hesitantly at the blurry image of Shelley in the opposite cubicle, Elena bit her lip, then lowered her head and said shyly. Yes, I will wait for you. You must come back. Of course we're not leaving now. It's too early to talk about these things now. Let's enjoy this time together. This sounds familiar. Suddenly snapping out of it, Elena squeezed Shelley's hand back, making his heart tremble. I have only one request. What? You mean? In private, just call me Elena. Don't use any honorifics or titles. Okay, Elena. Give people despair, then give them hope. Truth is mixed in with countless lies. Are you a follower of the Prince of Lies? A fateful reunion. Elena's strategy, 48%. Childhood sweethearts can't beat newcomers. But I'm sorry. Becoming a childhood sweetheart by chance is like being invincible. Chapter 58 The Avenger. After Elena recovered, she ran away from the confessional with a flushed face. Shelley searched for a long time but couldn't find her, so she had no choice but to leave the Temple of Justice. When he reached the street corner, Shelley felt someone watching him, and he immediately turned around. Upon discovering Elena at the temple entrance, they tried to retreat. She coughed lightly, nodded slightly to him, and then returned to the temple with a cold expression, disappearing from sight. Wow, so cute. Shelley said, Sundara is a wonderful thing. Lilith? This matter should be resolved pretty much like this. A close call, but no real danger. What a pity. What exactly are you expecting? Stretching, Shelley decided to go see his mentor. Yesterday's demonic attack must have made him furious. I wonder how our mentor is doing. I wonder if he's been driven crazy by the cultists. Why do you seem somewhat expectant? An illusion, an illusion. How could that be? Upon arriving at Lunt's Glass and entering the second floor, Shelley sensed something was amiss and abruptly turned to look at the shadows deep in the corridor. Very perceptive. A woman wearing a long cloak emerged from there, hidden in the dim light. From her exposed white chin, it was clear that she was a woman of exceptional beauty. Shelley did not go any further, nor did he go to Salier's room. He watched quietly as the woman walked toward him. A rich aroma, and the flavor is very complex. Shelley twitched her nose, unsure of which side she was on, so she didn't react. The woman walked up to him, and Shelley looked down at her hood and said, Who are you? The woman spoke first. Are you Shelley Bell? Shelley hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, that's me. And who are you? How do you know my name? What is your relationship with Salil? The woman spoke softly, as if she were questioning someone, or perhaps observing them. She placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, signaling Lilith to be on guard, and lowered her back, saying, He is my mentor. He has been teaching me for 18 years. Everyone in the rent glass knows this. Somewhat unsure of the woman's intentions, Shelley narrowed her eyes and simply asked directly, What exactly do you want to ask? Who are you? Why are you here? How do you know that the mentor is here? Are you in a hurry? The woman was pleased with Shelley's reaction, chuckled, and removed her hat. Shelley's half-closed eyes snapped open, staring at the woman's dark red hair and the few horns peeking out from the top of her head. Tiff Lin. Ancestors made a deal with the devil, resulting in their descendants having devilish blood. Their descendants are called typhoons. Because they are derived from human blood, they still look roughly like humans. However, their demonic lineage left a clear mark on their appearance, horns on their heads, tails on their backs. He paused for a moment, then said with even greater wariness, Who exactly are you? Who am I? I'm just a poor woman searching for her father. Father? What does she mean? In the dim light, Shelley could barely make out the woman's face. She was extremely beautiful, but something about her seemed strange. There was something eerie about her, something sacred about her. Her face seemed to be filled with conflict and turmoil. She is about 170 centimeters tall, but her legs are very well proportioned, possibly even longer than Elena's, who is 175 centimeters tall. Her eyes were faintly glowing purple, and beneath her cloak she wore a paladin's fish scale armor. However, unlike ordinary paladins, her armor appeared somewhat worn and dull. Moreover, Shelley gleaned from the wear and smell on the top that this person frequented the desert region year-round. And that paladin's attire and that badge. The Avengers. Paladins who have sworn an oath of revenge are anomalies among all paladins. There are members from various factions within the Avengers, including even members of the lawful evil faction. In order to eliminate evil, they were willing to fall into evil themselves in order to maintain justice and fairness. Ignoring Shelley's shock, the woman glanced behind him and spoke meaningfully. You smell of blood, and there is an evil thief behind you. Should I say that Salil has misjudged you? Perhaps you are not worthy to be a paladin. Is this a test? Somewhat surprised by her statement, Shelley smiled and said, The idea of eliminating evil even when surrounded by evil might not be understood by others, but it sounds particularly strange coming from your mouth. Raising an eyebrow, the female Avenger tilted her head and said with interest, Why is it strange? After confirming that she was a paladin, Shelley calmed down considerably, straightened up, bowed to her, and said, "Hello, esteemed Lord Avenger. Is evil necessarily evil? Is bloodshed always a result of persecuting good people? I don't think so. The smell of blood on me is from interrogating two vicious followers of evil gods in the Temple of Justice. We fought fiercely to subdue them. Lilith, violent and ruthless? Fierce fighting? And she is a thief I just subdued. I made her abandon her faith in the evil god Mara, and she is now turning towards good and towards the light. Lilith, did I? I will keep an eye on her to ensure she doesn't fall back into evil. If she does anything to harm the innocent, I will personally execute her, at any cost. And..." Shelley paused for a moment, a half-smile playing on her lips, then said meaningfully, "If everyone holds the prejudice that he has the potential to fall into evil, then should Tieflin be ostracized? People are generally skeptical of the Tieflins, believing that their hellish heritage is not only evident in their appearance but also in their character and morality. Respect is mutual. I've already introduced myself, so now, could you please introduce yourself?" She looked Shelley in the eye, chuckled softly, and her silvery laughter echoed in the dimly lit corridor. "What you say makes some sense. It is indeed rare to find a paladin who is so eloquent. Nice to meet you, I am Clara Clare, an Avenger. I am your mentor, Salil. Daughter." Chapter 59, The Paladin of Tifling. Wow, it really is a daughter? This is really unexpected. I thought the old man was already in his 70s or 80s, I never imagined he would have such a young daughter. The hostility had largely subsided. Shelley sized up the woman, who she couldn't tell was a senior or junior, and compared her to her mentor. "Old man, your child's mother has great genes. You can hardly see any resemblance to her." This question seems like it shouldn't be explored too deeply. However, Tiflin, the son of the devil. Centuries ago, the leaders of the human empire of Bal Tulasi made a pact with the devil to consolidate their vast territory. Those people became the earliest Tiflin, and they ruled the empire in the name of their hellish masters. Unfortunately, a war broke out between Bal Tulasi and the ancient dragon-blooded empire of Ecosia, and more than a decade of fighting reduced both empires to ruins. The Tiferen were the heirs to the dynasty that ruled the empire, their bloodline corrupted by the devil, and this corruption was passed down to every descendant. In many ways they are no different from humans, and they can also have children with humans, however, their offspring are often typhoons. The Tiflin's appearance testifies to their hellish bloodline. The Tifrim has horns of various shapes on its head. Some are curved like ram horns, some are straight and long, and some spiral upwards like antelope horns. They also have thick tails that are 1 to 1.5 meters long, which they can swing violently or wrap around their legs when they feel frustrated or anxious. The Tiflins have very sharp canines, and their skin color covers all the colors of human skin, plus various red patterns. Tiflin favored dark colors and reds, leather jackets and sleek furs, small spikes and buckles. The weapons and armor crafted by Tiflin often have an ancient style, tracing back to the glory of their long-lost empires. There aren't many Tiflins left in the world, and they're not doing very well. Sometimes a family of Tiflin merchants, descended directly from the Bar Tulasi dynasty, would settle in a place where they could exchange wealth for safety and comfort. However, most Tiflins do not have such privileged origins and grow up in the most dilapidated places in human cities and villages. These Tiflins often cannot break free from the filth that surrounds them, and eventually become swindlers, thieves, or bandit leaders. But, as a vengeful paladin of Tiflin? Although the nobles of Bal Tulasi dedicated themselves to the devil, most of the modern-day Tiflins do not care much about gods or their former protectors. The Tiflins tend to be self-reliant, so they rarely follow the path of divine power. Tiflin priests or paladins are extremely rare. However, if we set aside prejudice, the Tiflins are a pretty good race. It's just that it's quite difficult to win over. Centuries of suspicion and hatred from other races have made the Tiflins extremely independent and unwilling to live under the impressions imposed upon them by other races. As a race without a homeland, the Tiflins knew they had to find their place. Knowing that I must become strong enough to survive in this world. Therefore, they are less likely to trust people who call themselves friends. By the way, there aren't many good people who call themselves good people and friends. Your sincere friend Bakran. However, if Tiflin's companions show that they trust him, he will soon reciprocate with the same trust. Once a Tifling trusts and is loyal to someone, they become a reliable friend and a comrade in arms. Shelley looked at her face and was very satisfied, nodding to himself in approval. "Old man, I'll take care of your daughter. I will raise your daughter. No. The filthy blood of the devil. Kill her. Lilith sensed Shelley pause in his movements, wondering if he had thought of something, but she remained in stealth mode. What's wrong? Don't get so angry. She's a cute little girl, not a real devil. He wasn't so surprised by the succubus system's overreaction. The conflict between demons and devils was well known throughout the multiverse. Clara, uninterested in Shelley's reaction, ignored his probing gaze and asked, "Have you heard him talk about his past? The mentor's past?" No, he never said that. Shelley knew better than anyone that Salier had a secret. An aging paladin, gradually losing his strength, has been holed up in a dilapidated inn for over a decade. It would be strange if there weren't ghosts. Is that so? Do you want to know? Shelley nodded without hesitation, then smiled and shook her head, saying, I want to. But I don't want to. Although Shelley had long been curious about Salil's secrets, she did not ask him, just as Salil never questioned his sometimes strange remarks. Like the Chinese phrases Shelley uttered as a child, holy crap, aoli gay, I praise the sun, etc. This is an unspoken understanding between the two of us. If you are willing to talk, I will definitely listen, but if you are not willing, I will absolutely not investigate. Squinting at Shelley's eyes, Clara saw no lies in his deep blue gaze, only openness and sincerity. However, he said something one day. Looking back, it's all filled with blood and tears. But he never regretted it. Clara's expression changed, and she slowly spoke. I see. She looked away, nodded, and walked straight past Shelley, about to go downstairs, when Shelley called her back. Miss Clara, I have answered your question. Could you please answer one of mine? Shelley had absolute confidence in dealing with the somewhat dull and simple-minded paladins. Before Clara could respond, Shelley spoke up. Are you waiting for me? And will Mentor Salil leave with you? Claire paused in her steps downstairs, turned back, and grinned at Chouette, revealing her tiger teeth, saying, I was indeed waiting for you. I wanted to see. What kind of person did he give all the fatherly love that should have been mine to? Fatherly love? She seems like a Yandere? But she doesn't quite seem like it. So what conclusions did you reach? Clara turned around, pulled her hood up, and hid her expression in the shadows before continuing downstairs. Her voice became calm, with a hint of indifference. He's just a boring man. As for your advisor? Why don't you go ask him yourself? Also, keep an eye on your dog. Lilith? What's going on? Why is everyone hurting me? Shelley sensed Lilith's resentment, reached out and touched the head in the shadows, shook her head at her resistant and awkward reaction, and said, Don't be angry, she's already being considerate of our fellow disciples by not directly purifying the evil. That's a vengeful paladin. An extremist in the paladin universe. The kind who will pull out a knife and start stabbing people at the drop of a hat. Or perhaps it's Typhlin who might have a rather dark side. Clara really gave me face. Chapter 60. Yes, we have one. Yes, we will have 2 children. The boy should be sensible. If he's like his father, he'll definitely be a lovely child. My younger sister will definitely be just as well behaved and obedient as I was when I was little. Commander Elena. A deep voice interrupted Elena's beautiful reverie. She turned her head impatiently to look at the person who had called her. TSK. Deputy Commander Rob, what do you need me for? A knight nearly 2 meters tall strode over, removed his silver-white helmet, and laughed heartily, saying, Don't be so formal. Can't I talk to you for no reason? I'm your vice commander, Elena. Rob Pete, one of the 3 dukes of the Kingdom of Fent, and the only son of Duke Pete. Looking at this face, which was completely different from Shelley's, Elena sighed, took a step back, and dodged his outstretched arm that was about to put its arm around her shoulder. She spoke coldly. Please call me Commander. And what exactly do you want? She didn't like Rob, even though his strength ranked among the top in the knights, because the way he looked at her was always strange. It doesn't feel like desire, rather, it's an indescribable feeling that keeps scanning me. Don't be so cold. It'll make people think we don't get along, ha ha ha. We really don't get along. Ha ha ha, cough. Faced with Elena's caring gaze towards the mentally challenged, Rob finally coughed, scratched his head, and said, Eileen, Captain. I've noticed you've been spending a lot of time with that canary these past few days. His expression was solemn. He looked around and lowered his voice to say, I hope you'll be careful that person isn't a good person. Shelley, wow. How did you know? He's always been in contact with wealthy women. Getting too close to him will damage your reputation. Elena glanced at Rob with surprise, raised an eyebrow, nodded to him, and turned to leave. I see. Seeing Elena about to leave, Rob, in desperation, shouted in the temple. Lady Elena! You want to? The deep voice sounded like a war cry, startling most of the people in the temple, who all turned to look in this direction. Quiet! He turned around and glared fiercely at Rob. Elena's suppressed anger reached his ears, and the immense pressure that followed made his knees buckle, almost causing him to kneel down. I told you, call me Commander. There will be no next time. As for who I'm close to, that's none of the Pete family's business, and certainly none of yours. With a frosty expression, Elena stared at the trembling Rob, snorted, and continued walking forward. Ha, ha! With his hands on his knees, Rob let out a painful sigh of relief after Elena had walked away. Seeing the various gazes around him, he glared resentfully in the direction Elena had gone. Before he could think any further, the pastor's cold voice, tinged with anger, rang in his ears. Deputy Commander Luo Bu. No noise is allowed in the temple. Please understand that if this happens again. Obediently lowering his head, Rob spoke with a frustrated tone. I understand, Your Excellency. The pastor nodded and went back to preside over the ceremony, and the others also looked away. It's all that damned canary's fault. Shelley Bell. Rupert watched as Congreve stared blankly at the ceiling again, then clenched the broken bottle in his hand, the glass shards piercing his palm. Experiencing this pain, he seemed to have made up his mind and spoke to Congreve. Congreve, didn't you sign a contract? Congreve's eyes flickered, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Why would you ask that? Shelley didn't even pursue the matter, so why are you asking this now? You should be thinking about how to get out. Rupert seemed to understand something, and began to laugh hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. He coughed as he said. Cough, 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 so it turns out that all of us are forced to make oaths, except for his children. I'm asking you one last time, did you actually sign the contract? Seeing the bloodshot in Rupert's eyes, Congreve felt a sudden, inexplicable fear. He slowly moved backward and stammered. What are you going to do? Think it over. My father will not let you get away with this. Speaking of his father, Congreve regained his courage and fiercely rebuked Rupert, who was trembling as he approached. You piece of trash. What do you think you're doing? You. Ah. The shards of glass pierced Congreve's heart, and his piercing screams echoed throughout the dungeon. What happened? The station knights rushed over quickly, only to be horrified by the bloody scene inside. Rupert, hunched over, gripped Congreve's neck tightly and slammed his head against the wall repeatedly. Congreve knelt on the ground, convulsing, with blood flowing on the floor. You don't understand, only when you die will no one betray him. Everyone else is safe. As the knight rushed into the room, Rupert gave a bitter laugh and then slammed his head against the wall. Now, everything is back on track. Commander! Elena had just changed her clothes and was about to get into the carriage when she saw a knight running towards her. She turned around and asked. What's wrong? Those two cult members committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Suicide? At this time? Elena clearly sensed something was amiss, narrowed her eyes, but didn't say anything. She adjusted her white veiled hat and gave the knight an order. Let him commit suicide. Anyway, the followers of the tormented girl won't get any useful information from him. Just give a brief notification to these two families. You go and inform Countess Audley, I'll go to the Bell family myself. Yes. The knight glanced hesitantly at Elena, then said nothing, bowed, and left. Once inside the carriage, Elena said to the driver. Let's not go back to the palace first, let's go to Duke Bell's mansion first. Watching the scenery scroll by outside the window, Elena thought to herself. Shelley, could it be that you did something to it? That's what they say, but if I actually killed those two idiots, this Avenger would definitely take me down first. Recalling the performance of Congreve and his companion, Shelley shook her head and sighed silently. I just hope Rupert isn't really an idiot who can't even see through Congreve's acting. I've already smashed the bottle right next to your face. If you still can't seize this opportunity, I'll really look down on you. If I weren't already in a position to confront the mastermind behind the scenes head-on, would I have gone through all this trouble to arrange the situation? Why not just take action directly? Kill. 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 You brute. You traitorous devil. I wasn't a demon to begin with. For scholars, intrigue is far more interesting. Yes, we have a conspiracy. Chapter 61, Salil's letter. And this Clara, I feel like there's something wrong with her. A strange smell, a mixture of good and evil, yet it doesn't seem to belong to any neutral faction. Shelley shook his head somewhat strangely, then went to Salier's room, took out his key, and opened the door. Sure enough, everything in the room had disappeared, except for a letter left on the table. Old man, why can't you say things face to face? This reminds me of a deserter. Running away doesn't solve problems, even though it's very effective. Escaping is shameful, but it's useful. Shelley picked up the half-folded letter, sighed, and nodded as she looked at the handwriting. Although the handwriting was somewhat shaky and blurry, it was indeed recognizable as Salier's handwriting. Shelley, my dearest apprentice. By the time you read this letter, I will have already left. Do not come looking for me. I have made mistakes, and now I need to confront those mistakes. My name is Salil Clare. Perhaps some people will remember this name, or perhaps no one will remember it anymore. I once fell in love with someone I shouldn't have loved. I betrayed many things, those things I had always held on to and believed in. I originally intended to end it all, but during my most confused time, I met you, still an infant, on a street corner in Lent. Your growth has given me great motivation, enabling me to fight against fate and persevere for 18 years. You are now an adult, and I have already passed on all those skills to you. You are my only apprentice. Perhaps you will still have doubts about the future, but I believe you are a true paladin. The handwriting pauses noticeably here, skipping 2 lines before continuing. To be honest, you're more like my son than my apprentice. Your growth, your sadness, your stubbornness, all gave me strength. You saved me from my confusion. You must have already met Clara. She is indeed my daughter. She is proof of the mistakes I made. I didn't know Clara existed. If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed away from her forever. Don't blame her. I want to atone for my sins, I want to resolve the problems left behind. Don't look for me, we will meet again. After a long silence, Shelley put away the letter, sighed, and sat down on the only remaining bed in the room. Squeak! He looked around the room where he had spent most of his childhood and collapsed in the spot where Salier usually lay. Looking up at the unchanging, moldy ceiling, Shelley slowly closed her eyes. What do you think I should say? In my heart, you've long been more than just a mentor. You are my guide, my protector. He is also my father. Looking at Shelley's vulnerable demeanor, Lilith couldn't quite tell which one was the real Shelley. Eerie, gentle, righteous, fragile. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window and fell upon Shelley, illuminating his young, even somewhat frail, face. Lilith watched quietly, and she felt that Shelley was more real and more beautiful at this moment. Perhaps, all of this is him? In the dense forest, despite it being afternoon, there was no sound of insects or birdsong. Then, 2 deep voices rang out. Sir, that person has appeared. That won't do. Only by luring them here can we have a chance of victory. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. We finally received this legendary level news. We absolutely cannot waste this opportunity. If there's no opportunity, create one. Yes. I understand. Lydia woke up feeling incredibly refreshed after her sleep. She could even say she felt completely clear-headed. Although I've had some strange dreams, well, a dream is just a dream. No matter how strange it is, there won't be any problem. She hummed softly, wanting to stretch, but felt her hand touch something soft. Lydia instinctively rubbed it and heard another soft hum. What? Who? She suddenly opened her eyes and saw 2 soft, white mounds in front of her. Shocked, she slowly raised her head and saw Naisha looking at her with a kind expression. This isn't a dream? Does that mean everything before wasn't a dream? The last vestiges of sleep vanished in an instant. Lydia nervously removed her hand, but before she could apologize, she heard Naisha say gently. Lydia, have you rested well? A gentle, honey-sweet voice slowly entered Lydia's ears, and she felt most of her panic subside. She nodded obediently and said, Your Majesty, I have rested well. Lydia felt as if her entire soul had become clear, as if she had returned to her mother's embrace. While Lydia was asleep, Naisha cast several healing spells on her. Seeing that they worked well, she chuckled and nodded, saying, Let's get up then. Today I'm going to teach you some new knowledge. Both of them were dressed, and Naisha asked casually, What kind of person do you think Shelley was? Lydia paused as she changed out of her pajamas, her face flushed, and she lowered her head, murmuring, Lord Shelley treats his servants very well. I see. So how does he usually treat you? Well, Lord Shelley, he is a gentle and kind nobleman. Ignoring her current state, Lydia covered her flushed face with both hands. Why did I have to tell Her Majesty this at this time? I'm so embarrassed. Without excessive teasing of her adorable apprentice, Naisha didn't ask any more questions and changed her clothes with a light laugh. Your Majesty, how did you and Lady Shelley meet? This matter did indeed puzzle Lydia, because she couldn't understand how a duke's illegitimate son could know the half-elf queen. Naisha chuckled softly, then, instead of speaking directly, she reclined languidly on a chaise lounge in the room and said, After learning about your situation, I conducted an investigation into him. I have the identity of a sorcerer who was a caravan owner here, and it was I who initiated the communication with him. Shelley also wanted you to have some ability to protect yourself, so he made a request to me, and I readily agreed. Although somewhat puzzled by the coincidence, Lydia didn't place too much doubt on this explanation. After all, the queen wouldn't lie to me. Given the difference in their status, Lydia didn't think too much about it. As for the possibility that the two have that kind of relationship, she would never have dared to imagine it. How could that be? Chapter 62 That Love Has Gone Bad. Sir, all the hunting dogs have disappeared. They must have been eliminated. And Lord Congreve and Rupert are all ready. But the target hasn't been eliminated. What's our next step? Upon hearing this, the imposing figure sighed and said, A dog is a dog. You can't have too high expectations of them. Let's leave it at that. Anyway, a piece of trash is just trash. If he's dead, he's dead. Don't provoke that old man who's about to die. Let's leave it at that. I just don't know if he succeeded in making contact with the owner of that caravan. If we can make contact, our chances of winning will be much greater. There is no need to rely on temples to rule this country anymore. My lord, there is one more thing you need to know. Some evil auras have been discovered in the forest north of the city. Should we deal with it? Evil? Then let's leave it to the Temple of Tyr. Don't they like to eliminate evil everywhere? Let them do it. Yes, sir. Step down. As the figure disappeared, the man's gaze remained calm. He turned to look at the panoramic view of Lund under the dim sky, pointed to the sun, and then grasped it. It's almost done. Everything is almost a success. Just a little more. After returning to the Duke's mansion and learning about the situation from the waiting old Wilder, Shelley headed to her small house. Back in his room, he knocked on the door and said to the two half-elf beauties, one tall and one short, Ladies, I'm back. Welcome back, Lord Shelley. Good afternoon, Mr. Shelley. Oh? Sir? We didn't discuss it openly, did we? Shelley immediately understood Naisha's implied meaning, nodded, and said to Naisha, Thank you, kind Mrs. Merrill. I wonder if my maid has caused you any trouble. Naisha smiled and stood up, touching Lydia's hair and earlobe, and whispered, No, Lilia is a very well-behaved and intelligent child, and she has a strong talent for being a sorcerer. If I could, I would even like to take her with me when I leave. With her head down, Lydia clutched the hem of her skirt, biting her lip, unsure of what to say. What would you do, Shelley? Everyone in the room, except Lydia, noticed her inner turmoil. Lilith, how pitiful. Shelley, seeing Natalia's ambiguous smile, raised an eyebrow, winked, and said, That's wonderful. I believe you will treat her well. He agreed. He also wanted me to leave. A twisted, fragile girlish heart. Lydia's guide, 44%. Shelley, meow meow meow? Humph, you're reluctant to part with me, aren't you? Although I'm reluctant to part with you too, you really need to become stronger to stay by my side. The road ahead will definitely be arduous without strength. You will fall behind sooner or later. Mrs. Merrill, I'll be entrusting Lydia to your care for a while. A period of time? He means to say. Naisha's voice, devoid of emotion, rang out above Lydia's head. Do you still want her to be your maid forever? Your Majesty. Please stop talking. With a gentle smile, Shelley took off his coat, walked to the window, turned his back to the brilliant sunset, and said with a soft laugh, Lydia has always been free with me. I just hope that she can have the power to protect herself in this chaotic world. Being able to control one's own destiny. My feelings of admiration and gratitude are about to transform. Lydia's guide, 48%. You really know how to find people's weaknesses. Lilith's guide, 39%. Feeling her apprentice's gratitude gradually turning sour, Naisha helplessly ruffled her apprentice's hair, then said to Shelley, who was striking a pose. Mr. Shelley, I have something to tell you. Lydia, you should continue practicing what I just taught you. Lydia nodded obediently, blushing as she watched the two leave the room, then smiled foolishly at the setting sun, her cheek resting on her hand. He didn't say he was going to abandon me. You, like him? Thump. Startled by the sudden hoarse voice, Lydia slammed her chin on the table. Eek. Wha? Who are you? Lilith didn't know what to say. I've been hiding my presence for ages, and you didn't even notice me? I am Lilith, and I am now Lord Shelley's personal bodyguard. Are you alright? Shelley and Naisha left the room and went to the second-floor balcony of the Sunny Tower. Releasing Shelley's hand, Naisha chuckled and walked to the edge of the balcony, saying, You seem to have a lot to explain to me. Go ahead and say it, Humph. Let's hear how you try to justify yourself. Shelley smiled, slowly walked over, stood before Naisha, removed her veil, lifted her chin, and whispered. There are indeed many things I want to say, and many things I haven't had a chance to say. But before that, there is one more important thing. If Elena gives the impression of being a typical Westerner, then Naisha and Lydia, being half-elves, are more like a mix of Eastern and Western races. Her features are distinctly Western, yet she possesses the elegance, grace, and gentleness of an Eastern beauty. Especially now, as she looked at Shelley, her eyes, filled with emotion, seemed to be brimming with tears. Welcome back? Yes, that's right. Shelley gently embraced Naisha's slender waist, and then their lips slowly drew closer and gently touched. Under the bright sunset, lovers gently embrace and kiss. After a long silence, their lips parted, and Natya leaned against Shelley's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and whispered. All right, can you tell me now? What exactly is the nature of your relationship? There was no longer a trace of complaint in her lazy voice, she just wanted to stay in his arms a little longer. Originally, she was just my maid, and I was just her master. I will give her the best possible conditions so that she can live freely. It was just a momentary moment of weakness that made him feel affection for Lydia, and he genuinely felt like she was his younger sister. Unfortunately, that brotherly love later turned sour. And now? Shelley initially wanted to blame it all on his succubus bloodline, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided it was better to be honest. Now that Salir is gone, he wants another person he can open his heart to. Lying all the time is tiring, especially when you have to deceive someone who loves you. It carries a huge burden. Shelley lowered his head and kissed Naisha's hair, whispering in her ear. Right now, I'm very greedy. Nobody wants to let go. Yeah. That's fine, too. Naisha didn't say anything else, but simply wrapped her arms around his waist in a coquettish manner, and the two of them watched the sunset together. Oh? A princess is approaching? Who cares? I only kept quiet so as not to bother you. It's not for the sake of watching the show. I can't wait. Chapter 63 The Promise Between the Two. Shelley held Naisha in his arms and said slowly. When I saw you sleeping, I really felt a sense of warmth, the first time in so many years that I truly felt the warmth of home. The mask of hypocrisy, whether others wear it or not, Shelley himself had a thick layer of it. Pretending to be someone he wasn't was exhausting for him, and it gradually chilled his heart. It was as if I were shrouded in a thick layer of ice. My heart was filled with coldness and darkness. At that moment, Shelley seemed to feel a crack appear in the thick ice, and the warm sunlight pierced through the crack, dispelling the darkness within. I think life might be like this from now on. We'll be in a place where no one can find us, and we'll sleep together in each other's arms. Along with Shelley's descriptions and fantasies, Natya also imagined the future, living in a small house by a secluded lake. No pressure, no responsibility, just a peaceful and easy life. Naisha sighed inwardly, knowing that Shelley had won this time, and she couldn't be angry at all. Honestly, you're talking about a future like this, how can I blame you? You can't stay in Lund forever. When will you leave? With a slight exertion in her arms, Naisha spoke in a muffled voice. I must leave within a month at the latest. This is already the latest time we'll have to activate the preset long-distance portal then. Really? Then we must cherish these last moments. I'm hesitating, should I leave with you? Before Naisha could hesitate, Shelley continued. I understand. If you leave, I will soon leave Lund to go on an adventure. Don't worry about my safety, Lilith will be with me, just as you arranged. Naisha's body stiffened for a moment, and she moved her lips as if she wanted to laugh but ultimately restrained herself. Ahem, did she mention my arrangements? What do you mean? Is there a hidden meaning in your words? Shelley was puzzled, not understanding why Naisha had paused for a moment. No, but I guess that you arranged for her to be my bodyguard. Oh, I see. That's fine then. Well, it's nothing. Shelley? She felt a sense of pleasure. It seems like I've thought of something happy. However, you must promise me that you will never take any risks. Looking up and staring into Shelley's eyes, Naisha's expression was extremely serious as she spoke earnestly. If you die, I will definitely hate you. Hate? That really is? Shelley had intended to change the subject with a joke, but Naisha turned her face away with her hand, so he looked at Naisha seriously and said, I will definitely not die. I assure you. Looking intently into Shelley's eyes, Naisha finally smiled, tiptoed, and brought her lips close to Shelley's. After cuddling together for a while, the two returned to the first floor hand in hand and quietly went to the window of the room. Seeing Lydia intently studying the spellbook, both of them smiled. Naisha said, Lydia is a good girl, you must treat her well. Nodding, Shelley, looking at Naisha's smile, suddenly remembered something. Shelley became serious and whispered to Naisha. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Natya, if you believe me, if you have the chance to become a god in a short time, you must hesitate and absolutely do not become a god lightly. The investiture of the gods? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Startled by the sudden news, Naisha tilted her head and blinked at Shelley. Ignoring Natalia's clearly puzzled expression, Shelley continued to explain. There are some things I can't tell you directly, but the investiture of the gods is definitely more dangerous than usual at this time. Ordinary indigenous deities may spend hundreds of years accumulating divinity and divine status, gradually growing into deities with weak divine power. And this process will certainly not be without legends filled with greed for you. Everyone wants to reap the rewards. Everyone wants to get something for nothing. Investiture of the gods? Naisha had never thought about this question. As a legendary sorcerer, she was already very powerful, and there were not many people in the world who could threaten her. Even gods can only pose a threat to her after they have performed a miracle or a divine punishment. It can be said that she had absolutely no need for the investiture of the gods. Naisha thought for a moment and said, Okay, I promise you, but why? Should she speak? With a furrowed brow, Shelley began with difficulty, thinking as she spoke. This concerns an ancient prophecy that in a few years, the gods will once again lose contact with the mortal world. Yes, they will descend to the mortal realm once again and turn it back into a chessboard. What? The holy catastrophe. As a learned mage, Natya was no stranger to that period of history. As a legendary sorcerer of destiny, Naisha subconsciously made a legendary prophecy about this matter. The outcome is uncertain, but it's highly likely to happen. Catastrophe strikes again. That's right, that's exactly what the prophecy said. The gods will lose their divine power again, and at that time, the newly descended gods will not be much stronger than the legendary ones. Even in the worst-case scenario, you become a god. Don't spread the news. And whatever you do, don't return to the kingdom of God. Whether for my sake or for your own, you need to think this through. Grasping Naisha's slender hand tightly, Shelley emphasized with utmost seriousness, finally gritting his teeth as he said, I hope, this is our promise. Even if it meant using such despicable means, Shelley wanted to minimize the possibility of it. Okay, I promise you, this is our agreement. Naisha gently squeezed Shelley's hand back, patted his head reassuringly, and gently buried him in her chest. Only at this moment did he look like a child. No, he's not a child anymore, he's a mature man. Smelling the fragrance emanating from her, Shelley felt his blood stirring, but his heart was heavy. When the topic of the investiture of the gods came up, Shelley recalled many details she had previously overlooked. Although he couldn't quite recall whether the half-elf queen of his previous life was eventually deified. However, he did recall that the half-elf kingdom seemed to have suffered a great crisis in the end. The half-elf queen disappeared during that war that destroyed her kingdom, and her fate is unknown. Without the queen's protection, the half-elf kingdom also lost control of the IL territory, and they returned to their wandering ways. This was not an isolated incident during that catastrophe. If it weren't for this potential danger, bestowing titles upon gods at this time might have been a good choice. I hope Naisha is alright. Damn it, I can't remember when this happened. Nestled in Natalia's magnificent embrace, Shelley uttered a muffled sound. Naisha, remember to be careful. Hello? A sharp shout interrupted Shelley's words, and Naisha turned around helplessly to look at the source of the sound. Elena was dressed in a gorgeous white dress, looking like a noble lady on an outing. If she weren't carrying something and rushing this way. Let Shelley go. What a show. Chapter 64 Elena's Tears. Let him go. She really is a very energetic young girl. Naisha looked at Elena, who was charging towards her in a rage, and really didn't know what to say. She's a princess, after all. Have some self-respect. With a long sigh, Naisha hugged Shelley tightly before letting go. You're on your own to deal with your princess. I'm leaving now. Naisha raised her chin at the approaching Elena, waved happily, then reached out and opened a portal, teleporting away immediately. Hey! Don't run away. Snort. The next second, Elena appeared in front of Shelley. She waved her fist at the vanished portal and snorted fiercely. Elena, you're here. Looking at the somewhat nostalgic attire, Shelley's memories seemed to return to the hunting grounds of that time. Both appear to be well behaved, yet both are prone to outbursts at the slightest provocation. That's it. That's the feeling. Ahem, never mind that woman. Taking a deep breath, Elena composed herself, stared seriously at Shelley, and whispered. Congreve and Rupert committed suicide. Staring silently at Shelley's expression, Elena wondered if Shelley's influence was reflected in it. Unexpected yet perfectly logical, Shelley's expression remained unchanged. She even took out a handkerchief to wipe non-existent sweat from Elena's forehead. Reluctant to push Shelley's hand away, Elena frowned at him and said with some dissatisfaction. Don't you have anything to say? Shelley put the handkerchief away, tilted her head to the side, smiled at Elena who was pouting, and said. What do you want me to say? This was within my expectations. Pointing to the second floor, Shelley took Elena's little hand and explained as they went upstairs. The two of them had limited information, and the followers of the tormented girl were not afraid of torture. But they can't resist high-level mind control. Unfortunately, the people behind the scenes also have very tight control over them, making it difficult to obtain useful information. Back in her original spot, Shelley thought to herself, isn't this just rushing from one event to another? Same place, different. Eventful. Then why did they both have to die? Seeing Elena's increasingly confused expression, Shelley shook her head, tapped her forehead, and whispered. Because. Congreve is different. His special status allowed him to act without restraint. He knew more information. As if Shelley's fingers were playfully tapping her forehead, Elena hurriedly said. Then why? Because it's dangerous. Danger? Yes. It's dangerous. I can see the difference in Congreve, Rupert can too, and those behind the scenes know it all too well. But it's dangerous to get this information from him. Because the person behind the scenes doesn't know how much we know, and he might take extreme actions in a fit of anger. I'm afraid it will. Elena was a little angry. She glared at Shelley and said incredulously. You're scared. Are you scared? You're letting this opportunity slip by. I really am. Shelley suddenly interrupted Elena. It's for you, Elena. You say it's for me? Are you kidding me? I don't need to do that. As if she had misjudged Shelley, Elena suddenly felt that the man in front of her had become unfamiliar, and was beginning to resemble other people. Cowardly and weak. Your image in her eyes is starting to crumble. Elena's strategy, 40%. She grabbed Shelley by the collar, pulled him close to her, and said angrily, even with a hint of sadness. I don't need you to give me that kind of excuse. You are compromising with evil. This is betrayal. Seeing the undisguised disappointment and rising mist in Elena's dark eyes, Shelley felt a pang of emotion welling up inside her. What a person with a strong sense of justice. But it's always the poor people who get hurt the most. You can't be exposed to these things right now, they're too dark. Gently taking Elena's small hand that was gripping hers, Shelley lowered her head and said calmly. It's okay if you don't understand now. You'll understand someday. Snap. Tears fell onto Shelley's hand. He looked up in disbelief at Elena's red eyes and sorrowful expression, momentarily speechless. Since there's a reason, then tell me. Don't say you'll understand later. I don't understand. She stared at the astonished Shelley, biting her lip hard, her fist clenching and then limply relaxing. They all said the same thing and then never came back to tell me. The Empress Dowager also said these words as she walked through that door. Why can't you just explain yourselves clearly? Am I really that much of a worry for you? Elena weakly punched Shelley's shoulder, then knelt down as if all her strength had left her, and began to sob. I hate that phrase. Hate. Wah-ah. For some reason, she was just very sad. It's really puzzling that my favorability rating didn't decrease. Helplessly catching her sliding body, Shelley patted Elena's back in a flustered manner and began to comfort her. At this moment, he was indeed somewhat flustered. He had thought that the princess, who came from a warrior background, would understand his predicament, or at worst, be angry with him and lose favor with him, but he hadn't expected. She actually cried? Something's not right here. Did you pick up the wrong script? This script doesn't seem to suit you, girl. I told you. Shelley Bell. A powerful shout rang out from downstairs, so loud that it startled Elena's sobbing and made her pause for a moment. Ugh. Elena, don't cry. I'll tell you. I've told you everything. Shelley gently hugged the sobbing Elena, kissed her cheek, whispered something in her ear, and then stood up. He frowned, looking at the strange, burly knight downstairs and Wilder chasing after them in the distance, and asked, Who are you? Rob Pitt. Whom? Who is it? I am the vice commander of the Shining Knights. The future Duke Pete. Because of the difference in vision, Rob, who was below, could not see Elena kneeling on the ground. Shelley looked down and winked at her. Deputy Regiment Commander? With tears welling up in her eyes, Elena suppressed her sobs, shook her head, and gestured to Shelley not to tell him of her existence. Looks like I'm not very likable, my friend, Shelley said to the smug Rob downstairs. Well, Mr. Pete. So, what is the purpose of your visit? I advise you to stay away from Elena. Whoa! The troublemakers have arrived. Chapter 65 Green Tea. A sudden change in Han's ordinary life. Fourth update. Back in the study, Naisha couldn't help but smile as she recalled how Elena had run over so frantically earlier. Wow, what a vibrant young woman. This must be what youth feels like. Naisha shook her head helplessly and sighed. Then she picked up a spellbook from the bookshelf and sat down on the stool when she noticed a note on the table. Naisha's languid expression turned sharp as she used her mage's hand to open the note. Looking at the words on it, her expression turned icy cold. Snort! The sudden outburst of rage transformed into magic, completely destroying the entire room. Lady Naisha. What happened? Attracted by the sound of the explosion, Eileen and the others rushed over. Seeing the papers flying everywhere and Naisha's icy expression, they didn't dare to breathe. Has anyone been in this room today? Eileen walked forward with her head down and said tremblingly. Lady Naisha, I have been guarding outside this room the whole time, no one has come. Naisha scrutinized Eileen for a moment, then nodded with narrowed eyes and said. You guys tidy this up, I'm going out for a bit. Yes. The group saw Naisha push open the window, make no attempt to conceal her figure, and take off into the air, flying rapidly towards the city center. We have to make it in time. Please, nothing bad can happen. You don't seem to understand what I mean, so let me put it another way and tell you in a way that you can understand. What are you trying to say by showing up downstairs in my building? Shelley looked at the confident Rob with a hint of mockery, raised an eyebrow, and asked seriously. Furthermore, what right do you have to make me leave Lady Elena? Rob's smug expression turned serious. He squinted at Shelley, who was looking down at him from above, and clicked his tongue in annoyance, saying, You don't seem to understand the difference in our status, you illegitimate child. Then what advice do you have, Your Excellency, the successor? Shelley was adept at handling Rob's somewhat malicious remarks with calmness and even boredom. Everyone in his social circle knew he was an illegitimate child, and he had always been indifferent to this identity. She did not feel inferior about having a child out of wedlock. After all, he wasn't some immature child. You better show me some respect. I'm not like you, I'm going to be a duke. Yes, so Your Grace, you haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing here, little brother? Noticing that their argument had attracted the attention of the servants in the Duke's mansion, Rob straightened his back and spoke with an air of righteous indignation. I'm here today to say a few things. I've heard a lot of bad rumors about you lately, so I'm starting to question your qualifications as a paladin. And someone of your low character, if he were to appear next to Elena. Her character as the leader of the knights has also been questioned. I don't want her to suffer prejudice because of your existence, despite all the effort she has put in. I advise you to think this through carefully, don't cause her any trouble, and stay away from Elena. What did you say? What does my business have to do with you? Elena was so angry that she didn't even notice the tears in her eyes. She wanted to stand up and yell at him, but Shelley pressed her shoulder to steady her. It's nothing, just a rather incompetent green tea bitch. Han? A hand beneath the fence gently stroked Elena's red hair, soothing her emotions. Regarding this matter, I have my own considerations, and it's none of your business. Rob dropped his facade of a smug, cunning man, and looked up at Shelley, saying, I thought you were a smart person. What makes someone smart? Do you think I've gained something from Lady Elena? Need I say more? You, a socialite who fought tooth and nail to get into high society, what was it all for? Is there anything else to say? Disdainful of answering the question, he looked enviously at Shelley's long, silver-gray hair and said with a sneer, Since you don't want to tell the truth, then I'll just say it. Elena is someone you can't possibly be close to. You, a bastard, are not fit to be by her side. Amused, Shelley yawned as she watched Rob, who was completely absorbed in his role, and said, I don't think this has anything to do with you. Aren't you meddling too much? Elena is my captain. As the person closest to her, I have the right to eliminate pests that could have a negative impact on her. Pests? The closest person? Shelley was getting annoyed by Rob's persistent pestering. She wanted to get rid of him quickly so she could comfort Elena properly. You're getting annoying. I don't care if you're Rob or Radish. Get lost. Shelley no longer concealed his agitation. Though he maintained a smile, his eyes were cold. He spoke to Rob as if having a casual conversation. Pests? Mr. Rob Pitt. Do you think nobody knows what you've done? What's the meaning? Rob, who was waiting for Shelley to become enraged, suddenly frowned. It seems you already have 3 illegitimate children. You're very lucky. All 3 are sons. That's good. You don't have to be like your father, who had to choose a beast to inherit the family business because he had no other illegitimate children. What? What did you say? You're insulting me? Insulting a nobleman and a knight commander? Shelley, completely unconcerned by his attitude, offered a mocking smile and reassured him. Oh, don't mind it, what's there to be angry about? I'm just stating the facts. Watching his increasingly contorted expression and my hand on the hilt of the sword, Shelley continued to explain. How would I know? Of course, it's because, those noble ladies who were forced to bear sons for you, they told me themselves. A very cliched story about a seemingly righteous beast. He would lure ignorant ladies to the garden to dance at a ball, and then force himself upon them to commit his bestial acts. Do you really think that things that happen in that circle won't get out? And you need to understand, I'm one of those people. This is so baffling. I don't understand why you think you have any advantages. Losing all composure, Rob drew his long sword, pointed it at the upper floor, and roared. This is slander. You are defaming a noble knight. I will not. Shelley waved dismissively at Rob, whose face was flushed and who was sweating profusely, and said impatiently. All right. Stop arguing. It's getting late. If you don't want me to tell everyone about this, you should leave now. I won't tell Lady Elena on my own. What she heard herself doesn't count. I didn't tell her. Rob was agitated and wanted to rush upstairs to teach that bastard a lesson. He had just reached the building entrance when he heard a loud crash from inside. Then came the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. At that moment, Shelley's nose twitched, her expression changed drastically, and she looked downstairs. Blood. The taste of blood? No longer caring about arguing with Rob, he rushed downstairs and saw the bedroom door wide open. Lilith, covered in blood, lay prone at the doorway in her transformed state. Chapter 66 Rampage. Lilith! What's wrong with you? She rushed over and picked up Lilith, ignoring the blood on her body, and quickly used healing magic on her. Lilith! Wake up! What happened? Her right arm disappeared, blood gushed out like a fountain, her body gradually shrank, and the white hair on her body gradually faded away. She weakly opened her eyes, looked at Shelley, and weakly spoke. Legend. Master. Lydia was. Feeling the warmth emanating from Shelley, Lilith completely lost consciousness and fainted. Lilith! Hey! Shelley quickly turned her head to look into the room, which was a mess, covered with scratch marks left by a battle, as if it had been slashed by the claws of a huge beast. Lydia! What happened? What on earth is going on? And what's with this lingering evil aura? Cangreve's father made a move? But why didn't he attack me? Why did they kidnap Lydia? And why did they let Lilith go? Damn it! What on earth is going on? She pounded the ground heavily. Shelley clenched her teeth, her eyes contorted in a ferocious rage, her mind racing. No! It can't be Cangreve's father. The methods used this time were far too brutal. This is unlike their usual low-key approach. If Shelley was like a lurking viper in social circles. So who is the mastermind behind the Rent royal family? They are like a spider that has been hiding in a cave. He entrenched himself above the kingdom of Fent, weaving the entire Lund into a vast net, ready to close it at any moment, yet it was difficult to find even the slightest trace of them. Who could that be? Lydia's former family? A duke from the kingdom of Urk? No. That's not right either. If it were them, Lydia wouldn't have been sold into slavery to Congreve. Furthermore, I have my doubts about whether there are any other legends in their family. Add to that the strong, malevolent aura lingering in the room. Although Shelley didn't know much about the kingdom of Urk, she did know that its ruler was a king of the lawful neutral faction. Even a legendary powerhouse from the evil faction would find it difficult to live freely in that country. Just a step later than Shelley, Elena rushed downstairs. Without wiping away her tears, her eyes were red, and she asked seriously. Shelley! What happened? Hearing her voice, Shelley calmed down slightly. He didn't turn around, continuing to examine the traces inside the house, trying to find any clues about the murderer. He said in a deep voice. Lydia was kidnapped by unknown people, and Lilith was seriously injured. The murderer was a legendary mage. Another legend? Elena frowned, staring in shock at the destruction inside the house. Without panicking, she quickly regained her composure and said to Shelley, who was holding Lilith. Quick! We need to get her to the temple for treatment first, otherwise she'll be in great danger. Yes. We can only rely on Naisha for the legendary task. The most important thing now is to save Lilith's life. Furthermore, her right arm requires the use of advanced restoration technique to heal otherwise. Even if she survives by sheer luck, Lilith will only ever be a one-armed assassin. That would be more painful for her than killing her. I disagree. Elena paused as she took Lilith's hand from Shelley. She turned angrily to Rob, who had appeared in the doorway, and growled. What did you say? Can't you see what the situation is? What exactly are you trying to say? We cannot allow a filthy, evil werewolf to enter our sacred temple. I think Eileen, Captain. You know better than I do that the dignity of the gods cannot be desecrated. Although Rob was shocked that Elena had appeared in Shelley's room, he couldn't dwell on the matter at the moment. He didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to humiliate Shelley and make what Shelley had just said irrelevant. Rob was thrilled and pressed his advantage, angrily rebuking Shelley, who was holding Lilith. You actually harbored an evil werewolf in your home? What kind of righteous paladin are you? You are a disgrace to the nobility. A scoundrel. I will expose you to the temple and subject you to the most severe punishment. Rob's face, which was originally quite handsome, now appeared so ferocious and hateful in Elena's eyes. She shouted angrily. Shut up. You, no way. Light spell. A burst of intense light erupted, and Elena, ignoring the pain in her eyes, quickly opened them. Shelley, who was kneeling on the ground just a moment ago, suddenly appeared behind Rob. Ignoring the fact that Elena was still in front of her, Shelley was losing control of the situation and almost went berserk. Shelley pressed a bloodstained, sharp dagger against Rob's prominent Adam's apple and spoke coldly. Shut up. If you utter another word, I'll wipe out the Pete family line. Just as Rob was about to struggle angrily, he felt another dagger silently pierce into the gap of his lower back armor and sink deep into his body. Ah. You must remember this, completely. I know where all three of your children are. What? Elena and Rob stared at the man in disbelief, never expecting him to say such a thing. Do you understand? This is the last time I'm telling you, shut up. Rob swallowed hard, feeling that the usually kind and easygoing Shelley was now like a bloodthirsty beast. His icy gaze seemed to be licking his own neck, and his eyes gleamed with an eerie light. I still can't figure out who the killer is, but I'm pretty sure you're the one who was drawn out by Cangreve's death. Before Rob could react, Shelley pulled the dagger from Rob's waist and kicked him hard in the knee, forcing him to his knees. Then she kicked him aside. I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now. Don't cause me any trouble, understand? Shelley then looked at Elena, whose expression was complex and who looked shocked, paused for a moment, and calmly said, I'll explain everything to you later, but right now, saving lives is the priority. Elena pursed her lips, her expression turned serious, and she nodded, picking up Lilith and rushing out of the room with Shelley. Panting heavily, old Wilder looked at the frosty-faced Shelley and Princess Elena, who was holding a blood-soaked Lilith, and hurriedly asked, Lord Shelley, what happened? Lydia has been kidnapped. Take this lady to the Temple of Justice. Prepare a warhorse for me. Now. Yes. Although Wilder didn't know what had happened, Shelley's imposing aura left him no room for hesitation. Just then, an anxious shout rang out throughout the entire sky above Lunt. Shelley. Chapter 67, Planting the Flag and Getting on the Bus. Shelley. The people of most of the city were astonished to hear the shout. They all looked at the sky in bewilderment, wondering what had happened. I think there was a woman shouting something just now. I heard that too. What's going on? I don't know. Shelley, who was downstairs, paused in his steps, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the approaching black dot on the horizon. Shelley. Are you all right? Naisha's hair was disheveled, and her veil was long gone. She rushed directly to Shelley, who had landed in front of her. The immense wind pressure nearly knocked Wild over. He looked at the suddenly appearing, elegant woman with a dignified air, bewildered, wondering what had happened. Seeing that Shelley was unharmed, Naisha's furrowed brows relaxed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. It's so good to see you're all right. But when she saw Lilith's miserable state, she paused in her words, and her brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. Naisha. Lydia has been kidnapped by an evil legendary mage. In desperation, Shelley abandoned his disguise of calling Naisha. He quickly analyzed the situation and then looked at Naisha, hoping she might have some clues. Natia. Why did you rush here in such a hurry? Do you have some clues? There was a note left on my desk in my study. He told me to go to the forest north of Rent to rescue someone important to me. After confirming that Shelley was all right, Natia regained her usual composure. The idea of her companion being kidnapped and used as a threat was not unfamiliar to her. This had happened a few times before, but this time the stakes were against a half-elf, who was also his apprentice. It's all right, I'll bring Lydia back. Just wait for me here. That's dangerous, it's a trap. Seeing that Naisha was about to leave, Elena couldn't help but try to dissuade her. Although she also wanted to save Lilia, walking into someone else's trap was obviously very dangerous. It could very well cost them both their lives. I know very well that this is a trap. For the first time, Naisha gave Elena a genuine smile. She shook her head with a smile and said softly, But there is no other way. I can't just abandon her. Lydia is my apprentice. She is still my subject. Subjects? What subjects? Elena listened to their conversation with a frown, as if she had grasped something important. It's absolutely impossible to leave her like this, so I'm leaving. Seeing Shelley's silent and thoughtful expression with some regret, Naisha shook her head and turned to continue flying north into the forest. I don't blame you. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is a fundamental human instinct. She genuinely didn't blame Shelley for making that choice, but she still felt a slight sense of disappointment. Elena was also somewhat disappointed by Shelley's silence, but she understood his choice. After all, she's just a weak maid? But I still hope you. At this moment, Shelley suddenly shouted. Take me with you. Natia, take me with you. The two women looked at Shelley's serious expression with some relief and satisfaction, but they both shook their heads in unison. That place is a trap set specifically for me. It will definitely lead to a legendary battle. Your presence will be of no help whatsoever. Although I'm touched, you'll only be a burden. I can't take you there, Shelley. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back. Without waiting for Shelley's explanation, she took off and flew rapidly northward. Shelley had no choice but to shout after him. Don't go. Natia. Don't just plant the flag and run. something bad will happen. You can't plant these kinds of flags. Every single one of those who said they would come back to get married after the war ended died suddenly. Watching Naisha's figure fly further and further away, Shelley had no choice but to stop and shout at the top of her lungs. Orcs! Be careful of orcs! Be careful of orcs! Watching helplessly as Naisha flew further and further away, Shelley stomped her foot angrily, turned around, and ran back to the Duke's mansion. Wild! Is the horse ready? Where did they go? Furthermore, they discovered that Wilder was not in the courtyard, and Elena's carriage had also disappeared. Left with no other choice, Shelley ran back inside to change her gear, then ran out of the room again. Just as she was about to run to the stables, she saw a figure on horseback standing in front of her small building. At this moment, Elena, now dressed in armor and riding a white steed, looked down at Shelley's shocked expression and calmly said, "What are you waiting for? There's no time to explain. Get on the bus." Watching her fiery red hair flutter in the wind, appearing even more vibrant under the setting sun, and carrying an even more sacred feeling, Shelley paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "You didn't need to get involved in this mess." Elena tossed the whip from the other horse to Shelley, gave it a sharp spur, and rode off northward. Her voice, calm yet tinged with awkwardness, mingled with the clatter of horses' hooves. "I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing it for Lydia, and also to destroy evil." Shelley took a deep breath, said nothing more, and leaped onto her horse, chasing after Elena's figure. Hearing the sounds coming from behind, Elena lowered her helmet, concealing her expression, and silently thought, "And I need you to come back and explain to me. If you don't come back, who am I supposed to explain myself to?" Naisha flew swiftly towards the northern jungle, her mind filled with questions. "I feel absolutely no danger right now, that's very problematic." A legendary sorcerer of destiny, with a deep understanding of the future, especially his own fate. Whether it's a crisis or an opportunity, there's always a subtle sense of it coming. It is very rare to be completely unaware of future fortune or misfortune. Aside from the last time when she completely failed to notice Shelley's influence on her, Naisha has never made a mistake. Either there's a similarly powerful artifact from the realm of destiny covering it up, or several legendary spellcasters are collectively obscuring my senses. Despite the crisis, Naisha remained remarkably calm and composed. "They're nothing but a bunch of stray dogs who don't dare to attack me directly." Recalling Shelley's frantic cries at the end, Naisha hesitated, not quite understanding his meaning, but she remained vigilant. Why should we be wary of orcs? What threat would those low-intelligence beasts pose to me? Suddenly, Naisha seemed to pass through some invisible barrier, and she felt an evil power enveloping her. A weakened version of evil aura? The scenery in the field of vision darkened, becoming even more eerie under the sky that was about to fall into night. She floated in the air without making any rash moves, concentrating on searching her surroundings. A hoarse voice echoed through the dark jungle, a voice so mournful it sounded like a wail heard in a cemetery at night. "I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You actually came. I must say, as expected of Her Majesty the Queen? Ha 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 ha." Chapter 68: The Mage and the Important Person in Her Life. "Get out here." Naisha's majestic voice echoed through the dark forest, causing the trees to rustle. The faint echoes reverberated around Naisha, emanating from every corner of the forest. "How majestic, Your Majesty." Another hoarse, chilling voice appeared, its words carrying a deep malice. "Do you really want us to come out? I'm afraid we'll scare you, ha 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 ha." Two people dressed as skeletons emerged from the shadows and stood in the clearing separated by the woods. Their cheekbones were extremely prominent, and their faces were deathly pale, like corpses just dug out of a grave. Moreover, the two look identical and are twins. They performed an exaggerated mage's salute to Natya, and then the one with hair spoke first. "We come from the Tower of the Dead, and I am William Jared." "I am Martin Jared. We've been waiting for you for a long time." 2. Tower of the Dead? A mage specializing in necromancy. Here we need to explain the concept of a mage. Pure spellcasters are respectfully called mages by players. They are generally divided into three categories: warlocks who rely on the charisma attribute to cast spells, priests who rely on perception, and mages who rely on intelligence. Mages are a group of people who explore magic, mysteries, and knowledge in the multiverse. Magic is wild and mysterious, diverse and practical. Its power has driven those who want to control its mysteries to constantly study and explore, some of whom even crave the divine power to shape reality at will. Of course, the actions of these people were met with a joint strike from the gods. Among them was one of the most outstanding geniuses, Karthus. He invented the 12th level spell, Karthus's Divinity, and used it to kill the first goddess of magic. Karthus successfully seized his divine authority and power, but he was immediately overwhelmed by the power and knowledge he had acquired. I'm bursting. This most outstanding mage in history transformed into a giant firework. He exploded. This act not only led to his own death, but also to the downfall of a great empire, the Nesser Empire. The floating cities of the Nether Empire, which relied on magical power to float in the sky, almost all of them irrevocably crashed to the ground, and none of their inhabitants survived. Casas, his family, friends, castle, people. Everything was destroyed along with the falling of the floating city. In that instant, on the verge of losing his life, he witnessed, with his last divine gaze, the destruction of himself and the great empire. Mages are born for magic and die for magic. Everything else is secondary. They gain experience through experimentation and learn new spells, sometimes learning from other mages or studying ancient texts and inscriptions. They even sought guidance from ancient creatures skilled in magic, such as various fairies. The life of a monk is almost never ordinary. The most ordinary life a monk can lead is to be a wise man or lecturer in a monk academy or library, teaching people the mysteries of the multiverse. Some sorcerers sell their services as prophets, serve in the military, or even use their power to commit crimes or control others. However, the allure of knowledge and power is enough to entice even the most risk-averse mages to leave the safety of their libraries and laboratories and venture into those ruins and lost cities. The vast majority of mages firmly believe that their ancient counterparts possessed some magical secrets that have been lost to time. And by finding these secrets, one can obtain power far exceeding that of existing magic. The tradition of studying magic arts is ancient, dating back to the time when mortals first discovered the existence of magic. Magic is an indispensable part of this world, and its complex system of study is subdivided into different intellectual traditions. The most common arcane traditions in the multiverse are categorized based on schools of magic. For generations, sorcerers have compiled and categorized thousands of spells, classifying them into 8 major schools. The 8 major schools are the School of Protection, the School of Conjuration, the School of Prophecy, the School of Enchantment, the School of Evocation, the School of Illusion, the School of Necromancy, and the School of Transmutation. Among them, the Necromancy School has been dedicated to exploring the power of life, death, and the dead in the universe. In focusing on this heritage, they learned how to manipulate the energies that drive living things. As research progresses, it becomes possible to weaken an enemy's life force while using magic to destroy their physical body, and then transform this life energy into arcane power that they can use to their advantage. It is precisely because of the close connection between necromancy and death that most people believe that necromancers are terrifying evil beings. In fact, despite the fact that the power they wield is considered taboo in many societies, there are still quite a few necromancers who do not belong to the evil side. Sensing the thick stench of decaying corpses emanating from the 2 individuals, and the even more malevolent aura emanating from them, Naisha frowned even more deeply, and calmly said, "Why did you lead me into this trap, and my people as well?" The 2 men suddenly let out eerie screams, and one of them said, "Why am I targeting you?" "Of course, it's for revenge." "Revenge? Your Majesty, can you remember how many people you have offended in all your years of life? How many people have you harmed during your wars?" He frowned, looking at their mocking expressions. His face remained calm and indifferent as he said, "I don't remember, and I don't care. Where are my people?" William, with hair, waved his hand with a wicked grin, and suddenly the forest began to shift violently, and a huge monster made up of piled-up corpses rose from the ground beneath their feet. The giant corpse, 30 meters tall, was covered with severed fingers and the heads of various creatures. It opened its mouth wide and spat a cage made of bones onto the ground, where Lydia was sleeping soundly. The monster placed Lydia's cage under its own body. The moment it sat down, Lydia would be doomed. Seeing that her apprentice was unharmed, Naisha breathed a sigh of relief, turned her gaze back to the necromancer brothers, and said, "What exactly do you want? They tricked me into coming here, and then just handed my students over to me, right? What exactly is your purpose? I originally intended for you to end your own life, but no matter how important others are, they would not allow a legendary powerhouse to commit suicide. Who would be so stupid? Ha 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 ha. That's right, ha ha ha." The 2 brothers looked at Naisha's calm expression and burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, they said, "So, we would like to ask you." "Okay." "What?" A calm voice interrupted William. Naisha looked at the unconscious Lydia and smiled gently. she softly said. As queen, I truly cannot abandon more subjects for the sake of one subject. No one is more important than my people. But if you've caught him, I might. Martin gripped the skull scepter tightly, and he spoke incredulously. You mean? That can't be right. Ignoring Martin and the others' shock, Naisha turned back to them and said. If it were him at this moment, he would probably say this. Do you know why I'm telling you so much? What? They stared in bewilderment at Naisha's cruel smile, when suddenly they felt a surge of magic that had been suppressed for a long time begin to rise wildly. Don't you care about your people anymore? Naisha swung her arm in their direction. Maze technique. And then. Meteor explosion. Chapter 69 The correct use and secrets of maze techniques. Didn't you say you would protect your people? Aren't you afraid she'll die? Do you really think this maze spell can trap us? Maze spell 8th ring, you banish a visible creature within your casting range to a maze-like demiplane. The target will remain there until the spell's duration ends, or until it escapes the maze. The target can use their actions to attempt to escape the maze. They can perform an intelligence test if successful, the target will escape the maze, and the spell will then terminate. When the spell ends, the target will reappear at the location where it disappeared. If that location is already occupied, the target will reappear at the nearest unoccupied location. Because of the distance, William and Martin successfully dodged Naisha's maze spell and glared angrily at the half-elf queen floating in the sky. Are you humiliating us? 2. We'll make you feel the pain of losing your people. You'll remember. She died because of you. Where are they? Martin looked back at the cage where Lydia was, only to find it completely empty. Who said this maze was meant to trap you? What? That's right. Naisha's labyrinth spell was never intended to deal with these two mages whose primary attribute was intelligence. Everything she did was to liberate Lydia from the battlefield. Naisha's expression was no longer calm, her eyes were filled with rage. How dare they attack someone close to me? They almost took Shelley away. Now, it's time for you to bear my wrath. No matter who you are. Whatever your reasons. Go to hell, all of you. Meteor explosion. Meteor Blast legendary 9-ring spell designates 4 different locations within your casting range that you can see, causing burning meteors to fall vertically to their ground. 4 enormous fireballs, blazing with flames, appeared in the dark forest. Boom! As they rode through the city streets, Elena and Shelley galloped quickly towards the northern forest, both in silence. Suddenly, the dim sky turned blood red. After a while, a loud bang came from the northern forest. It looked like a huge patch of fiery clouds had appeared on the horizon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The horses beneath them reared up in terror, trying to run in the opposite direction. Quiet. Suddenly, Shelley unleashed an inexplicable pressure, causing the 2 frightened horses to calm down and begin to tremble. Elena soothed the white horse beneath her and asked Shelley uncertainly. Shelley, could this be? With a furrowed brow, Shelley slowly nodded and said in a deep voice. That's right, it must be a legendary spell cast by Naisha. Meteor explosion. 9-ring spell. This is the easiest legendary spell to learn 9 rings. In fact, spells above the 10th ring are the true legendary spells, but they cannot be used in the prime material plane, so 9th ring spells are generally considered legendary spells. However, this does not mean that the meteor explosion spell is not powerful enough. Some curious players have tested it and found that the power of the meteor burst is equivalent to 4 Tomahawk cruise missiles bombarding a target. The situation might be a little worse than I thought. Otherwise, Naisha wouldn't have released such a powerful and energy-consuming spell so easily. It would take at least 2 legendary spellcasters for Naisha to use Meteor Explosion as her first move. A well-prepared spellcaster is nearly invincible. They will utilize all available resources, tactics, terrain, and so on. Few spellcasters who become legendary are intellectually deficient. They are far more dangerous than warrior-type professions that rely solely on hacking and slashing to reach legendary status. Warrior is the only class that can be played by any race. Because his requirements are the lowest, and his training is the simplest. Therefore, in the multiverse, whether it is a low magic world or a high magic world like the prime material plane, warriors can account for 70% of all professions. The remaining 30% consists of the remaining professionals, and less than 1/10 of those are likely spellcasters. The tedious learning process, the extreme demand for talent, and the long training cycle all contribute to the fact that the number of spellcasters is far lower than that of other professions. Those who survive this rigorous selection process, regardless of their wickedness or stance, are incredibly powerful. At the very least, we want to seriously injure them, or at least disrupt the terrain, making the enemy's deployment a joke. Shelley, Mrs. Merrill, no, that Ms. Natya. Looking at Shelley with a serious expression, Elena needed an explanation. Who exactly is she? I would never risk my life for someone who might be evil. Moreover, she cast a legendary spell so close to Lunt. She's in real danger. At this point, I can no longer hide it from you. She is Naisha Merrill. Elena's expression changed. She felt she had heard the name somewhere before, and a vague impression flashed through her mind. She is the queen of the half-elves. Half-elf queen? Elena felt somewhat surprised, but also somewhat relieved. In fact, she had a vague idea, a legendary half-elf woman, who also possessed such a strong regal aura. So, she really is the half-elf queen, huh? Wait a minute. Shelley and the half-elf queen? Is this reasonable? Unable to hide her shock, Elena completely disregarded the current situation, staring wide-eyed at Shelley's slightly bitter smile. When I first found out, I was just as shocked as you were. This is true. You're the one I told you. I found out in bed. I was almost scared to death. However, what has happened has already occurred, and I will not shirk my responsibility. Watching Elena's ever-changing expressions with tenderness, Shelley stepped forward, gently took Elena's hand, and lowered her head to touch her gauntlet with her forehead. He spoke solemnly with his eyes closed. I swear to you, I will come back alive. Then he looked up at the somewhat panicked Elena and smiled brightly. Sorry, please wait for me one more time. Then he turned and rode away without hesitation, leaving Elena standing there watching Shelley go. What is this? You want to say goodbye to me? What are you saying? Realizing what had happened, Elena gave the horse's rump a hard slap and quickly followed after it, her anger palpable. Do you think I'd back down? Do you think I'll give up? No way. I am Elena Fonte. I will not lose. Chapter 70, The System Belongs to the Demon. Sigh, silly girl. Feeling Elena's approaching presence and sensing the anger and defiance in her emotions, Shelley sighed silently. I really hope you won't follow us. Shelley wasn't putting on an act this time. He didn't want Elena to risk her life to rescue Lydia and Elena. Even though a high-level warrior nearing legendary status would be a tremendous help, Shelley really couldn't bear to do it. But the current situation. Whether it's risking your life to save a woman you don't know, or watching the person you love risk their life for another woman. For Elena, it was all torture. This is so unfair to a girl who is deeply in love. But this trip was truly fraught with peril and extremely dangerous. It could very well be a situation where there is no chance of survival. I never knew I could feel guilt. She thought she had really become a ruthless socialite. Shaking his head on the bumpy horse, Shelley also fell into confusion. I don't know why I did this. Was it to rescue Lydia? She was just a poor little maid, timid and cowering like a little rabbit because of her tragic fate, and so afraid that she couldn't even sleep well every day. She's so clumsy that she can't even do the job of a maid properly, which is incredibly frustrating. However, she is outwardly gentle but inwardly strong, and she is currently secretly carrying a small dagger, ready to take down anyone who harms her at any time. I am filled with gratitude for my malicious yet well-intentioned act. Was it for Lilith, who was seriously injured? She was just an assassin I casually recruited because I felt she would be very useful, and most importantly, she exuded an aura of being easy to bully. When we first met, he was a somewhat neurotic and fanatical assassin, powerful, bloodthirsty, and arrogant. Although I've been getting pampered by all the big shots lately, I feel like a poor, wronged little puppy, feeling aggrieved but unable to speak out. Moreover, there's a trend towards him becoming a Tsukomi, a character who makes sarcastic or witty remarks. But she was incredibly stubborn and strong. Walking in darkness, enduring countless hardships, the light in my heart has never been extinguished. An indomitable soul shrouded in darkness. Her soul was truly beautiful in her own eyes. Was it for Natalia? Her Majesty the Queen, the only one who reigns supreme in the half-elf kingdom, a legendary sorcerer, a figure of legend. A monarch whose word carries immense weight and whose life or death can be decided in a single thought. She is noble and elegant, beautiful and charming, exuding a mature allure that makes people hesitant to approach her. But the real her was lonely, longed for family, and obeyed Shelley's every word. The real her was gentler than water. When I was with her, a legendary figure was at my beck and call, and the sense of conquest I felt was indescribable. Was that done to impress Elena? She was of noble birth, the kingdom's eldest princess, the jewel of Fonte. She is very energetic, doesn't know her own strength, and is even somewhat cruel when facing evil. But she is optimistic, cheerful, kind, and somewhat naive, with a mind full of little scenarios. The real her is understanding and compassionate, without the spoiled and arrogant air of a princess. Ha! Shelley sighed deeply, feeling her mind becoming increasingly confused. Pity, guilt, gratitude. Love? Could this be love? I don't understand. But, would these emotions really make me risk my life? I must be going crazy. Analyzing his own feelings, Shelley did not slow down at all, but instead continued to whip the horse's rump hard, constantly increasing the speed. You radiate the light of sacrifice. She both loves and hates him. What I love is your fearless courage. What I hate is that the person you wanted to save wasn't her. You truly have committed grave sins. Elena's strategy, 45%. You're alive. What? Was he dead just now? Shelley's tone was beyond just unfriendly. The rage he felt towards the succubus system was burning him up. If only it could remind me. If only it could give me even the slightest hint. Oh? Are you going to blame me? Did I lay a hand on you? Ha 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 ha. No one noticed the silencing spell downstairs, and no one felt the tremors of battle. It's you. You're so weak. Weakness is your sin. Sarcastic remarks flashed through Shelley's mind, finally settling on one sentence. If I had the power, none of this would have happened. A regretful sob. I have. A furious, mournful howl. I so hope to see the day you say those words. Ha 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 ha. TSK. Shelley lashed out with the whip, wishing she could whip this annoying system out of the clenched whip. Hiss. 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 The innocent warhorse, having been attacked, wanted to turn back and bite the person on its back, but was frightened by the predatory aura of the horse and continued to gallop wildly. After calming herself down, Shelley continued speaking to the system. You really have a twisted sense of humor. This is truly the devil's interest. Ultimately, they're just a few women. You don't lack anything, do you? Death is death. It may even offer a chance for rebirth in the abyss. Wouldn't it be better to be a beautiful succubus? Their souls are all exceptionally gifted. Ha 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 ha. Clutching the riding crop tightly, Shelley forcibly resisted the urge to lash out again. Horse, thank you so much. He gritted his teeth and spoke to the system. Now I finally understand. No matter how well you disguise yourself as a human, you're still a demon. Wow. Thanks for the compliment. Did I ever try to hide it? Imagining others as one's saviors. You humans are really good at this. Shelley truly understood. Ultimately, the succubus system thinks differently from humans. Or to put it another way, the mindset of demons is different from that of most other creatures. Demons are chaotic and reckless. Blood and fire are indispensable embellishments in their lives. For example, don't try to guess the thoughts of gods, because you simply can't understand them. It's like you wouldn't try to understand what an ant is thinking, nor would you care whether it lives or dies. If you're happy, let them reproduce on their own and live happily. If you're unhappy, just stomp on it and crush it. What does it matter if you're crushed? As naturally superior beings, demons also do not care about the lives of humans. They only want to vent their own desires. No. This can't go on. In that case, they must notify me if they encounter any danger in the future. Why? Because it will be very interesting. Only if they live will you see the scene you expect. Dead people won't bring you any pleasure. Shelley remembered that Elena had appeared while she was talking to Naisha earlier. That damned succubus system couldn't possibly not know about it. Damn it. They just love making things worse. Indeed. I agree. But. Depending on my mood, ha ha ha. See you later. Chapter 71 Determination and Malice. Shelley decided to unilaterally ignore this annoying system and disregard the barrage of comments flying by like snowflakes. Humph. Don't think you can bother me. I've seen all the adult films in the world, and I can be a man who can be completely uncensored in my mind. Shelley observed the current situation with a shift in her mindset. The two had barely left the city when they found themselves in a dense forest that horses could not enter. At this rate, it's too late. This is the only way. What are you waiting for? Just as Elena was about to rush into the woods towards the burning battlefield, she found Shelley looking at her with a conflicted expression. You're not backing down now, are you? Are you kidding me? No, walking like this is too slow. So what? We can't fly, huh? Do you still have any scrolls for the flight spell? Remembering that Shelley had flown in last time, Elena seemed to understand his dilemma. Flying scrolls aren't cheap. Spending thousands of gold coins just to get somewhere faster isn't worth it. But the situation is critical. This is not the time to worry about the price. Not this. Ah. Never mind. Shelley watched as the imaginative genius began to embellish the details, so he simply stopped thinking about it and walked directly behind Elena. He embraced her slender waist, which wasn't covered by armor, and whispered in her ear. Don't struggle, don't look back, don't ask. When you get back, I'll tell you anything you want to know. What? Why, don't ask. Ah. Before Elena could even savor the feeling of being embraced or figure out Shelley's meaning, she felt a force behind her lift them both into the sky. It's not a scroll. Did he also work as a monk? Before Elena could even adjust to the speed of ascent, she felt a horizontal thrust behind her and heard the sound of wings flapping in her ears. What is this, Wait, that aura. This is the aura of the abyss. She instinctively tried to turn her head, but Shelley stopped her with his chin and whispered in Elena's ear. Don't look back. I'll explain it to you later. The gentle, magnetic voice soothed her restless heart. Forcibly suppressing her inner impulse, Elena gritted her teeth, turned around, and said in a deep voice. At that time. I don't want you to lie to me. Even if it's an outcome I can't accept, don't lie to me. With a deep purple light gleaming in her eyes, Shelley spoke firmly. Absolutely, I wouldn't lie to you. I'll tell you everything. At this time, the dense forest in the north was no longer as lush as it used to be, and raging fires began to spread through the woods, creating a desolate scene. The open space where the two William brothers had been standing was now as if it had been repeatedly bombarded by mortars. There were 4 large pits with radii exceeding 30 meters in the pitch-black earth. But Naisha's expression was not relaxed at all. Instead, she frowned and stared intently at the several pits. As expected, it wasn't that easy. Click, click, click. At the bottom of one of the pits, the scorched earth began to crack. A huge, foul-smelling hand reached out. A legendary undead creature? No. A half-finished product? Sure enough, the giant hand quickly broke off, and countless zombies and skeletons poured out of the wound. Wah-ah. As soon as they touched the scorching ground, they began to howl, then continued to ram across the land, roaring at the only living creature in the vicinity. Cough, cough, cough. 2. Finally emerging from the giant's maw, the two brothers were not much better off, but their faces did not show much pain from their injuries. This is really sudden. I never imagined you could use super magic techniques to this extent. Naisha just used 2 super magic techniques in her spell. After entering this dark realm, Naisha had been secretly preparing for the meteor explosion, and she had been stalling for time after meeting them. Time it perfectly and unleash the maze spell you've been preparing all along. Then it instantly unleashes a meteor burst. Let the world feel pain. Shinra 10. Wrong way. Instant spell casting super magic feats, you can cast spells instantly. Silent spell casting super magic feat, you can cast spells silently. The two brothers suffered similar injuries. Martin lost the left half of his body, while William lost the right half. However, there was not much blood seeping from their wounds. Legendary warriors, through their control over their own bodies, can also achieve similar results. For example, manipulating a muscle to stop the flow of blood, so that even if the heart is removed, death will not occur immediately. Epic strength, resistance to death, perfect physique. These ridiculously powerful legendary feats are key to their battles. A warrior who has just reached the legendary level can even survive spells like meteor explosion. Disassembling a Gundam by hand is no longer a dream. A real man should go head-to-head with Gundam. From a legendary warrior who had just fought the Iron Golem. The warrior, once considered the most miserable and ordinary profession, has ushered in a glorious period of explosive growth. However, unlike the instinctive control of warriors, necromancers do more than just possess that ability. They know exactly how to do it. The necromancers are a school of mages who explore the essence of life, and they are also experts in modifying the physical body. In a dark, ancient castle, in a secret room in a sewer, or even in a mass grave strewn with corpses. Through generations of research and countless dissections, they finally gained experience in manipulating the body. They excel at piecing together trolls, modifying undead creatures, and even altering their own bodies. Martin looked at the wounds on his corpse giant, and his expression began to turn ferocious. That's the result of my experiments over 300 years. You wretched woman. You damned slave. You lowly half-elf. I'm going to use you as experimental material. You'll definitely become one of my masterpieces. Compared to his restless and crazy brother, William seemed to be too badly injured, and it took him a beat to glare at Naisha. I'll see how many spell slots you have left. Calmly observing the undead riot below, Naisha spoke indifferently. You won't see that day. Martin and William's flesh began to grow rapidly, and they glared fiercely at the majestic and inviolable Naisha in the sky with their dim, yellowish eyes, roaring. Die, you hybrid! Naisha's eyes sharpened upon hearing that word. She narrowed her eyes, retrieved a spellbook from the demiplane, and said in a cold voice. Maggots that study corpses, corpses are the best fate for you. Upon hearing her words, a strange glint flashed in William's seemingly insane eyes. His gaze swept over a certain spot, and a malicious smile appeared on his lips. They've taken the bait. Chapter 72 Awakening. Help us. Your Excellency. Save us. After the explosion, a large number of people from the vicinity of the temple rushed towards the temple, hoping to find some shelter in the event of disaster. Believers are the foundation of God. He needs the faith of believers to maintain his power. The way to completely destroy a god is to dissolve his church, otherwise they will always come back. It's like dispersing one's divine power among one's offspring, waiting for the right moment to devour and replace them. Or simply revive yourself from your own voters. This has happened countless times throughout the history of the multiverse. Some succeeded, regained their divine status, and continued to look down upon all living beings. Some fail, never to be resurrected, and disappear completely into the river of time. Both benevolent and malevolent gods would do this. Benevolent gods would simply use gentler methods. Believers are the lambs that God shepherds in the world. At this moment, the Bishop of the Temple of Justice was organizing people to calm these people down and then systematically bring them into the temple for resettlement. Bishop William frowned, staring at the blood-red sky, sensing the incredibly powerful magical fluctuations, and was secretly alarmed. What happened there? Was a legendary battle breaking out? Although we don't know the identities of the two sides in the conflict, we can't let them bring the fighting into the city. Having made up his mind, he roared at the knights who were also standing there in a daze. Send men over there immediately. We can't let the fighting spread to the city. At all costs. Shining knights. Prepare to depart immediately. The knights immediately stood at attention and saluted, then quickly ran to the rear to assemble. I wonder how many of these soldiers will come back alive. Watching their retreating figures, Bishop William sighed, shook his head painfully, and said to the priest beside him. Send word to the other temples. We can't let our warriors be the only ones to sacrifice. Yes. As the young priest left, Bishop William slowly walked towards his room at the back of the temple. He looked at the armor that had been lying around for a long time and remained silent for a long time. He somewhat awkwardly put on the full suit of armor, then shifted his shoulders, sighed, and said, I hope it's not that, Lord. Otherwise, things will become very difficult. Your Majesty, Bishop. The shouts from outside interrupted William's thoughts. He picked up the warhammer from the weapon rack, calmly walked out of the room, and looked at the somewhat flustered young priest with a deep voice, saying, Don't panic. What happened? Inspired by the bishop's calm demeanor, the young priest took a deep breath and spoke. Sir. Someone has arrived with a wounded soldier. The wounded? Just leave that to someone else to handle. Seeing the bishop's furrowed brow, he quickly explained. They arrived in Captain Elena's carriage. And the coachman even carried the captain's token. What's going on? Why would Elena hand the token to the coachman and not show up? Did something happen to her? How are the wounded? Let's talk as we walk. The pastor led the way, quickly explaining. The situation is extremely urgent. The wounded soldier has lost his right arm and is still bleeding heavily from multiple wounds. If she weren't a high-level professional, she wouldn't have lasted this long. High-level professional? William frowned and instructed another priest he had encountered to take charge of the situation in front of the temple, while he himself followed the priest quickly to a small room at the back of the temple. "Why did you come here? Why not perform the treatment in the main hall? There's still plenty of holy water there." The young pastor hesitated, finding it difficult to speak, and then began to say, "That person's identity seems rather special." "Special?" "Yes. She seems to be a high-level assassin." "Assassin? The evil faction?" Having formed some ideas, William didn't press the pastor any further, nodded, knocked on the door, and went straight in. "Your Excellency. I am Wilderbard, the butler of the Duke of Bell's household. We are here today." "All right. Let's skip the pleasantries." William abruptly interrupted Wilder's practiced opening remarks, turning his gaze to the unconscious Lilith among the crowd. He observed her for a moment, then looked at the coachman. "What were Commander Elena's instructions to you?" The driver, somewhat nervous, wiped the sweat from his brow and recited as if reciting a memorized text. "Lady Elena said, treat her, don't worry about her identity, she was injured while saving someone." "An assassin saves people?" William's brow, which had been furrowed since they entered, relaxed slightly, and then he heard the coachman continue speaking. "The master also said, I'll go check the situation over there first. Bishop William, you all protect the people." Bishop William nodded slightly, sighed, and stepped forward to observe the woman with scars on her face. Even when she was unconscious, Lilith exuded a dangerous aura that kept strangers at bay. Surprisingly, it didn't feel too evil. "Well, I believe in Lady Elena's noble character." William took out a cloth bag from his pocket and took out 100 grams of diamond powder that had been weighed in a bottle of sealed, highly concentrated holy water. William poured the powder into the holy water and chanted incantations as he poured the mixture onto Lilith's blood-soaked body. Regeneration technique. Regeneration 7th ring enables the target to regenerate lost body parts: hands, feet, arms, legs, tail, or the head of a multi-headed creature, broken bones, and shattered internal organs. It can also restore a large amount of health, remove the target's exhaustion status, and remove all bruises and wounds. The holy water on Lilith's body began to glow, and then her wounds, large and small, began to heal rapidly, and her pained expression began to ease. "She'll wake up soon, I'm leaving now." Slightly tired, Bishop William nodded to the group and quickly left the room. Wilder saw William off at the door, then turned to look at Lilith. But they found that there was no one where she had been lying. "What? Ah." The next moment, he saw Lilith appear behind the driver like a demon, one hand gripping his neck, the flesh on her other arm slowly growing back. This horrific scene nearly killed the over 70-year-old Huaide. "Cough cough, cough cough." Lilith's voice was still deep, but it was no longer as hoarse as before. It sounded more like the voice of a mature, older woman. She coughed a few times, sounding unwell, before weakly continuing to ask, "Where am I? Where is Shelley? The sound doesn't matter, he's in danger. My lord. Please calm down. We are now inside the Temple of Justice. You are safe. Lady Shelley and Lady Elena have already gone there." "What? What is he going to do? Why did he go?" Lord Shelley was chasing after a brown-haired woman. "A half-elf queen? That's all right. But no. It's too dangerous there." She was about to let go and chase after him when she found her body went limp and she fell to the ground. "My lord, Lady Elena instructed that you should rest well after you wake up." "Rest? Are you kidding me?" Pushing away the hand that Wilder offered, Lilith struggled to her feet and disappeared from Wilder and the other man's sight in the next moment. "My lord. You need to rest. My lord. Grown-ups." Appearing atop a warhorse in the temple, Lilith sighed as she listened to the shouts coming from inside the room, and whispered, "How am I supposed to rest? There are, among the enemy." Chapter 73 Crisis. "My lord, we are ready to depart at any time." William nodded, raised his warhammer, swung it once, and shouted, "Why did you become knights?" "It's to protect the people." The knights' gazes hardened with William's words, and they raised their weapons in unison, shouting, "For justice. For the glory of the gods. Set off." William mounted his horse, removed his armor, and led the way out of the temple. "Lord William." A deep shout rang out outside the temple. Rob stood by the door, leading a warhorse and fully armed. "Deputy Commander Luo Bu." "Perfect. Having him lead the team is enough. William was about to speak when he saw Rob looking at him seriously and saying, "Your Excellency, you cannot leave the temple. We still need you to preside over it." William lifted his visor, frowned, and looked at the vice commander of the Shining Knights, saying in a deep voice, "No. No one is immune to sacrifice. Me too." Rob looked at William seriously, knelt on one knee, and shouted, "Then I am willing to set off with the knights. Compared to you, I am far more insignificant. Rather than risking your life, let me go. We are knights, we are better at facing danger." Rob's eyes were slightly red, and he spoke with genuine emotion. "Furthermore, if any civilians are injured, they will need your medical attention." "Enough." William interrupted Rob's sincere persuasion, his eyes revealing affection for the knights, and spoke in a deep voice. "Stop talking. You're coming with me. The knights need healing too. I'll go protect you. Walk." The procession sped past Rob, who remained kneeling on one knee, his bowed head hidden from view. Only after the group had gone far away did he slowly raise his head, suppressing his malicious expression, and mutter to himself, "The plan is about to succeed. You are going to die today. Ha 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 ha." He mounted his horse and gave chase. Undead creatures are constantly reviving all over the mountains and plains. They fearlessly rush into the sky, and because they can't reach Naisha, they even begin to pile up into mountain like piles of bones. The scene looks like a zombie siege, but the main monster isn't a zombie. Instead, they are all sorts of even more evil and terrifying undead creatures. There were ghouls with hunched backs, shriveled bellies, and foul-smelling saliva. Kaneki-ken, don't mention it, we're not the same species. There were also some mummies wrapped in black and yellow cloth strips. Most of them were rotting corpses and a bunch of skeleton warriors. Ha ha ha. What are you going to do with my lovely soldiers? Martin stretched out his arms exaggeratedly. His new torso and arms, like his original body, were still dark gray. Naisha dodged William's deadly finger strike, opened the spellbook before her, and whispered an incantation. Chain lightning. Chain lightning 6th ring road. Large swaths of silvery white tears fell from Naisha's hands to the ground, turning hordes of undead creatures into ashes. As expected, they were prepared. However, Naisha's expression did not improve at all, and her brows remained slightly furrowed. Soon, beneath the corpses, mountains of undead creatures emerged, continuing their relentless charge towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. How about that? Aren't my warriors powerful? William grinned wildly, and it was hard to imagine that his corpse-like face could be stretched so wide. Die. Die. Go. My darling. With his frantic shouts, the giant corpse, which had been kneeling on the ground like a mountain, slowly straightened up, its movements sluggish. But the next moment, its speed suddenly increased dramatically, and it slammed its right fist toward Naisha. Can you still move? Naisha easily dodged the attack and unleashed another chain lightning bolt, annihilating the endless stream of undead creatures. There are too many. At this rate, we'll run out of spell slots. Naisha's body flew backward as if she had been hit hard. 2 invisible force field barriers shattered where she was originally standing. Smack! Smack! Suddenly, the 2 pieces of jewelry she was wearing exploded, and the 2 valuable magical items were rendered useless after being passively activated. Just now, a tall figure shrouded in shadow burst out from the giant corpse's arm and attacked Naisha from behind. You actually managed to defend against it. The man stared in shock at Naisha, who had been flying backwards for a distance before coming to a stop. His face, hidden in shadow, was filled with astonishment. How could it possibly defend against my sneak attack under those circumstances? Ahem. Are we still going to hide our true colors? I could smell the stench emanating from you from the very beginning. Filthy orc. How is that possible? You actually found me? Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Naisha watched disdainfully as the dark figure slowly revealed its true form, her heart filled with a sense of relief. I actually want to love you like he said. The one who set a trap for me was actually an orc. Naisha appeared calm on the surface, giving them a sense of unfathomable mystery, but inwardly she was filled with shock and confusion. Why did the orcs ambush me? What was their purpose? Could it be? Looking down at the orc thief joining William and his group, Naisha spoke confidently. Your plan will not succeed. I will soon take care of you and return you to Il, at which point your plans will be completely ruined. Upon hearing this, the legendary orc thief Gar's expression changed. He grinned, revealing his large, fanged mouth, and roared as he spoke. Impossible. You couldn't possibly know our plan. The great chief will never fail. We will definitely reclaim our land. This thief had the traditional ugly appearance of an orc, with a tilted forehead, a protruding jaw, exposed teeth, and gray spots on his body. Orcs are generally tall, but he is much thin because of his profession, at least relative to other orcs. It is nearly 1.9 meters tall, not much taller than Shelley, but it looks as wide as two Shelleys. William looked at the orc beside him as if he were an idiot, unsure whether he should stop him from continuing to leak information. Idiot hybrid. Idiot orc blood. She hasn't even said anything yet. And you've already confessed. No matter what. We have the numerical advantage. Just as William was about to make a move, he heard a cracking sound coming from not far away. Click. Turning around, they saw a black crack appear in the void 5 meters above the crater, and then a half-elf girl fell unconscious. Is the maze solving over? Chance. Go and grab it. Although Gar is not very intelligent, his only advantage is that he knows how to obey orders. The chief's requirement for him is to obey the spellcaster's commands. He had just sprinted forward when he saw Naisha appear below Lydia. Short distance teleportation. What? Click. A magnificent brooch in Naisha's hand turned to dust. She looked tenderly at the unconscious apprentice in her arms and sighed softly. Is the only option to activate the coordinates and teleport back to IL? I haven't said goodbye to him yet. Are we going to break our promise to him? Gar's speed continued to increase, and a cruel light gleamed from his claws. However, your back is undefended. Die. Put. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 74 Demon Form. Put. Gar's arm passed through a body, but instead of the joy of success on his face, his expression became extremely serious. What is that? A pair of enormous black and red bat wings blocked his vision. He quickly withdrew his arm and stepped back, looking at the person who had blocked his attack. Cough, cough, cough. That really hurts. The wound is slowly healing, and flesh is gradually growing and merging. Sensing the intense abyssal aura and strange light emanating from that figure, Gar was somewhat unsure of the situation. Demon? The figure turned around, looked at Gar's surprised and uncertain expression, and laughed. It's a succubus. Although male succubi can also be called dream demons. At this moment, Shelley's hair color changed to dark red, with long, flowing hair, 2 curved dark red horns protruding from his forehead, and several eerie lines on his face. None of this diminished his natural beauty, on the contrary, it made his temperament unique and incredibly charming. He was shirtless at the moment, and his chest was also covered with complex and gorgeous magic patterns. At this moment, the muscle lines on his body were more defined than usual, like a sculpture carefully sculpted by an artist. His fingers became sharp, and a long tail swayed behind him. Shelley's expression was different from his usual gentle demeanor. It was now sinister, and he looked at Gar with a cynical gaze. Why are you people out here instead of staying in the sewers eating rotting corpses? Don't do that, it'll scare the children. Gar's expression calmed, and his figure vanished into the darkness, his voice echoing from within. You're nothing but a demon, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Shelley looked at Naisha, who could no longer hide her shock, flew to her side, poked her cheek with her tail, and chuckled. I told you to take me with you, but you wouldn't listen. Are you hurt? Naisha, her mouth slightly open, blinked repeatedly as she held Lydia in her arms, and said somewhat uncertainly. Shelley. Shelley? That can't be. How did he suddenly become so strong? But this face. It's me. Shelley tapped her with her tail in a familiar way, gave Naisha a meaningful look with a smile, and then withdrew her tail. However, the current focus is on activating that part of the bloodline. Shelley's attributes and status are now very different from before. Name, Shelley Bell. Race, half-succubus demon form. Attributes, Strength 2218 plus 4, Agility 2216 plus 6, Constitution 2719 plus 8, Intelligence 2619 plus 7, Perception 2014 plus 6, Charisma 3222 plus 10. Health points, 174714 plus 33. All attributes exceed 20 points, reaching the extraordinary realm. Aside from his low health, Shelley is practically a legendary creature in terms of stats alone. Especially since his charm had reached a terrifying 32 points at this moment. Given her current attributes, it's safe to say that few creatures in the mortal realm can resist Shelley's allure. It is absolutely possible. As long as he appears in front of an ordinary person, that person will undergo a will judgment. If you fail, you will become Shelley's slave. This wasn't the first time Shelley had changed form. He had transformed once when he was young. When Shelley was in danger, he forcibly transformed and almost drained two maids dry. This incident left Shelley with a psychological scar for quite some time. I'm afraid I might accidentally become a succubus in public. Shelley, you're getting hotter and hotter. It's on fire. That would be bad. I've always been careful and cautious in my dealings with all the rich women, no. All the noble ladies. Later, I found a suitable measure and gradually became able to control this impulse. This current ability is a controllable ability that emerged after absorbing the enchanting divinity. Succubus form divinity, activate the demonic bloodline within you. Become a true demon. Effect, significantly increases all attributes. Shelley never expected the magnitude of this change to be so dramatic. It's like adding half the attributes of a succubus to the character panel. However, the problem is that it has attributes but no supporting expertise. It's like a child picking up a gun. It has great destructive power, but no skill to support it. They can't hit anyone at all. Shelley, when it comes to hitting people, I'm an expert. You came by yourself? Although the two were talking, they did not let their guard down and kept dodging the fireballs released by Martin and William. No, I came with Elena. I just put her down. Don't ignore me. I'm so scared. A mournful howl came from above them. Shelley's expression changed, and she quickly took off and gently caught the panicked Elena. The princess held the princess in her arms. Shelley's expression turned somewhat helpless, and she gently stroked Elena's hair. I was originally planning to use her as a surprise weapon. Elena, do you know a palm strike that comes down from the sky? I'm not some kind of devil. I clearly cast a flight spell on her. Elena hugged Shelley's neck tightly, gradually coming back to her senses after feeling his heartbeat. She turned her head to look at him, pouted at Naisha, and then turned back to say, I didn't come here for you. Lydia is a lovely child. It really wasn't for you. After a moment of silence, Elena took a deep breath, turned her head, and looked Naisha straight in the eyes, saying, I came for Shelley. I don't care if you're the half-elf queen or not, and I don't care what happened between you two. I will not give up. Her heart was filled with determination. Elena's strategy, 49%. Naisha looked at the sand and dust clinging to Elena, her chest heaving, and her small, trembling hands holding Shelley. She nodded and said, Thank you for coming. Your Highness Elena. Elena nodded in agreement, then released her grip on Shelley, floated nervously in the air, and solemnly gave a knightly salute. It is a pleasure to fight alongside you, King of Il. Call me Naisha, you have the right to. William and Martin's expressions turned extremely ugly, as if they wanted nothing more than to rush up and tear apart the figures in the air. They roared from the ground. You bastards! Mixed bloods! You actually don't respect me at all. Elena gradually suppressed her panic, glaring angrily at the two necromancers, and shouted, Don't you know this is the territory of the Kingdom of Fent? How dare you awaken the undead in this forest? William's expression turned meaningful after hearing the question, and he smiled sinisterly as he said, Oh? Is this the only forest? All three of them changed their expressions, and Elena shouted even more fiercely, You bastard! Martin and William began to laugh hysterically. Yes, yes, yes. That's the reaction. 2. Let it begin. The Feast of the Dead. 2. Chapter 75, A Reversal of Attack and Defense. Counterattack. A Feast for the Dead. 2. Martin and William's overlapping voices echoed throughout the forest. Crack, crack, crack. Strange noises echoed from other corners of the forest, followed by the screams of wild beasts and birds. Seeing this, Shelley and the other two became serious. I never imagined they would set up a magic array throughout the entire forest. Things have become complicated. Elena, in particular, felt so angry that she wanted to grind her teeth to dust after sensing the presence of the awakening undead nearby. You bastard! Elena ripped off the necklace from her neck and with a forceful flick, transformed the ornate pendant into a giant sword gleaming with silver light. Shining Greatsword legendary weapon, this is a greatsword with a long and rich history. As you choose it, it also tests your qualifications. Only true heroes and kings can lift it. Don't act rashly. Be careful. Despite trying to persuade Elena, Shelley did not stop her. Instead, she rushed forward with her and protected her. Martin's maniacal laughter vanished as he watched Elena rushing toward him. He planted his staff in the ground, raised his hands high, and began chanting a spell. William smacked his lips and shouted into the darkness. Idiot! Stop her! Only the chieftain is truly wise. Only the chieftain can call me an idiot. Orcish language. A white light streaked across the darkness. The sound of it cutting through the air lingered for a second before it finally came through. Sharp claws attacked Elena's left side from a tricky angle. Sulfuric acid. Shelley clenched his fist into a claw shape, and the two men's claws clashed, directly interrupting Gar's sneak attack. As Gar revealed his form, Shelley observed the shape and size of his claws and suddenly asked, "Let me ask you a question, Lilith, the wounds on that werewolf assassin. Did you do it?" Shelley's eyes were no longer mocking, but filled with intense killing intent as he glared fiercely at the orc. He tried to suppress his killing intent, but the thought of Lilith's blood made his intense killing intent surge up like water. So close. Just a hair's breadth away. She's about to leave me forever. As if sensing Shelley's anger, Gar's ugly face twisted, and he grinned widely. It's me. You worm of the abyss. Orcish language. Shelley looked at the cruel smile on his face, her expression suddenly softened, and she spoke softly with unusual gentleness. You will die. I said it. Orcish language. A beam of light shot out from his deep purple eyes and shone into Gar's eyes. A mesmerizing gaze. Well. Shelley was stopped by Gar and they became entangled, their figures appearing and disappearing intermittently. But Elena didn't. Using the immense force of Shelley's final push against her, she swung her silver greatsword and slashed fiercely at the necromancer. Warriors are indeed reckless. Martin glanced at Elena, who was rushing towards him like a cannonball, and curled his lip in disdain. How could I possibly let you rush over here? Idiot. My darling. Stop her. The shattered giant corpse moved once more, turning back to grab Elena. Don't stop me. Despite the enormous, corrupted hand approaching her, Elena showed no fear, relying solely on her inner rage to slash. A giant whirlwind. She spun through the air with the giant sword, passing through the giant hand in front of her like a meat grinder. One cut. Sever ties. Bang. A giant hand fell from the sky and slammed heavily onto the horde of skeletons below. Crack. Ha! The giant corpse let out a painful howl, its body arching backward. Ugh! My darling! You bitch! Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, William raised the skull scepter in his hand, just about to swing it. Click! 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 Several of his magical equipment pieces suddenly shattered. The spiritual light emanating from William shattered. Morden can disintegrate. Disarm the magical equipment. High-grade magic removal equipment. A deluxe disintegration technique. Snort. Holding the unconscious Lydia in one arm, she waved her right hand continuously, flipping through the spellbook floating in front of her, casting high-level spells from her hand. This is the true style of a legendary mage. Combat-oriented classes act as tanks in front, while spellcasters control the battlefield from the rear, providing buffs. It's extremely rare for Naisha to come alone and face 3 opponents at once. Unless you're a complete novice just starting out on an adventure, it's hard to push a spellcaster to this point. A legendary mage will always have trusted warrior followers, unless they are extremely unpopular. Even the most wicked spellcasters will pay to hire guards. Nobody wants to suddenly feel the pain of isolation and helplessness one day. The soul fire in the skull staff's eye socket suddenly went out, followed by a violent cracking sound. My staff! William had no time to feel sorry for his equipment before a piercing pain interrupted his thoughts. Shelley's figure appeared behind him, and a red light pierced through William's chest. Death finger. TCH, it's not there after all. That's the downside of being a necromancer. Let me guess, where did you hide your heart? As masters of physical modification, although they cannot preserve their souls in a casket like liches, they can relocate their vital organs. For example, moving your heart to your buttocks. I have more energy when I go to the toilet. Not really a monk-esque record in the toilet. Shelley's mocking gaze lingered on William's gaunt body, like that of a petty thug surrounded by girls on the street. Enraged by that gaze, William roared. You damned succubus. Gar. Where are you? Don't make a sound. Orcish language. Gar's figure appeared behind Shelley and suddenly pounced on Shelley's wings. Ah. Just kidding. Gar's claws did not pierce Shelley's wings, instead, they passed through his body and pounced on William's protective barrier. What? Neglecting their anger, the two turned to look at Shelley, who had become blurred in an instant, unable to discern what had just happened. The shadow dimension? No, there's no aura of shadow. Shelley chuckled and mocked the two bewildered individuals. What were you talking about just now? Too fast, let's hear you clearly. Etherification, succubi can use magic to enter or return from the material plane. You damned succubus. I'm going to kill you. Orcish language. Shelley considered picking her ear in disdain, but looking at her own claws, she silently changed her mind, smoothing her hair back and squinting at them mockingly. A beast is a beast, no matter how much human blood you have mixed in, you are still a beast. I told you, you're going to die today. Chapter 76 Guess. Shelley is in excellent condition right now. His excellent attributes gave him immense confidence. I absolutely can. The soldiers on the battlefield are as energetic as succubi in bed. No, generally speaking, shouldn't it be the other way around? Seriously. Can you please stop using such strange metaphors? Succubi are these kinds of creatures. Shelley. Although he no longer possessed the same affinity for shadow power as a rogue in his prime, nor the old-school cunning ability to cross into the shadow plane to ambush enemies. But the ability to etherify and enter the etheric plane completely makes up for this. This gave him a familiar thrill, the joy of outmaneuvering legendary thieves. This ability is even equivalent to a certain degree of elementalization, which is why Gar was able to transmit it from his body just now. This is the real battle. Here, there are no other people watching, and you no longer need to hide or be restrained. And most importantly, in the battle, in the frenzied fighting, his blood was constantly surging and boiling. Fight. Slaughter. Most importantly, enjoy. Ah, I can do it without you telling me. But the problem is, health points. Health points, 1347. Healing spell. 3. Health points, 4347. Although she appeared unharmed and calm, Shelley had still suffered some damage from Gar's attack. Etherification does not completely negate damage, but it can reduce physical damage by more than 90%, while elemental damage is not reduced. Before they can react, let's continue to gain ground. Although the situation was much better than expected, Shelley's heart became even more greedy. I originally just wanted to escape with Naisha. They might even die here together. But now, desire is endless. When a person can barely make ends meet, a hot, simple meal is enough to satisfy him. But once he achieves success, he won't accept a meal. He wants a girl to serve him and feed him. He wants expensive food. Okay. He had higher aspirations, just like Shelley at this time. Now I want to achieve even greater results. I'll make them pay the price. How dare you lay a hand on someone close to me? William watched Shelley's figure appear and disappear, his brow furrowed deeply, and the irritation in his heart made him want to kill. Where did such a rational succubus come from? How did she control a legendary succubus? And that person, is she Princess Fent? She has so many legendary items on her. Ha! At that moment, a loud shout caught William's attention. He saw the eerie succubus thief suddenly appear on the head of the corpse giant. Shelley barely dodged Gar's claw, but was kicked into the giant corpse's mouth by Gar. No! 2. William and Martin simultaneously yelled at Gar, who was still hesitating whether to follow them in. No! You idiot! We can't let him in and cause damage. 2. Suddenly, the giant corpse began to convulse violently. Huge fluctuations occurred in various parts of the body, as if something inside was trying to break out. Hurry up and go. 2. You're the idiot, Orcish language. Although Gar was extremely unwilling, he chose not to argue with the spellcaster at this moment. He tensed all his muscles and squeezed into the gaping maw. Vomit. The smell here is even worse than the body odor of an ogre. Although he had stayed here for a long time before, Gar still found the smell here unbearable. Unlike the outside, the interior was completely calm, with no trace of the succubus. Where did that succubus go? Boom! As soon as Gar entered, he wanted to retreat. He looked at the earth shaking, sky collapsed like seen with some fear, not knowing what had happened. Which succubus caused this damage? What he didn't expect was that none of this crisis was caused by Shelley. It was Elena. While Martin and William looked at the giant corpse together, Elena never stopped her assault. She broke through one magical barrier after another, but without making a sound. Only the gleaming ring on her finger proved the situation was plausible. The Ring of Silence, legendary item, a favorite of top assassins. It's rumored to have been involved in the most infamous killings. Its most famous feature is a constant 10-foot silence effect, extremely effective. Go to hell. Elena landed beside Martin, twisting her body as his expression suddenly changed, unleashing the full power of her muscles. The movement was swift and decisive, a vicious chop aimed at Martin's neck. Decapitation strike. Clang. Martin's flying head emitted a wail in mid-air, a mixture of anger and pain. Ah. The sound was like the howling of a banshee, piercing the eardrums. Just then, his headless body raised its hands high, and its ghoul-like sharp claws suddenly grabbed at Elena. Go to hell. What? He thought this tried-and-true sneak attack would work, but Elena easily dodged it and quickly chopped his body into pieces. You think these childish tricks will work? Elena disdainfully pierced his flying head with the greatsword, impaling him through his mouth onto the sword. Playing a trick. Even when strung up on the chains, Martin's expression no longer turned painful and ferocious, but became eerie. His face began to contort, his mouth filled with the giant sword, and blood flowed down the sword, staining half of it red. He. Ha. Do you still think it's a small trick now? I am. Ah. Before he could finish speaking, Elena, expressionless, forcefully flung his head into the sky. He was immediately pierced through by several ice spikes. Why? Why aren't you afraid? As if sensing the confusion in Martin's eyes, Elena seemed to feel a pang of pity and hesitated for a moment before saying, because. Thump. Martin's head fell to the ground, and he looked at Elena with confusion, waiting for her explanation. Guess. Ha? You even lied to a dying man? Elena's expression of pity vanished instantly. She stepped her iron boots onto his head and leaned down to say, because you're not dead yet. Perhaps I'll be in the mood to tell you this after you die. The confusion in Martin's eyes disappeared, and he gave Elena a deep look. The next moment, Martin's head and the pieces of his body on the ground vanished. When did you find it? Pointing her sword at William, whose expression was grim, Elena flashed a bright smile and said, I said. Guess. Chapter 77, The Mad Mage. Endless skeletons emerged from the ground. It's not just this small patch of forest in the north, but the entire northern part of the kingdom. Although the variety is very limited, the quantity is simply endless. Many of these resurrected skeletons were civilians in life. However, once awakened, the skeleton warriors are at least at the level of a first-tier warrior, and they are very difficult to kill. The once powerless masses could never have imagined that they would gain such great power after death. All the resurrected skeletons struggled and ran towards Lent. It really surprised me that so many skeletons were buried underground in this forest. But what's even more surprising is, how did you find out? William defended against Naisha's attacks, his expression even more somber than before, his lifeless face filled with incomprehension and anger. Naisha watched Martin's corpse disappear, nodding with a mixture of relief and regret. Simulation technology. I must say, you are a genius in some areas. If it weren't for the words Shelley wrote on her body with her tail, she wouldn't have thought of this and would have assumed they were twins. Simulation technique. Eighth ring creates a clone that is completely identical to the original, retaining approximately 70% of the original's strength. The clone can use some low-level spells from the original's memories. A lost spell, and also the most powerful 8th ring spell to date. Simulation has no restrictions on spellcasting. After creating a temporary clone, the original body can still move and cast spells freely, but the consciousness must control both bodies simultaneously. This spell is very difficult to learn. Even some mages who are not intelligent enough may not be able to master it well even if they learn it. This spell was widely used during the era of the Arcane Empire, and the great arcane mages who dared to challenge the gods were always trying to study the realm of the gods. Simulation is their research on the incarnation of gods. As for their outcome, Cassus is a perfect example. Naisha's words seemed to touch a raw nerve. William's expression twisted sharply, and he began to mutter under his breath, his voice rising higher and higher. Is he considered a genius? What right do you, a mixed blood, have to judge me? I, William Martin Jared, am the true genius. William's expression was ferocious. Ignoring Elena's approach, he raised his broken staff and shouted to the sky. I am the real genius. How dare you, you lowly slave, stand above me? Suddenly remembering something, William's ferocious expression vanished, replaced by a nostalgic smile. Let me think about it. About 200 years? I had just entered the Tower of the Dead when my mentor took me to collect sorrowful souls. He looked defiantly at Naisha in the sky, revealing the most malicious smile. I've chosen a half-elf village. What a loving couple they are. Ha 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 ha. She died without revealing where her child was. This is so touching. Elena, who was charging forward, suddenly sensed a strong danger. She retreated in fear and looked at the area in front of her with suspicion and uncertainty. What's going on? Such a strong sense of crisis. Snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky, and Naisha's expression was as cold as ice. It was ice cold. The intense killing intent affected reality. High-level legendary magic, under certain specific conditions, is powerful enough to alter the environment. This is almost divine power. Naisha said nothing, nor did she confirm with William whether he had lied on purpose to provoke her. He is dead. Regardless of today's outcome, the person in front of me. They are doomed to die. Are you angry? I'm even angrier. Why is it that after you rose to power, everyone in the tower started to distance themselves from me? Why? Just because you, a lowly slave, might retaliate? William's expression was even angrier than Naisha's. He roared, waving his arms and jumping around on the ground. Suddenly, his expression changed as if a mask had been removed. His anger vanished, and he revealed a smug smile. You should just die. Summon a high-ranking demon. I summoned the Lord of the Abyss at the cost of my life. A huge magic circle appeared beneath William's feet, and then his body began to rapidly disintegrate, annihilating starting from his feet. Are you crazy? You're a madman. Elena watched as William offered her up as a sacrifice to summon the demon, feeling not only anger but also incomprehension. If you're already dead, what good is it if the enemy is dead too? Seemingly finding a brief moment of peace amidst this immense pain, his expression was contorted, but his mind seemed to have cleared considerably. William glanced coldly at Elena, then turned his gaze back to Naisha, whose face was ashen and whose body pulsated with immense magical power, and said calmly, the glory of the Jared family must not be ruined in my hands. I am a nobleman. I cannot be afraid of a lowly slave. All for Jared's glory. In the end, his raised hands also disappeared in the light of the magic circle, leaving only his withered head staring at Naisha. You actually didn't say a word. I'm so disappointed. Mixed blood. Until his eyes disappeared, Naisha did not say a word, and in the end she didn't even look at him. She charged forward with her sword, only to be repelled by an invisible force. Elena looked anxiously at Naisha and shouted reproachfully. Why didn't you stop him? So close to Lent. Naisha's expression softened after looking at Elena, and she shook her head with her mouth tightly shut. Before Elena could even get angry, a tiny voice echoed in her mind. Telepathy. It's no use. I should have realized something was wrong the moment his feet never left the ground. His flesh and soul have been continuously sacrificed to some being in the abyss ever since he met me. All I can do now is destroy this demon. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused your country. Elena pursed her lips, not saying anything harsh. She stepped back to Naisha's side and took the unconscious Lydia into her arms. Having carried the unconscious girl quite a distance, Elena turned back and whispered to Naisha. I am saddened by what your family has gone through. What happened here wasn't your fault. I won't blame you. But you have to take responsibility and deal with it. Naisha glanced back at Elena, then looked away and sent a message to Elena. Thank you. You will be a great king in the future. Stubbornly turning her head away, Elena silently said to herself. It's not the future, it will always be. At that moment, a blasphemous language emanated from the magic circle. Soul. Abyss language. Then came the smell of sulfur and lava. Elena's expression grew even uglier. She retreated rapidly with Lydia, staring at the enormous figure, and spoke slowly and deliberately. Barrow Flame Demon. Chapter 78 Balor the Balrog and the Colossal Flesh Golem. Balor the Fire Demon. A demon as iconic as the bottomless abyss. Because it's just so powerful. Balrog is one of the best among the high demons. Even in the bottomless abyss, the Balrogs are the absolute ruling class. Challenging Balor is not much easier than challenging a demigod. Few people have seen them, but the awe for them is deeply ingrained in people's hearts. In the legends of heroes in the mortal realm, Balrog is already close to being the most powerful enemy. It belongs to the same level as the old red dragon. It is an evil enemy that only legendary heroes can withstand. If you go any higher, there are demigods, divine messengers, saints. That's not something ordinary people can handle. Moreover, they are among the few high-level demons who are born with divinity. High-level demon, large otherworldly creature. Attributes: Strength 35, Agility 25, Constitution 31, Intelligence 21, Perception 24, Charisma 26. Faction: Chaotic Evil. Creature level: 25 plus high tier legendary. Health: 360 plus. Divinity: None. Divinity: Weak divinity. Domains: Fire, Chaos, Evil. Basic skills: Deception 310, Focus 330, Negotiation 350, Hiding 260, Intimidation 330. Special skills: Incinerate Blast, Entangling, Spell-like abilities, and Summoning Demons. Special abilities: Slashing Strike, Powerful Slashing Strike, First Strike Mastery, Dual Wielding Mastery, Powerful Attack, Advanced Powerful Attack, Advanced Dual Wielding Mastery. Spell-like abilities: Blasphemy, Dominate Monster, Greater Dispel Magic, Greater Teleportation, Imprisonment, Law, Intimidate, Telekinesis, Evil Aura, Firestorm, Implosion. Mortal. How do you want to die? Ancient abyssal language emanated from the crack where the magic circle had vanished, and a colossal monster engulfed in raging flames slowly emerged from it. The temperature is rising dramatically. The Balrog is like a giant ball of fire. Any creature that gets close to it will be burned by its flames. It has a pair of demon horns and large demon wings behind it. The Balrog is over 4 meters tall and wields a massive abyss decapitation sword and an abyss flame whip. Elena quickly stepped back, took off the earring from her left ear, activated it, and placed it in Lydia's arms. A soft, shimmering light enveloped Lydia as she lay quietly on the open ground, untouched by any living creature. Guardian of Light legendary equipment: once activated, it can withstand attacks from enemies below the legendary level. Remember, it is what protects you. Running back to protect Naisha, Elena watched intently as the evil figure struggled to escape, silently whispering to herself. I am the protector of this country. I will destroy evil. This place is quite different from what I expected. A miniature space. That's true, otherwise it wouldn't be able to hold so many undead. The corpse giant's body was surprisingly spacious, and the passageways were more like a maze of underground cities. It's more like a construct than a living being. Constructed life. These are mechanical creations assembled from various materials by spellcasters, which are then imbued with life-giving and limited-use prayer spells. This includes, but is not limited to, various types of golems such as clay golems, steel golems, and diamond golems, as well as construct mechanical guards. They are the mage's favorites, generally possessing immense power and astonishing defensive capabilities, and are an essential defensive force in mage towers. So this friend is a golem? A flesh golem? The flesh golem is a cruel thing. Some necromancers sew stolen human limbs together to form a single piece. The body of a flesh golem must come from a human corpse that has not yet shown signs of decay. Assembling the golem requires at least 6 different corpses. 1 limb, 1 torso including the head, and 1 brain. Sometimes more bodies are needed. The flesh golem cannot speak, but it can emit all sorts of hoarse roars. When walking and moving, the flesh golem's steps are stiff, as if it cannot fully control its body. But this guy's is way too big. After estimating her current location, Shelley hesitated for a moment, then added, I was referring to body type. Could it be a colossal flesh golem? Colossal flesh golem, made from the body parts of giants, the flesh golem is more robust and terrifying than ordinary ones. The giant flesh golem stands before its enemies, blasting them to dust with its titan-like strength. Using her ethereal abilities, Shelley traversed rapidly within its body. It's very loose. I was referring to the defensive forces. Shelley explored the room, occasionally dodging several lost-looking skeletons and mummies. It feels like a half-finished product. This necromancer has quite a few ideas of his own. This is equivalent to half of his wizard tower. His internal defenses were naturally very strong, but he never expected to encounter a succubus who could traverse the ethereal dimension. Found it. He saw a peculiar room. Instead of trying to break the seal on the door, he passed directly through the fleshy wall on the side. Who would be so basic as to need to pick a lock? A true gentleman never sneaks in or picks locks. You are a disgrace to succubi. Go steal someone else's heart. What's the point of stealing? Don't say that, everyone is clearly happy. Am I that kind of person? Have you no shame? Cough, cough, cough. Behind the wall was a typical necromancer's room, dark and cold, with the faint wails of the dead echoing through the air. A dense concentration of negative energy gathers here, only to be constantly dispersed, unable to coalesce into vengeful spirits. The various bottles and jars contain parts of the bodies of all sorts of strange and exotic creatures: mermaid tails, fishman's gills, orcish canine teeth, werewolf pelts. Shelley even saw several blood samples from the red dragon. As expected of a legendary mage. The spoils are truly abundant. A fully prepared mage is the hardest to defeat. But correspondingly, the spoils they gave were also the most plentiful. Only adult dragons possess greater treasures than them. A single piece of equipment they carry might be more expensive than a whole set of equipment for some poor, lowly warriors. Not to mention those mage towers that cost millions of gold coins. It's quite common for a mage's tower to be paid off in installments over 100 years. What does 1,000,000 gold coins mean? 10 gold coins, regulated by the temple of the goddess of wealth, are enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably for 2 years. A serf estate owned by a southern noble family might only yield a few hundred gold coins a year. But in reality, real gold and silver coins are rarely seen in the mage tower. Only pure gold and pure silver were used in emergency situations. They are often broke, even though they are actually very rich. Because they exchanged all their wealth for magical equipment, spellcasting materials, experimental materials. Fortunately, the mage's experimental materials are all easy to sell. That orc won't be able to find this place anytime soon. Let me find out where your heart is hidden. Shelley never believed that William would obediently carry his vital organs on his body. Oh. This is really interesting. I like your idea. It is my great honor. Chapter 79: That organ that neither men nor women can live without. Glug. In the center of the quiet, dimly lit room stood a transparent glass tank that was 2 people tall. Glug. The shriveled heart floating inside suddenly began to grow rapidly. Soon, a William, whose entire body was bluish-gray, appeared in the tank. Static cloning technique: 9th ring. While the original is alive, the clone remains static. Once the original dies, the soul is transferred to the clone. This is the second reason why the old necromancers are so hard to kill. The other is the art of concealing life. Suddenly opening his eyes, he saw William walk out. Cough, cough, cough. Damn slave. William's expression relaxed as he controlled the robes to fly onto his body with the power of a mage's hand. But in that case, she should be dead. Now, As soon as he stepped out of the vat, he felt something on his neck. Who? It's your dream. Dream. A gentle and charming voice echoed in his ears, and a special feeling welled up in his heart. His organs, which hadn't been stimulated for over a century, suddenly reacted. It jumped. That man's most precious organ. Once it's gone. That organ that makes life impossible. The large blood vessel was filled with blood, and it throbbed violently twice. That's right. William, the 300-year-old single necromancer, sensed it again. His heart. This organ is indispensable for both men and women. Thump. What's going on? William felt that the current situation was very strange. He encountered something unexpected in his precious treasure. Etc. The room in front of me looked as if it had been violently compressed, with blood gushing out from every corner. The space is getting smaller and smaller, and the pressure is getting greater and greater. What? William wanted to cast the instant cast spell he had prepared, but he couldn't sense any magic power at all. What on earth happened? He wanted to turn back, but the intense fear in his heart made him unable to control his body in the slightest. Why don't you turn around and look at me? You clearly wanted to see it so much. A plaintive voice came from behind, like an innocent young girl complaining about her clumsy lover. Thump, thump. He was covered in cold sweat. He suppressed his fear, reached for the spare staff beside him, and swung it behind him with all his might. Go to hell. Eek. The scene before him gave him an immense shock. He saw the throne of the Tower of the Dead, but the Tower Master sitting on it was not dressed as usual. The master of the Soul Tower, who dealt with corpses all day and was always deathly still, more like a ghost than a spirit himself, was now. She was wearing flesh-colored lace gauze and gave me a flirtatious wink. Ugh. What on earth is going on? With a smile on her face, the Lord of the Tower of the Dead gently removed a portion of her veil. With an unnatural, deathly flush on his face, the withered old man with the white beard whispered. Didn't I already say that? It's a dream. Dream? This kind of thing appears in my dreams? This indescribable thing. Should it really exist in this world? This must be a dream. As the wall drew ever closer, William resignedly closed his eyes. That's right. This must be, something's not right. Wrong. My heart has stopped beating. He no longer needs his heart to supply him with blood, instead, it serves as a place to hide his soul. Opening his eyes, he saw no longer the surreal, ghostly tower master, but instead the eerie succubus. It will still jump. If you want to ask how I knew? Because, it's right in my hands. Thump 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 thump. The succubus lay half reclined in the air, scrutinizing herself with a mocking gaze, a bright red heart still pounding in her hand. William swallowed hard, his throat dry. He looked at Shelley with a puzzled expression, then roared. Who are you? Put. Shelley suddenly crushed the heart in her hand, and blood spurted from her hand. He then shook his hand in disgust, looked at William, who was on the verge of collapse, and chuckled. Didn't I already tell you? It's a succubus. The room before him shattered completely. In his last moments of consciousness, William saw the cold killing intent in the eyes of the smiling succubus. So, it's a succubus. Excellent. You are truly talented. Yeah. Beautiful fallen racial trait, succubi can pass through walls like ghosts, whispering forbidden pleasures in the ears of their sleeping victims. The victim, in their sleep, gradually succumbs to their dark desires and is eventually corrupted by the succubus. Once they are corrupted, the succubus will kill them and cast them into the lower planes. The ultimate goal, to harvest souls. Everything William saw was influenced by Shelley's allure. So, from the very beginning, Shelley had told him. This is a dream. She crushed the withered heart completely and took out the huge soul crystal inside, which was tinged with blood. Desperate soul crystal, legendary artifact, this soul once belonged to a wicked necromancer. It still contains immense power. Souls. The hard currency in nether trade. The soul is the wealth of all. The value of the soul surpasses everything else. Silver coins are called disaster coins in hell because demons feel a burning sensation when they touch them. Therefore, transactions in lower planes are all conducted using souls as the bargaining chip. Tossing William's soul crystal in the air, listening to the furious howls emanating from it, Shelley murmured to himself with a touch of melancholy. However, Naisha and the others eliminated this necromancer a bit too quickly. In just a short while, William's spirit returned, and I almost didn't finish setting things up. Am I holding everyone back? It's a little embarrassing. But, well, men, there's nothing wrong with going a little slower. Alright, the potential trouble is completely resolved. There's only one orc robe left. Friendly reminder. The queen, princess, and maid are surrounded by the aura of Balrog. What? It's a rather unique Baloro demon. This is really concerning. It's decided. Trigger a legendary quest. Start the legendary quest, the best of the abyss. First time in office. Shut up, you idiot. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Oh shit. How could I possibly bring myself to do that? You. No. 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 Just kidding. Do I look like I'm indiscriminate in my choices? Kill it. TSK, don't you like that powerful physique? What a heartbreaking aesthetic. Shut up. It's the devil's taste that's truly flawed. Ignoring the system's sudden strange idea, Shelley's expression turned serious, and he quickly moved through the corpse giant. We need to resolve this problem quickly. Then go and kill that Balrog. I won't listen to you this time. Chapter 80, A Fatal Kiss. A forced kiss of a half-beast. Ugh. Frustrated. Frustrated. Gar angrily traversed the labyrinth within the giant corpse's body, gradually ceasing to conceal his presence and destroying every guard he encountered. Damn it! Where's that succubus? Enraged, Gar smashed a skeleton soldier to pieces, then stopped and began furiously pounding the wall while shouting. Damn succubus, come out. Come out and fight me. Ea. Coward. Orcish language. Gar continued to vandalize the walls, no longer considering the consequences. His eyes were bloodshot, his muscles were bulging, and he began to make meaningless noises. Berserk mode, strength +3, constitution +3, sanity decreases. Lasts for 10 minutes, leaving you extremely exhausted. Orcs will feel the strong effects of emotions on their bodies. Rage will cause their bodies to suffer burning pain, insults will sting like strong acid, and grief will directly weaken their strength. Simply put, they are all single-minded and very easily provoked. Orcs are both irritable and gloomy. They tend to act first and think later, preferring to resort to force rather than engage in verbal arguments. However, most of the orcs who managed to survive in civilized lands possessed some self-control rather than being insanely aggressive and violent. The boy in front of me, Gar, doesn't look like a smart kid at all. All brawn and no brains. This is really. Peeking out from not far behind him, Shelley looked at the orc excavator in front of him with some emotion. Even though he is not known for his strength, judging from the damage Gar caused, his strength is over 20 points. 10 points of strength is the standard strength of an average person who doesn't engage in heavy physical labor. Attribute points are not a fixed value that increases by a fixed amount with each point, rather, they are more like a multiplication. A score of 15 is equivalent to the level of a bodybuilder. Strength above 18 points starts to get quite exaggerated. They can run and march while wearing 60-pound full body armor, and they can fight with bayonets for half an hour while carrying weapons weighing over 100 pounds. As for the 20 points of extraordinary power, a simple analogy can be used. Polar bear. These are colossal creatures weighing over a ton and standing over 4 meters tall. They are the standard for 20 points of extraordinary strength. If it weren't for their naturally high strength attribute, many melee professionals would find it difficult to raise their extraordinary strength to 20 points. In Godhood, attribute points are arguably the hardest thing for ordinary players to improve. You can only gain 1 free attribute point for every 2 job levels. Even if you reach level 20 and enter the legendary realm, you will only get 10 free attribute points. It was precisely for this reason that Shelley was amazed at how talented he was. Aside from perception, they are all very close to having extraordinary attributes. You are a legend who truly makes me feel so inexperienced. A mocking voice softly appeared behind Gar. Upon hearing Shelley's voice, the bloodthirsty Gar vanished from Shelley's sight. Shadow dimension travel. The next moment he appeared in front of Shelley, his face contorted with rage as he pierced Shelley's heart with his claws. Die. 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 Orcish language. Gar crushed Shelley's heart with a brutal force. Blood trickled from Shelley's lips, and his mocking gaze gradually lost its light. Health points too low, critically injured. Severely damaged heart. Suffering from bleeding injury. Expected to die completely within 1 minute. Ha, ha. As Gar raised Shelley's body high, the bloodshot in his eyes gradually faded, and a feeling of powerlessness welled up inside him. Finally, we killed the damned demon. Well. Enchanting gaze divinity. Gar suddenly felt his body stiffen, and a strange purple light flashed in his eyes as he stared blankly at the hanging corpse. You're really green. Cough, cough, cough. You have the power of a legend but nothing to back it up. But I don't have much experience. His chest was pierced and his heart was ripped out, but Shelley's expression was one of extreme pleasure. You had the chance to aim for the brain, so why did you aim for the heart? Gar froze, watching helplessly as Shelley reached out and pulled him close to her face. Your willpower might not even be as strong as that of a monk who has just entered the 2nd tier. She really is, as fragile as a child. Shelley pressed her face close to Gar's ugly, grotesque cheek, gently grasped his cheek, and then suddenly thrust her face close to his. A deadly kiss. Ugh hi. Aha. Crimson spiritual energy flowed from Gar's large mouth and was then sucked into Shelley's mouth, which was 2 fingers away from him. Ah. Gar's body began to convulse violently, all the muscles in his body began to twitch, as if many insects were crawling and gnawing under his muscles. The sharp claws mercilessly pierced his skull, churning inside his mind. His mind grew weaker and weaker, and all sensation in his body gradually faded. In the last moments of clarity, he saw the succubus gag slightly, as if she were nauseous. Vomit. Shelley, his face contorted in pain, glared fiercely at Gar's withered body, spat, and said, Remember next time, aim for their vital points. Also, power that doesn't belong to you is not something you should easily take. And one more thing. And one more thing. Remember to brush your teeth in your next life. Thump. Gar's shriveled body lay limply on the ground, as if it had been drained dry. Gar, I don't have a single drop left. Why didn't you just kiss her? Are you out of your mind? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Gender aside, how am I supposed to bite that stinking mouth? Shelley almost threw up her dinner from the night before when she recalled what had just happened. This skill seals against men. Really? Real. From now on, I'll only go to suck up to sweet and soft young ladies. Yeah. Low vitality. Low vitality. 30 seconds left until complete death. 30. Looking down at his empty chest, Shelley, without bothering to plunder Gar's corpse, grabbed his soul crystal and hurriedly staggered towards the giant corpse. Charge. 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 I don't want to die like this. 25. What exactly do you want to do? Elena frowned as she looked at the enormous creature before her. Contrary to the legends, this Baylor demon was actually wearing full armor. Although the manufacturing process is not outstanding, it is clear that the materials are excellent, and there may even be a lot of refined gold mixed in. What am I supposed to do? Didn't you summon me? Why are you asking me what I need to do? The raging flames obscured the Balrog's expression, but the two women could vaguely sense a strong sense of mockery emanating from its gaping maw. A legendary warlock, a high-ranking warrior, how about this? I only need the souls of 10,000 mortals, then I'll return to the abyss. What do you say? Otherwise, I'll go and bring death and fire to the nearest city. Malice, displayed without any attempt at concealment. Chapter 81 High Dragon Alliance, Summoning the Silver Dragon. Are you threatening us? Elena narrowed her eyes, staring at the demon before her without flinching. Although she was not even half the height of Baylor, her aura was not inferior. A common language? That's not entirely unacceptable. Abyssal language. Yes. I am threatening you. The enormous demon wings flapped twice, and it swung its massive decapitation sword once before floating into the sky, dodging one of Elena's attacks. To be honest, I don't really like being summoned. If it weren't for the fact that he was offering a legendary soul as a price, I wouldn't have bothered with it at all. But now, his soul is not in my hands. Somewhat annoyed, Baylor Fire Demon lashed out at the air with his whip, then angrily coiled a tree around in his hand and burned it to ashes. No matter who interfered, I can't come to the material world and gain nothing. What do you decide, mortals? A weakened legendary warlock, a warrior on the verge of becoming legendary. Great. Now that you've obtained your soul, you can leave this place easily. Elena sensed disdain from its posture, and felt the veins on her forehead bulge as she prepared to activate the new equipment. Suddenly, the flesh golem that had been standing still since William's death trembled. All three of them turned their gazes to that spot at the same time, and then they saw Shelley burst out of the flesh golem's chest. Shelley had a large, gaping hole in his chest, his heart was nowhere to be seen, and blood stained the demonic markings on his upper body. But his expression was serious, showing no sign of his own pain. He held a shriveled head in his left hand and a broken heart in his right. Shelley looked miserable at this moment, but he was also awe-inspiring. Because the lingering scent on the two items in his hands indicated legend. A succubus? Is she a servant of the succubus queen? But this aura doesn't seem quite right. Baylor, the Baylor demon, glanced at Shelley, who was shrouded in an aura of slaughter, and thought to himself with some surprise. The instant its consciousness shifted from Naisha to Shelley, Naisha's suppressed magic suddenly erupted. She raised her right hand high, pointing to the sky, and her long closed lips parted slightly, letting out a delicate shout. Follow your promise to me. Descend, allies of the half-elves. Dragon language. Higher Dragon Pact 9th ring spell, summons up to 3 dragons who have signed a pact with you to fight for you. You will be paid accordingly after the battle. What? Balrog looked at the warlock in front of him in disbelief, who had suddenly become incredibly dangerous. It's like a weak and easily bullied high demon suddenly transforming into a high and mighty demon duke. She's not a newly ascended legendary warlock. She's at least a high-level legendary. Buzz. The air began to tremble violently at Naisha's voice, and an invisible force descended upon the battlefield. Dragon's might. No. It is a high-level dragon's might. A huge crack appeared above Naisha's fingers. Cross-dimensional summoning. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar emanated from the rift, instantly spreading throughout the entire forest and even reaching the outer city of Lunt. Some domestic animals began to let out fearful howls. Those who vaguely heard the roar felt short of breath and their bodies stiffened instantly. What happened? Something's happened. Something's happened. As they galloped toward the battlefield, the horses beneath Bishop William and his entourage reared up and neighed in terror. It's dragon's might. How could a dragon appear? Everyone dismount. All the knights suppressed their fear and struggled to avoid falling off their horses. Bishop William's expression changed as he watched the skeletal figure emerge from the darkness in the distance, suppressing his inner fear. Draw your weapon. Alert! The enemy has appeared. 3 enormous, silvery white figures flew out from the rift. They were all similar in size and were all adult silver dragons. The smooth muscle lines have a powerful beauty. Unlike the bluish-gray scales with silver spots on the hatchlings, the scales of the adult silver dragon are almost indistinguishable. The smooth skin looks incredibly gorgeous under the reflection of the flames. It's like a beautiful statue made entirely of silver. As the silver dragon aged, its pupils became increasingly faint, eventually making its eyes look like mercury spheres. To reiterate, dragons, as long as they're well fed and rested, you can sleep your way to legendary status. Shelley, I can sleep my way to legend too. Without hesitation, the 3 of them spread their wings and pounced on the Baylor flame demon in the sky, their gaping maws filled with icy dragon breath. Damn warlock! The Balrog was extremely frustrated by the sudden turn of events. The warlock, who had been easily manipulated, had suddenly become an extremely terrifying enemy and had even summoned a 3-headed dragon. The current situation isn't about whether it can return to the abyss. The question isn't whether they can even survive. It flew angrily at the 3 dragons that were breathing icy breath at it. Damn silver dragon! Summon demons! Abyss language. Summon demons special ability, Balrog can guarantee the summoning of 30 fearful demons, 3 berserker demons, or 1 soul slayer demon, temptress demon, 6-armed serpent demon, or another Balrog. A much larger Balrog appeared in the sky, and it looked more like the Balrog from the Mortal story than the previous Balrog. His massive muscles bulged and rippled, his body wreathed in fierce flames, and his enormous eyes held a destructive desire for all things beautiful. Who summoned me? Whom? Before it could even figure out what was happening, it felt 3 icy dragon breaths strike it, and it immediately roared in fury. Die, you bug! Roar! It let out a meaningless roar and then launched an attack on the 3 dragons it loathed. Baylor, the chaotic evil. Silver dragon lawful good. The factions are completely in conflict. The intense factional conflict made it join the battle without asking any questions. Roar! 5 figures clashed fiercely in the sky, and the huge impact and explosion illuminated the sky. Adult silver dragon attributes: Strength 27, Agility 10, Constitution 25, Intelligence 16, Perception 13, Charisma 21. Judging from the stats alone, the silver dragon seems to be inferior to the Balrog, but as legendary creatures, neither of them will die easily. Moreover, the silver dragon's breath is a freezing breath. Its damage compared to the Balrog's breath is still higher than that of other dragons. Unexpectedly, his appearance would become the trigger for the battle. Ignoring the dragons and demons flying in the sky, Shelley staggered to the side of the 2 women. Shelley, X2. Ignoring their worried gazes, Shelley knelt on one knee before them and weakly spoke. My time is running out. I have something to say. 20. Chapter 82 The Unspoken Vow. 20. Click. Shelley could almost picture a huge, magnificent white bone clock in his mind, and he could hear the clicking sound in his ears. Life or death, success or failure, hinges on this one battle. False life. 100. When Elena saw Shelley's miserable state, all her strength and pretense vanished, and tears welled up in her eyes. No, 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 no. Shelley. Your body. Elena rushed to Shelley's side, wanting to hug him, but fearing she might break this fragile porcelain doll, she could only anxiously look at Natya. Heal. Natya. Heal me. Right. Nasha wanted to cast a healing spell, but found that she couldn't use any magic at the moment. The consequences of continuously overdrawing one's physical limits by using ninth circle magic have appeared. Furthermore, the cost of repeatedly using super magic techniques to cast 9th level spells was no less than that of using 10th level spells. She felt as if her body was a dried up pond, unable to squeeze out even a trace of magic. Helplessly watching Shelley's breath slowly fade away, tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. Shelley! Shelley! Am I really going to lose you today? Why didn't I cherish that time before? Get back to the city. There's still time. You definitely can make it. Listen to me. Shelley's weak voice shattered the glimmer of hope that had risen in Elena's heart. She was not a noblewoman who had never been to the battlefield, she could tell from Shelley's current condition. There was nothing that could be done. Why? I'm still waiting for your explanation. You. Fraud. Taking a deep breath, Shelley glanced at the two sorrowful women before him, pursed his lips, and resolutely lowered his head. In the scorched forest, 3 silver dragons were locked in a fierce battle with 2 Baylor demons in the dim sky. On the ground lay a succubus radiating light, kneeling on one knee before the 2 beautiful women. It felt like stepping into a scene from a mythological epic. 80. Remove the stone skin technique. Blood began to flow from the wound, and Shelley relinquished control of her body's muscles. 60. The massive demonic wings on her back retracted, and her aura plummeted in an instant. Shelley lowered her head and said weakly, I don't know if I can keep going, so I have something I want to tell you. A prestigious position compels you to become powerful. Everyone only saw your strength, but I saw the softness in your heart. I have never regretted meeting you, nor have I regretted admiring you. If no one understands your heart, then I want to be the only one who can enter your heart. My current position doesn't allow me to stand openly by your side, but my feelings for you have never changed. With a struggle, Shelley raised her hand to stop the 2 women from uttering the words they were about to say, and continued with a smile. If our meeting was an arrangement of fate, then I hope that our fates can be intertwined forever. If I can't accompany you on the journey of life. 40. Dispel demon form. 30. The magic runes on her body disappeared, and the mottled bloodstains became more obvious on Shelley's body. Shelley's slightly increased height returned to normal, and his long hair turned back to silver gray, but the ends of his hair were stained red with blood. Shelley's eyes revealed a tender, lingering look. He tried to take a deep breath, but was choked by the rush of blood. Shelley choked up at this moment, looking at the 2 beauties in front of him with tears streaming down their faces, tears also sliding down his cheeks. Don't cry. You should be smiling now. Shelley's mind was no longer focused on the next steps, what to say, or what expression to make. I can't remember any of it. My mind is filled with all the little moments I spent with them. Naisha's languid nobility at first sight, the majestic gaze of a goddess seeing a lost puppy, and the fleeting pity that gently mocked her. However, after spending time together, she gradually opened up to him and became very accommodating, creating a huge contrast that was captivating. The misunderstanding at their first meeting, Elena's optimism, positivity, justice, and kindness, and her later ruthless tyrannical nature are all in stark contrast. Yet, he showed leniency and tolerance towards his illegitimate son, a suitor he pursued. They are both strong and fragile, beautiful and powerful. They are admired and respected by many, yet they yearn for someone to be their safe haven. Their radiant smiles, their sorrowful tears, their feigned anger, their lingering gazes at parting. Other figures flashed by: Lilith, timid yet stubborn; Lydia, gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. Seriously, can you even see the revolving lantern? Tasting the faint bitterness at the corner of her mouth, Shelley forced a smile and slowly said, Then I hope that my soul will always protect you. The voice, filled with genuine emotion, drowned out the 2 sides battling in the sky, and amidst the frozen debris and the flashes of explosions, veiled the figures of the 3 in a hazy white mist. The world before her eyes grew increasingly blurry. Looking at the white veils on Naisha and Elena's heads, Shelley suddenly thought of this. It's like at a wedding. If only I weren't going to die. 20. Having restrained the 4 small hands that were trying to support him, Shelley's eyes grew weaker and weaker, but his feeble voice suddenly changed. My vow. I haven't made it to you yet. Like a final burst of energy before death, his voice became clear and sincere as he spoke. Under the gaze of all things in this world, I am willing to make this vow. My queen, I swear to you. I will become the sword in your hand, clearing away all enemies for you. Even if it's a god. I'll be at the forefront. I will be your shield, protecting you from all harm the world may inflict upon you. Regardless of public criticism or the malice of hell and the abyss. From this day forward, I will be your knight, whether in the mortal realm, the abyss, or heaven. No one can stop my loyalty to you. My feelings for you. 5. Are you willing? Her weakened body could no longer hold on, and Shelley collapsed into a soft space, her consciousness fading into darkness. 3. In his hazy consciousness, he felt something soft and gentle touching the top of his head. Naisha and Elena's small hands touched in mid-air, and they stared at each other with tearful, angry eyes. But neither woman was in the mood to argue at this moment. They remained steadfast, pressing their hands firmly on Shelley's head, and said, choking back tears, "I do. 2. I've always been willing. 2. Their voices, a mixture of sorrow and emotion, reached Shelley's heart. 1. Chapter 83 Tears of Regret and the Two Women's Resolve. As soon as the two women finished speaking, Shelley's body began to glow. Shelley. Shelley. You. Miracle. It didn't happen. Elena and Naisha's excited expressions froze. The light emanating from Shelley's body gradually faded, and a final smile remained on his lips. As Shelley's body gradually lost its vitality, Naisha and Elena's expressions also turned sorrowful. The corners of her lips unconsciously lifted after hearing their reply. Elena, trembling, gently kissed Shelley's tears, her own bitterness mingling with them, and whispered in Shelley's ear. Fraud. They all lied and said they wanted me to come back. In the end, no one came back. You're all liars. I hate you, I hate you. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, and Elena's lips trembled. Finally, she pressed her lips against Shelley's lips, which were gradually growing cold. As she tasted the flavor on her lips, Elena could no longer hold back her tears. So this is what a kiss tastes like. It's not the sweet, heartwarming emotion described in novels. Only bitterness, bloodshed, and endless sorrow and regret. This was the worst experience ever. Wa'ada. I hate you. Holding Shelley's body, Elena knelt painfully on the scorched earth, looking up at the sky, tears streaming down her cheeks, staring blankly at the increasingly intense battle in the air. Beside her, Naisha also felt her knees buckle and collapsed to her knees on the ground, powerless. Looking at Shelley's smiling face at the end, Natya felt as if a hole had been created in her heart. An unfillable, unhidden, enormous void. A heart sealed away for 200 years, which was gradually opening its defenses under Shelley's provocation. It broke. A heart that had been barely pieced together has shattered once again, completely and utterly. If. With her head down, Naisha unconsciously began to mutter to herself. If I had accepted his vow sooner, would he have survived? Wouldn't it be better for him to be a proper paladin than his current situation? No, I can't think about it. The more I think about it, the more upset I feel. Throughout her long 200-year life, she witnessed countless deaths of relatives, friends, and comrades in arms. This is the first time I've been separated from my loved one. A complete separation. I never imagined you would die in my arms. The man she loved most died in her arms. Am I really a jinx? The Fate Master is both the most steadfast believer in fate and the least steadfast in it. But at this moment, she couldn't help but think that it was her own fault. Perhaps it really is as they cursed it to be. I sacrificed my family, comrades, and friends to gain my strength. Endless chaos washed over her mind, and for a moment she couldn't even tell what she was thinking. After he met me, his life took a turn for the worse. Otherwise, he's just a carefree duke's illegitimate son. Yes. It's my fault. If it weren't for me. Just as Naisha was lost in thought, an angry shout jolted her awake. Stop wallowing in self-pity. Naisha was suddenly lifted up from her kneeling position, and she looked at the princess in confusion. You. Holding Shelley's body in one arm, Elena grabbed Naisha's collar with the other, her eyes red and tearful as she glared at Naisha and said, He didn't die in sorrow. Shelley. He came to save you. Shelley needs no tears. A fallen knight needs no tears. Crystalline tears slid down her face. Elena's expression was pained, but she continued, enunciating each word clearly. He is a knight. A knight who gave his life for the beliefs in his heart. Victory. Survive. That's the best answer for him. As her grip tightened, she gently placed Naisha back on the ground, then knelt down and wept bitterly. He doesn't need sympathy. Don't let me look down on you. Natya. The Queen of the Half-Elves. Queen. His Majesty. My Queen. Your Majesty Elena. His Majesty. Countless shouts echoed in Naisha's mind, resounding loudly in her ears. In the capital city of Il, countless people shouted for their own coronation. Those half-elves, dressed in tattered clothes, some even in shackles, who had fled to Il and knelt in tears. Throughout the long campaign, countless soldiers suffered injuries and disabilities due to delayed medical treatment. And then there are the children who were captured and sold into slavery shortly after birth. They still need me. Naisha's sorrowful tears flowed uncontrollably, and she did not wipe them away, but simply rose from the ground. She went over and hugged Elena's trembling shoulders, kissed her forehead, and whispered, "Thank you. My sister. You're right, we still have things to do. My people, your people. We cannot fall here." People? Elena paused in her sobs as her memories of the past few years flashed through her mind. It all started simply to make myself stronger, so that no one else would be sad. But in these years of training, there are those people who smile after receiving help. I have truly felt joy in my heart. Elena pursed her lips, stood up, looked at the equally haggard half-elf queen, and nodded. The two didn't say anything more, but walked to Lydia's side and gently placed Shelley beside her. Elena wiped away her tears, looked directly at Naisha, and said, "I don't know to whom Shelley said his last words. But he said the queen. That's why I want to be queen." With a determined gaze, Elena's aura continued to rise. "This time, it's not for the people. I did it all just for my own selfishness, for my..." She looked at Naisha without fear and said firmly, "Lovers." "Lover? Queen?" Naisha's eyes softened, and she gently ruffled Elena's hair, saying softly, "This will be a difficult road. But I believe you can keep going." Neither woman dwelled on who Shelley was addressing with her final words. They were both aware of each other's existence and understood the significance of the other to Shelley. As for who it was said to, it's meaningless now. Anyway, they all felt like they were talking to themselves. Now, there are still a few problems to deal with. Yes, I will make them pay the price. The flames of rage were about to engulf the two of them. Someone always has to pay the price. Chapter 84: The Cunning Demon. Boom! 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 The battle in the sky became completely one-sided after the enraged Elena and Naisha joined in. A dragon can be seen as a legendary warrior with semi-spellcasting abilities. Dragons have extremely high natural armor and are the top-tier tanks. With the blessing of legendary items, Elena can barely be considered a legendary warrior. With 4 legendary warriors and a lone legendary warlock eyeing them, the two Balrogs grew increasingly apprehensive as the battle progressed. At this moment, the differences between the two Baylor flame demons became apparent. Although that somewhat strange Baylor demon kept shouting slogans, it didn't actually charge to the front. Instead, they would deliberately let the later Balrog be attacked from time to time. The Balrog had gone berserk, grabbing a silver dragon and burning it relentlessly, ignoring the attacks from the others. Soon after, the Balrog, which appeared later, released the silver dragon from its embrace after being struck by Elena's fatal sword. The utterly miserable silver dragon slammed its wings against its body violently. Roar! The silver dragon's enraged attack became the final straw that broke its back. Blood splattered, and it howled angrily. I'll remember you all. Don't let me meet you in the abyss." Burning body explosion. Its entire body was engulfed in flames. It transformed into a gigantic fireball, like a giant bomb. It exploded with a loud bang. Boom! 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 Burning explosion. When the Balrog dies, it will immediately explode in a dazzling flash. All creatures within a 30-meter radius will be affected by the blast and suffer over 100 damage. Roar! With a mournful howl, the last silver dragon was sent flying backwards in a miserable state, seriously injured. Meanwhile, the Balrog that appeared earlier opened a portal between planes while Naisha and the other silver dragons were retreating. Humph. I'll remember you all. And that's Succubus. Waiting for you to be reborn from the abyss once more. I'll make you experience what it means to wish you were dead. An angry roar echoed in the air, still thick with the lingering heat. Ha, ha. It's over. Naisha and Elena both felt as if they had lost all their strength, and they were panting heavily. Nobody noticed. When the Balrog exploded, many streams of light flew into the protective shield along with the aftershocks of the explosion. Those streaks of light swiftly entered Shelley's body and disappeared in an instant. Shelley's fingers twitched slightly, but then fell silent again. When demons and devils are summoned to the material world, they are mostly just projections of themselves and a portion of their power. Very few reckless people will actually descend into the material world in their true form. Between absolutely not going to die and possibly going to die, I believe very few people would choose the wrong answer. Of course, demons are something like that. The Chaos faction has always been known for producing idiots. There will always be a few kids who can't think straight. One level of the bottomless abyss. On his throne in his magnificent palace of bones, Baylor, the Balrog, suddenly flew into a rage and attacked all the creatures in the palace. Damn mortals. Damn silver dragon. And that damn, divinity. Why has my divinity decreased? I have. Its angry roar echoed throughout the entire palace, and all the demon servants who heard it trembled and lowered their heads. Afraid that she would become a pathetic creature for her master to vent his frustrations on. In another dimension, the Balrog wearing armor snorted. It crushed the wineglass in its hand, spilling the lava like drink onto the table. The other patrons in the tavern were all taken aback by what had suddenly happened. After a brief silence, someone began to ask with a smile. "Oh, Roy, this isn't like you. How did you manage to crush the cup? Ha 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 ha. Aren't you just causing trouble for the boss?" An angel with pure white wings on his back was embracing a fallen angel woman, raising his glass towards Roy's position and laughing loudly. This is not what civilized people should do. The Balrog Roy waved his hand, first gesturing to the mind flayer behind the bar, then turning back to shout at the fallen angel in the angel's arms. "Keep an eye on your man. Don't let him go looking for those succubi again, or he'll fall into depravity sooner or later." The black-haired fallen angel chuckled upon hearing this and said seductively, "What's wrong with being decadent? But, darling, what's the deal with those succubi?" The angel's expression changed drastically halfway through Roy's sentence. He tried to get up, but the fallen angel in his arms pressed him firmly back down on the stool. Only then did he hurriedly speak. "Let me explain." The quiet tavern immediately became noisy, turning back into a chaotic scene filled with whistles. Roy stood up, walked outside, looked at the vast and boundless outer realm and the sky, and sighed silently. "I made a wasted trip and now I'm even resented by the legendary warlock. But..." Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on Roy's face, and he chuckled. "Go find me. You won't find me in the abyss. Ha 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 ha. Because I'm in Sigil. Imprint City, the city of gates, a city with portals to all planes. It is located in the intermediate plane known as the outer domain, between the material plane and the outer plane." Feeling much better, Roy quickly disappeared around the corner of the street. Few seasoned adventurers would believe the words of a demon. Because countless bloody tragedies have taught later generations a lesson. The devil, cunning and treacherous. Broken promise. Allies, please go and destroy those undead creatures. Come with me to the half-elf kingdom to collect your reward. The silver dragon in the lead was charred black and bleeding. It was the one that was most seriously injured. The silver dragon humbly lowered its head and respectfully said, "As you wish, Your Majesty, King of Il. However, regarding the compensation." It glanced at Shelley behind the two women, and although it was very curious, its intuition told it. "Absolutely not." It glanced at it casually and said in a deep voice, "We will retrieve it from Il ourselves, so there is no need for Your Majesty to trouble yourself." Naisha followed the gaze to Shelley, said nothing more, and waved for them to hurry up and take care of the last bit of trouble. Roar! Upon receiving the order, the two less wounded silver dragons flew up from the ground and headed towards Lunt. He casually unleashed streams of dragon breath at the undead that appeared along the way. Chapter 85, Hypocritical Gentleman. In the wilderness in front of the northern forest, knights and out-of-control undead are engaged in a fierce battle. "Your Majesty Bishop. We can't hold on much longer." Within the realm of holy light, a one-armed knight fended off a charging skeleton soldier, turning back to roar at Bishop William. "Your Excellency. You should leave now. Let's go." William was no longer enjoying protection behind the others. Instead, he was also wielding his warhammer and fighting a group of skeleton soldiers. "Walk? Which way? Hold on. The people are behind us. Other temples will definitely send people. Victory is certain. For justice." Oh. The waning morale was roused once again, and the knights continued their endless battle against the undead. "Where are the people from the other temples? Why haven't we received any reinforcements yet?" Although he spoke lightly, William was the most anxious person inside. There was no support from other temples that should have arrived long ago, and not even any follow-up support from our own temple. Lord William. Rob's deep voice gave William a glimmer of hope, and he excitedly turned to look. Deputy Commander Rob. Have reinforcements arrived? No. Rob has no reinforcements. Only the pitch-black wilderness and the distant outline of the city of Rent were visible. Your Excellency, undead creatures have appeared in the city too. The others are trapped as well. Rob quickly dispatched the enemies in front of him, as if he were invincible in a horde of the dead, leaving limbs and broken bodies flying everywhere he went. It's the Deputy Commander. Rob's imposing presence emboldened the knights present, and they advanced triumphantly, making a significant inroad. Regardless of his character, at least his ability is real. The knight should be able to get back alive. Although William had never been particularly interested in this heir of the Pete family, he was still happy to have someone come to his aid. Careful! Lump forward! Rob's outburst interrupted William's thoughts. He paused instinctively, and then a strong sense of crisis surged into his heart. Danger! He was also an experienced soldier, and William did not hesitate much. Deciding to trust his comrade, he immediately rushed towards Rob, who was looking at him anxiously. Seeing Rob's anxious expression relax, William also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he's here. Put. Cough. What? William stared in disbelief at the long sword piercing his chest. Put. Rob quickly pulled the weapon out of William's heart, and William screamed in terror. Lord William! Lord William! How are you? Rob's hand was gripping William's neck, preventing him from making a sound. You, LOL. Staring angrily at Rob, who looked worried, William never expected this to happen. The vice commander of the knights. They've fallen. Seemingly sensing William's despair and anger, Rob lowered his head and chuckled softly in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't look at me like that. I'm not corrupt. Betray? Isn't it perfectly normal for nobles to do such things? After admiring William's hateful expression for a while, Rob shoved a black metal ball into William's mouth and covered it tightly. His voice changed, and he shouted at the surrounding knights. Lord William is seriously injured. I'll take the master back to the temple for treatment first. You all retreat slowly. As it was getting dark and they were busy defending against the enemy, none of the knights noticed what was happening here. Upon hearing this, they all shouted anxiously. Lord Rob! Quickly, take the bishop and leave. We'll hold them off here. Let's go. Deputy Commander. Let's go. Justice will prevail. Rob, with a deeply moved expression, said to the knights. Head east. There's reinforcements coming from the east. Brothers. I'll take the adults and go first. Urged on by the knights, Rob, fueled by the power of his painful struggle, ran quickly toward Lunt. No. You can't do that. You devil. William's angry gaze turned to despair, and he began to look at Rob pleadingly, tears streaming down his face. No. At least. Spare those knights. Some of them are just children. Alan is getting married to his childhood sweetheart next week, and I even agreed to be his witness. Gus's baby was only 2 weeks old, and his family still needed his support. Adam's father is still waiting for him to have a granddaughter. Rob raised an eyebrow, his palms wet with William's tears, as if he had seen a huge joke. They stopped laughing so hard they couldn't straighten their backs. Ha 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 ha. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, slightly out of breath. Is this what a faithful servant of God is like? Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. He looked in the direction and ran westward. Under a tall tree, there was a large, dug pit. Rob casually tossed the dying William into the pit, burying him as he did so, complaining all the while. I just dug this out with my sword, it was really hard work. Dealing with you is just the first step. Judging from the current situation, that bitch Elena has disappeared without a trace, which led to the heroic sacrifice of Bishop William and the Knights of the Knights Order. She can't escape blame for her dereliction of duty. Even if she's a princess, it won't make a difference. Looking mockingly into William's furious eyes, Rob laughed derisively. Royal power cannot influence divine power, but that's what you all say. Ha ha. Then I can definitely become the Grand Master of the Knights without any problem. Although I don't know why so many undead creatures have appeared, it must all be a mistake on the part of your temple. Slaughter a few more outlying villages. So resilient? Seeing William struggling to speak, Rob planted his longsword in the ground, squatted down beside him, and said, "Is there anything else you want to say?" The light in William's eyes was gradually fading. He tried to spit out the iron ball from his mouth, but he didn't have the strength. He could only muster his last strength to mumble, "Let you go. Knight. They are." Before he could finish speaking, Rob shoved another purple metal ball into his mouth and walked away. Ah, what a touching camaraderie. However, you should still die, there's not enough time. Roar. What? A terrifying dragon roar echoed across the sky, and it was getting closer and closer. Rob's expression instantly turned to fear, and it took him a long time to recover before he quickly used his longsword to shovel dirt and bury William. "I must go now, Lord William. I hope you have sweet dreams here." With a determined look, Rob pulled out his dagger and stabbed his left arm several times before staggering toward Lunt, his face covered in cold sweat. Boom! Hearing the explosion coming from the woods behind him, Rob's twisted face broke into a satisfied smile. He. Chapter 86: Knights and Sacrifice. In the howling sky, the most seriously injured silver dragon carried the group towards Lunt's direction. Judging from the battle situation, they killed a legendary-level necromancer and a legendary-level orc assassin. They even seized the mage's tower and hundreds of years of collections. And all of this was achieved at the cost of a paladin apprentice. No matter who comes, they will all say it's a great victory. Apart from the poor paladin's family. On the back of the silver dragon, no one spoke. Naisha and Elena simply held the person in their arms and looked at Lunt, who was getting closer and closer in the distance. Kill. Justice. Suddenly, a shrill roar caught Elena's attention. She handed Shelley to Naisha and jumped off the silver dragon's back. "Natya, you hold Shelley for now, I'm going to check the situation down below." The silver dragon turned to look at Naisha, and with her nod, flapped its wings and slowly descended. "The payment hasn't been received yet, and this isn't over yet. The entire dragon crew are money grubbers. This is universally acknowledged. Greed for money, unless these two traits are known to almost everyone in the multiverse. After all, their obsessive love and desire to collect gold. This has severely impacted the gold reserves in the multiverse. It's even showing a subtle trend of influencing the exchange rate between gold and silver coins. The goddess of wealth has tried to sabotage these dragons that only take in and never give out more than once. If it weren't for the sheer number of legends surrounding dragons, and the fact that some ancient dragons were almost as powerful as gods. Dragons have long been hunted down by various forces. Elena landed without even drawing her sword, and quickly wiped out the few remaining ghouls and the half-crippled skeletons. It's Lady Elena. Commander. Dragon. Alert. Lady Elena, be careful. The silver dragon landed on the ground, glanced at them with its mirror-like eyes, then closed its eyes and lay down on the ground. Humans are interesting, but they always treat me like a bad guy. Snort. Silver dragons are the most social and friendly of all dragons, and they are always very interested in humans, these short-lived humanoid creatures. It's alright, it's not an enemy. You. Looking at the heavily wounded soldiers, Elena pursed her lips and asked with a touch of sadness. How are your casualties? The remaining knights bowed with difficulty. Although they were covered in wounds, the lead knight's face was full of pride, and he shouted. Reporting to the commander. The Shining Knights have suffered a total of 5 casualties, no, 5 dead. We have successfully stopped the undead from harming Lent. Elena looked at the skeletons scattered behind them and the traces of dragon breath, and took a deep breath. Her expression turned serious, and she forcefully struck the armor on her left breastplate, solemnly saying, Well done. You are valiant knights. He's a hero. The people of Lund will remember you. After calming the excited knights for a while, Elena suddenly frowned and asked in confusion. Did you set off on your own? Where is the leader of the team? There isn't even a priest. Suddenly remembering something, Guts, who had lost his arm, hurriedly called out to Elena. Lord William is wounded. The vice commander and His Holiness the Bishop have returned ahead of schedule. Rob. Elena suddenly remembered what Shelley had said in his room. He was drawn out by Cangreve's death. Is Bishop William in danger? Elena frowned slightly but didn't make a sound. After all, nothing had happened yet, and she couldn't just believe Shelley's side of the story. Are you coming back with me? Guts looked at the silver dragon, and at that moment the silver dragon opened its eyes and calmly looked at the wounded knights. Ride on my back? Conrad didn't really care in his eyes, these knights were also worthy of admiration. A group of soldiers who risked their lives? Seriously, humans are so interesting. Conrad didn't care, but Guts and the others couldn't help but care, if it weren't for Elena standing right in front of them. These weakened knights had long since collapsed to the ground. Especially since two enormous silver dragons had flown overhead earlier, their merciless glances nearly knocking them to the ground. No, Lady Elena. We're bringing our brothers home. Although their bodies were a mess, and their arms were hastily bandaged, their legs trembled incessantly before the unconscious dragon's aura. But their eyes were burning with a fierce light. They may be weak, but they were willing to give their lives for the people. They have every right to say to anyone that they are worthy of the name of knight. Okay. Be careful. Yes. Elena jumped onto the silver dragon, picked up Shelley again, and nodded to the knights below. During the flight, Conrad suddenly spoke. The knight's conviction is captivating. Elena and Naisha exchanged a glance. Looking at Shelley's face in her arms, her expression softened, and she answered softly. Yes. Fascinating. Shelley regained consciousness. He felt that everything was pitch black in front of him, and when he tried to open his eyes, the world in front of him had not changed. This is? Dead? Looking around, I found myself surrounded by endless darkness. Looking down, I saw that I was still the same as before I lost consciousness. He was shirtless, with a large hole in his chest, covered in blood but felt no pain. What's going on? Am I becoming blurred? Sighing helplessly at herself, Shelley began to wander through this desolate space. Suddenly, a genderless abyssal language echoed in the pitch-black space. Unwavering love until death and selfless sacrifice. Elena was so moved that her heart was almost overflowing. Naisha's heart is filled with only heartache for you. They simply don't have time to think about your wording. Did you anticipate this coming? She let out a long sigh, her somewhat uneasy mood easing, and replied listlessly. Finally, you've stopped flashing your phone in front of me. Do you like this? 99. Stop, stop, stop. Watching the snowflake-like data disappear before her eyes, Shelley sat down cross-legged speechlessly, thought for a moment, and said. There was an element of calculation involved at the beginning. What happened next? Later. A gentle smile appeared on Shelley's lips, his expression bittersweet as he whispered. By then, I couldn't tell the difference anymore. Reality, illusion, dream. And who can tell the difference? Oh, I see. The voice drew out its tone, then suddenly chuckled and said happily. In conclusion, let's start with a statement. He's dead. Chapter 87 Reasons and Transactions? Dead? Before Shelley could react, a giant pendulum clock fell from the sky. Thump! It slammed down hard in front of Shelley. It is about 3 meters tall and its entire body is made up of the bones of various creatures, making it ferocious and eerie. But it has a sinister beauty that makes you want to touch it carefully. Shelley looked at the enormous, distinctly demonic bone pendulum clock. The central skull pendulum is now completely still, as if time has stood still. Click. First question. The feeling of death. How about it? Hearing the pleasure in that tone, Shelley shook her head speechlessly. How about it? Looking at the gaping hole in her chest and the various wounds on her body, Shelley's expression became quite interesting. He shouted at the bizarrely shaped, enormous bone clock. This is terrible. Feeling the blood in my body gradually flowing away. I gradually lost feeling in my limbs. This feeling. This is terrible. Yeah? With an expression of utter speechlessness, Shelley lay down on the ground, looked up at the void of darkness, and slowly closed her eyes. And, seeing the woman you love shed tears. But you couldn't even wipe away their tears. This feels even worse. Oh, I see. Second question. Do you regret it? What are you regretting? There are so many. For example, the control over the body has been broken. Release your demon form. For example, the life or death fighting style against that thief. For example, he. A mocking smile echoed through the space. Even though she couldn't see the speaker's expression, Shelley could still imagine the wicked smile on his face. Your personality is absolutely terrible. Thanks. For example, follow Naisha and run over there. You're really not very smart. You could have survived if you had just listened to her. Shelley kept her eyes closed and did not react to the malicious questions. He even yawned and replied casually. I'll say it again, your personality is truly awful. First, whether I dispel the stone skin spell or the demon form, it only gives me a little more time. It really is only a tiny bit. It was less than half a minute. There wasn't even enough time for the fastest shooter. If this is enough. I apologize. It's completely useless. On the contrary, the effect after the removal is better. There is still a glimmer of hope. Let's take a gamble and see if we can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Win and you get a VIP room with young models, lose and you're forced into prostitution. Secondly, that desperate fighting style is essential. Although I don't know how that orc acquired his legendary power, his experience and skills are completely inadequate. Innocent. No, that's too young. It might not even be as good as the skills of a high-level rogue. But he really is a legend. In terms of strength, speed, and defense, he is a standard legendary melee fighter. And he's a legendary rogue. I can't even launch a sneak attack on him. Even getting around his back is difficult. Let alone backstabbing him. And another thing. Do you think I show up at any time like that? I'd been waiting there for ages. At a time when he was just exhausted and had little ability to discern, his thoughts and actions were suddenly interrupted. Moreover, I had the stone skin spell activated at the time, and I was ready to cast a fake life at any moment. You think I'm a brute? I laugh at your lack of brains. Finally opening his eyes, Shelley sat up from the ground, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the enormous skeletal clock. A smile appeared on his face. I've had regrets, I've had moments of hesitation, I've had moments of despair. I am a human being, a living, breathing human being, not an omnipotent hero from epic tales and myths. When I say I'm not afraid of death, I can't even believe myself. But I don't regret it. If I don't go with Naisha, Elena won't go either. Naisha has fallen into the orc's trap. She might not die, but she will definitely be seriously injured. If she is seriously injured, the entire half-elf kingdom will be in big trouble. The consequences would be far more serious than just a few deaths. Shelley couldn't remember whether the half-elf queen in his previous life was eventually deified, but he clearly remembered one thing. The orcs set a trap to ambush the half-elf queen and successfully crippled her. In their struggle for control of the land of Il, the orcs have been plotting against the half-elves. However, due to Naisha's strength, she has not yet taken any major action. In order to shift the balance of the war, the orc chieftain conspired with several legends from the Underdark to assassinate the half-elf queen. The battle that broke out in the capital of Il. That war of annihilation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The city was reduced to scorched earth and ruins, with countless deaths and injuries among both half-elves and half-orcs. The final outcome of the battle remains unknown, but the half-elf queen never appeared in people's sight again after that. The half-elves have lost their guardian spirit. The victorious orc seized the opportunity to occupy that land and established an orc kingdom. And the half-elf resumed his life of wandering. People's impression of this event is that of a lucky orc and a tragic half-elf. They didn't pay much attention to the main characters in the story, and didn't even make many jokes about them. They just treated it as a legendary event to chat about over tea. The tragic fate of the half-elves, and what exactly happened to the half-elf queen. Nobody cares. During the subsequent holy cataclysm, the orc chieftain, with the power of the orcs growing stronger, successfully hunted down a weak god and obtained his divine status. Then he was deified in one fell swoop. He became the racial god of the orcs. God of orcs. This event spurred many adventurers to unite and hunt down the gods. Although the success rate is ridiculously low, many people do succeed. So you're saying you're sacrificing your own interests for the greater good? You really are a half-elf hero, haha. They should thank you. Not really. Her tone was flat, and there was no pride in Shelley's eyes about her sacrifice. She fell back to the ground and looked up into the darkness, where many figures flashed before her eyes. I am not a savior, I cannot bear that responsibility. I just don't want my woman to be sad. I see. He. The voice, which was indistinguishable between male and female, suddenly became clear and crisp, and a silvery laugh came from above Shelley. Shelley tried to get up, but felt an invisible force pressing her to the ground. Lie down. You are not qualified to look me in the eye. Mortal. The alluring voice contained a terrifying majesty, and Shelley felt her will being easily destroyed in an instant. But the next moment, the endless pain vanished in an instant, and the agony just now was like a dream. Ha ha ha. Just an ordinary person. Just kidding. Let's make a deal. Chapter 88 Tributaries of Fate. Trade? Lying on the ground in agony, struggling to breathe, Shelley felt a burning pain in her throat with every breath. Although the intense pain had subsided, the agony continued to churn in my mind. My brain felt like it had been whipped up by a whisk. Rat rat rat. He felt his temples throbbing with each rapid heartbeat. What a show of force. That's really unpredictable. What deal? A very simple transaction. You're dead. I've said it once already. So? But because of your bloodline. Therefore, I can offer you two options. Clang clang clang. Above Shelley, who was lying on her back, appeared two scantily clad succubi. They winked at Shelley on the ground and then licked their lips. Disappointed, he took off after seeing that Shelley had no reaction, unfurling the scrolls in his hands to the left and right. Two simple words were written on a scroll made from the skin of an unknown creature. Humans and demons? That's right. I can give you a choice. You get to choose which part of yourself dies. The voice was filled with excitement, and it explained with great passion. The first option is for the human portion to die. You can discard that frail human body. From now on, you are a purebred succubus. I highly recommend you make this choice. Think about it. No one will fight over you anymore. They will all become your loyal slaves. Shelley tried to speak, but felt that she couldn't make a sound at all. He could only shut his mouth in frustration, muttering to himself incessantly. At least mention them. I'm not gay. A world without arguments. Everyone will kneel at your feet and kiss your toes. I've kissed the land you've walked on. I would give you everything. Their bodies, wealth, power, and even their souls. Doesn't this make one yearn for it? The enormous sound resounded throughout the entire space, giving people a feeling of being struck by a great bell, deafening and disrupting their minds. Shelley initially didn't want to listen to his enticement, but she unconsciously began to fantasize about such a world. A grand scene began to appear before his eyes. A colossal city floats in the sky, with herds of giant dragons weaving and dancing among its walls, occasionally letting out a resounding roar that echoes through the heavens. The high-tech buildings and orderly streets even gave Shelley the feeling of returning to Earth. In the heart of the city, at the point closest to the sky's dome, stands an incredibly magnificent castle. Exquisite magic patterns and mysterious magic circles covered the entire outer wall of the castle. Shelley himself, wearing an imperial crown and a silver robe woven from softened mithril, lay on a soft couch on the highest platform in the city, lazily looking down at the living beings below. To his left, Naisha, draped only in a light veil and wearing a crown, peeled a glistening fruit from his skin, placed it on his fair skin, and then held it to Shelley's lips with both hands. To his right, Elena wore a similar crown and a bikini-like suit of armor that offered no protection. She also peeled a fruit and placed it on herself, bringing it close to her body. Ignoring the two women arguing, Shelley took the wineglass from Lilith in the shadows, casually touched the unseen void, and heard a soft moan without changing her expression. Shelley took a sip of wine and then poured the rest onto Lydia's chest, who was kneeling on the soft couch, letting them lick the wine off their hands. Ignoring their playful noises, Shelley got up and walked back to the castle. Everyone along the way respectfully prostrated themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with longing and yearning for Shelley. Elves, vampires, humans, all sorts of humanoid creatures are there. Their appearances were all above average. Some were maids, others were guards. Despite the faint fragrance in the air and the subtle moisture, Shelley's expression remained unchanged, still that languid and indifferent look. At this moment, a group of poorly prepared men, weathered and bloodshot-eyed, arrived at the edge of the city. They shouted angrily, wanting to take back everything that belonged to them. Wealth, status, power, dignity. Family, lover, wife, daughter, friends. They are losers who have lost everything, defeated dogs who can only huddle together for warmth in the shadows. This will be their last stand. However, before they could even reach the foot of the royal city, groups of female guards appeared at the edge of their line of sight, coldly watching them. Death, mercilessly, descended. In the huge bedroom, Shelley watched the scene silently from the window, indifferently drew the curtains, and took off her clothes with the help of others. He walked towards the crowded large bed. This is a wonderful world. All good things will come true here. However, what if you choose the other way? The extravagant scene of wine, meat, and dine has suddenly changed, and the screen has turned completely white. In a world of ice and snow, there was a simple wooden hut. A hunched old man, coughing incessantly, carried firewood back to the cold room. His face was covered with a thick, dry beard, his eyes were dull and lifeless, and his skin was like withered tree bark. However, judging from his face shape, he must have had quite a few suitors when he was young. He lit the fire in the fireplace and then took 2 jars of cloudy wine from under the floor. He smashed a jar, scattering the contents all over the room on the firewood, and then threw down the torch. Bear! 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 The rising flames quickly set the dilapidated house ablaze. Ignoring the flames behind him, the old man carried the wine jug to the open space behind the house. There are 4 graves covered in snow. The old man took a sip of strong liquor, the cloudy liquid spilling onto his unkempt beard and running down his face with his tears. In the fierce wind and snow, he took off his patched animal skin clothes, shivering naked. He slowly lay down in the pit that had been dug decades ago, and slowly closed his eyes. We can finally be together again. He was Shelley. Without power, you cannot save anyone. Everyone will leave you. Whether you like it or not. That's just how awful fate is. 2 scenes unfolded before Shelley. It's like arriving at a tributary of fate. One path points to the clouds above, overlooking all living beings, qualified to play games with the gods, using all living beings as pawns. The other path leads to the abyss of hell, where one loses everything, dies alone, and has no one to protect them. So now. A happy yet playful laugh echoed in Shelley's heart. What is your choice? Chapter 89, Shelley's Choice. My choice? Slumped on the ground, Shelley stared blankly at the 2 scenes before her, speechless for a long time. Okay, yours. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Shelley, who had been stunned on the ground, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Cough cough cough. Ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly, and blood even began to seep from his already hollow body. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Although her words were interrupted by Shelley's sudden burst of laughter, the alluring voice wasn't angry. Instead, it asked with interest. I don't think this situation is something you should be laughing at. Ha ha ha, ha, ha. After laughing and catching her breath, Shelley tried to pound her chest, but the blow passed right through her. Oh dear, oh dear. This is really interesting. You almost tricked me. The somewhat depressing feeling that Shelley had felt after seeing the second picture vanished instantly. Shelley breathed a sigh of relief and happily explained. I'll keep this a secret for now. I'll pretend I didn't find anything and help you analyze the 2 options. Oh? Go ahead and tell me. Let's start with the worst option, the version of me who will grow old alone. Let's analyze what I just saw. Since she wasn't allowed to look, Shelley simply gave up on getting up, put her hands behind her head, and began to analyze the situation step by step. First of all, there's my age. With my talent, even without the succubus's talent support, entering the legendary realm is only a matter of time. And a legend who is so old that he can hardly walk must be almost 300 years old. But in just 300 years, they all passed away, which means they will leave me one after another for various reasons. Great battle. Unexpected event. Raising an eyebrow, Shelley added listlessly. Speaking of which, I really thank you for not saying they would fall for someone else. Then I'll really be on the defensive. Is that better? No, that's not realistic. Who would bear to leave me? In conclusion, this was a terrible choice. No one but a madman would choose this. But. Shelley's shout interrupted the voice, and she began to speak directly. Another completely different option, which I believe most people would not refuse. It can be said to be every man's dream. Drunk, I lie on the lap of a beauty. Awake, I wield power over the world. Exquisite beauty, unparalleled power, endless wealth. Shelley's face also showed that kind of longing. Few people can resist that kind of life. But this is even more lonely than the previous option. Lonely. You clearly have so many people with you. Those are not people, just a group of soulless bodies. What's the difference between this and a bunch of mindless kids, cough cough, puppets? I might enjoy it for 10, 50, or 100 years. Although they are truly beautiful, and may even have preset reactions. But I'll get tired of it sooner or later. Shelley was incredibly confident about this matter. I'll definitely get tired of it. Even your favorite movies will lose their appeal if you watch them too many times. What about Shijing Cold, black-haired heaven, gal, cough cough cough. If my future is the path of the gods, then immortality would be a huge problem for me. Shelley's bright smile and cheerful voice carried far. You hate boring things. What a coincidence. Me too, I hate it the most. For thousands of years, it has sat atop the clouds, watching the unchanging scenery. This boring immortality is less of an enjoyment. It's more like torture. Why? A deep sense of doubt, even incomprehension, made the allure in the voice above her head diminish considerably. Puppets with their own consciousness are the most troublesome. The positions have been reversed. After yawning, Shelley began to ask questions leisurely. Why? They will argue with you. It doesn't matter, there will always be disagreements. They can have all sorts of little temper tantrums. That's a unique kind of charm. They might even become your enemies. I will persuade them to come back. So, your choice is to abandon the demonic aspect? And then, do you choose the path of growing old alone? No. That's impossible. I'm not a masochist. I told you only a madman would choose that path. And you? I won't choose this, I won't choose that. Provocative? Sensing the unfriendly tone, Shelley chuckled and said, Don't be angry. Don't be such a sore loser. I don't have that kind of courage or the mood. Honestly, if it were before, I would definitely have chosen to give up my human identity. I also really love hypnosis. Cough cough. I am confident that I can keep them conscious to a certain extent. Why did it change? This. That's what I'm going to ask you. Why has trading become a choice? Silence. In the dark space, only Shelley's voice could be heard, nothing else could be heard. Regarding the deal, you only said I would get it. But what do I need to give in return? You're right, aren't you? Pressure rises from the invisible darkness, and murderous intent surges within the seemingly calm space. I wasn't the one who provoked you. It's you. You. The voice that had previously made one's bones melt turned into a violent and terrifying sound, like a thunderclap resounding throughout the entire space. Faced with this situation, Shelley rolled her eyes and muttered. Get to the point. Stop pretending. The thunder disappeared in an instant, followed by a crisp laugh coming from above the clock. This is so much fun. Ha 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 ha. I truly, truly adore your soul. But when did you find out? Everyone knows that the devil's promises are unreliable. What else is there to say? Just give the date in the weather forecast. You'd better not believe a single punctuation mark a scammer says. The devil's words. What are you still listening to? She got up from the ground, and this time there was no hindrance. Shelley walked to the clock and examined it carefully. And most importantly, time doesn't stand still. You clearly wanted to be discovered, otherwise you wouldn't have given me a hint. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I really like you. You're quite interesting too. But please let me go back first. I don't want them to worry. Won't you spend more time with me? You spend more time with me than they do. A smooth-talking man. The alluring voice vanished, and familiar data appeared before my eyes. The champions have acknowledged your vow. The vow to wear the crown has been successfully made. You have successfully advanced to the rank of Paladin. Awarded the title Knight of the Two Kings. Chapter 90 The Crowned Paladin. First update. Click. In the pitch-black space, the magnificent pendulum clock suddenly vanished. The heart that had been missing from the chest reappeared. The clicking sound turned into the sound of an excited heartbeat. Thump. 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 Gain job skills, Divine Perception, Holy Healing. Divine Perception allows you to sense creatures or objects within range. Powerful evil resides within you like a poisonous fragrance, while a powerful aura of goodness soothes you like celestial music. Holy Healing, your touch is overflowing with blessings and can heal wounds. Gain a healing energy pool with a total restored health value equal to your Paladin class level 5. In addition, 5 healing points can be used to cure a disease on a target creature or remove a poisoning effect. Feeling her body recover, Shelley jumped up excitedly. Humph humph humph. Ha 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 ha. I've been a hamster for so long. This is all for this moment. Shelley waved his hand and shouted excitedly. Consume 26,650 available experience points to the Paladin class. Your job level has reached 7. Gained a total of 3 free attribute points. Gained a total of 96 health points. Current health, 96,110. Out of critical condition. Add 1 point to Constitution. Add 2 points to Charm. Congratulations on reaching 20 points in Constitution. Gain Talent Feat, Basic Regeneration. Basic Regeneration restores 1 point of health per hour. Current Constitution adjustment value increased to 5 points. Current health, 96,117. Shelley was in tears, screaming silently. I'm fucking. I finally have blood. Finally, it's not the kind that kills you with just one touch. I hadn't even done anything last time, and I almost got killed by a mage. Seriously, the last time Shelley came closest to death was. He almost got killed by his own woman. I'm up. I'm up. As a crowned paladin, you must uphold your creed. The law is supreme. It is the cornerstone of civilization and must be treated with utmost respect. Loyalty, keeping one's word. Without loyalty, oaths and laws are meaningless. Courage, fearlessness. You must be willing to stand up when order is shaken, even if the odds are against you. If you don't act, who will? Responsibility, be conscientious and dutiful. You must recognize the importance of your actions and bear the consequences. You must do your utmost to fulfill your responsibilities and obligations. Yes, yes, yes. If I can't do it, what can you do to me? Yes, yes, you're absolutely right. Shelley Perfunctory.jpg. Paladin level has reached 2. Gained class skill, Supreme Slash. Supreme Slash, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon, it deals additional radiant damage to the target in addition to weapon damage. Paladin level has reached 3. Gain spells, Command, Force Duel. Command Second Ring, apply a command to 2 visible creatures within casting range. Upon successful perception check, they will obey your command ineffective against undead and creatures that do not understand your language. Force Duel level 2, you can force yourself into a duel with an enemy. Gain the ability to guide divine power. Turning the tide guiding divine power, you can guide divine power to support injured creatures and help them continue fighting. Paladin level has reached 4. Gain 2 free attribute points. When the crowned paladin reaches levels 4, 8, 12, 16, and 19, she can gain 2 free attribute points. However, this feature cannot be used to make the attribute exceed 20. Add 2 points to perception. Shelley suddenly felt that her vision had become clearer. My hearing is no longer deaf, my eyesight is no longer poor, and I have the energy to climb stairs. Illusion and psychological effect. Ah! Finally, I'm not deaf and blind anymore. Paladin level has reached 5. Gain spells, Chain of Protection, Domain of Honesty. Chain of Guardians, Second Circle, through spells, you can create a mystical bond between yourself and a willing creature, granting it resistance to all damage. Honest Realm, Second Ring, creates a spherical area with a radius of 5 meters. Those who fail the charm immunity test cannot lie within this area. They can be evasive or downplay their abilities. Paladin level has reached 7. Gained class ability, Divine Loyalty. Divine Oath, if a creature around you takes damage, you may use your reaction spell to take that damage for the target creature, preventing further injury. You cannot reduce or prevent this damage in any way. The Paladin, a class that can walk like a bug, has demonstrated his power. Improvements in many aspects. Almost no weaknesses. Finally, I don't have to worry about being kidnapped and sent to a widow's house anymore. Well, although this widow isn't really a widow, and this isn't a kidnapping. But there will always be some psychological trauma. Shelley's stats have changed dramatically. Name, Shelley Bell. Race, half succubus divine being. Attributes, Strength 18, Agility 16, Constitution 20, Intelligence 19, Perception 16, Charisma 24. Alliance, Lawful Good absolutely neutral. Class, Level 7 Crowned Paladin. Health points, 96,117. Skills, Acting 80, Persuasion 70, Deception 80, Stealth 90. Specialties, Weapon Master, Prodigy, Linguist, Keen Mind, Demonic Physique, Alertness, Mounted Combat. Furthermore, Paladins have a whole host of class skills that haven't been listed. All in all, Shelley is here. Alright, now it's time for the king to return. I'll need to step in for the next battle. Baylor the Balrog is no easy opponent, we need to be extra careful. It's over. The battle is over. A pleasant sound came from high up behind Shelley, followed by two warm sensations landing on Shelley's head. It's so heavy. Aren't you curious about their current strategies? Shelley twitched her nose subconsciously, and an extremely rich fragrance rushed into her mind. Shelley's pupils trembled, and the desire in his heart was magnified infinitely. Thump. Guh. Sweating profusely, Shelley spoke with difficulty. If I turn back now, I'll really die, right? Really? Feeling the warmth behind her and the dryness in her mouth, Shelley tapped her brow. Go ahead and say it. Don't be so scared. It's not like I'm going to eat you. A small, fragrant hand gently stroked Shelley's ear, and she said happily. Naisha's guide, 75%. Elena's strategy, 65%. Perhaps that's really the case. We only realize the value of something when we lose it. Whether it's strength or emotion. Don't rush off. The figure licked its red lips and whispered in Shelley's ear. There are still many things I want to tell you. Chapter 91 State Funeral. I've fucked a zombie. Second update. Lydia felt that everything was different. In his last moments of consciousness, he was happily chatting with Lilith, who had suddenly appeared, but before he could even get to know her, he discovered that he couldn't make a sound. He was immediately shielded behind Lilith, and a portal appeared in the room, from which two terrifying figures emerged. Fear. At that moment, Lydia was filled with fear and couldn't do anything else. Then Lilith grew taller, and her snow-white fur was so dazzling in Lydia's eyes that it gave her a sense of confidence. At first, he fought the orc to a standstill, and even had a slight advantage. But the hooded mage waved his hand a few times, and Lilith's movements drastically changed. Then the battle turned into a one-sided crushing defeat, with the ferocious and terrifying orc launching a frenzied attack on Lilith. Blood stained Lydia's vision. Before she could even run out for help, a finger that looked like a withered bone pointed at her forehead, and her consciousness was severed there. The first thing Lydia did upon waking was to quickly pull out the hidden dagger, hold it to her neck, and observe her surroundings. His Majesty. Upon seeing Naisha, Lydia felt all her strength drain away, and her tense body went limp. Your Majesty, she has regained consciousness. Naisha's expression was extremely calm. She nodded slightly and said indifferently to the wrinkled half-elf woman. Yes, you may leave. Yes. The old woman bowed respectfully and was about to leave when she suddenly looked up at the noble figure who was exactly the same as she remembered. No, it can't be said that nothing has changed. His Majesty's eyes had lost their usual gentleness, filled only with endless sorrow and remembrance. She spoke hesitantly, unsure of how to choose her words. Your Majesty, is that true? The air in the room turned icy. A sharp glint flashed in Naisha's eyes. She narrowed her eyes and said softly. Does anyone have a problem with this? Swallowing hard, the old woman slowly nodded and spoke in a hoarse voice. Some people are indeed dissatisfied with this matter, but they won't openly oppose it. Furthermore, Your Majesty, if this matter gets out, it will have some negative consequences. Some people's minds will start to stir. Lydia sat up on the bed, listening blankly to the old woman's cryptic words, her mind beginning to swirl in confusion. What happened? What were the consequences? Why can I understand each word individually, but not when they're put together? Naisha carefully observed the old woman's expression, and the old woman gradually straightened up, looking at the queen with clear eyes. Although she looks like an old woman on her deathbed, upon closer inspection, her eyes are as clear as a young child's. After a moment of silence, Naisha softened her tone and spoke gently. Winnie, how many years have we known each other? It's been 200 years, Your Majesty. Back then, you bought me from a slave trader. Without the slightest hesitation, Winnie smiled and spoke, her consciousness returning to the war-torn, turbulent 200 years ago. It's been so long already. Winnie, do you think? I'm the kind of person who would easily change my mind. Winnie seemed to understand something, nodded with a smile, then gently shook her head and said. Of course, no. You are the most stubborn half-elf I have ever met. And the greatest half-elf. You said you would liberate us, and you succeeded. You said you would lead us to establish a kingdom, and you succeeded. Winnie bowed respectfully, then leaned down and whispered. Your Majesty, we respect and love you. I hope you can get through this. Big sister. Straightening up, Winnie turned and walked out of the room. Clang. As the door closed, Naisha slowly closed her eyes and let out a long breath. Big sister. It's been a long time since I've heard that title. How many of us from that time are still alive? His Majesty. Where are we now? Looking at the decor of the house and the attire of the person who addressed the Queen as Your Majesty. Lydia had a vague idea in her mind, but she was still unsure. What about Lilith? How is she? And, what about Lord Shelley? Naisha turned her gaze to Lydia, who looked confused and nervous, walked over, pulled her into her arms, and whispered. This is Il, the kingdom of half-elves. After. You'll be living here. After? Lydia instantly noticed the pause and unusual tone in Naisha's words. Didn't I say I would go back to Lord Shelley's side? His Majesty. Call me teacher from now on. Ah, yes. Teacher, what about Lord Shelley? Will I ever see him again? Snap. Water. Tear. Lydia tried to lift her head, but Naisha held her tightly, preventing her from moving. What did you understand? Lydia felt as if the world before her eyes had plunged into darkness. Lord Shelley? Impossible. Impossible. Snap. In the kingdom of Il, in Annieburg, thousands of half-elves gathered in the square at the foot of Annieburg. They each held bouquets of various colors in their hands, their faces solemn and their expressions grave. Although many people were filled with doubts, few people actually talked to each other about it. Because Her Majesty the Queen is very sad. Naisha and Lydia, both dressed in black gowns, walked alongside the coffin that floated in mid-air through the crowd. This is the first state funeral for a half-elf in nearly 100 years. A state funeral. A funeral reserved for the most distinguished. After the deaths of several generals from the founding of the nation, no one has been qualified to receive this level of treatment for a long time. And lying in the coffin amidst the flowers was a human named Shelley. He shouldn't have been qualified, but he is Her Majesty the Queen's lover. This was also the first time Her Majesty had defied public opinion and completely ignored all advice. As they walked through the crowd, people bowed their heads respectfully, and some even placed flowers into the coffin. The man in the coffin was very young and extremely handsome. Even if he were just lying there quietly, he would still have a strange charm. Perhaps, only someone as beautiful as her is worthy of Her Majesty the Queen. Shelley suddenly opened her eyes in the coffin. He then suddenly stood up, as if he hadn't breathed air in a long time, greedily inhaling the air into his lungs and then forcefully exhaling it. Ha! 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 The already quiet square fell into a deathly silence in an instant, and everyone stared blankly at this unbelievable scene. The feeling of being alive. It's so good? Awakening from the joy of recovery, Shelley sensed something was amiss. So many people. No, there are many half-elves. Why are you all looking at me like I've seen a ghost? Do I have flowers on my face? I touched the top of my head, and there really was one. He removed a small white flower from his hair and stared blankly around. Hiss. This looks like a funeral. And it's my funeral. I think I've come back to life. Huh? What? Did you just say what? Ahem, Hi. Awkwardly greeting the surrounding crowd that seemed to have erupted in chaos, Shelley wondered if she should lie back down. Shelley? A faint, hoarse, trembling voice interrupted his reverie. He turned around and saw bloodshot eyes and unstoppable tears beneath a black veil. His expression softened, and he whispered to Naisha. I'm back. Chapter 92 Male Consort? Faint Divinity. Third update. In a room decorated in a blend of elven and human styles, a middle-aged half-elf man smokes a special tobacco made by the wood elves, staring at the map hanging on the wall. My lord. My lord. There is. Be more composed. How many times have I told you? Be more composed. Marquis Harvey removed the exquisite pipe from his lips, glared at the young man before him, and lectured him with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. Never panic before you act. But. The young man wanted to say something, but Harvey interrupted him. No buts. Take a deep breath. Yes. The young man could only take a deep breath in despair, then look anxiously at his father, eager to speak. Keep your mind calm. Satisfied, he watched his son's face turn red with suppressed urges. He calmly sat down on the twig-woven recliner, looked out the window, and said softly, "All right, go ahead and say it. Carter has come to terms with it fine, let's take it slow. I don't care anymore." Carter cleared his throat and said in a deep voice. A state funeral was just held in Victory Square. Harvey exhaled a smoke ring, raised an eyebrow dismissively at the remark, and muttered to himself. That human? I don't understand what His Majesty is thinking. He actually developed feelings for a human. However, this might send a signal to those guys. Since we can fall in love once, then wouldn't the second time be a natural progression? After all, the country still needs a successor. If that human is alive. That human. What did you say? Carter looked at his father, who was gripping his pipe tightly, and said, slowly and deliberately, with a hint of annoyance. That human has been resurrected. Click. Carter looked at the wizard's pipe, which cost nearly 2,000 gold coins, with a pang of heartache. His father had bought it to save face. At the time, my father was heartbroken for a long time. Looking back now, he'll feel heartbroken for a long time. What did you say? You damned bastard. Why didn't you say so sooner? Why didn't you say so sooner? Carter frowned in exasperation. It was always like this. Harvey got up from the recliner, his expression becoming extremely serious, and threw on his coat, ready to rush out. Father, my lord. Where are you going? Harvey turned his head, his eyes holding a depth Carter had never seen before, and he unconsciously lowered his voice. I need to go see this person. Both father and son were lost and confused. The Queen's man? What should it be? Male concubine? After a moment of silence, the two decided to avoid the topic. Harvey nodded, turned around, and walked out of the room. This kind of scene appears in many rooms. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some were angry. Without prior arrangement, they all set off to meet the Queen's male consort. Sometimes, it's about deceased concubines and living concubines. But these are two different concepts. A male consort who can be worshipped high, a mother, a queen who embodies the virtues of the world. The other one will affect the situation in many ways. In the Queen's bedchamber, Naisha, ignoring Lydia's shock, buried her head in Shelley's chest, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed incessantly. That's great. That's great. That's great. Why? Naisha, who always appeared strong and indifferent in public, was now completely unmasked. Extreme, unforgettable pain allows one to see their own heart more clearly. Her gratitude for finding it again made her even more grateful to fate. There's nothing better than this feeling. She cherishes your presence even more. Naisha's guide, 78%. Natya. Feeling, excited. Attitude, a vow as firm as mountains and as deep as the sea, to stay with you forever. Strategy, 78%. Goodness gracious. Shelley comforted the beauty in her arms, while secretly hating the succubus system with a vengeance. Because it is now the morning of the third day after the end of the Great War. Matter? Is there anything else? Shelley motionless and obedient.jpg. Of course, it's a happy thing. Shelley raised an eyebrow, showing no ambiguity in her understanding of his words. If they won't even let you look, what kind of fun can you possibly have? Snort. What happy thing? Of course. He blew a breath into Shelley's ear, and the figure laughed happily as he watched Shelley get goosebumps. It's divinity. Divinity? What's the reason this time? Another devil? This time it's not the devil, it's the demon. The divinity of Balrog. The inheritor of death and fire, Balrog has been spreading both throughout the land. The divinity of death? Ding dong. Successfully extracted the soul power of Balor the Balrog. Gained 20 points of death divinity. That's right. This is a rare opportunity, so hurry up and absorb it. No. Won't there be any side effects? No. Since you're currently in a state of feigned death, that's perfect. At worst, I'll just be twisted into a lich by divine power. Lich? No. I cannot accept this. They are strong, but they don't have penises. Moreover, this is a rare opportunity. Here's a little bonus for you. Drawing in a massive amount of demonic power. Gained ability, blasphemous words. Reached the mutation stage. You can choose to remain in succubus form or evolve into another form. Choose to remain in succubus form. Your abilities have improved slightly. You've stayed true to yourself once again. Reward, 4 points of charm divinity. A smart choice. This time, Shelley resisted the temptation of the illusion with little effort and easily absorbed the divinity. Paladins are quite adept at dealing with charm, though not as skilled as ascetics. Shelley felt the aura of death surging into her body from the surrounding space, and frowned as she spoke. How long will it take me to digest this? I can't say for sure. This is the first time I've ever died. This seems to be the second time? Who knows? Shelley felt a lightness on her shoulder and instinctively tried to turn around, but was held down by a pair of small hands with sharp claws. It depends on your talent. Maybe one day, maybe 10 years. I'll make sure your body isn't completely eaten by rats. Thank you so much. Shelley's consciousness also fell into a deathly silence at that moment, and he began to struggle in the illusion of bones. I will not lose. Then I'll look forward to it. Successfully absorbed 20 points of death divinity. Successfully absorbed 4 points of charm divinity. Current total divinity value, 27 points. Divinity value exceeds 10 points. Automatically acquires innate talent, faint divinity. Faint divinity, the divinity within you has reached a certain level, and its power has begun to affect your body. You are gradually entering the realm of divine beings. This divine power increases as divinity increases. All attributes +1. Chapter 93 All attributes +1. A new agreement. 4th update. All attributes +1. That's equivalent to getting this much of a boost from level 12. At this point, Shelley's attributes received another boost. Attributes: Strength 19, Agility 17, Constitution 21, Intelligence 20, Perception 17, Charisma 25. Charm 25 points. Moreover, it is also blessed by divine power. It's absolutely captivating. Shelley was originally known among the nobility for her knowledge, manners, and gentle demeanor. After becoming a paladin, one gains an additional sense of sacred and inviolable majesty and holiness. When Shelley acquired this talent, his physical demeanor underwent a tremendous change. An eerie quality had crept into her usual demeanor. This was not the Shelley's demeanor when she was displaying murderous intent. It actually has a kind of eerie charm. Because the divine power he absorbed, whether it was allure or death, was biased towards the lower planes. Moreover, their succubus bloodline naturally leads them to develop in the direction of demons. If this absorption continues without any suppression, the Lord of Demons is a good example. Divinity can influence appearance. Shelley might be heading in the direction of the devil. All demonic abilities have been enhanced. Awaken special abilities: weak fire resistance, weak electric shock resistance, weak toxin resistance. Gained supernatural ability, telepathy within 10 meters. Slight fire resistance feat, reduces fire damage taken by 1 point. With future power increases, it may eventually grant complete immunity to fire damage. Weak resistance to electric shock. Weak toxin resistance. These 3 abilities are all innate abilities possessed by demons. Incidentally, most existing demons have lost their ability to be completely immune to fire, electric shock, and poison damage. On the contrary, devils are immune to fire damage. Only a very small number of high-ranking demons, considered to have pure bloodlines, such as Balrogs, possess this ability. Telepathy 10 meters, this supernatural ability will enhance all your abilities and will stack with your sensory abilities. Supernatural abilities unique to divinity. Some powerful deities who are saints possess a telepathic range of 500 meters. They truly cannot hide from any disturbance. I'm just 3 points away from reaching the level of weak divinity. Where am I supposed to get all this divinity points? Naisha's crying gradually stopped in her arms, and Shelley also came to her senses. Shelley gently comforted Naisha, who was now incredibly vulnerable, as if soothing a child. I'm not dead. Stop crying. He raised his head and stared intently at Shelley's features, tracing every detail of his face. Finally, Natya pulled open Shelley's shirt. Sister. It's still light out. There are still people around. Lydia. Even knowing the relationship between the two, this whole thing is still too surreal. Shelley was first killed in battle, then revealed to be the Queen's lover, and before she could even process what had happened, she was attending the funeral, and then Shelley has been resurrected. Lydia, my heart is numb. There's nothing left to fear. Although shocked, Shelley did not dodge her clutches, but generously allowed her delicate fingers to lightly touch her chest. Naisha pressed her ear against Shelley's chest, closed her eyes, and listened to his powerful heartbeat. Thump! What happened? As her emotions gradually calmed down, Naisha didn't leave. Instead, she changed her position, lay down on Shelley's lap, closed her eyes, and asked, I'm really worried about you. I'm also very sad. It's all right now, it's all right. A divine light shone in Shelley's hands, gently brushing across her weary face and slowly stroking the top of her head. Holy healing! It was as if a taut string was slowly loosening, and Naisha felt herself about to lose herself in the warmth. She struggled to get up. Shelley gently pressed her shoulder, bent down and kissed her lips lightly. Just as he was about to pull away, Naisha hugged him tightly. Lydia! Blushing, she watched as her nominal master and teacher kissed passionately, and it seemed to be developing into a deeper level of intimacy. Lydia blushed and tried to sneak out of the room. Click! It's over. I accidentally bumped into the table, and the small sound had a huge impact. The two people who were embracing and kissing froze at the same time. Naisha closed her eyes and pretended to be dead, while Shelley slowly turned her head and looked at Lydia, who was trembling like a little rabbit, with a half-smile. Oh well, I completely forgot about Lydia here. Withdrawing her gaze, Shelley ran her fingers through Natalia's flaxen hair and slowly said, Get a good night's sleep, everything will be alright. Naisha wasn't a warrior, and even though she was a legend, nearly 3 days without sleep was extremely difficult for her. Especially when both magic and mental energy are exhausted, they still have to endure the grief and force themselves to stay strong. A wave of weariness washed over her, and Naisha, forgetting her embarrassment, whispered as her consciousness faded. Don't die. Okay. I promise you. You have to believe me. Yes, this is our promise. After a long silence, Naisha, half asleep, said, Don't take any more risks. A gentle kiss landed on her forehead, but Shelley did not respond. Don't take risks? The road ahead will be much more difficult than it is now. If I don't take the risks, I can't protect anything. A future where I grow old alone, and live on by myself alone. I don't want that. Yeah. As if she understood Shelley's meaning, Natya mumbled something and drifted off to sleep. She is the queen of IL, above all others, and the fate of everyone rests on her shoulders. She was too tired. The emptiness in his heart began to slowly heal when Shelley was resurrected. This will take time. I also need to get some rest. Gently withdrawing herself, Shelley covered Naisha with the blanket, walked to Lydia's side, and whispered to her. Keep an eye on Naisha and let her get some rest. Shelley pinched Lydia's blushing cheek, smiled, and walked out of the room. Lord Shelley, where are you going? Aren't we going to wait for His Majesty to wake up? She stopped, looked out the window at the different scenery, turned around and smiled, saying, I want to become a qualified male concubine. Male concubine? Lydia looking confused. JPG. Yes, a concubine who won't arouse anyone's suspicion. All right, when it's just the two of us. What should you call me? As the morning sun shone down, Shelley's eyes appeared even more eerie in the light. Lydia lowered her head and whispered, Yes. Master. Satisfied, Shelley withdrew her gaze and pushed open the door. All right. Now that we've survived, it's time to go back to our old profession. Greetings, fellow half-elf nobles, from Lunt's Canary. Chapter 90 for the Canary's debut. 5th update. Marquis Harvey. It's been a long time. Marquis Reynolds' laughter was polite and hearty, but it particularly annoyed Harvey. It's been a long time, Lord Marquis Reynolds. As a representative of the new school, Harvey was naturally very unhappy with Reynolds, a representative of the old school. The two embraced warmly, patted each other's shoulders affectionately, and burst into hearty laughter. Oh dear, where's your favorite wizard pipe? Didn't you always carry it with you? Carter, standing behind Harvey, twitched his brow, about to speak up to explain, but saw his father wave his hand dismissively and say magnanimously, It's just a pipe, I don't know where I put it. I'll just buy a new one when I have time. But where did your gold-rimmed monocle go? Reynolds also laughed heartily, then stopped and shrugged easily, saying, It was broken by my cat. I'll have to replace it with a crystal one from now on. I was in a hurry to leave today and didn't find it. Carter watched the two marquises and nobles bickering like children and sighed helplessly. Sigh. 2. Carter quietly raised his head and looked at Phyllis behind Reynolds. Their eyes met briefly before looking away. No one has discovered it. Regardless of Shelley's character, it's good enough to see Phyllis. In the banquet hall, the nobles, each accompanied by several family members, were exchanging pleasantries. It is worth mentioning that, due to Naisha's personal charm, women make up half of the heads of noble families. Most of these noble women were admirers of Naisha herself, and Shelley had learned all of this from the half-elf old woman named Winnie. Lady Winnie has arrived. Lord Winnie. The noisy hall fell silent, and everyone bowed their heads respectfully, waiting for the old man to pass by. Half-elves have a longer lifespan than humans. 200 years is at most 3 generations. There are even elderly people in the hall who are only a few decades younger than Winnie. Shelley tried to help her up, but was refused. Winnie then leaned on her arm as she recalled some information about the half-elf kingdom from her previous life. Winnie Mary, the compassionate one. One of the heroes who liberated the half-elves alongside Naisha. The only 2 women among them never married. Born into the lowest of slavery, he was rescued by Naisha, who had just gained her freedom when she was on the verge of death, and then accompanied her in battle. However, this legendary priest was left with little time to live due to a severe injury he sustained in his early years that went untreated. She was, without a doubt, a legendary woman. So, what are your thoughts on the children? Winnie's kind voice echoed in Shelley's mind, filled with laughter, as if she were chatting with a friend. You are truly respected. Instead of answering Winnie's question directly, Shelley replied with a smile. Shelley did have some thoughts in her heart. The half-elf nobles were in a better situation than they had expected. It seemed that some of their spirit had survived for 200 years. Power did not completely corrupt the aristocracy. Moreover, the new generation. Shelley took a few extra glances at the young couple who were secretly looking at each other, and found it quite amusing. Both sets of parents could see their children's little antics, but they pretended not to notice. 2 silly children, the very seeds of Romeo and Juliet. Interesting. Interesting. It's much better than I initially imagined. I thought things were about to get tense. After walking to her seat, Winnie spoke softly. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the gentleman next to me. A kind, gentle voice echoed through the hall, and everyone looked up, only then noticing a strange human man standing next to Winnie. The human man looked young, and his physique showed signs of rigorous training, but he didn't appear as burly as a barbaric warrior. This is very much in line with the aesthetics of half-elves. The enormous muscles of orcs and barbarians, coupled with their habit of taking off their clothes when excited, are a nightmare. And what's most surprising is his appearance. His features were very soft, but not in a neutral way. Rather, they were delicate and gentle. Her long, silver-gray hair was simply combed up and loosely tied into a low ponytail at her back. Her deep blue eyes were like the purest sapphires, filled with a gentle, warm gaze. Shelley's temperament, under his full force, was like a warm sun shining on everyone around him. Charm isn't just about facial features. A person's temperament and demeanor are also a form of charm. Even an ugly emperor can be charming with his domineering aura. Even the kobold's attraction to elemental power is a kind of charm. In any case, one thing is certain, Shelley's 25 points of charm. Most of it was applied to the face. Laughs. A source of trouble. A whisper escaped someone's lips, and many people nodded silently, especially a few single noble women who nodded enthusiastically. I didn't believe a human could win the queen's heart, but now it seems. That makes perfect sense. Secretly pleased with himself, Shelley's expression betrayed nothing as he gracefully performed a set of standard half-elf court etiquette. My esteemed pillars of IL, it is an honor to meet you all. Nice to meet you, I am Shelley, Naisha's lover. There was a commotion. Everyone thought he would be nervous in this situation. But he acted like the master, completely unconcerned, even feeling quite at ease. Compared to those foul-mouthed orcs, nobles are much easier to deal with. Winnie smiled, interrupting the nobles who wanted to ask questions, and said, Her Majesty is resting in her bedchamber. Let us begin the banquet now. Yes. As the melodious music began to play, Shelley remembered that it was the same piece he had heard in Natalia's study last time. It was also the song that Natya played when she and Natya confirmed their relationship. The banquet began, and although the food was plentiful, no one had much of an appetite. But they couldn't all crowd around. They could only watch enviously as Shelley's companions stood by, and listen intently to the conversation over there. A group of noble women of varying appearances and ages gathered around Shelley. After a while of idle chatter, a noblewoman finally spoke up and asked, We still don't know your background? Me? I am the illegitimate son of a duke in the kingdom of Fent. Their status wasn't low, but their family was far away in Fent, posing no threat whatsoever. What are your plans for the future? I plan to travel the world and improve myself. Eliminate evil and uphold justice. Everyone around was taken aback, and the noblewoman who had asked the question even dropped her fork. Maintaining her expression, Shelley caught the falling fork, wiped it with a silk handkerchief, and gently handed it to her. Yes, I am a paladin. And the vow I made is the oath of the crown. Perfect. Those present couldn't find anything wrong with Shelley for a moment. A harmless, non-threatening paladin who may not even reside in IL for long in the future. Her Majesty's perfect lover. In a corner of the hall, a few young nobles huddled together, their brows furrowed as they looked at Shelley, who was at the center of the crowd. He must be faking it. Let me expose him. A slightly muscular-looking half-elf ignored the attempts of those around him to stop him and walked straight past. Darcy! That brute! Among those people, a blond man adjusted his gold-rimmed monocle and said calmly, "Let him go, he'll eventually reveal something. Let me see your true colors." Outsiders. Chapter 95 Shelley Harmless Belle Fake First Update. Shelley, having rediscovered her old self, answered their various curious questions with ease and rarely refused. 90% of them are true, half are vague, and the last half are avoided altogether. It was this mystery that drew the ladies and young girls to Shelley with growing curiosity. Kind, handsome, generous, and mysterious. How did you meet Her Majesty the Queen? Shelley said without hesitation. An accident that didn't seem very pleasant at the time. So what do we look at it now? I am incredibly grateful for that accident, which made it possible for our destinies to intersect. Shelley's expression was sincere and genuine, making it clear at a glance that he was filled with gratitude. I am truly grateful, so grateful that I killed both of the people who caused this accident. A noblewoman skipped and raised her hand to attract Shelley's attention. She looked at Shelley and asked in a sweet voice, "Is Lord Shelley used to this kind of scene?" Without concealment or resistance, Shelley nodded with a smile and said, "Before I met Naisha, I always appeared in aristocratic social circles as a socialite. There's no need to hide it, someone will definitely start investigating your information, and you can't hide it forever." A socialite. Socialites have a low social status everywhere, they are merely lubricants in social situations. There were even a few famous socialites among the half-elves in the crowd. They watched Shelley's boastful talk with surprise, showing no sign of embarrassment whatsoever. The group hadn't expected this answer. Shelley, seeing their expressions, smiled and explained. A nobleman's illegitimate son who only has good looks has only a few ways to realize his value. I just found a way of life that suits me. I debuted in the social circle when I was 10 years old. By the way, Lady Naisha also knows about this. Some girls began to imagine how they would survive in such an environment. Isolated and helpless, his only family treats him like a tool. Some even began to show a look of pity and heartache towards Shelley. After hesitating for a long time, someone asked, "Then why did things change after you met Lady Naisha?" Because they must have used Her Majesty the Queen's status to change how others perceived them. Just as Shelley was about to explain, a somewhat rough voice, but one that tried hard to conceal its arrogance, appeared behind the group. "Here they come. The villain's cannon fodder has arrived. Hopefully this will bring me some joy." Shelley's expression remained unchanged as she turned to look at the man who had spoken, a man who didn't quite fit the mainstream aesthetic of half-elves. Despite her best efforts to control her hair, it was still a bit frizzy, and her form-fitting half-elf dress looked somewhat mismatched. In particular, his physique is rather robust, and the way he walks somewhat masks his lack of confidence. A loser who desperately tried to squeeze into the circle of elegance, no, a striver. Interesting. He has barbarian blood? Before Shelley could speak, the noblewoman who had been jumping up and down raising her hand glared at Darcy and frowned as she said, "Darcy, don't you know it's very rude to interrupt someone?" Upon hearing this voice, Darcy's arrogant expression changed, the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "What is she doing here?" "Sir! What are you doing here?" "I'm so sorry, Lady Polly, I didn't see you here." Polly's brow didn't relax, and her tone became even more unfriendly. "You don't need to apologize to me. You should apologize to Lord Shelley." Darcy pursed his lips, looking at Shelley's smiling face, and he looked smug no matter how you looked at him. He took a deep breath, and just as he was about to apologize, Shelley spoke up. Lady Polly, I'm all right. This gentleman may have just gotten used to this atmosphere and treated this place as his own home, and was careless for a moment. Please don't take it to heart. I am Shelley, the yin-yang master, Belle. The scene fell silent for a moment, then someone couldn't help but laugh. Put. Haha, cough, cough, Then everyone burst into laughter, and the laughter gradually spread throughout the banquet hall, with everyone joining in the laughter. Even within Darcy's circle, laughter erupted. Even Winnie, sitting in her high position, couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. It seems I don't need to worry about him at all. I have to worry about the other young men. What will they do if they can't find suitable wives? Amidst the laughter of the crowd, only two people remained silent. One of them was Darcy, whose face alternated between red and pale. He glared at Shelley, wishing he could go up and start a fight with him. The other was Shelley, his face full of sincerity. He looked at Darcy with concern and asked with care. Sir, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Ha 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 ha. Looking into Shelley's clear eyes, Darcy felt the world before him was about to turn blood red, about to erupt. But then he saw a flash of cold light in Polly's eyes, and immediately snapped back to reality. He swallowed hard and said dryly. It's okay, I'm fine. Shelley checked several times before letting out a sigh of relief, then nodded and said with relief. Since there's nothing wrong with your health, then. Shelley's expression changed, and her demeanor shifted accordingly. She looked at Darcy intently and asked. My lord, what did you mean by what you just said? The conversation shifted abruptly, and Shelley became like a drawn sword, showing off its sharp edge. Sensing Shelley's fighting spirit, Darcy became much more sober. He looked at Shelley with disdain and said. It's meaningless. You're just a womanizer anyway. The people around her remained silent, waiting for Shelley's reaction. To put it bluntly, it's obvious to everyone that Darcy was just out there trying to cause trouble and test them. Since someone has taken the lead, everyone is happy to watch the show. Her Majesty the Queen's status is so noble. Even your King of Fent would have to kneel and bow before her. Of course you don't need to live the same way you used to. Darcy's expression began to show anticipation. He was waiting for Shelley to make a mistake when he was angry and embarrassed. Be angry. Be furious. I will tear off your hypocritical facade. Suddenly, the atmosphere became strange, and everyone was waiting to see what Shelley would do. Surprisingly, Shelley looked at Darcy seriously, then calmly said. Before I met Naisha, I had never found my own path. But after meeting her, I found my belief. What a boring answer. Polly made no attempt to hide her disappointment, and just when she thought Shelley was about to swallow her anger, Shelley continued. Your thoughts. It's a questioning of my beliefs. Shelley's expression turned extremely serious, and she took out a white glove from her bosom and threw it in front of Darcy. Shelley, the Queen's Knight, challenges you to a duel. Chapter 96 Shelley, the Ferocious Beltru Second Update. Darcy did not pick up the silk white gloves from the ground. You want to challenge me? Darcy appeared angry, but inside he was overjoyed. Yes, that's it. I'll make you humiliate yourself. Polly's eyes lit up, and she quietly led the people around her to retreat, becoming eager to try. Let me see what kind of person you really are. Darcy kicked Shelley's white gloves away, looked at Shelley disdainfully, and said loudly. Challenge me. Do you think you're qualified? I am Darcy Kevin, the shining star of Toronto. Unlike proud and arrogant humans, half-elves are all humble. Stop your ridiculous arrogance. Darcy's voice grew louder and louder, until it sounded like a war cry. Is it the ability to manipulate people's hearts? Or is it simply empathy? The atmosphere in the hall began to subtly change as he roared. Some excited male nobles even placed their hands on the hilts of their swords, unable to suppress their urge to fight. I will teach you how to be a humble nobleman. True nobles are all humble. He drew his long sword, which was unremarkable when it was in its sheath, showing no special features whatsoever. However, once drawn, the blade is inlaid with colorful gems, making it extremely ornate. Moreover, as soon as it was unsheathed, it emitted a dense magical power and began to glow on its own. Wow! A huge uproar ensued. It's that sword. My God! How could his father have handed that sword to him? These are probably some of the best pieces of equipment below the legendary level. The Kevin family truly lives up to their reputation as an old aristocratic family. They have a truly profound heritage. High-grade magical equipment. No wonder he's Marquis Kevin's son. Darcy felt a surge of satisfaction as he listened to the gasps of surprise from the crowd. But then he heard some chattering voices. I feel that Darcy looks much better now. Exactly. You've become much more attractive. However, Lord Shelley still looks much more handsome. Seriously. Her demeanor has suddenly changed. Snort. A money-grubbing bitch. A group of vulgar women who only care about appearances. Darcy's anger grew as he calmly looked at the unarmed Shelley across from him. It's all because of your appearance. That person's gaze has been taken away from me. Magical weapons? Shelley was also somewhat surprised he hadn't sensed any spiritual light on the sword either. Is there something special about it? The techniques of half-elves are quite interesting. And Shelley's eyes swept across the entire hall, and she formed a general analysis in her mind. Their fighting spirit is high. Their combat strength should be quite good too. If they can still be defeated by orcs like this. A mole. There's definitely a mole inside. Let me see who will be the first to slip up. Despite Darcy's fervent fighting spirit and sarcasm, Shelley's serious expression remained unchanged as he walked towards the crowd, saying, Arrogant? Is that so? Approaching a voluptuous, mature noblewoman, Shelley bowed and said, Ms. Mudley, may I borrow your sword? Mudley's eyes widened in disbelief as she drew her decorative lady's sword and handed it to him with some surprise, saying, You remembered my name? She accepted it with both hands, smiled and nodded, and said softly, Of course, it's hard to forget a beautiful lady's name. I will return it to you intact. After thanking the flattered Lady Mudley, Shelley, sword in hand, faced Darcy, who was now in a ready stance, and spoke in a deep voice. If you retract your doubts and insults towards me, I have no intention of fighting you. Darcy crouched low, then suddenly stomped his foot on the ground and charged towards Shelley. Enough talk. Let me see what you're really capable of. It can make that person keep looking at you. Standing there with her sword in hand, Shelley chuckled softly, her expression becoming a half-smile. If neither the Queen's knights nor her lover are qualified to challenge you. How noble you must be. Yes. His identity. The distance between the two quickly closed, and everyone present watched with bated breath as things unfolded. Many people were on tenterhooks, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Yeah. I was only thinking about testing his personality. How could we forget his identity? It's not just about a nobleman's illegitimate child. Her Majesty's man. In case something unexpected happens, everyone who fanned the flames and fueled the fire will not escape punishment. Even the most benevolent monarch has his temper. Ah! Some of the women exclaimed in surprise. Shelley, who was holding his sword with both hands, suddenly threw the sword away when Darcy attacked within 2 meters of him. What? Those present only saw Shelley's incomprehensible actions, but Darcy in front of Shelley had a completely different feeling. Shelley, when wielding a sword, gives the impression of being serious, yet upright and stubborn. Although they are not easy to deal with, it is easy to find a way to deal with them. A gentleman can be deceived by his principles. Stubborn paladins are the easiest targets for enemies to exploit. But in that instant, Darcy sensed a terrifying presence before him. Enchanting gaze divinity. With a barely perceptible pause, before Darcy himself could even react, Shelley had vanished from his sight. Not good. Where is it? Where are you looking? A faint, puzzled voice sounded behind him. Later. Wrong. A calm voice appeared before God. So close. Darcy felt a tremendous force coming from his hand, followed by a dizzying spin. Bang! Clang! Just then, Shelley's sword, which she had thrown out, was sheathed back into the scabbard at Mutterly's waist. Ah! Muddle cried out in panic, then covered her blushing face, realizing that she looked rather bad. She tried to remain calm and slightly tightened her legs together. It seems like a little bit has leaked out. He fell heavily to the ground, feeling dizzy. Just as he tried to get up, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw. Do not move. Don't act impulsively. Panic and chaos filled his ears. Darcy gradually came to his senses and felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it had been bitten off by a wild beast. Ah! With her foot planted on Darcy's chest, Shelley held her sword in one hand, pointing the tip at Darcy's throat. Shelley's calm, almost indifferent expression left no room for doubt about her murderous intent. Please don't call me that, Mr. Kevin. It makes you seem very uncouth. Arrogance and conceit are qualities that can destroy a person. Furthermore, I think that such slander against humanity. Shouldn't you apologize to all half-elves who have human blood flowing through their veins? Chapter 97. Geniuses are great, but they're also easy to destroy. Third update. Shelley's murderous intent was genuine. That's how most people see it. If the Avengers are the feared heretics among the paladins, the crowned paladins, known as the Guardians, are an anomaly among them. More than the vows others make, they are committed to protecting the beliefs in their own hearts. It's not that their beliefs are bad, it's just that sometimes outsiders don't know what they hold dear in their hearts, and it's easy to step on their landmines. One wrong move and it could break out into a life or death battle. One side was furious, while the other was completely dumbfounded. Rather than face such an awkward situation, most people would choose to avoid these dangerous individuals. If I can't afford to mess with them, I'll just avoid them. At the same time, Shelley's mindset changed. What they need now is not a harmless princess. They need an opportunity to unite against a common enemy. Humph 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 humph. I am unworthy. I shall be this public enemy. A bewitching queen has appeared amidst chaos. First, there's the setting of fluctuating emotions. Having made up his mind, Shelley continued to question Darcy, who was standing at his feet, with a serious attitude. Lord Darcy, I hope you can take back what you just said. Is it acceptable to disrespect me like that? Darcy snapped out of his daze and tried to get up and yell at Shelley, but Shelley stomped on his foot so hard that he was pushed back down. Cough. The two were roughly equal in strength, and Shelley's strength might even be below Darcy's. However, the positions and postures of both sides at this moment. Shelley would never let him get away. Polly, who had been the most enthusiastic, now had a complicated look in her eyes as she carefully observed Shelley's back and said softly, Lord Shelley. He turned to look at Polly, shook his head slightly, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lady Polly, but I can't forgive him in the current situation. Not just for myself, but also for Natya. Once Her Majesty the Queen put her hat on, those who wanted to step forward to dissuade her or even take her side retreated in frustration. That's ruthless. That's when they brought out Her Majesty the Queen. This guy is no pushover. This is not a threat. It wasn't coercion. I just want you to take your insults to heart. A serious and calm voice, a calm expression, and a faint killing intent. The combination of these three factors made the whole situation extremely tense. Cough cough cough. You. Darcy's confidence waned as he realized the sword tip was getting closer and closer to his throat. Shelley. Stop. At that moment, a soft voice came from the edge of the hall, a voice that had a calm and confident feel to it. A closer analysis reveals a deep-seated arrogance hidden within. Stepping out from the crowd, a blonde half-elf wearing a monocle stepped forward. His appearance was considered outstanding even among half-elves, and with an air of superior confidence, he approached Shelley and said casually, Let him go. This is extremely disrespectful to Marquis Kevin. Sir Vase. What are you saying? Lady Polly, please don't interfere in this matter. Pushing up his monocle, Sir Vase nodded to the angry Polly and said, Darcy was indeed wrong in this matter, but his actions are not commendable. He chose the method most likely to provoke conflict. This is not good for the stability of our kingdom. Service has the air of a scholar who has just stepped out of a library, and if he were to be carrying a book in his arms, he would look even more like one. A touch of arrogance? A scholar? A spellcaster. A very easy deduction. Spellcasters have looked down on ordinary people and other professionals for thousands of years. Arrogance is good. It's easy to destroy. Before Polly could speak, Shelley asked softly, Who are you? Sir Vase himself didn't speak, but Darcy, who was lying on the ground, quickly introduced. Sir Vase is a true genius. He's a genius mage who has been praised even by His Majesty. Smiling, he nodded to the suddenly appearing Service and repeated, A genius. Just when everyone thought Shelley would simply release Darcy. The incredibly sharp sword tip pierced Darcy's throat. Ah. Cough. Ha, ha. Ah. You. Shocked, Sir Vase's eyes widened as he was about to rush forward to rescue Darcy. Do not move. If you move, he will die. Ignoring Service, who ran to her side, Shelley looked around and nodded secretly at everyone's panicked reactions. Panic, shock, fear, confusion. These are all normal reactions. Shelley continued her analysis, carefully observing several people who appeared shocked but whose eyes held a hidden joy. That's interesting. That's so much fun. There were far fewer nobles at risk of betrayal than Shelley had imagined. Stop casting your fireballs, they'll destroy this place. Turning her gaze away, Shelley looked at this young mage prodigy, who was probably raised by some small family, and raised an eyebrow, saying, I have a question for you now. If I had chosen the method most likely to cause conflict. So now, am I playing a game with him? Service's expression turned extremely ugly, and his fists clenched so tightly they trembled. Aren't you going to say anything? The sword tip was slowly pulled from Darcy's throat, and blood flowed out with it. Ah! Service looked at Darcy with heartache and shouted loudly. No! You didn't choose the method that was most likely to cause conflict. I was wrong. Shelley looked at his clenched fists and flushed face, and asked with a smile. What did you call me before? His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Shelley. Service's face twitched. He wanted to turn and leave, but seeing Darcy's gushing blood, he gritted his teeth and said, I was wrong, Lord Shelley. Nodding in satisfaction, he quickly pulled the sword tip from Darcy's throat and, before Darcy could scream, cast a holy healing and a healing spell on him. Shelley wiped the tip of the sword with Darcy's clothes, then knelt down, placed the sword in Darcy's lap, and asked softly, Now, could you please take back that statement? Shelley's toothy grin made him look like a devil with a mouthful of sharp teeth to Darcy. Suppressing his fear, Darcy nodded, his face trembling. I take it back. Very good. She patted his trembling shoulder. Shelley stood up with satisfaction, bowed to the crowd, and was about to leave. As Shelley passed Service, she paused for a moment and chuckled softly as they passed each other. Wouldn't that solve things? You. Service wanted to punch Shelley in the face, but as soon as he raised his arm, he felt a chill run through his body. A fierce killing intent surged through his mind. You, don't push your luck too far. My patience is limited. Reaching the door, Shelley took a glass of fruit wine from the stunned maid's tray, raised it gently, and smiled brightly. Excuse me, I'll be going now. Let's talk later. Homage to Natya, the great half-elf queen. Shelley tilted his head back, drank the wine in one gulp, placed the cup back on the plate, and slowly walked out of the hall, leaving behind the nobles with their varied expressions. Winnie's expression remained unchanged, while she silently thought to herself. An interesting man. On her way back to her palace, Shelley greeted everyone she met with a bright smile. Recalling the two cannon fodder geniuses from earlier, Shelley sighed. A genius? Arrogant? How wonderful. These kinds of people are much easier to destroy. And there's even more fun. Chapter 98 Reactions from All Sides. A consecutive pattern. Fourth update. Polly quietly walked up to Winnie and whispered. My lord, this Shelley. Well, she's really good looking. He is also quite good at dealing with people, not arrogant at all, and very mature and generous. But, that's it. The contrast before and after is too great. 1 second she was a smiling, delicate socialite. The next second he'll be a masculine and heroic devout paladin. That's alright, he's actually quite handsome. But the style suddenly changed at the end. He directly drew his knife and started slashing people. Without hesitation, he delivered a fatal blow. And that's skill and fighting awareness. It's definitely not as simple as he said. Are you kidding me? What kind of socialite can stab someone in the throat without batting an eye? Just as Polly was lost in thought, Winnie's warm hand rested on her head and gently stroked it a few times. Don't overthink it, my little Polly. He is not as simple as he appears, nor as extreme as he seems. Even after she learned that I was a legend, her expression didn't change much. She just treated me like an ordinary old lady. Also, he knows me. I thought this old man wouldn't have anyone who recognized me. Moreover, the kind of willpower that allows me to communicate easily. Talent, appearance, personality, ability. My dear sister, you've really found a man who's worthy of you. Ruffling the hair of a bewildered Polly, Winnie smiled as she watched everyone's reactions. Harvey looked somewhat grave, exchanged a glance with Reynolds, who also looked unwell, and sighed at the same time. I thought it was a little white flower. The result was a white rose. Beneath its pristine white exterior lie sharp barbs. Carrying their wine glasses, they walked together toward the heads of other families, seemingly forgetting about their own children. Big. Carter watched his father walk away, and just as he was about to speak, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his foot. Hiss. Phyllis looked away with an innocent expression and casually withdrew her foot. Snort. Fool. The group of women responsible for gathering information were closest to the scene of the incident. They finally calmed down after Shelley left and started talking excitedly. Lord Shelley. That's kind of scary, it's like he suddenly became a completely different person. But, don't you think he's kind of handsome? When you put it that way, it does seem a bit true. His eyes are so captivating. And another thing. He has a faint fragrance on him. Yes. What will he be like in bed? He. I think it will be. Humans, no, half-elves, do not share the same joys and sorrows. Compared to the group of chattering and excited noble ladies and young girls, there was a group of people who seemed particularly silent. The eldest daughter-in-law lying on the ground, no, that's not her. Darcy just thought they were noisy. Why did this happen? Why? Darcy. Are you all right? A group of people rushed over and helped Darcy, who was still lying on the ground, to his feet. Everyone looked at Darcy with concern. Getting up from the ground, Darcy pushed away the others who were helping him, staggered to Service's side with his head down, and whispered, "How are you?" Taking a deep breath, Service loosened his clenched fist, nodded slightly, and walked out of the hall. Everyone he encountered had no idea why this genius mage, who usually looked down on everyone, would suddenly appear so murderous today. The humiliation I suffered today. I must get my revenge. A warm embrace. Shelley? Yes, I'm here. When Naisha awoke from her daze, she felt as if she had had a long dream. It felt like a nightmare. The first half was so tragic it was heartbreaking and suffocating. It was like a beautiful dream, which was eventually lost and then regained. It was all just a test for myself. Feeling a pair of hands gently massaging her temples, Naisha didn't want to open her eyes and mumbled sleepily. Shelley. Don't die. I promise you, I won't die, I swear. Feigning death doesn't count. Prepare yourself mentally. Hey. You're still here. Always here. Wow, being resurrected in public is quite a show. Snort. I know it was you who did this. Ignoring the boring system classmate, Shelley kissed the lazybone's cheek. Do you want to continue sleeping? Naisha stretched and slowly opened her eyes. Looking into Shelley's bright and lively eyes, the image of her making that vow flashed through my mind again. Tears welled up in her eyes again, but she held back her tears and kissed Shelley's lips. Bathed in the bright moonlight outside the window, the two figures slowly drew closer. Strength assessment successful. Where is Lydia? Let her go and rest too. Then she, we'll talk about the future later. Naisha used to bite. The effect is so-so. Damaged Shelley by 1 point. Naisha regretted it as soon as she bit her, and gently stroked the teeth marks on Shelley's shoulder. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Shelley embraced Naisha by the back of her head and gently kissed her hair. Suppressing the urge to bite again, Naisha gently licked her wound. Naisha used licking. Exceptional results. Shelley went mad. Naisha suffered a backlash. Under the same moonlight, Duke Bell stood by the window, looking at the Duke's mansion illuminated by the moonlight. A sigh escaped his lips. Well. Shelley. Mine. Squeak. The soft groan of the wooden plank sounded incredibly jarring in the quiet room. Who? Turning around abruptly, the Duke stared at the direction from which the sound came with an unusually fast speed. Thump, thump, thump. Creak. A tall figure walked in from outside the door. They looked similarly aged, and shared the same seriousness. They have similar appearances but completely different temperaments. Who are you? We met once 18 years ago. You were a paladin from that time. The person before me has a completely different temperament from that person back then, who was full of light. But he dared not relax in the slightest. Duke Bell's figure hunched over as he stared intently at Salil, asking in a hoarse voice. You've come here to do. He was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly pounced on Salil with astonishing speed. Whatever your reason. Go to hell. Bang. What? When he regained consciousness in the next instant, Duke Bell found himself lying on the ground. When? Shut up, answer my question. Salil's expression was cold and indifferent, even carrying a strong killing intent. I knew about your existence a long time ago. I haven't bothered you because of Shelley. Now, tell me. How is Shelley doing? In the dark and cold room, Salil stood on Duke Bell's chest, coldly staring at the old man on the ground. His interaction with Shelley. Same. Chapter 99, Their Tender Moments and Elena's Crisis. Fifth update. A fusion of souls. Physical collision. Having experienced life and death. Having experienced separation. What will gradually settle down? What else is gradually brewing? Gain 3,000 experience points to allocate. Gain spells, teleportation circle, telekinesis. Teleportation array 5th ring, draw a teleportation array with a diameter of 3 meters and connect it to a permanent teleportation array on the same plane. If this spell is used on the same location, a permanent teleportation circle will be created after 1 year. And each teleportation circle has a specific combination of runes. Mind control, the 5 rings gain the ability to manipulate objects and living beings with your thoughts. Creature, you can try moving a creature. As long as you can defeat the opponent in a strength contest, you can move it 30 meters in any direction. Object, you can control a maximum of one object weighing no more than 500 kilograms. If it is already worn, you will need to engage in a strength contest with the wearer. Winning allows you to remove it from the wearer. Shelley, some crazy ideas came to mind. Before dawn, Shelley leaned against the headboard and continued massaging Natya's temples. Silently savoring the lingering pleasure in her body, Naisha felt so comfortable that she didn't want to move a single finger. It's like it has a kind of magical power. That power is stronger than before. It's a very obvious feeling. The fragrance emanating from Shelley was even stronger. It feels like a cake that smells incredibly tempting. I want to take a bite. I don't want to think about it anymore. Lazily closing her eyes, Naisha began to recount what happened after Shelley's death. After that, we defeated the Balrog, but it escaped back to the abyss. We took your body to the Duke of Bell's mansion. Your father didn't TC us. Through the door, he said your body. Your body is at our disposal. He also said we should take your body with us, that you are not worthy to enter the Bell family cemetery. She carefully chose her words, afraid of upsetting Shelley, but Shelley didn't care at all, and gently tightened her grip, signaling her to continue. I would be surprised if he were sad. In our anger, Elena and I decided to keep you away from that sad place, Lunt. I originally planned to bury you somewhere secluded, and then I would tell Elena. A loyal knight, who died in battle for his lover and to protect his people. But no one knew this, not even his closest family members respected him. That's so sad. In a fit of anger, I brought your body to IL. Heroes cannot die anonymously. A state funeral is my personal wish. I don't want you to die quietly, with no one knowing. Since there is no place for you in the human world, then let your name be sung in my kingdom. No one could have imagined that the half-elf queen's only act of capriciousness over the years was to prevent her lover from dying such a tragic death. Although the matter itself was somewhat tragic. Shelley gently kissed Natya's forehead, which was still damp with sweat, and said emotionally, "Thank you, my queen, I am truly touched." After lingering tenderly for a while, Natya escaped Shelley's clutches and continued. Elena doesn't know about your resurrection yet. At this point, Shelley's expression turned serious, and she said in a low voice, "Do you have any means of communication?" Naisha was surprised by Shelley's sudden seriousness and, somewhat amused, reached out and pinched his nose. What? Are you worried about a conflict between us? Ever since she came with you, whether it was for people or for the people of her own country. I am grateful for her kindness. We have been sisters since then. Ah. Shaking her head to free herself from Natalia's small hand, Shelley gently bit Natalia's delicate finger and then said, "That's not what I'm worried about. I have something else I'm worried about. Can you guarantee the security of your communication methods?" Naisha's smile faded upon hearing this, and she said thoughtfully, "You mean?" "That's right. There's definitely a traitor in your business guild." At this point, both of them felt a surge of anger. The appearance of the orcs and necromancers was definitely premeditated. Otherwise, how could two fully prepared legends just pop up out of nowhere? You're kidding me. That wizard's gone mad. He went out with all his belongings. Moreover, Naisha's presence in Lund was a top secret, and only her confidants would have the opportunity to know that her bodyguards were not around. It seems you already have someone in mind. Looking directly into Natalia's eyes, Shelley said earnestly. I know you can't bear to doubt your people, but you need to think about one thing. Were all half-elves kind and suffering before you liberated them 200 years ago? Are all half-elves of the good alignment? I don't believe it. Evil will always exist, and everyone's heart can be corrupted. It's just a matter of whether you have enough chips. Seeing Naisha looking a little down, Shelley sighed softly. Women are truly emotional creatures. He held her tightly in his arms and whispered in her ear. Perhaps you don't need to make a choice. I'll take care of everything. I believe in you, so you must believe in me too. Okay? Under the dim light of dawn, the two, wrapped in luxurious blankets, appeared on the balcony of the palace. Gazing at the dawning sunlight on the horizon, Shelley held Naisha tightly in his arms. Looking at the capital city of Il under the morning light, he whispered. I will help you resolve some issues that you cannot handle personally. You just need to wait quietly. Feeling the warmth of the person behind her, even though the morning chill wouldn't bother her, she still snuggled closer to Shelley and nodded obediently. Shelley's gaze hardened, she tightened her grip on her arms, and her thoughts drifted away. Next up is my performance. This needs to be finished as soon as possible. I need to go back to Lund to take care of some things. Elena is waiting for me too. On this very day, Her Majesty the Half-Elf Queen once again did not appear before the nobles, but instead spent the entire day in her palace. In contrast, Shelley, representing Naisha, once again received the nobles who wished to see His Majesty. On this very day, a rumor spread throughout Il that Shelley was a threat to the country. Uncle Carrie. I've said it many times. That's impossible. Elena looked somewhat haggard, and her face was now contorted with anger as she glared at her uncle. Carrie has the traditional red hair of the Fonte royal family, with some gray hair mixed in due to his age. Facing Elena's angry glare, he casually took a sip of tea, gestured to the stool opposite him for Elena to sit down, and said gently. What's wrong with that kid from the Pete family? Wasn't he doing just fine? Aren't you from the same knightly order? After all, this is what your father wanted. Are you going to go against his wishes? Chapter 100 The Girl Who Claimed to be a Widow. First update. Especially this matter. What exactly happened? Elena slammed her fist on the table so hard it almost shattered. She glared at her uncle, who was calmly sipping his red tea, and said, Why won't you let me see my father? What's wrong with him? Carrie placed the teacup in the saucer, looked kindly at the furious Elena, and slowly said, Your father has recently relapsed into some of his old ailments. It's the same situation as it was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Elena frowned deeply, her thoughts instantly returning to that nightmare from 3 years ago. That royal tragedy that shocked everyone. Are you telling the truth? Carrie's expression turned serious, and he nodded earnestly, saying, It's true. I have no reason to lie to you about this. After a moment of silence, still with her brows furrowed, Elena immediately asked, What about that engagement with Rob? Are you kidding me? Carrie remained unmoved by Elena's shouting, even waving her hand to calm her down and saying, I was there when your father had his attack, and we happened to be talking about your future marriage. He's also worried about you. He thinks the Pete family. Enough. Elena immediately interrupted, standing up abruptly. Looking down at Kelly, whose expression remained calm, she said, word by word. From the moment I renounced my inheritance rights and joined the Knights Templar, my marriage was a matter of personal choice. My father personally promised me this. Seeing that Carrie looked like he wanted to explain something, Elena grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, glaring at him fiercely. I wouldn't have believed it until he told me it himself. You don't need to talk about this anymore. There are some things I'm not unaware of, I just don't want to argue with you. If you push me too far. Elena tossed Carrie back onto the stool and said coldly. Fonte has produced queens throughout its history. Turning to walk outside, Elena tossed out a sentence. And my marriage is already with someone else. Kyle, rubbing his lower back, asked in surprise. Who? That's impossible. How could she possibly have made a lifelong commitment to someone else? This is Elena. That's unrealistic. The thought of Shelley's face softened Elena's expression for a moment as she turned her back to Carrie, followed by a flash of sadness. Finally, her voice softened, and Elena spoke gently. Shelley Bell. Carrie raised an eyebrow, his expression faltering, and blinked as he asked. The illegitimate son of the Bell family? But isn't he already dead? Moreover, you announced it in public. He was a hero who sacrificed himself to protect Lent. Then I am his widow. Bang! Looking at the slammed solid wood door, Carrie stood up, shook his head, and rubbed his back, which he had bumped into the stool with difficulty. He sighed. What kind of young girl would lift up her uncle like that? He walked to the window, rubbing his aching back, and narrowed his eyes as he watched Elena storm off downstairs. Claiming to be a widow? Could this be that old man's backup plan? Carrie's brow furrowed slightly as he watched Elena walk away. He turned his head to look in a certain direction, frowning and muttering to himself. How is that old guy still clinging to life? And she can even have children with other people? You really shouldn't be underestimated. Bruno Bell. After pondering for a moment, the slight sound behind him prompted him to ask. How's the investigation going? Just as Rob said, it was handled perfectly. Carrie nodded, waved for him to leave, and soon there was no more breath behind him. What they didn't notice was the orchid leaves by the window twitched slightly. Arguing, Elena stormed back to the temple, ignoring everyone who bowed to her, and went straight to her room. As soon as she entered the room, Elena's anger vanished without a trace, and she sat quietly in the unlit room. Not long after, the door opened a crack and then closed again, and Lilith, still wearing a mask, appeared in the room. With a sigh, Lilith turned on the magic lamp in the room and spoke to Elena, who was looking down. You. Well. Lilith wanted to cheer her up, but she herself felt a lump in her throat and didn't know what to say. Still with her head bowed, Elena asked. You're back. How did it go? It's certain that they are involved. Yeah. Juan raised her head, opened her eyes, and looked at Lilith in front of her. The moment she opened her eyes, the entire room seemed to chill, and the anger in her dark eyes was as real as a physical entity. Very good. She's not some naive, clueless princess who knows nothing. Many people may not know that before Elena joined the temple, she had been receiving the education of a king. If it weren't for verifying some things, she would never have gone to act in front of Kylie today. Now, at that location. I can fight for it without any burden now. Lilith watched the princess, who was full of fighting spirit, and silently leaned her back against the wall, staring at the simple ceiling, lost in thought. She did it for her lover. Then what am I doing this for? Someone who tells me reality in a cruel way? Or, my master? I can't figure it out. But they need to pay the price. The only sound in the room was the calm yet murderous breathing of the two people. No. This can't go on any longer. We absolutely cannot allow this human to control the queen. We must set things right. Harvey's new faction and Reynolds' old faction reached an unprecedented consensus on how to deal with Shelley. We absolutely cannot allow this dangerous individual to interfere with the queen's thinking. Otherwise, this would be a devastating blow to IL. On the afternoon of the third day, the nobles, who were already getting restless, received news from an informant inside the palace. The queen has gone to her study, while that human is resting in his bedchamber. Before everyone had arrived, the group rushed to the front of the royal study. Harvey took a deep breath and was about to push the door open when it slowly opened in front of him. A dignified yet gentle voice emanated from within. What brings you here? Could it be that you want to impeach me? Chapter 101 Questioning. Second update. The study is decorated in a distinctly human style, large and spacious, neat and symmetrical. It also has some characteristics of elves, full of natural charm, and the patterns in the details are very exquisite. The room wasn't sparsely furnished, but it didn't feel empty. Because there are many huge bookshelves floating in mid-air. Even after seeing it many times, Harvey could still feel the same shock he felt when he first saw those bookshelves floating in the sky 30 years ago. Majestic, grand, and mysterious. Her Majesty the Queen sat at the only table, in the spot where the sun shone. Whether poring over thick books, handling official business, or sipping a cup of tea while gazing at portraits of former comrades, they might be busy with their work. Every time he came here to pay his respects to His Majesty, he was filled with awe and dared not even breathe loudly. At this moment, Her Majesty the Queen was not working in her favorite seat, but instead, it was that human named Shelley. What are you doing here? Shelley was dressed like a nobleman in his own home, wearing a light silk robe and sitting at the table where Naisha usually handled official business, looking at them with a half smile. The faint magical fluctuations emanating from the robe indicate that its material is not ordinary silk. Rather, these are extraordinary items that can only be produced by a variant of silkworms specially bred by certain drow families in the Underdark. If this type of mulberry silk is used to make magic robes, it can even create extraordinary magic robes. Moreover, its production is scarce, and its value is many times higher than that of equivalent gold. However, at this point it was simply made into an ordinary nightgown, which Shelley wore somewhat loosely. After they entered the room, Shelley kept activating the divine power within her body. His pristine white bathrobe subtly revealed the undulating muscles beneath, his handsome features, and his languid demeanor. With the blessing of divine power, Shelley's skin had a luminous, translucent quality. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, Shelley looked like an angel fallen to earth. Some of the female noble women in the crowd almost forgot their original purpose and couldn't help but take a second look. It looks really good. Me? Why can't I be here? Shelley gently put down the book she was reading, The Complete Guide to Super Magic Techniques, and casually placed her hands behind her back, watching the excited nobles in front of her. Reynolds, frowning, stepped out of the crowd and, standing to the left and right of Harvey, looked at the languid Shelley, saying in a deep voice, "Why? This is Her Majesty the Queen's official business premises. How dare you be here?" There was no answer. Shelley focused intently on scanning the group of people and gently twitched her nose. There's no hint of guilt in him. And these people are genuinely angry. Natya, your efforts have not been in vain. Addressing this group of nobles of varying ages and genders, Shelley asked, "Do you all think this way? Do you share the same views as those two?" Before anyone else could speak, Harvey frowned and said in a deep voice, "What? Are you trying to sow discord among us?" Reynolds bowed to Shelley first before asking, "Are you going to punish us for this?" Smiling and waving her hand, Shelley chuckled and said, No, how could that be? I wouldn't dare target either of you. After all, the two of you are like brothers." Both of them raised their eyebrows simultaneously, exchanged a fleeting glance, and then looked away instantly. The others didn't understand Shelley's implied meaning. The two had been known to be at odds for many years. They'd been targeting each other since they were young. Shelley tilted her head and asked with a smile, "There's no time to expose them now. They would only think it was Shelley's sarcasm towards them. Let me put it another way, why do you hold this view? This is where Naisha handles official business. It's sacred and inviolable?" Not understanding Shelley's meaning, Polly, who had been hiding at the back of the crowd, raised her hand and said, "That's because of the rules. Thank you for getting me out of that situation, Miss Polly." "Fine. Who made these rules?" "Naturally, it's Her Majesty the Queen." Her smile brightened, and Shelley's soft, puzzled voice echoed in the room. "So? Naisha set rules for herself to restrict herself? Well, although she might actually do it. She has a criminal record. In Shelley's view, the half-elf kingdom is her greatest constraint. Without this burden, she could live a carefree and unrestrained life in this world. Few humans or creatures can threaten a high-ranking legend anymore. Aside from extremely dangerous places, they are the ceiling below the gods. But Shelley also understood that pressure can also be a driving force. If it weren't for the sense of responsibility that Naisha felt as a half-elf urging her forward, she probably wouldn't have gotten to where she is today. They looked at each other, their brows furrowed, and a thought seemed to flash through their minds. This is something we've tacitly agreed upon in private." After admiring their bewildered expressions for a while, Shelley jumped off the table. With a wave of his hand, he took a book from the bookshelf in the sky, held it in his hand, and read aloud softly. "Our great queen, it was she who rescued us from our lives of humiliation. She is the one who protects our people. We will forever remain loyal. May our queen enjoy her happiness forever." Written by Croft Woodlow in the second year of the IL calendar. Shelley closed the book, hugged it to his chest, and looked into their eyes, saying, "It seems someone needs to explain this to me. Why were you in such a hurry to come? And why would you think I shouldn't be here?" In the completely silent room, the only sound could be the swallowing of saliva. The smile on Shelley's face gradually faded, and she calmly looked at the nobles, saying in a cold voice, "They even dared to plant an informant in the Queen's palace. To do such a thing right under the nose of a high-ranking legend. I have to say, you guys really have a lot of courage." Shelley's every cold rebuke was like a whip, lashing at their tense hearts. Is this how you show your loyalty? The last sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts and a pang of pain in their souls. Shelley could tell them that this wasn't an illusion, but something he had done. Blasphemy, evil forces can influence reality to some extent. They can cause mental harm to others. Chapter 102, Turning the Tables. Third update. Blasphemous words. The evil faction's specialty. Its next level name is blasphemous words, which is a necessary condition in various rituals that worship evil gods. For example, imagine a massive slaughter, and you want it to reach the ears of an evil god. Besides chanting the name of God, another effective method is to use blasphemous words to bless him. This language, which symbolizes depravity, possesses an evil power. Impair their judgment, inflict greater damage on the enemy, and even corrupt the enemy's will. Conversely, the good faction also possesses a similar ability, holy word. This is better at worst, it just turns people into idiots who only know how to praise the sun. Polly looked at the others' tense expressions with some confusion, not quite understanding. What happened? Why do they all suddenly look like they've encountered a ghost? All right. Shelley clapped her hands, jolting them out of their reverie. Like ice melting and snow thawing, Shelley's expression began to soften. He smiled gently again and said to them, "That's the end of it. I'll make Naisha forgive you. But there will be no next time. So, gentlemen, what is the purpose of your visit today? They wouldn't be here to ask me for tea, would they?" With a wave of his hand, the white porcelain teacup on the table flew up and landed in his hand. Porcelain products from the eastern seas, a top choice with exquisite craftsmanship. The material plane is not a planet. Instead, it was like an unfolding scroll, unfurled by an unknown, mighty force, quietly floating in the astral plane. This is also considered to be the standard of power for the great divine force that has been lost for a long time. Create such a world. Shelley's homeland, the kingdom of Fent, is located in the southern kingdoms, which are situated in the lower middle part of the material plane. Further down lie a cluster of tropical islands and endless ocean. Because the shipping lanes in the eastern seas are home to many large sea monsters and various aquatic creatures, there is very little interaction between the people of the eastern seas and the people of other continental regions. According to Shelley, their race is typical of the East. With her black hair and black eyes, she looks so approachable. Moreover, their culture seems to be a fusion of the entirety of Eastern civilization, including porcelain, tea, and paper. Most importantly, they can cook. Repeating it one more time. They can cook. This also gave some players who were used to the monotonous food in other places a long-lost sense of familiarity. Because of their scarcity, products from the eastern seas are also quite expensive. At this time, Shelley's half-elf kingdom of Il was located in the lower northern part of the material plane, where the temperature was neither too high nor too low all year round, making it very suitable for living. The nobles looked conflicted, unsure how to begin their explanation. Us. They came to advise His Majesty not to become obsessed with love. How could you say that to the person involved? Pretending to be oblivious, Shelley, smelling the aroma of the tea, seemed to remember something and suddenly smiled and said, "Speaking of which, there's something I've always been curious about. Do you really think that no one will know about the little tricks you've been up to?" He held up his fingers and recited them as if counting his treasures. The mezzanine in the fifth compartment under the floor. The hidden compartment behind the bookshelf. The deepest part of the fourth drawer of the dressing table. Behind the door. Every time Shelley spoke, one person in the crowd would change their expression. The wardrobe drawers, in a pile of. Sensing Polly's pitiful gaze, Shelley swallowed her last words, silently saying to herself, "Inside the underwear. Miss Polly, you're amazing. I like your move." Shelley hasn't just been exercising with Natya these past few days. Beyond that, he made full use of his abilities to infiltrate the dreams of many nobles. I discovered so many interesting secrets. Seeing her grateful gaze, Shelley smiled and addressed the bewildered nobles. "My lords, why are you in such a panic? Are you worried about things being stolen from your house?" Shelley smiled slightly, a playful smirk playing on her lips. "Don't worry, Illinois has always been a very safe place." He looked meaningfully at the varied expressions on everyone's faces and said softly, "I believe there would be no thieves if there were no riots and conflicts. You agree, don't you? An undisguised threat. If you two get into a conflict, everyone will be finished." Silence. The atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive. There's something you might not understand, or you might be pretending not to understand. That doesn't matter. You can only take what's given to you, otherwise, anyone who dares to reach out will have their hand chopped off. Whether you consider yourselves the new generation of nobles or the orthodox old guard. I don't know what you're arguing about. Shaking her head somewhat speechlessly, Shelley put down her teacup and said seriously. The first generation of the half-elf kingdom were pioneers. They didn't think about dividing the spoils. If there's not enough cake, go find a bigger one. When you come here, you become the maintainers of the status quo. It has come to the point where we have to eliminate our own people to get a bigger slice of the pie. The biggest difference between Naisha and you is not just in status and strength. She is a pioneer, and you are the maintainers. After a moment of silence, Harvey spoke up, puzzled. Then we can't initiate a conflict, can we? If we can't take the initiative, we can always counterattack, right? You mean? Shelley's expression gradually turned serious, and she looked at them earnestly, asking, doesn't any of you care why I was beaten to the point of near death? Who attacked Naisha and me? Could something render a high-ranking legendary figure powerless to save those around them? And why has Naisha been resting in her palace the whole time? His Majesty is injured. Shelley, no. In a sense, she is indeed recovering from her injuries. But I did it. Ha! The Chinese language is truly profound and extensive. Who leaked the news of Natya's trip? Without giving them time to think, Shelley said in a deep voice. We were attacked by orcs. Among the nobles, some have been corrupted. I do not understand. Are those savage, inferior beasts really worth the risk? Impossible. Ignoring their roars, Shelley waved her hand and said, whether it's nonsense or not, some people know the truth. I hope you can think carefully about what you need to do. You may all leave. With a blank expression, the nobles filed out of the room, leaving Shelley with a radiant smile. Oh, right, there's one last thing. I will be the first prince of the half-elf kingdom. A look of panic crossed Shelley's face as she shyly began to speak. I hope everyone will continue to support me in the future. Chapter 103 Lydia's Confusion. The Mystery Under the Table. Fourth update. Lydia was confused. For her, the fact that the queen was with Shelley wasn't a big shock. To be honest, because she didn't grow up in IL, her understanding of Naisha was only superficial. A great being, a being who will save her. But he didn't wait for Naisha to save him, it was Shelley who pulled him out of the abyss. A mysterious nobleman shrouded in an air of mystery. Moreover, it belongs to him. Oh nar. And now, he's come to ILEL. Then all the things I did back then were meaningless? Recalling her impulse to give herself to him at that time, Lydia felt hot all over and wished she could wash her face several times. As Naisha's disciple, regardless of Lydia's previous status, her current status is incomparably noble. With this identity, the entire royal capital of IL is open to her. Of course, exploring the royal city alone would be too difficult for a timid girl. She had been wandering around the castle for the past few days. Because she was a stranger, many people did not avoid her when they met her, but instead regarded her as a new maid. This actually made things a little easier for her. While the head maid was away, the two young and adorable half-elf maids huddled together and whispered something. Have you heard? What is it? The sounds coming from Her Majesty's bedchamber lasted all day. Really? I heard that all the maids passing by smelled a wonderful fragrance. It's incredibly arousing. Ah. I'll go take a look today too. Okay. Let's go together then. He, I can't wait. Lydia walked down the upper corridor, listening to their conversation, and was secretly lost in thought. Is that so? Your Majesty, no, the teacher is currently with Lord Shelley. But why doesn't anyone come to find me? Reflecting on the past few days of neglect, she felt a pang of sadness. Waking up in a bed softer than Shelley's room, being served by servants, and wearing a dress she had never imagined before. But Lydia felt empty inside. Everything here was actually more welcoming than waiting for Shelley to return in his room. And most importantly, what am I, really? A pitiful enslaved girl? Or was she a talented little maid who was picked up on a whim? I'm getting more and more confused. What is that? She saw the head maid who had been serving her for the past few days following a man down the corridor with a fanatical expression, and then into a room. What's wrong with her? Something was definitely wrong with that state. Based on her interactions over the past few days, the head maid gave her the impression of being a stern person who always maintained a calm expression. It's absolutely impossible to follow someone around with a completely absorbed expression. But what if he's her lover? That's possible. A head maid who is completely different in front of her lover seems to make sense. No, I have to go and see. Unable to suppress her impulse, Lydia quietly followed and peeked through the slightly ajar door. The head maid, who had always been cold and aloof, was now kneeling on the ground, fawning over a man, and whispering something. The message has already been sent out. My lord! My lord! Please! Give me that one! She looked up, her beautiful face flushed, and tried to kiss the man's calf, but her head was gently pressed down to stop her. You want it? A deep voice sounded, but Lydia couldn't quite make out what the man with his back to the door was saying. She only vaguely felt that it was somewhat familiar. I want it. Please. The man sighed softly and gently touched the head maid's brow with his finger. Ah! As if she had been greatly stimulated, the head maid let out a coquettish moan full of lust, and lay on her back, twisting her body on the ground. What's wrong with her? What on earth did that man do? No, I have to go tell His Majesty. While I was still thinking, the door in front of me suddenly opened. In a daze, Lydia lunged forward and fell into a warm embrace. What? Spying is not a good habit. A gentle, cheerful voice came from above, and Lydia, who had been tense, immediately relaxed. With tears in her eyes, she looked up at the person before her and whispered. Oh no. Feeling sad? Lydia wanted to deny it, but inexplicably blurted out her true feelings. Feeling neglected? Shelley lifted her up with one arm, ruffled her hair, and comforted her. Okay, don't be sad. It's not that I don't care about you, it's just that I have some things to take care of. Come with me, let her lie here, she'll wake up soon. With her head buried in Shelley's shoulder, Lydia didn't try to get off him and was carried directly to Natya's study. Placed on the stool, Lydia then asked the question that had been bothering her. Master, what was that just now? Shelley leaned against the table, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said with a smile. The head maid? Oh, she's a spy for the nobles, responsible for relaying information about Naisha's actions. So, she's not innocent. But what does it look like? Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Shelley smiled meaningfully, tapped her brow, and whispered. She was hallucinating, in that hallucination. She is enjoying the greatest pleasure in the world. Just as Lydia was wondering, Shelley appeared before her, his clothes off, and he slowly kissed her lips. And then, that was it. Shelley, the following is paid content. With her face flushed and eyes wide, Lydia said in disbelief. Isn't that true? It's fake, just a hallucination. But the feel was so realistic. That. Suddenly feeling down, Lydia lowered her head and said. Was that time also an illusion? If even that one time was a lie, then I. Snap. Shelley gently flicked her little head, cradled it in her hands, and whispered to Lydia, who was looking up in confusion. Would you like to distinguish the difference between the two? Yes, I want to know. Shelley gently touched her brow and spoke in a tone as if soothing a child to sleep. Then close your eyes and take a nap. Experience what it's like to be in a virtual world, me. Looking at the unconscious Lydia, Shelley felt a headache coming on as she stared at the blushing, sleeping girl. Where should I put it? They're coming right away. Right. Here. Shelley gently placed Lydia into Naisha's desk drawer and lightly kissed her cheek, which was beginning to warm up. Then Shelley sat down at the table facing the door, picked up the book beside him, and waited for the arrival of the nobles. Shelley waved open the door to the room and said with a half smile. What brings you here? Chapter 104 Lydia's Emotions. Separation. Joy. Endless joy. Lydia felt her consciousness sinking deeper and deeper, falling ever towards the abyss. Lydia. Who is it? I can't hear clearly, who is calling me? I don't want to deal with it anymore. This feels so good. You can't sleep here. You won't catch a cold, but you can't sleep. The illusion vanished, and Shelley appeared before Lydia. Owner? Lydia's consciousness was slightly dazed as she looked at Shelley, whose appearance had drastically changed and who exuded an eerie aura. He looks like a demon. It's a demon. Shelley, in her succubus form, took her hand, and the two began to dance a court dance in the dimly lit space of consciousness. A magnificent and exquisite palace appeared, and various musical instruments floating in midair began to play on their own. People dressed in all sorts of costumes started dancing together, and they were at the center of the crowd. This is your dream. Ah. But this isn't the change I wanted. Shelley gently tossed Lydia into the air, then flapped her wings and carried her into the sky. You are the master of dreams, and he is your master. Is that so? Suddenly feeling something strange in her body, Lydia frowned and almost cried out. Shelley was more aggressive than usual. He suddenly pulled Lydia close to him and whispered in her ear. You seem to exude an alluring fragrance. Why, is this? The magnetic voice vibrated in Lydia's ears, making her feel a ticklish sensation. She twitched her ears, only to have them gently bitten by Shelley's sharp teeth. Ah! Don't move! Despite the strange sensations throughout her body, Lydia's body began to tremble due to the unusual itching. Do you want to know why your body is experiencing unusual sensations? Why? Because the you here is only half of your consciousness. What? Your other half's consciousness is currently taking control of your body. Suddenly, I became fully conscious. It was like a veil of mist suddenly being lifted from one's vision. All sorts of feelings surged into my heart like a tide. The coolness of the table in front of me, the warmth of my body behind me, the table swaying. Combined with the feelings I have at this moment, it's like a unique chemical reaction has occurred. Ah! Lydia immediately felt her body shaking violently and uncontrollably. Ha ha! Don't rush to rest. This is just the beginning. The corrupting voice echoed throughout the entire consciousness space. Lydia and her external self nodded weakly and whispered. Yes, master. Ah. The overlap between illusion and reality. Results far exceeded expectations. One side is completely routed. One side's momentum is unstoppable. You are truly talented. That's great. Gain spells, shield, emulsify. Shield spell level 1, an invisible, illusory shield is generated in front of you, protecting you from magic missiles. Foot oiling part 1, a short-term, slight increase in speed. Lydia lay panting in Shelley's arms, a little worried about being seen like this by others. What are you afraid of? No one will see us. Princess carried Lydia as Shelley headed toward her room, avoiding everyone along the way. Shelley gently placed her in the blankets and sat on the edge of the bed, watching her languid expression. Just like a kitten basking in the sun. Shelley tapped her nose and whispered. These past few days, it's not that I've been neglecting you, I've just been waiting for some news. Looking at Shelley with a puzzled expression, Lydia tilted her head. I had someone investigate your family background. What? I want to see if anyone has helped you, but is still suffering there. Lydia sat up abruptly in bed, grabbed Shelley's arm, and said. Bella, she ran away. They ran away? She successfully escaped from that place the day after you were sent away. Very good. Tears began to well up, and Lydia began to sob silently. Her room was filled with drafts containing many plans, all assuming she was raising a powerless child. She actually had the ability to escape long ago, but for you, I stayed. These words were like the final burden, weighing heavily on her already fragile tear ducts. I burst into tears. A hearty, cathartic wail. Lydia threw herself into Shelley's arms, and he gently patted her frail shoulder without saying a word. After placing the unconscious Lydia on the bed and summoning a maid to care for her, Shelley got up and left the room. My biggest worry has disappeared. Lydia's heart was no longer burdened. Gratitude turned into being touched. A maid who knows how to repay kindness. This is truly satisfying. Lydia's guide, 59%. Task completed. Reward, skillful hands. Skilled hands general expertise, your hand skills are exceptional. Start a new mission, choice. Lydia. Mood, joy. Attitude, you are a ray of light in her life. Strategy, 59%. Naisha straightened Shelley's clothes, hugged him, and said. What happened to Miss Bella in the end? He gently embraced her slender, boneless waist, and Shelley shook her head slightly. No one could find any trace of her, it was as if she had vanished into thin air. The only thing that can be confirmed is that there is no news of her death. Neither of them spoke again, each silently feeling the other's heartbeat. After a long silence, Naisha said in a low voice, "Will you come back?" With a slight tightening of her arm, Shelley kissed her forehead and whispered, "When should you be back?" "Yes. It definitely will. I was just there to solve some problems, and..." A complex teleportation array appeared beneath their feet. "I can come back anytime. I won't keep you waiting long." Looking up into Shelley's eyes, Naisha fought back tears and whispered, "If you make me so sad again, I will definitely hate you." Before Shelley could reply, Natya grabbed his collar and kissed him fiercely. Before Shelley could speak, Naisha pushed her into the teleportation array. As Shelley's figure gradually faded into the distance, Naisha wiped away her tears and whispered, "No more deaths allowed. My king." Seeing her tears, Shelley reached out her illusory hand and gently wiped them away, then smiled and nodded, saying, "I assure you, my queen." Chapter 105: The Fate of a Traitor. First update. You're back. Lent. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Shelley looked at the half-elf-style decorations in the room and shook her head with a sigh. He. Ladies. Your dream man is back. Shelley suddenly touched her chin and nodded thoughtfully. Huh? I can actually enter their dreams now. Could this be considered another way to help them fulfill their dreams? Caring for young girls and young women starts with me. Let's talk about it when we have time. The most important thing right now is... A cold glint flashed in Shelley's eyes. She exhaled, and her figure began to change, gradually transforming into an illusory form as she passed through the wall. Revenge. Eileen lay in her room, and although it wasn't late at night, she chose to go to bed early. She's been having trouble sleeping for 2 days. I don't know. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. I am innocent. Really. Every time she enters a dream, she sees the look in Naisha's eyes before she left that day. Coldness, anger, and... suspect. She found out? For this reason, she disappeared for 2 days, and only returned to work at the manor after Naisha left Lunt. She claimed to be sick, and fortunately, because of previous incidents, no one suspected her. After 2 tense days of waiting, no one came to arrest her, and she gradually relaxed. Perhaps, that's just my imagination. No, that's not it. What? His eyes, which had just closed, suddenly snapped open. She stared in shock at the empty room, wondering if she had just imagined it. Who? Who's speaking? No one responded. Eileen nervously huddled under the covers, watching everything in the room. She saw the cabinet from the doorway, and then the table from the window. Aya. She felt someone touch her foot. It was ice cold. She jumped out of bed in terror, letting out a scream that was not human. Help! Breaking through the door, they discovered that even more demons seemed to be lurking in the dark corridor. She slowly backed away. Thump! I felt like I bumped into someone. Ah! Ugh! The piercing scream was muffled. Eileen struggled frantically, and then heard a deep, hoarse voice behind her. You're really noisy. Forget it, I might as well die. No. Click. Eileen opened her eyes, sat up, and looked at the familiar furnishings in the room. She let out a long sigh and said as if she was about to cry. That scared me to death. It was just a dream. A sighing voice rang in Eileen's ear. It was just a dream. What? Ah. Click. They really never learned their lesson. When Eileen opened her eyes, she was back in the familiar room. This time, she trembled, but she covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. After a long while, when there was no sound, she slowly got up. We checked every corner of the room and found nothing unusual. Without saying a word, Eileen decided to find another place to sleep. This place was too strange. Just as she reached the door, a plaintive voice came from behind her. Aren't we playing hide and seek? You didn't find me. Why did you leave? It's terrifying. Eileen knelt down as if giving up, just about to speak. Click. But I don't want to hear it. Repeated again and again, death after death. Eileen had a mental breakdown and contemplated suicide, but she persevered. Because her personality split when she died for the 50th time. A smart but talkative version of myself. With the help of another version of herself, she regained her spirits. They kept trying, constantly uncovering the secrets of the room. Finally, they were able to successfully play hide and seek with that unknown devil. The 319th time. So, you found me. Holding an ordinary knife, Eileen coldly stared at the ugly devil before her, repeatedly bringing the knife closer to the devil's throat. This was discovered by another version of myself by chance during my 151st death. The devil avoided all routes that led near the knife. And finally, this time, she got her hands on the weapon. Looking at the murderer who had killed her countless times, she felt an endless sense of pleasure. Go to hell. He plunged the knife in hard, and the demon, like an invisible shadow, vanished in a burst of light. Eileen threw down the knife and burst into tears, clutching her head. Finally killed it. She laughed maniacally, running and cheering wildly around the room. We won. We really won. Eileen suddenly calmed down, and she nervously called out. Hey! Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you the most talkative person? A sad expression appeared on Eileen's face. She seemed to understand something. It turns out that I was the only one all along. The other me is just my own imagination. You're right. From beginning to end, it's always just you. What are you saying? Don't scare me. Explain yourself clearly. Sherry. Sitting on the ground in terror, tears streaming down Eileen's face, she repeated her screams. Impossible. Impossible. If you're not Sherry, then why are you helping me? You traitor. Why? Shirley's voice suddenly turned playful, and she said happily. Of course, it's to help you persevere. How interesting it is when it crashes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen this scene. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the maniacal laughter echoing in her mind, Eileen silently raised the knife and pointed it at her own throat. In the end, with tears streaming down her face, she asked in a low voice. Why did you do this to me? The laughter subsided, and Shirley's voice turned cold as she softly said. Don't do it this way. How can I make you experience what it feels like to be betrayed? With her mouth agape in disbelief, Eileen shouted. Just because of that? Is this how you're going to treat me? You. Before she could finish speaking, her own arm started moving. It pierced Eileen's heart with a fierce thrust. Just because of this. I opened my eyes, and there was the familiar room again. Eileen watched all of this and completely broke down. Okay, Sherry, queen. He. He ha 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 ha. She uttered meaningless words, repeatedly attempting suicide and waking up. Outside her window, Shelley watched all of this unfold with an expressionless face. This is what happens to traitors. Chapter 106 Dreamwalker. Sherry returns. Second update. In Eileen's room, Shelley, now in human form, sat listlessly on her bed, watching her cry and laugh on the floor. Title obtained, Dreamwalker. Dreamwalker, you are a traveler traversing dreams. Your existence may be beautiful or terrifying. Some beings in the etheric dimension have already vaguely heard of your name. Legendary status plus 10. Legendary status, something that's somewhat useless to ordinary people. For ordinary adventurers, it is something that is only a distant dream. Generally, only high-level battles or higher can yield a certain amount of legendary status. Obtaining it from legendary battles is the most normal thing. Legendary status has a rather unique effect and is very difficult to obtain, but it doesn't significantly improve one's strength. Its greatest use right now is its ability to influence negotiation, fraud, and intimidation, giving people a strange sense of credibility. Legendary status only truly begins to take effect after entering the legendary realm. And it plays a very important and decisive role. When an unknown legend sees a legend who has been famous for over 100 years, he will unconsciously feel a sense of awe. My current legendary status. Legendary status, 20 points. And most of them were obtained in the half-elf kingdom and the ethereal plane. It's actually not well known in the human world. That's good, though keeping a low profile makes it easier to get things done. Looking at the mentally broken Eileen, Shelley felt that it was almost time. Ha ha ha. Orc. Carrying the crying and laughing Eileen, Shelley looked at the faintly bright sky outside and nodded silently. The flow of time in the dream world is different from that in the real world. What is about 5 minutes in reality feels like more than an hour in the dream. When dreaming, the brain processes information about 20 times faster than normal, and the next layer of dreams grows exponentially. Shelley just dragged her directly into the fourth layer of the dream. It's almost time. It's time to start the performance. His body began to change. As height gradually decreases, body proportions also change. Soon, a slightly plump blonde girl appeared in the room. The girl, dressed in loose-fitting men's clothing, looked at herself in the mirror and her cheek twitched slightly. Well. Cough cough. Her voice became clear and melodious, and Shelley spoke shyly. Hello everyone, I'm Shirley Merrill. Please take good care of me, hee hee. Shelley young version an old man on the subway looking at his phone.jpg. Vomit. It's over. I've started to hate myself. Disguise talent skill, a succubus's specialty, allowing you to freely alter your appearance and body. There is no time limit. Moreover, unlike the first circle spell disguise, this is not an illusion. It truly alters the structure of the body. What structure? Bertram and Lister were having breakfast in the hall, waiting for Eileen to appear, neither of them showing any impatience. Lister, a young half-elf who looked to be in his early 20s, was holding a spoon and looking at Bertram across from him with a gossipy expression, asking, Is Eileen really sick? I feel like she's been quite restless these past few days. Could it be lovesickness? Robert, who looked to be close to 40, raised an eyebrow at the comment but ignored him and continued to eat his breakfast cake slowly. Ignored, Lister wasn't angry and continued to ask curiously. Bertrand, who do you think that man His Majesty was holding the other day was? Was it the same person who came before? Speechless, Berlent tore off a piece of croissant, dipped it in the thick broth, took a bite, and replied irritably. Lister, I'm begging you, you've been asking this question for 3 days straight. You're asking me? How am I supposed to know? But. Feeling that ignoring him all the time wasn't a good idea, Bertram hesitated for a moment, then waved away the maids around him and said in a low voice. At the time, he was covered with a white sheet, so his face was not visible. However, I took a closer look at that figure. It must be that man. That man with long, silver-gray hair was so beautiful he seemed otherworldly. Lister's eyes lit up, and he blinked excitedly, but his expression immediately fell. Do you think he might be His Majesty's lover? He nodded slowly, and the atmosphere in the hall fell into a deathly silence. His Majesty's lover has passed away. It's really sad. Lady Shelley is not dead, he just faked his death. A crisp sound came from outside the door, and both of them subconsciously looked in the direction of the door. Strangely, the maids who had been dismissed earlier were now backing away in fear, covering their mouths and not daring to speak. Who are you? Realizing something was amiss, both of them stood up from their stools, staring intently at the door, waiting for the person in question to appear. Click, thud. Click, thud. Click, thud. Strange noises came from outside the door. This bizarre situation made the two look at each other in bewilderment, and they silently placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. Eileen. The first thing to appear was a familiar figure. Eileen was floating in mid-air with her head down, her feet touching the ground and making a thud as she moved forward. Then a half-elf girl I'd never seen before appeared. She was about 173 centimeters tall, dressed in the most gorgeous half-elf style dress, and with a smile on her face, she bowed to the two terrified people. Nice to meet you, Mr. Bertram and Mr. Lister. Lister, now devoid of his previous gossip, tensed all his muscles and stared intently at the charming and voluptuous young woman with a serious expression. What did you do to Eileen? Shelley chuckled softly, gently tossed her hair, and said with amusement. What did I do to her? This is punishment for traitors. Traitor? Do you have any evidence? With a light laugh, Shelley lifted Eileen's chin, making her drooling face towards the butler and maids in the hall. Ah. Tell me, what did you do, Miss Eileen? After a moment's hesitation, Eileen spoke haltingly. I relayed the news of Lady Katerina's departure to the orcs. What? Why? Why did you betray Her Majesty the Queen? For a moment, everyone present forgot their fear and glared angrily at their former colleague. Because, she's too dangerous. She's like a sword hanging over my head. Professionals are all monsters. Monsters, let the monsters deal with them. Her expression was contorted, and she kept repeating those words as if trying to comfort herself. Shelley tilted her head and asked them. Understood? Seeing them nod heavily, Shelley smiled and waved. The next moment, a flower of blood bloomed in the room. Chapter 107: The Good Cop and the Bad Cop. Third update. Snap. Like a flower blooming, Eileen's head was shattered by several magic missiles. Ah. Several maids immediately cried out, and some even had some moisture under their skirts. The flying flesh and white brain matter did not stain Shelley's body. The red and white matter covered an illusory shield shape. Shield. Wearing high heels, Shelley walked a few steps on the soft carpet and sat down at the head of the table. Alright, go tidy up. We have other things to say. With trembling lips, Bertram stopped Lister, who was about to speak, and slowly asked, My lord. Who are you? Do you have any means of proving your identity? Shelley took a token from the small bag she was carrying and tossed it into his hand. He poured himself a glass of red wine, slowly leaned back in his chair, and quietly watched the two men continue their inspection. After carefully inspecting the items 4 times, Bertram stopped Lister from inspecting them a 5th time. His expression turned serious, and he knelt on one knee respectfully, saying, I apologize for any offense, please don't take it to heart. Your Excellency Sherry Merrill. Mary. Upon hearing this surname, everyone in the hall began to bow. Even the maid kneeling amidst the blood and flesh showed utmost respect. Natalia's surname was also the surname that many of the warriors who initially followed her were rewarded with. For half-elves, it's more than just a surname. It is an honor. It is an achievement. Greetings, Your Excellency. Shelley finished her glass of red wine and smiled knowingly. That's really interesting. In the palace of Il, the half-elves appeared in the hall with different feelings. Yesterday's events have already spread. That man named Shelley knows some important secrets about each of their families. Moreover, all the hidden agents in the palace have been eliminated. I am filled with fear and unease. A tense atmosphere permeated the hall. It wasn't that everyone was on edge. People are filled with anxiety. I wonder what other tricks that man named Shelley will pull. I've only been here a few days. He offended a large group of nobles and manipulated them all. What's most infuriating is that his position is too special. Her Majesty's man. Moreover, the Queen has never publicly stated her attitude towards him, so many people are hesitant to offend him for fear of causing harm. Harvey and Reynolds in the distance exchanged a silent glance and sighed at the same time. This is truly infuriating, yet there's nothing we can do about it. At that moment, Naisha appeared at the entrance of the hall. Shelley is not here. A group of people knelt down without hesitation, standing in perfect unison on both sides of the red carpet. One by one, they were almost moved to tears, shouting, Your Majesty! His Majesty! I'm so glad you're safe and sound. Save us, Your Majesty! Well. Even Naisha, with her composure, was almost startled. Shelley, what have you done? The last time this kind of scene happened. It was about the first time I attended court 200 years ago. Despite her inner turmoil, Naisha calmly nodded and walked step by step to her throne. Touching the handle, Naisha remembered the absurd things she had done here a few days ago. It really is. There was no shyness, but rather a faint sense of nostalgia. We've only been apart for a short while, and I already miss you. Composing herself, Naisha sat on her throne and waved to the crowd below, saying, Get up, everyone. And please, everyone, stop crying. It's one thing for noble women to cry, but you're all getting on in years. Still crying. Frowning as she looked at the few elderly nobles who were crying the loudest, Naisha calmly began to speak. Today, I'm here to announce a few things. The moment she spoke, the crying in the hall immediately stopped. Everyone composed themselves, their lifeless expressions vanishing, and quietly lowered their heads to listen to Naisha speak. Naisha sighed inwardly, unsure of what to say. So it really was as Shelley said. Nobles are like a group of actors who are best at acting. They are more professional than actors in the theater. After a moment of silence, Naisha's cool voice echoed in the quiet hall. The first thing, Shelley, he is my lover and my husband. Shelley was made the first prince of Il. Even if this matter hadn't been revealed beforehand yesterday. The situation will not change at all. No one refuted it, and no one dared to refute it. This is not a secular dynasty of humans, this is the half-elf kingdom of Il. The power of a first queen who reigned for 200 years is something that emperors of secular dynasties could only dream of. The second thing is that my body has recovered after these few days of recuperation. This statement is not entirely a lie. Naisha did indeed find that her body felt better after each workout. His body truly possesses special abilities. Naisha's expression gradually turned serious, and her tone became icy. I was attacked by a legendary necromancer with a wizard tower and a legendary orc assassin. The atmosphere in the hall became serious, and many people clenched their fists, as if they wanted to shout. I don't care whether you know about this or not. This is the only case of its kind. The crowd began to shout praises of Natya's mercy. The emotions in his voice were very genuine. Everyone understands. If Shelley hadn't come back to life, someone in the hall would definitely have been dragged out and beheaded right now. And this was also Shelley's arrangement. Suppression without restraint will not do any good. Therefore, I am the evil king consort, and you are the kind queen. Naisha wanted to laugh when she thought of the wicked smile Shelley had given her back then. Really, what kind of paladin claims to be evil? Sensing the anger of the crowd, Naisha spoke. Starting immediately, drive out all orc tribes near Il. Marquis Harvey. Harvey immediately knelt on one knee, looking intently up at the queen on the throne. You will lead the troops into battle if there is resistance. Exterminate them, kill them without mercy. Yes. Turning to Reynolds, Naisha continued. Marquis Reynolds, you will lead the team and be in charge of the allocation of supplies. Yes. As everyone walked out, Naisha sat on the throne with a deep gaze. I hope you don't let me down again. This is our last chance. A flash of murderous intent passed by, and Naisha's figure disappeared from the throne. A richly decorated carriage pulled up in front of the Temple of Justice. A blonde figure gracefully stepped out of the car, opened a magnificent umbrella, and gently strode into the temple. Chapter 108 I Don't Want to Conquer Men. Reunion. Fourth update. Excuse me. A soft voice echoed in the ethereal temple. The voice was soft and alluring, yet carried a hint of coldness. It evokes the image of a delicate, aloof, and cold young girl. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. The newly appointed bishop, standing on the high platform, also felt a strange unease in his heart. This is. Martin frowned slightly, gestured to the pastor beside him, and then walked over to the woman wearing the white hat. It wasn't that he was lustful, he's almost 50 years old, and his children are all married. His wife has been dead for more than 10 years, and he no longer has any desire to pursue women. He devotes himself to the gods. Martin, I no longer have those worldly desires. It's because of the woman's aura. She can't be an ordinary person. Even just standing at the door, her figure was captivating and alluring. The aura she exuded was both intriguing and unapproachable. Madam, I am Martin Vito, the bishop of the Temple of Lente, the god of justice. Both of them bowed slightly. Martin looked at her smooth court etiquette and secretly made some guesses in his heart. Could it be another princess from a noble family who has run away? Feeling a bit of a headache, Martin hesitated for a moment before asking. Is there something you need here? Please don't think they're here to cause trouble. The 8-year-old girl who tried to touch the statue last time was already a headache enough. Shelley, no. Shirley covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The crisp laughter almost warmed the hearts of everyone who heard it. Especially with Lister standing behind him, holding an umbrella and a bouquet of flowers. He felt like his bones had gone limp. This, sir, is truly. He executed the traitor with a smile and calmly ate neat soup in the blood-soaked hall. Now she's acting like a delicate young girl again. Women are terrifying. Be very careful around women. I sensed that the butler behind me seemed to have solidified some kind of conviction. Ignoring the child's inner monologue, Shelley continued. Can't we come and receive the baptism of the great God of justice if there's nothing wrong with us? Humph. Based on that statement alone, I don't believe your favorability rating won't increase. You're right. Shelley's smile paused almost imperceptibly. What are you doing, lady? Your attitude of respect for deities. It enhanced his senses towards you. Martin. Don't you dare cause trouble. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Mean. You can definitely do it right now. Shut up. What the hell did I do? I don't care. Martin's guide, 15%. Something's not right. How can it be so tall? Men, you know. You know what I mean. What do I know? No, wait, I actually know it. As time passed, Shelley could only continue. And, a few days ago, our queen has received help from your church. Shelley gently removed her hat, revealing her exquisite face. He didn't undergo a gender swap directly from his original self. Shelley drew inspiration from the many beautiful women she had seen in IL. It combines the strengths of many schools of thought. They created a stunningly beautiful half-elf girl. Surely Mary. His features were delicate, and his eyes and hair color were similar to Natalia's. He was beautiful yet had a touch of fragility. A delicate silver ring dangled around her neck, making it appear even more slender. With a serious expression, she bowed deeply to Martin and then said earnestly, "On behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, I would like to express my gratitude to you. We offer flowers to the heroes who sacrificed their lives to protect the people." The crowd in the hall was drawn to the scene, and some people couldn't help but wipe away their tears after hearing those words. Heroes will not be forgotten. Martin took a deep breath, returned the greeting, pointed behind him, and turned to lead the way. Quietly following the bishop, Shelley walked silently through the temple, occasionally glancing at the surrounding murals. "I'm back, but in a different identity. I haven't yet asked your name and your queen's name." Facing the bishop's retreating figure, Shelley spoke in a gentle tone. "I am Sherry Melly, an envoy from the half-elf kingdom of IL. Our queen is, of course, the great king of IL." "Half-elf? Queen?" Martin turned to look at the proud Lister and Shelley, and said in shock, "The half-elf queen who fought outside the city that day." Nodding slightly, Shelley spoke apologetically. "That day, Her Majesty the Queen was ambushed by 2 legends, and because there were hostages, she couldn't attend to everything at the moment. In a moment of carelessness, the necromancer's spell summoned a large number of undead creatures. Although the silver dragon was summoned in the end to help destroy it, without your organization, it's still possible that the people of Lund will be affected. So, we're here to express our gratitude." Martin's expression changed several times before he finally nodded and asked, "What was the final result?" Shelley patted her chest gently and smiled wryly, saying, "Although His Majesty suffered a minor injury and is currently recuperating in IL. Fortunately, both enemies and the summoned Baylor demon were all killed on the spot." Martin's pupils contracted slightly, and he nodded steadily, sighing. "Your queen is so powerful and kind." "This is true. To be able to annihilate the enemy even when ambushed, this cannot be summed up by simply saying powerful. This level of strength can already be described as terrifying. All I can say is that he truly deserves to be called a legendary powerhouse who has been famous for a long time." Upon arriving at the cemetery behind the temple, Shelley took the flowers from Lister and placed them in front of the 5 newly erected tombstones. The warriors' graves contain not only their remains, but also the weapons and armor they used. Countless nobles wanted to change this behavior, which they saw as incredibly wasteful. But each time, he was stopped by the stubborn warrior. They were stubborn and persistent in believing that burying weapons was the highest honor for a soldier. Shelley bowed deeply to the soldiers. "Even though you don't care about me. But you did die for us." Turning around, Shelley wanted to say something to Martin, but then she saw a familiar figure wearing armor. Holding a bouquet of flowers, Elena nodded to Martin and the others. First, he placed it in front of the soldier, then walked straight to a corner of the cemetery. There was a magnificently decorated building, but it had no written description whatsoever. Elena stood quietly in front of the tombstone, saying nothing. But the deathly stillness in his eyes was heartbreaking. Chapter 109, Her Dedication. "I miss you so much." 5th update. Elena. Looking at Elena's lonely, even somewhat frail, back view, Shelley felt terrible and wanted to go up to her and hug her. Ignoring all plans, I just told her loudly. Elena's attire at this time was quite different from what Shelley had seen her in before. Many of her accessories were changed to black. Black hairband, black gloves, black boots. Even the white veil covering her eyes was replaced with a black one. Her fiery red hair was no longer loose as before, but was tied up in a bun with a black ribbon. No young girl would dress like this. Because, for Lent, this outfit. Black represents the loss of a loved one, and a unique updo represents marriage. This is a very typical attire for a widow. Widow. Shelley's feelings were very complex, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He was moved yet heartbroken, a mix of emotions welling up inside him. He understands better than anyone else. The person who made her so sad. It is myself. If I hadn't appeared, she would still be an optimistic princess. Although they have no worries about food and clothing, they are willing to train hard for the people. A noble, beautiful, kind, and lovely princess. She thought he was the one for her, but now it seems. So I was her nemesis? Shelley sighed inwardly with self-deprecation, her heart filled with complex emotions. But if given the chance to do it all over again, what will you do? Without the slightest hesitation, Shelley answered directly. I still won't choose to let go. I have no doubt about this. All I can do is make her happier in the future. Not choose to give up on the beginning. With a determined look in her eyes, Shelley whispered to herself. A coward is someone who gives up on starting because they are afraid of difficulties. Oh, I see. So, that means. I have a bad feeling. Danger. It's possible to seduce men. After all, you're not a coward. You won't give up because of difficulties. Shirley version speechless.jpg. My lord. I was wrong. No. Please, have mercy. He. It depends on my mood. Keep going. Give it your all and let it bring me joy. Captain Elena lost her lover in that battle. Martin's deep voice sounded in Shelley's ear, his voice filled with respect and pity. Even though they didn't become husband and wife, she insisted on doing it. You should visit her. Commander Elena is not only the commander of the Temple's Knights. She is also the current eldest princess of Fent, and if she harbors resentment because of this. If a country's eldest princess insists on obstructing diplomacy, even if it doesn't affect the overall situation in the end, it will also create a huge rift in the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Bishop Martin was actually indifferent to matters between kingdoms. However, for a small southern country like Fent, Illinois was an insurmountable behemoth. Although the population may not exceed Fenton by much. However, the two countries' high-end capabilities are simply incomparable. Half-elves have a longer lifespan than humans, and they are also more adaptable to magic than humans. Even for ordinary people, half-elves possess both human endurance and elven meticulousness. They produce many longbowmen. The role of a skilled longbowman in battle is self-evident. It's like one side only has infantry, while the other side has a squad of snipers. Human, I'm up. One arrow and I'm done. I'm quitting. Moreover, Bishop Martin had other considerations in mind. He was very clear that once war broke out, the people must be the ones who suffer the most. Although half-elves do not prey on humans like the orcs did during their invasion. However, wars of annihilation between races are bound to be brutal and bloody. Massacring a city is just basic stuff. Extermination is the norm. Even benevolent deities wouldn't say anything in this matter. After all, there are gods whose divine function is war, and they maintain their divine power by waging war. You want to stop the war? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? All right. Let's fight. Nobody wants to provoke those warmongers. To avoid the worst-case scenario, Martin decided to take precautions. Ultimately, the goal is to ensure they have a good meeting. Of course, that's also why I came here. Shelley took a deep breath, smiled and nodded, and walked towards her. Ignoring the people behind her, Elena stared at the tombstone and sighed after a long while. I know your body isn't inside. But I still can't help wanting to come see you. Why did you come into my life? Yet it disappeared so quickly. Why haven't you come to see me all these years? I'm definitely in Lunt. Her lips trembled a few times, but she finally managed to utter a sentence. Fraud. Why won't they come? Elena clenched her fist, wanting to punch it, but in the end she only gently stroked it. Is he your lover? An unfamiliar voice rang out, but Elena didn't turn around. She knew it was the half-elf girl who had given the knights flowers earlier. Because of this action, she had a pretty good impression of the girl. Touching the blank surface of the monument, Elena whispered. Yes, he is my lover. A selfish man younger than me. With her expression unchanged, Shelley continued to ask. Why would he be selfish? I heard he was a hero. Elena pursed her lips and replied. Yes, he is a hero to the people of Lund. But for me. Turning around, Elena looked directly into the girl's light brown eyes and said softly. He's a dishonest liar. A selfish person who only cares about his own fragile beliefs. He is. As the girl gently embraced her, Elena felt her tear ducts about to burst forth again. She didn't want to cry anymore, she felt so unlike herself. Just as Elena was about to struggle free, she heard the girl whisper in her ear. If you could see him again. What would you say? What would I say? Liar. Go to hell. I hate you. You big liar who toyed with my feelings. These words were on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't bring myself to say them. In the end, she just said in a sullen and sad voice. I will say. I miss you so much. Fool. Imagining their reunion, Elena's vision began to blur. Unfortunately, there won't be another chance like this. Just as her tear ducts completely broke down, a familiar, gentle voice echoed in her heart. The voice said softly, Elena. I miss you so much too. Chapter 110. The plot is wrong. You dare to steal my man? Elena. What is it? She shoved Shelley away abruptly, grabbed his shoulders, and then removed the black veil from his eyes. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she stared wide-eyed at the girl. Did you just speak? As the pressure on her hands increased, Shelley could hear her own bones screaming in agony. But his expression didn't change at all, he kept smiling. He reached out and wiped away the remaining tears from Elena's eyes, saying with heartache, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Chaos. 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 Wow, her mood right now is really interesting. More chaotic than the devil himself. Fun. Fun. The scene became very strange. Both Lister and Martin were extremely worried. What's going on? Everything was fine just now. The two even hugged each other, creating a very harmonious scene. Who knew that everything would change drastically in just a few seconds? Suddenly, my shoulder was grabbed. What's going on? Martin stopped Lister, who was trying to step forward, and gave him a disapproving look. With your small frame, you think you can go up and help? You're going to your death. Having understood the meaning in Martin's eyes, Lister felt somewhat ashamed and indignant. I am a soldier. I'm not the kind of weak housekeeper who has no real ability. Martin's eyes were filled with melancholy. He shook his head and lowered his hand from Lister's. Before Lister was about to depart, Martin calmly said, Princess Elena was also a warrior. And they are warriors who are about to enter the legendary realm. As he took his first step and then withdrew to catch the traces of his retreat, Lister reached out and straightened his shirt. He gave Martin a standard, elegant smile, but there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. Your Excellency, Bishop. Could you tell me about the doctrines of your gods? I'm very interested. Looking at the situation over there, it doesn't seem like any conflict is about to occur. Martin nodded silently and began preaching to Lister, who looked on with longing. You, me, this, Elena felt that everything was going wrong. I want you to come back, but what's going on? Woman? Why a woman? Possession by a spirit. You really are. Shui. Unsure whether someone was monitoring Elena's surroundings, Shelley was very cautious. Shelley interrupted Elena directly, laughing as she spoke. It really is me, Sherry. Miss Elena, it's been a long time. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. It's been years since we last saw each other. After staring in disbelief for a moment, Elena suddenly asked seriously. What did you say when we last parted? Without trying to break free from Elena's merciless iron grip, Shelley laughed happily. Back then, I remember it was. Stay here and don't move. At the same time, a voice echoed in Elena's mind. Do you accept the vow I made to you? Elena felt something inside her explode with excitement. Sadness, anger, anxiety. A mix of complex negative emotions welled up inside me in an instant. She glared at Shelley through gritted teeth, wishing she could punch him right then and there. Oh. Do you want to know what she's thinking right now? Shelley watched as her expression slowly changed. Heading in the wrong direction. Ignoring everything else, he urgently asked himself. What is she thinking? I'll beat you to death right now. Isn't this a huge loss? Danger. This plot is wrong. No, this is more like Elena's style. Swallowing hard, Shelley unleashed all the abilities at her disposal. A mesmerizing gaze. Activate divinity. Blasphemy. With tenderness in his eyes, he spoke deeply into Elena's heart. I woke up from my apparent death 3 days ago, and I've been wanting to see you ever since. This is true. However, something happened, and I only got back last night. That's true, but I can't tell you about it. There's a reason I appear in this form. I absolutely did not want to cross-dress. Really? Absolutely not. Looking into Shelley's sincere gaze, Elena felt increasingly close to the girl before her. What Shelley said seems to make some sense. He must have his reasons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped sending messages. All right? So you're already making excuses? Elena. A deep voice interrupted their eye contact, like a broken gong suddenly breaking through a beautiful opera. At the same time, both of them frowned and looked at the newcomer. That Rob? What is he going to do? Upon seeing Rob appear, Elena's suppressed anger erupted immediately. Her killing intent was almost undisguised, and it erupted before Rob even got close. Vice Commander Pete, what brings you here? Besides, I told you, don't call me Elena. Rob, who had come running over with a sycophantic look on his face, was treated even more roughly than before. He stood a short distance away, terrified, not knowing what to do. Like a frightened animal, Rob felt his knees go weak. He mustered his strength and managed to speak. Don't be so formal with me. We might be a family in the future. You said. Ah. Before he could finish speaking, Rob felt the killing intent he was receiving was several times stronger than before. Does she really want to kill me? No, it's not just her. The instant Rob uttered those words, Shelley had even decided where to bury him. We're not burying it. Cremate it on the spot. They'll even scatter your ashes. Oh shit. Dare to try and steal my man? Believe it or not, I'll steal your dad's girlfriend. And then I'll make your mom spank you every day. I'm so angry. After sensing Shelley's intense killing intent, Elena's mood actually improved considerably. He cares about me. Humph. We can't forgive him like this. Although Shelley's inner killing intent had reached the heavens, he did not show it. He emerged from Elena's palm and bowed to the stunned Rob. Shelley smiled shyly and said coquettishly, Nice to meet you. I am Sherry Melly, an envoy from the Half-Elf Kingdom. It's a pleasure to meet you, Deputy Commander. Rob was startled when he saw the girl bow to him and heard Shelley's title. He quickly stood up straight, coughed lightly, and spoke in a steady voice. Ahem, hello beautiful lady, I am Rob Pete. I hope we can communicate more in the future. Shelley ignored Elena's gaze behind him, which was practically fixed on a monkey, and smiled weakly. Yes. Please take care of me. You're done for if I don't prick you. Chapter 111 The Wall of the Believers. Don't come near me. Your identity is under serious suspicion. Is there anything you need to explain? I once wanted to be a good person. Later, all I wanted was to be a man. Enraged, Shelley muttered incoherently to herself. On the surface, she smiled and chatted with Rob, but inwardly she harbored the strongest malice. All right, Miss Shirley, I hope to invite you to my home sometime in a while. Rob grew increasingly enthusiastic towards Shelley, until finally, he no longer even noticed Elena. A foreign woman of high status. And it seems like she likes me. Rob's strategy, 48%. Holy crap. I've got goosebumps. Shelley realized that the progress in the strategy might be quite high. But I didn't expect it to be this damn high. To put it bluntly, he thinks you're a great person. Stop. Suppressing her nausea, Shelley saw Rob off, who had given her a cryptic look. Vomit. You. After seeing Shelley's reaction, Elena became a little insecure. So feminine. Why does it feel more, The charm in her every smile and frown, the delicate fragility in her slightly raised head and upward gaze. The vulnerable and delicate aura she exudes unconsciously arouses desire in others. For a fleeting moment, Elena had the urge to pull Sherry into her arms. Elena, something's not right with me. No. We need to get to the bottom of this. Just as Elena was about to ask for clarification, Shelley took her little hand. Shelley turned back and smiled at Elena, then led her to the two passers-by who were preaching. Bishop Martin, Miss Elena wants to take me to her room to catch up, so I won't disturb you any longer. Catching up? You two know each other? With an understanding look, Shelley tilted her head slightly and rested it on Elena's shoulder. We met once before in Lund, but I left in a hurry and didn't exchange contact information. I'm so glad to see her again. I really missed her. Martin glanced at the expressions on their faces. Shirley looked excited. Although Elena's eyes held a complex expression, the emotion they conveyed was genuine. That's for the best. What a touching reunion. Shelley smiled and nodded at Martin, then looked at the obedient Lister beside her. Lister. Yes, sir. Since you're so interested in the doctrines of the God of Justice, then why don't you? I don't want to join a religion. My lord. I have a God I believe in. In this world, the existence of gods and the importance of the power of faith are paramount. Thanks to the propaganda of the gods, almost everyone has their own deity to worship. Their level of piety ranged from fanatical to frivolous. At the very least, there will be some superficial false faith that won't stand out in a crowd. In order for everyone to provide them with the power of faith, the gods established a punishment for the unbelievers. The Wall of the Faithless. One of the most tragic places in the multiverse. The accumulated torment of countless years will wail incessantly on the wall. Normally, the passing of a soul is a very complicated process. When a creature dies, its soul is drawn into the river Styx by the forces of the underworld. Souls in the river Styx gradually lose their memories, as if they have been polished. The river Styx is found in every corner of the multiverse, from the lofty Mount Heaven to the dark and depraved abyss of hell. They all have tributaries of the river Styx. These tributaries collect and transport souls in any corner of the world. The souls of these recently deceased will be carried by the river Styx to the hidden realm, where they will wander in the city of judgment. The servants of the gods will come here to collect these souls, and those whose self-worth is recognized will be taken to the realm of the corresponding deity to be reborn. Sometimes, those with devout faith are sent back to the mortal world to complete some unfinished work. The souls not taken away by the servants of God are judged by the King of the Dead, Kalanvor, to determine the fate of each individual. Some of these individuals will become guides for other lost souls. Others were transformed into wriggling larvae and left to fend for themselves. Only the truly faithless or unbeliever will be placed in the Wall of the Unbeliever, which serves as a barrier against the city of the dead. These souls will slowly dissolve until they eventually become part of the city wall itself. Of course, those who successfully enter the Wall of the Believers are all rather extraordinary individuals. According to written tradition, worshipping one God is enough for that God to protect you after you die. Those who reject all faith or offer only verbal service to all gods without truly believing in them are called unbelievers. In other words, only the most exceptional talents are truly despised by both humans and dogs. That's why it gets pasted on the walls of the faithless as wallpaper. I know you love our queen, but there is no harm in knowing a great and benevolent deity. Shelley interrupted his argument abruptly, gave Lister a look, and then turned to look at the silent Elena. Miss Elena, may we go to your room and take a look? I have so much to say to you. Coming to her senses, Elena gave the two a cool nod and then grabbed Shelley's hand, running towards her room. Lister looked in the direction Shelley and the others had disappeared, his expression hardening. He bowed respectfully to Martin and said, Your Excellency, I would like to learn more about the doctrines. Could you please arrange for a priest to instruct me? Of course, the gods will not reject lost sheep. The two exchanged a smile and walked away amicably. Bang! The door slammed shut, and the next moment, Shelley felt herself being thrown onto the bed. Shelley? On the bed. Perplexed, Shelley lay half lying on the bed, her clothes disheveled, looking bewildered at Elena, who was leaning against the door with her head down. Elena! Don't talk to me like that. The sudden shout startled Shelley, and his expression changed, but he quickly returned to his gentle demeanor. He could hear the deep unease and fear in Elena's voice. What if the Shirley in front of us is just a fake? What if all of this is just a scam targeting me? These uncertainties made her very uneasy. She got out of bed and walked towards Elena. She smiled as she unbuttoned her clothes. The sounds of clothes rubbing and falling seemed extremely strange in the quiet room. Elena, forgetting even her grief, looked up and stood there, stunned. She blinked rapidly as Shelley, dressed in white lace lingerie, walked towards her step by step. What are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? You must not come near me. Chapter 112 Confusion. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Shelley laughed at her reaction. He slowly unbuttoned the last button of his bra, and chuckled softly upon hearing this. I'm changing myself. With his left arm covering his snow-white chest, his right hand directly lifted Elena's chin. Then the half-undone dress fell completely down. Ah! Ah, Elena froze, her expression one of shock and disbelief. She looked down at Shelley's lower back. The exposed clothing is men's boxer briefs. Elena? Just this one more item. Can't you wear a full outfit? No. This is my last act of defiance. Shelley considered taking off her clothes when she first started dressing as a woman. There will always be situations where you need to identify yourself. When you turn back, you can't take off all your clothes. Wearing women's underwear is even more inappropriate. Shelley, I'm not a pervert. Shelley chuckled softly as Elena froze in shock. As if by magic, Shelley's figure underwent a tremendous change before Elena's eyes. His height increased instantly, and his muscles quickly returned to their original state. The roots of her long, golden hair gradually turned silver gray. Shelley. Upon seeing Shelley's somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar face, Elena's expression changed. Without saying a word, he punched Shelley in the chest. You. Alarmed, Elena withdrew her fist, her eyes filled with terror. Etherification. Because the sense of crisis just now was too strong, Shelley subconsciously changed his form. I almost felt like I was going to die again, no. Judging from this brief contact, Elena seems to be losing control of her strength. Perhaps my strength has improved recently, and I haven't adapted yet. She's not far from becoming a legend, she's practically just one step away. Despite the inherent danger, Shelley had faith in her. Elena is a gentle child. He won't die, at most he'll be seriously injured. In that instant of change, Shelley's appearance remained unchanged. But the aura changed drastically. The smell of sulfur from the abyss, a decadent aroma. And then there was the aura of light that confused Elena the most. Complex atmospheres intertwined, yet remained distinct. Moreover, this aura seems to be related to me. She bit her lip and hugged Shelley's open arms. Hiss. 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 It's so cool. The armor is so cold. And Shelley took a weak breath. Hiss. The embrace grew tighter and tighter. Could this be the legendary? A killer move involving holding a girl in one's arms. Just when Shelley thought her spine was about to break, Elena finally relaxed her grip. Her muffled voice came from Shelley's chest. Are you human? Part of it is. Are you a demon? Part of it is. What kind of demonic bloodline is it? Succubus. As expected, Elena paused for a moment when she heard those words. She felt an overwhelming urge to look up and see Shelley. Succubus? Male? After a long and difficult process of controlling her emotions, Elena finally said. Then, are you my knight? Lowering her head and bringing her lips to Elena's ear, Shelley said firmly. Of course, my queen. I will always be your knight. Yeah? That's good. That's fine. Tears dripped onto Shelley's chest, and he gently stroked Elena's head. Then he slowly brought his lips to hers. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but then Elena remembered that cold, bitter kiss. Perhaps we shouldn't wait any longer. Their lips finally met. Warm, moist lips met, and tears stained their lips once again. This time, it's not bitter. The tentative kisses gradually intensified, and emotions erupted in the quiet room. Elena's armor kept falling to the ground, and her neatly styled hair came undone in the midst of their embrace. Thump! Shelley was pushed onto the soft bed, and he smiled as he looked at Elena straddling him. They were only wearing underwear, and large areas of their skin were in contact. The atmosphere gradually spiraled towards chaos. Elena's face was flushed, but her expression was serious. Shelley reached out her right hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eye, but Elena bit her hard. After biting for 2 seconds, Elena released her mouth and leaned forward. Elena rested her right hand on his chest and held Sherry's right hand with her left. She looked down at Shelley, tears streaming down her face, but said solemnly, I don't care why you came back to life. I don't care what secrets you have. If you fall into evil. Leaning close to Shelley's ear, Elena whispered something calm yet resolute. I will destroy you. Then I'll die with you. I swear to God. This statement had an impact on Shelley no less powerful than a bomb exploding in the night. If Naisha still carries the responsibility of the fates of countless half-elves, preventing her from being a willful queen. Elena is a stubborn girl who can abandon everything at any time and go her own way. I do not accept your depravity. I will judge you for the sake of the world. However, I also don't want to accept a world without you. I'd rather die with you. Elena. Shelley was shocked and asked incredulously. Could it be that you originally planned to? The words she wanted to say were covered by her small hand. Elena looked into his eyes and whispered. Slay your enemies, and hand the kingdom over to someone you can trust. Then, I went on a journey around the world, like a paladin. Uphold justice and drive out evil. When I get tired of all that, I'll build a house next to your grave and wait for death to come. Her beautiful face showed neither exaggeration nor concealment as she calmly recounted the original plan. There's no point in saying all this now. And also, are you planning to keep things this way? As their bodies drew closer, Elena suddenly blushed and said, I don't know what to do. Shelley embraced her slender waist, which was not as soft and delicate as Natya's. Instead, it has plump, muscular, and rosy skin that has been exercised. It's all right, Elena. You just need to enjoy it. Click. Elena, you need to pull yourself together. There's a saying that goes. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Lilith doesn't know yet, this door. Should she go in or not? Chapter 113. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Bonus chapter, please vote. Clang. Let's analyze the current situation. A woman who shared an apartment returned home to find her roommate and landlord pinning a man down. And the clothes those two people were wearing. Not many at all. Or rather, very few. Party affected number 1, the troublemaker, Ms. Lilith. Identity, a ruthless assassin self-proclaimed. Inner thoughts. I just went out to pick up some materials. I came back wanting to comfort her, to tell her not to be sad, and to encourage her to cheer up. Then I opened the door and saw Elena entangled in bed with a man. This, that. Should I go in? Party 2, Ms. Elena, the female party. Identity, gentle princess self-proclaimed. Inner thoughts. I forgot. I forgot there was another person who could have come in. I want to die. All I want to do is die. I'm sorry, world. Party number 3, Mr. Shelley, the male party. Identity, a well-known socialite in the industry, a man whose heart is full of fragments generally acknowledged. Inner thoughts. Wow, you've arrived. It seems that today is coming to an end. We need to find a way to make them less embarrassed. While their minds were still reeling, Shelley spoke up. Lilith, it's me. Close the door and wait outside for a while. I will explain it to you. The calm voice made Lilith's hand holding the doorknob tremble, and she instinctively closed the door. Standing blankly in front of the door, Lilith even forgot to hide herself. If she were on a mission, she would be in great danger. Fortunately, Elena's place didn't get many visitors. Is it really you? Shelley? Lilith, standing outside the door, was lost in confusion. What happened inside the door was even more interesting. It took Elena a while to calm down before she finally raised her blushing face, comforted by Shelley. This time, the tears in her eyes weren't because of the reunion. It was just awkward. It's okay, it's all right. It's just a small matter. It's nothing. Elena pouted, covered her eyes, and let out a silent wail on the bed. How can this be a small matter? In a flash of inspiration, Elena suddenly asked. Do you frequently handle this kind of situation? Only in this way can you remain so calm. Elena peeked through her fingers at Shelley's shoulder, which she had pinched red, and her initial imposing manner weakened. Shelley reached out and picked up Elena. Upon hearing this, Shelley shook her head and chuckled softly. Although I haven't personally encountered this situation, this kind of thing. It's so common in social circles. If you're curious, I can tell you the story of Congreve. Sensing that Elena's attention had been drawn in, Shelley finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm exhausted, but I'm finally recovering. Having experienced the cycle of life and death. The girl who once was has become strong. Your presence remains an important part of her life. The joy of reunion, and the confusion of emotions. The future king will be a righteous tyrant. Elena strategy, 68%. Task completed. Reward obtained, high-level dual weapon combat. Advanced dual weapon combat general feat, you are a master of dual weapon combat. Your offhand is only slightly weaker than your dominant hand. Offhand attack speed is increased. New task, the weight of both. During this time, Shelley recounted how Congreve had previously engaged in sexual activity with 4 noble women simultaneously. Then, at the same time, the husbands of 4 noble ladies came knocking on his door. Heroic deeds. Shelley, the young man was in good health back then, but he couldn't keep up later. Shelley hesitated for a moment as she helped Elena put on her clothes, then decided not to wear women's clothing. Instead, he used a normal disguise technique to transform himself into a set of men's formal attire. Disguise technique level 1, you can change your clothes and equipment, but the resulting changes cannot withstand physical contact. In other words, Shelley looked quite well dressed. But actually she was only wearing panties. Although I don't think this is a big deal. But I still want to ask you. Aren't you embarrassed? As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. By the time Lilith was brought in, Elena had regained her composure. Full of nervousness, Lilith was worried that something awkward might happen when she came in, but the result was far beyond her expectations. At this moment, Elena sat upright in front of the dressing table, while Shelley, who was supposed to be dead, stood behind her, slowly braiding her hair. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief and listened quietly to their conversation. Elena and Lilith listened as Shelley spoke in a relaxed tone about his childhood, background, and constitution. The role he has played in social circles over the years, and the preparations he has made behind the scenes. Last time, Shelley said. He would tell Elena everything. He is a man of his word. And Lilith, at this time, was able to remain loyal and not leave. She successfully entered his heart and occupied a place that belonged to her. Before they could react, he went on to recount the 2 battles inside the corpse giant. Both women were on tenterhooks when they heard that Shelley had to risk her life to kill the orc thief. They are all high-level professionals who are close to becoming legendary, but the closer they get to that boundary, the more powerless they become. The difference between legends and those below legends is somewhat like the distinction between immortals and mortals in cultivation novels. It was so huge it inspired despair. Lilith, in particular, being a fellow wanderer, understood the danger of that situation even better. What followed was a series of actions after Aiel woke up, some by Naisha and some by Shelley herself. A state funeral. Naisha was also deeply saddened. Is that so? The traitor has already been dealt with. After a moment of contemplation, Elena turned to Shelley and said earnestly. Something has also happened in Lunsaria. I need your help. Rob returned home, his smile still on his face, and he cheerfully pushed open his bedroom door. What good thing happened to you? Has Elena's attitude towards you changed? A deep, hoarse voice echoed in the room, and cold sweat immediately appeared on Rob's forehead. He went straight in and quickly knelt down. He spoke respectfully. Your Excellency, that's not the case. I met a woman at the Temple of Justice today. She is an envoy from the half-elf kingdom. The figure with his back to the door became interested, turned around, looked back at him, and laughed. Oh? Tell me about it. Chapter 114 Mature voice, childlike face, Lolita. Live for me. First update. Then I'll be going now. Looking at Shelley with lingering reluctance, Elena hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still didn't pay attention to Lilith beside him. Never mind. Just ignore her. She held Shelley's hand tightly and looked at Shelley with moist eyes. Finally, under Lilith's speechless gaze, the two shared a gentle kiss. Lilith, I feel so superfluous. Stepping outside, I let out a long breath. It's good that you're alive. Being alive is enough. She covered her eyes with the thin black veil again to prevent others from seeing her slightly reddened eyes. Maintaining a keep-away attitude, Elena was not stopped by anyone along the way. She left the temple by carriage and went straight to the front of the royal palace. Elena gazed at the towering city gate with unwavering determination. Now, it's war. It belongs to you and me. No. It's your war against us. I will definitely get that position. In Elena's room. The atmosphere became strange after Elena left. Lilith is struggling with her own mindset. Shelley, meanwhile, was pondering how to treat her. Like before? It's actually unfair. The reason Lilith suffered so much physical abuse at Shelley's place before. Part of the reason is because she was once an enemy. Especially since he almost killed himself, Shelley's desire for revenge took hold. Moreover, Lilith's stance is not firm, and it is unclear whether she is friend or foe. Naisha and the others didn't trust her much either. He likes to give her a nudge all the time. After this incident, Shelley faked her death, and Natya no longer cared about her. Elena had no interest in dealing with an assassin. At that time, Lilith could have actually left. She's free. She could leave the place that had rescued her, but also locked her up again. But she stayed, as if possessed. Shelley was like a devil. Beneath her beautiful face lies unfathomable darkness. But just when she thought that was all he had, he revealed his vulnerability to him once again. Shelley removed the heavy shackles from her, but then put a collar on her neck. It serves no practical purpose, it's merely a symbolic collar. She could, but she didn't resist. I don't know why, it's like I don't want to resist. She silently endured his demands on her. This implicitly acknowledges the power dynamic between the two individuals. Lilith. Shelley broke the silence between them. Why didn't you leave? Why? I can't tell the difference myself. Lilith didn't look at Shelley, but instead looked at the statue in the room. That meticulously crafted and enshrined statue of Tyr. She muttered uncertainly to herself. I have no idea. Maybe, I just don't want to live that kind of life anymore. Dark, bloody, and endless slaughter. Taking someone's life because of money or status. I've had enough of that feeling. Recalling the light she received in the temple, Lilith seemed to have found the longing in her heart. Then why did you stay? Left behind? Yes, they could have simply disappeared without a trace. Why did they find Elena again? Is this important? What's the point of asking now that things have already come to this? Lilith tensed slightly when she sensed Shelley appearing behind her. Are you going to treat me like that again? Shelley did not treat her as roughly as before this time. He gently pulled the now rather thin Lilith into his arms. Shelley then whispered gently. This matter is indeed meaningless, but your answer is very helpful to me. For some reason, Lilith felt a little nervous. She awkwardly savored the warmth of Shelley's embrace and the tenderness she had never felt before. She seemed a little uneasy, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. I just wanted to make sure you didn't die an unexplained death. And some people will have to pay the price. As soon as she said it, Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that's right. That's it. That's exactly what I thought, and there was no other reason. Yeah. With a hint of disappointment in her voice, Shelley removed her hands from Lilith's waist. That's fine too. Once this is over, I won't owe him anything anymore. Just as Lilith made up her mind, she felt a chill on her face. Sure enough, it's recovered. She tried to cover her face, but Shelley held her wrists tightly. Let go. With her head down, Lilith tried to break free from Sherry's grasp. But they discovered that he was much stronger than before. At least when the competition was serious, I could feel the pressure emanating from him. Shelley turned her around and admired Lilith's restored appearance with a smile. Her skin appeared fair and radiant from being in the dark for so long. A delicate nose, pink and glossy lips, and bright, sparkling eyes. Baby face? Lolita? Shelley raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. After all, considering Lilith's temperament and impression, plus her voice. This is a perfect example of a cool, aloof assassin with a mature, sophisticated vibe. And now you're telling me she's a cute little girl with a mature, older sister voice. Isn't that wonderful? And it even comes with a second form. A stunningly beautiful mature woman with a dog-like figure. Feeling her thoughts were wandering, Shelley said to the uneasy Lilith. I am very touched by your choice. My commitment remains unchanged. I will never abandon you. Even if you want to run away from me. As if she understood something, Lilith looked up at Shelley and asked softly. You never intended to let me go from the very beginning? Shelley nodded and lowered her head, the distance between them gradually shrinking. He said with a smile. Your loved ones are gone, but your enemies are still here. I will avenge you. Your life has lost its purpose, I'll give you one. From now on, I am your master and your family. Uncomfortable with Shelley's intense gaze, Lilith turned her head away and said. Fraud. I may be a liar, but I won't lie to you. She released her wrist and Shelley gently cupped her face in her hands. Speak softly, sincerely, and earnestly. I don't need you to die for me. All I want is for you to live for me. Their eyes met, and apart from the increasingly rapid breathing, there was no other sound in the room. You can't lie to me anymore. I promise you. Family. That seems like a good idea. As Shelley's lips drew closer, Lilith closed her eyes without resistance. The two embraced and kissed, and soon the two of them fell onto Elena's bed again. And this time, no more intruders appeared. Lie down. Aha! Chapter 115, secretly taking extra lessons. Sandy, the Duke of Bell, who's just laying down his hands. Second update. Elena never expected this. A competitive sport that takes place on one's own bed. How intense it will be. The battle is extremely intense. It's about to collapse. Confused and infatuated. To pander to. Lilith has transformed. She had the upper hand. You've transformed too. Complete suppression. She was completely powerless to fight back. You want her to meow? If it were a werewolf, I think it should bark. But it's pretty good too. Gain 1500 experience points to allocate. Gained ability, Mastery of Reflex Evasion. Mastery of Reflection special ability, some attack effects can be reduced by half if a reflection check is made. If attacked by such an attack, no damage will be taken. If a reflection check is made, if the check fails, only half damage will be taken. Shelley brushed her brightly lit right hand across Lilith's slightly flushed skin, and silently apologized. It's not my fault. Mainly, it feels amazing. It's so bouncy. The response was absolutely fantastic. She seemed both shy and resentful, yet her eyes and brows were full of love. She probably likes it. Perhaps. No. She must like it. I'll change it for her even if it's not true. Resentment. Melancholy. Obey. Loyalty. Now, where is she? You always manage to surprise me. Lilith's guide, 46%. Congratulations. You've completed over 40% of the strategy. Reward obtained, Lilith's top and bottom. See? I knew it. This reaction is definitely a case of playing hard to get. Very good. No need to try to change it, it's natural. Stroking Lilith's short, black hair, which had returned to normal, Shelley lay on the messy bed, deep in thought. Exactly, this bed needs to be tidied up. This is our responsibility as guests. The venue must be cleaned up after use. Shelley chuckled as she looked at Lilith's sleeping face. He used his telekinesis to control the items in the room and put them back in their original places. I'm so happy. Didn't you make this mess? Shoo. Your Highness Elena. The headmaid exclaimed in surprise when she saw Elena, who hadn't returned for a long time. Your Highness. You're finally back. Elena looked at the expression on the headmaid Belle's face and smiled slightly. He nodded slightly, then pushed open the door and went into his room. Don't let anyone bother me. Not anyone. I need to be alone for a while. The voice coming from inside the room was very low and completely different from Elena's usual voice. As if returning to her own sanctuary, Elena let her guard down. Yes. I'll come out for dinner, there won't be any danger. Yes. Belle left with the others after arranging for two maids to stand guard at the door. Inside the room, Elena's expression wasn't as sad as Belle and the others had imagined. She looked calmly at the room she hadn't been back to in a long time. Luxurious, elegant, clean. Although I haven't been back for a long time, it's no different from the last time. Apart from the room feeling even colder to me. Since his mother's death, his father's personality has changed drastically. This palace is becoming more and more unfamiliar. Let's wait a little longer. We can move out once Shelley and the others arrive. Sitting quietly at her desk, Elena's eyes suddenly caught sight of a book she hadn't had time to read yet. Court Education. I remember. There seem to be some parts later on that I haven't seen before. Looking around, Elena searched her room like a thief. Finally, they even drew the curtains and locked the door. Cough, cough, cough. I'm just looking into it. Just looking. It wasn't for Shelley. No, that's not true. Today was so embarrassing. I'm clearly the older sister. No, I have to avenge myself. With a blush, Elena turned to the hidden corner of the chapter. The importance of offspring. First, we must ensure that. Elena blushed, but her eyes shone with a thirst for knowledge. She whispered. Make sure it's inside. Well, Sandy is still feeling down today. 2 days ago, the day after Shelley's death, she succeeded to the position of Duke of Bell. What is that person thinking? She really couldn't figure out what her father was thinking. My child, you are the only one left. Duke Bruno was curled up in bed, with only his head sticking out from under the covers. Once you inherit the title, you can control your own life. You have the right to move your marriage, your fate, even your mother's grave. Perhaps it was an inner yearning for control over one's own destiny, or perhaps it was a desire to get her mother away from this sorrowful place. Or perhaps she didn't want to see this once unruly man looking at her with pleading eyes. Sandy agreed, and that day she became the new Duke of Bell. At this time, the only female Grand Duchess in the Kingdom of Fonte. He is also the third person in history. As soon as the news spread, Sandy became the subject of heated discussion among the people. The number of invitations extended to her by nobles is more than all the years combined. Moreover, it's a mixed bag, with families ranging from viscounts to marquises. Some people who even considered themselves good-looking went so far as to propose marriage. However, their supposedly good looks pale in comparison to the Bell family, who are famous for their good looks. Sandy, who was used to Shelley's work, was completely uninterested. In Shelley's words, this situation is: nobody wants to work hard anymore, they all just want to be live-in sons-in-law. Don't you even look at your own assets? I mean, everything. However, due to some health problems, His Majesty has not yet conferred a title upon her. And today, after things have been put on hold for a few days, the royal family has decided to have a prince act as the conferrer. Although I felt in my heart that this was against the rules. But Sandy, who was planning to coast alone, didn't care. All she wants now is to gain legitimate rights as soon as possible. Then you can be with your lover openly and honestly. No more enduring those torturous talent shows and love poems. Let's finish this quickly. I already want to go back. Sandy shook his head slightly as he watched Prince Carey standing beside the throne, scepter in hand. Are you no longer trying to hide it? Not intending to get involved in the sordid affairs of the royal family, Sandy quietly waited for him to finish his lengthy opening remarks. At that moment, a gentle voice rang out above the entire Fonte Palace. I am Sherry Melly, an envoy from the half-elf kingdom of Il. I have come to pay my respects to King Fent. A gentle female voice resonated in the hearts of everyone in the palace. Upon hearing this voice, Elena put down her book. Her eyes were resolute as she activated the equipment on her body. Here we go. Chapter 116: The Scroll of Heaven and the Drawing of Hell. Third update. Who is speaking? You heard it too? Everyone in the entire palace was startled by the sound. They were all shocked and immediately began searching for the person who had spoken. The guards at the castle entrance were in complete panic. The soldiers wandered around like flies, were nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Where is he? Enemy attack? Protect His Majesty. The leader was about to send troops to warn those inside to be on alert. Suddenly, a soldier looked up and saw a black dot. He excitedly pounded his shield and roared. From the sky. That person is in heaven. What? The other soldiers looked up and also noticed the figure that was constantly descending. That's Pegasus. There is a stunning view 100 meters in the air. The white-winged horse known as Pegasus soars through the sky. Pegasus, a large celestial creature. Wild Pegasus are extremely rare. When they land on the ground, they will only drink pure mountain spring water and lake water. Any noise will scare them away. Moreover, they are often summoned by paladins as mounts and companions. A slender figure clad in bright silver armor sat atop a winged horse. Is that the person? Alert! However, just as they nervously watched the uninvited guests approach, none of them noticed anything. At this time, there was not a single carriage on the main road leading to the palace gate. Even the pedestrians, for some unknown reason, have all disappeared. Glug glug glug. Outside the quiet city gate, the sound of wheels rolling over stone bricks could be heard. Amidst this eerie atmosphere, someone finally noticed something was amiss. Guh. The sound of swallowing saliva woke up the others. What's going on? That's right. A horse-drawn carriage appeared at the end of the street. Two tall, pure white horses pulled the carriage steadily toward the main gate. The carriage was decorated extremely ornately. It is not only adorned with worldly jewelry, but also imprinted with magic. Moreover, the combination of the two is so natural that it doesn't seem abrupt at all. Although the progress is slow. But this scene only increased the pressure on them. Knowing that this couldn't go on, the leader lowered his voice and said, "Alert! Yes." Just when they thought the standoff was about to erupt, they heard a commotion of footsteps behind them. "They're here. The reinforcements have arrived." The guards turned back, their faces beaming with joy. But what appeared was not the legion they had imagined. Instead, he was a high-ranking nobleman. Why did they come in person? Although she had doubts in her heart, she couldn't care less about anything else. Kneel down on the ground and wait for instructions. But one question lingered in their minds. This Il. I've never heard of him before? Carrie paid no attention to these useless soldiers. He simply stood at the city gate with a bright smile on his face. What's up with this Sherry Merrill? What does the half-elf kingdom mean by this? Was her move a show of force? His mind raced with thoughts, but he showed no sign of it on his face. Behind him, the nobles who had come to attend Sandy's investiture ceremony were also filled with doubt. I wonder what Il's intentions this time. Is it a blessing or a curse? Only Sandy seemed lost in thought, gazing up at the Pegasus circling in the sky, lost in reverie. So white. After a short while, the carriage finally slowly arrived in front of everyone. Bertram got off the driver's seat, ignored the crowd, and respectfully walked to the carriage door. He gently opened the car door, then bent down and extended his right hand to wait. A slender hand wearing a white glove emerged from within, followed by Shelley, dressed in a magnificent gown. With Bertram's help, he slowly walked from the carriage onto the carpet. At that moment, the white Pegasus also descended from the sky and landed beside Shelley. Shirley has long golden hair, a beautiful face, and a cool and noble temperament. And then paired with a pure white dress and a Pegasus symbolizing purity. This scene, bathed in sunlight. It's like heaven falling to earth. The impact was incredibly powerful. Facing the stunned crowd, Shelley gracefully bowed and said softly, "My lords, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I hope we can have a good exchange." Shelley's words were like a thunderclap. As if suddenly awakened, Shelley was bombarded with a flood of data. Raleigh's strategy, 49%. Cork's strategy, 55%. Billy's strategy, 11.4%. Harrington's strategy, 15.4%. Shelley? You. Have some self-respect, will you? This is our first time meeting. I am an envoy. Although. Billy and Harrington, something's not right with you too. Suppressing the twitching in her face, Shelley began to talk to Prince Carey, who had come forward. Sandy yawned as he looked at Shirley, who was surrounded by layers of people. Finally, someone has come to replace me. However, that Pegasus. So white. Wow, it's huge. This triggers the Ring of Silence and another invisibility ring sent by Shelley. With this combination and his familiarity with the royal palace, Elena walked easily to her father's bedroom. The truth may be right before our eyes. Taking out the prepared key, Elena quietly went inside. Cold. The whole room was completely different from what I had imagined. It's so cold. And there was a fire burning in the room at midday in spring. But it still couldn't ward off the biting cold. What's going on? After a moment of silence, Elena decided not to waste any more time. She pulled out the third book from the fourth row of the bookshelf and pressed a button. Click, click, click. A hidden door suddenly appeared before her eyes. Mechanical engineering is widely used in various types of architecture. One advantage they have is that they are not easily detected by magic. Without hesitation, I stepped into the dark tunnel. She descended the spiral staircase to a point 50 meters underground. Pushing open an iron gate, a spacious area appeared before Elena's eyes. What's this? The strong smell of blood assaulted her nostrils. A crystal coffin, chained together, hangs in mid-air. There is a blood pool 5 meters in diameter underground. Illuminated by the surrounding torches, this scene. It's like hell descending upon the earth. Elena considered many possibilities. My father was imprisoned by the princes, or at worst, he was subjected to mind control. But now, looking at his father, whose eyes were bloodshot and who was locked in a crystal coffin. She couldn't say anything. At that moment, she remembered what Shelley had said when they parted. Some people may have already changed. She thought he was referring to those nobles who wanted to subvert the government. But now. Could it be you? Father? Chapter 117, The Rhetoric of Nobles. Fourth update. So, His Majesty Monroe is currently unwell and unable to meet with us. Shelley and Carrie walk side by side inside the palace, followed by noble ministers. And Sandy watching Lilith's back. Lilith's current outfit is what Shelley insisted she wear. Because the scars on his face have been removed, he will not be recognized by the Church of the Hunt. Shelley wanted to take this opportunity to separate herself from her original identity as an assassin. No one would doubt a paladin from a half-elf kingdom. Moreover, Shirley's identity as an envoy is genuine. As for appearance, because the amount of elf and human blood in the body is not necessarily the same. Especially those half-elves whose ancestors intermarried with humans and elves multiple times. Therefore, there also exist half-elves who are basically no different from humans and elves. At this moment, Lilith felt extremely tired. My butt still hurts a little. Shelley, it must have been ridden on a Pegasus. But she was surprisingly sharp-witted. I feel a sense of clarity, and I feel much more perceptive. This time felt somewhat similar to the last time. She felt that her strength had subtly improved. Lilith noticed Sandy's gaze immediately. What's wrong with this woman? That. A hollow, drowsy gaze. Sensing Lilith's fear, Shelley glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. Good heavens! Isn't that Sandy? Why are you so bloated after just a few days? That's the look in your eyes you get after receiving a 007 blessing. He thought for a moment and then sent a message to Lilith, saying, Ignore her. She just wants to go home. Lilith? What is it? Regardless of Lilith's confusion, Shelley told Kelly why she had come. I've come here partly to establish diplomatic relations with your country. We have a certain demand for some of the minerals that are special to the Kingdom of Fent. Upon hearing this, the eyes of several nobles lit up. He treated Shelley with even greater enthusiasm. And it's even more frenzied than before. Beautiful women are everywhere. But you can't miss an opportunity to make money. As a member of the Southern Principality Alliance, Fonte was not exactly poor. However, compared to the half-elf kingdom that rose to prominence 200 years ago, it was extremely difficult. As a group with high-ranking legends at its helm, Illinois was initially treated as Nasha's private organization. Within just 50 years, they attracted half-elf refugees from the surrounding areas and gradually grew stronger. Although IL's power at that time aroused the fear of others. But a new generation of legends has grown up, and IL has fully matured. In comparison, Fonte's history is like a history of suffering. The Kingdom of Fent has a long history, spanning nearly 1,000 years, and has accumulated considerable wealth and cultural heritage. But before the alliance of the Southern Principalities was formed, there were conflicts between these countries. There's a blood feud between us, so forget about doing business together. Merchants from other countries? Kill them. Moreover, although Lent has ports and shipping routes in the south, it is located by the sea. However, the nearby waters are quite dangerous. The lair of the Naga Pirate King, one of the 3 great pirate kings, is not far from Fent. Moreover, the Naga Pirate King is different from other pirate kings. The southern islands are the domain of the sea goddess, and the Naga are her loyal servants. To put it bluntly, the Naga Pirate King is actually a secret force of the Ocean Church. Deterrence, extortion, and handling shady dealings. No one dared to provoke him. Therefore, we also have to pay a protection fee every year. The past wars, the annual protection fees, and a major event that happened 20 years ago. Fent has not had a good life in recent years. Unlike the other excited people, Prince Carey remained very calm. He understands very well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. And don't be fooled by Shirley's charming smile and seemingly happy appearance as she's being flattered by a group of nobles. To be able to represent a country as an envoy. This woman is definitely not someone to be trifled with. The moment he heard Shelley's greeting, Carey ordered his servants to prepare a luncheon. Then he led the ministers to the city gate. They had arrived at the restaurant, and Prince Carey gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Shelley. He asked very calmly, Miss Shirley, what about the other side? She thanked him softly and spread the silk scarf over her chest. After thinking for a moment, Shelley did not answer directly, but instead asked, Your Highness, are you aware of the legendary battle that broke out a few days ago in northern Lund? The main event is here. Carrie nodded slowly, then spoke directly. I know something about it. As far as I know, an evil necromancer has appeared there, and he has summoned a large number of undead creatures. We sent brave warriors to fight against evil, but unfortunately, a bishop and 5 knights were killed, and several villages were destroyed. Seeing the reluctance on Shelley's face, he said sincerely. Fortunately, we found some spoils of war on that battlefield, which can offer them some consolation. In conclusion, we suffered heavy losses, but the spoils are ours. Rightfully ours. Good heavens! If I hadn't known the value of the wizard's tower, I'd almost believed it. And are those your people? Aren't those people from the Temple of Justice? He thinks he can take over the wizard's tower after slaughtering a few villages? Shelley's expression showed heartache and sorrow. He stood up, bowed, and said, On behalf of IL, I pay tribute to those innocent villagers and soldiers. One of the main reasons we came here is to provide some compensation to these innocent people. There's no need to distribute those spoils of war, we'll cover their compensation. At this point, the nobles understood the meaning and began to offer their advice to dissuade them. Lady Sherry, this is a matter for our country, so we don't need to trouble you with your help. You're an outsider, don't interfere. Count Billy is right, you don't need to worry about that. Never mind. Although they didn't know exactly what they had discovered, they knew one thing. If it remains in the hands of the royal family, there's still a chance to get a share. If you give it to a half-elf, you won't get a single bit. He leaned back lazily against the chair and crossed his right leg over his left. Shelley maintained her smile, enjoying the smug expressions of the Fenton nobles and ministers. Their voices gradually lowered, they were unsure of Shirley's current thoughts. Shelley then surveyed the crowd and said softly, You all seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not here to discuss this matter with you. His gentle voice carried a deep-seated arrogance and disdain. I came here today. I'm here to inform you. I hope you understand. Chapter 118 Performance. Web weaving. First update. The excitement of the scene cooled down immediately. In that instant, the nobles were reminded again of the time they had been. The fear was dominated by the enormous disparity in strength. These nobles were not much stronger than ordinary commoners in front of the envoys of IL. Carrie was unwilling to give up and wanted to try again. Just as he was about to say something, Shelley interrupted him with a light laugh. Her Majesty the Queen annihilated 2 legends there. A mage from the Tower of the Dead and an orc assassin. Hopefully they won't cause you any more trouble. Issuing a threat. You can take it. I'm not going to care if they retaliate later. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. The nobles fell silent, some even clenching their fists. Threat successful. Very good. Shelley nodded in satisfaction, her eyes narrowing slightly. That's about enough. The show of force has been given, and the time to stall for time has been used up. Moreover, it is estimated that some people have already received the news and rushed over. It's time to go. Shelley pulled out the silk scarf, stood up, bowed to the crowd, and said, I will go to the battlefield tomorrow to personally investigate and avoid any potential hidden dangers. We also hope that His Majesty of your country will recover soon. We will only be staying here for 3 days. After saying that, he left the hall with Lilith and Barrett, who were standing by. At this moment, Rob strode in, looking anxious. Miss Shirley, are you leaving? Upon seeing Rob, Shelley's face lit up with surprise, and she said in surprise, Lord Rob, what brings you here? You finally arrived. Okay. The timing is perfect. Rob immediately changed his expression and said calmly, I am the heir to the Duke of Pete's family, so it is only natural that I would be here. But Miss Shirley, why did you leave in such a hurry? Shelley took the hat from Berlent, put it on gently, and smiled, saying, I'm a little tired, and lunch has been prepared at the manor. We'll have a chance to meet again. A fragrant breeze swept by, and Shelley left without a care in the world. Rob was left behind, watching his retreating figure with lingering reluctance. Rob murmured, I must. You're seducing him like that. Aren't you afraid something might happen? Rob's strategy, 53%. Nothing will happen. A cruel smile flashed across Shelley's face. Dying is such an easy thing. Some things. It's far more terrifying than death. That's right. I'm looking forward to the surprise you'll give me. In the lifeless atmosphere of the banquet, the nobles were all pondering their next move. They might arrange for family members to return the items they shouldn't have taken, or they might be thinking about how to profit from this establishment of diplomatic relations. Suddenly, Sandy seemed to come back to his senses, and his eyes lit up. She addressed Kelly, who sat in the main seat and whose expression was somewhat unpleasant. "Prince Kerry, will the investiture ceremony still proceed?" Kerry frowned slightly and slowly shook his head. "Let's do it another day, we have other things to discuss." "Then I'll be leaving." "You two can discuss it." Sandy stood up impatiently, ready to leave immediately. Just as she was about to turn around, she hesitated for a moment, then, as if remembering something, hurriedly said, The Bell family isn't involved. You guys can divide it." After saying that, as if afraid of being stopped, he quickly left the restaurant. That's how it is. It's just like a worker who's afraid their boss will keep them working overtime for free after get off work. Or perhaps, it's about letting go of students who are afraid of being kept behind for extra lessons. They ran incredibly fast. That was so carefree. The scene became awkward for a moment, and the sound of Kerry clenching his fists could be faintly heard in the hall. "Everyone. I understand what that person means. Put everything back where it belongs." Some people in the room frowned, while others watched with amusement, observing the reactions of others. Earl Harrington frowned, and upon hearing this, stood up and tapped the table. "You just put it back so easily? We've all sacrificed a lot." Looking at him quietly, Kerry said calmly, "Then you can choose not to release it, and you will bear the consequences. Whether it's IL or the orcs coming to our door. Fonte won't protect you. It can't be saved either." Harrington angrily sat back down on his stool and pounded his massive pectoral muscles. After exchanging bewildered glances, one by one, the nobles rose to take their leave. With a weak sigh, Kerry finished his glass of red wine. In the end, only Kerry remained seated at the head of the table in the vast restaurant. The one who caused that battle was actually King Il. What is she doing in Lund for? He raised his right hand, wanting to slam it hard onto the dining table. And she actually managed to. 2 people. That's no ordinary professional. Those were 2 legends. One of them even brought his own wizard tower. Kerry's words caught in his throat, and his raised hand slowly lowered. Damn it! If it weren't for that incident, how could we be so passive? They can't even produce a legendary item. No. I have to maintain my relationship with her. She lacks neither money nor power. Then all that's left is sex. That's right. Her attitude towards Rob was different just now. There is some admiration and worship. Let them interact more. Right. Kerry's eyes held a ferocity completely different from usual. We absolutely cannot allow her presence to interfere with the plan. Absolutely not. After leaving the palace and getting into the carriage, Lilith did not ride the Pegasus summoned by Shelley this time. Instead, he took off his armor and silently huddled in a corner of the carriage. Why don't you sit here? Shelley's expression remained calm ever since she left the palace. But I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the scene. So pitiful. Who abused you? Sit here, sweetie. Lilith watched as a blonde girl opened her arms to her, gently inviting her to sit down. It just looked so out of place. But she still obediently chose a position and sat on Shelley's lap. Feeling the softness behind her, Lilith looked down at herself. Lilith, sadness. Contrary to expectations, Lilith noticed that Shelley's emotions were not quite right. She shifted her body, turned back to look at him, and asked in a low voice, Is something on your mind? Shelley slowly shook her head, looked into her purple eyes, and said softly, I have nothing on my mind. But the situation in this country might be worse than I thought. The smell of that castle. It's practically a mass grave. Looking back at the castle silhouette, Shelley silently prayed in his heart. Elena. You absolutely must hold back. Meanwhile, inside the underground palace. Elena stared solemnly at the crystal coffin. He slowly raised the greatsword in his hand. Chapter 119 Il and his apprentice. Playing hard to get. Second update. Barrett only felt that the carriage ride was very bumpy. Even though we're walking on a smooth road, we still sometimes experience a bumpy ride. It's probably because the road surface is uneven after it rained. When Barrett got off the carriage at the manor, he discovered something else. Lady Sherry's mood has improved, and that night has disappeared. Although he had doubts, he didn't voice them and silently prepared for the luncheon. Back in her room, Shelley stretched. Just as I was about to speak, I heard the door open. Lilith walked in, wiping her mouth, and glared at him. "It's okay, you'll get used to it." "You'll be begging me then." "Beg me? Please, do me a normal person?" Reclining comfortably in the recliner, Shelley closed her eyes and pondered her next move. Lilith glanced at Shelley with a resentful look, then hesitated for a moment. He lay down on the recliner, curled up in a ball, and leaned against Shelley. "They really do look like small animals." As Shelley gently stroked Lilith's soft hair, her spirits gradually dissipated. "Some people will definitely choose to take the risk. There will definitely be some resentful people causing trouble when we go to the battlefield tomorrow. But what you don't know is, I just hope you guys cause trouble." Billy and several nobles, including Harrington, secretly gathered in a private room. "What are you thinking?" He slammed his fist on the table and growled angrily. "Of course we can't put it back. Why should we? They're the ones who brought this fighting here. And now they want to take everything too. What kind of good deal is that?" The group of people were all indignant and angrily denounced Shirley's behavior. The soldiers to be sent out the next day were quickly decided, and then they each quietly left through the secret passage. Upon entering the secret passage, Harrington's angry expression changed, becoming calm and wooden. His skin appeared dark under the light, and his originally robust body looked somewhat thin. "We can't let them ruin the master's preparations. They must die." Lydia looked at her teacher reading a book on the bed in front of her, and for some reason thought of Shelley. Is it that languid look? Or that gentle feeling? She didn't understand, but Lydia knew she wasn't the only one thinking about Shelley. "Your Majesty, my teacher has been standing by her bedside lately, gazing south. And she always wore that pink diamond earring. It was probably Shelley who gave it to her." "Very nice. Lydia? Have you finished your lessons for today?" Naisha's question pulled Lydia back to reality, and she nodded obediently. Naisha looked at her and nodded gently, then smiled and said, "Then I'll ask you a question. How much do you know about vampires, these undead creatures?" After thinking about it seriously, Lydia counted on her fingers and said, "They are the most notorious outcasts among the undead. They like to call themselves descendants of blood. The vampire, awakened from the endless darkness, thirsts for the life he has lost and fills his hunger with the blood of the living. Vampires abhor sunlight, mere exposure to it is enough to set them ablaze. Vampires don't leave shadows or reflections, so they try to keep a low profile among the living and stay in dark places away from smooth surfaces. Vampires like to mingle among nobles, hiding themselves as families with an ancient history, and they also enjoy collecting all kinds of antiques and works of art. They usually live in dark, ancient castles, or use cemeteries as their base. Besides..." At this point, Lydia paused slightly, pointing her fingers with difficulty. And? It's already very good, I'm very satisfied." Naisha closed the book in her hands, gently stroked her disciple's hair, and prompted, "What happens if someone is attacked by a vampire?" Once reminded, Lydia remembered, and quickly said, "Ah. Thank you, teacher." Most victims of vampire attacks become vampire offspring. They became a greedy creation filled with a thirst for blood, while being controlled by their vampire creators. If a vampire allows its offspring to drink its blood, then the offspring will also become a true vampire, no longer under the control of its creator. Of course, only a very small number of vampires will do this. Usually, the vampire can only regain its freedom when the creator dies. That evening, Shelley finally received a message from Elena from the palace. "Things are more complicated than I thought." Sensing the confusion and bewilderment in Elena's words, Shelley sighed softly. He shook his head and said to Lilith, who was fully prepared to go beside him, "Everything is proceeding according to plan. Please be careful. I'm going to the palace today, so you must be very careful." Undoubtedly, Lilith's years as an assassin had instilled in her a habit of obeying orders. She simply nodded silently, and then turned to leave the room. Unexpectedly, his hand was grabbed, and he turned to look at Shelley in confusion. "What? Aren't we supposed to be on a mission?" "Lilith." Looking intently into Lilith's bewildered eyes, Shelley emphasized again, "You are not a tool in my hands. You can find a new tool if it breaks, but you can't. Therefore, abandon that mindset of not giving up until the mission is accomplished. he said, slowly and deliberately. There's one thing you absolutely need to understand. Your existence is far more important than these tasks. I never imagined you would treat her like this. A strange emotion arose in Lilith's heart. I'm a little touched. Lilith's guide, 48%. So close. Quick. Quickly, have sex. Stop, stop, stop. He hugged the touched Lilith and kissed her gently, then patted her back and let her go. Shelley began to rant about the noisy data in her mind. You can't rush things. Playing hard to get. Who would say they're not lusting after you 1 second, and then pounce on you the next second? That's practically self-destructing. But it's almost there, I'm not in a hurry. There's no way to escape. And I still need to go see a stubborn little girl. We can't let her get stuck on that. Someone could die. She gave a signal to the person outside the door not to disturb them, then Shelley spread her wings and flew out the window. Sitting on the bed, Elena kept her head down after delivering the letter. What exactly happened? Knock, knock. Elena, I am Uncle Carrie. Are you available now? There are some things I need to discuss with you. The confusion in her eyes vanished, and Elena sat up straight. She said calmly, please speak. I have a lot of questions too. Chapter 120 Inside and Outside the Gate. Third update. He dismissed the maids around him and ordered them to stand guard at a distance where they could see him. Carrie had no intention of going inside. Even if it were an uncle, entering his niece's room at this time would cause gossip. Standing at the door, Carrie coughed lightly and said, Elena, I know you have different opinions about some of your uncle's actions. But you must understand one thing, we are of the same race. With a serious expression, Carrie said in a deep voice. We share the same blood. I would never harm you. Even if it might seem like there are other intentions on the surface. But some things aren't as simple as you think. Elena sat on the bed, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. What exactly does he mean? Does he even know what happened to his father? What exactly does he mean by coming here now? Is he trying to mislead me? As her emotions grew increasingly agitated, Elena wanted to confront her. You today, ah! She suddenly felt a breath blow into her ear. Carrie was still waiting for Elena's reaction when his niece called out as soon as she opened her mouth. Elena, what's wrong? You're still scared? No way. Elena glared at Shelley, who was hanging upside down in the air making faces at her, and waved her small fist. She coughed lightly and forced an explanation. It's nothing, my window just got blown open by the wind. Uncle Carrie, what I wanted to ask was, how is my father doing? Is there any improvement? She spoke these words somewhat slowly. One reason is that she changed the subject of her question. On the other hand, it's because of a pair of mischievous hands. Shelley sat down on Elena's bed without reverting to her succubus form. Instead, she played pranks on Elena like a succubus in Legends. He hugged Elena from behind and held her in his arms. Its tail, meanwhile, restlessly wrapped itself around Elena's thigh beneath her nightgown. And it's still slowly moving upwards. Shelley! Don't move! Elena turned her head away and whispered to her succubus-like lover. No! He is a succubus now. Enjoying this state, Shelley paid no attention to her scolding and asked in a low voice with a playful smile. What do you want from me? I'm not moving. Humph. You won't experience this kind of joy unless you're courting disaster. Tail. Tail, don't move. Elena poked her smooth tail with her finger and emphasized in a low voice. Don't move. Although it is really smooth, it doesn't feel cool. But the timing is wrong. I have something to ask you. Don't cause trouble. As if it were alive, Shelley's tail sadly loosened its coils and lingered reluctantly on her leg. At this moment, Carrie, who was standing at the door, had also come up with a plan. He pondered for a moment and said, Your father's situation is rather complicated right now. Let me put it this way. He's fallen into a strange state. He can break free from that state on his own. But this will take time. The country cannot afford any major upheavals during this period. Therefore, I will rule the country for a period of time in place of your father. His emotions were so genuine that if Elena were in front of him now, Carrie could even shed tears at any moment to increase his persuasiveness. I swear to all the gods. I, Kelly Fent, have no desire for the throne of the kingdom of Fent. Every word was written in anguish, and Carrie didn't even care whether the maid on the other end could hear him. He performed with all his might, making full use of his eloquence. Elena's room fell silent after he finished speaking. The naive princess seemed lost in thought, pondering the matter carefully. Carrie could even picture Elena's bewildered expression. That should be about right. Slightly out of breath, he waited for Elena inside the room to draw a conclusion. Unfortunately, he won't be able to wait. Because the scene inside the room was completely different. The silence ring glowed softly as it was tossed onto the pillow. In a silent world, a pair of enormous demonic wings enveloped the two people on the bed. It wasn't that Shelley was being unreasonable, it was that the enraged Elena almost rushed out of the room to beat up Carrie. Left with no other choice, Shelley kissed Elena's lips, even resorting to using a charm to subdue her. The conclusion is that the anger was brought under control. But other emotions came over me. With a look of longing in her eyes, Elena grabbed Shelley's hands and pressed them onto the bed. Something's wrong. Sister. Although I've been saying I need a chance. But this isn't the opportunity we're giving you. No. I must rebel. With a moment of etherification, Shelley broke free from Elena's clutches. Then he took the initiative, pinning her down and kissing her on the lips. Activate the succubus's divinity with all your might. Ah! If it weren't within the range of the ring of silence. Everyone in the entire corridor could probably hear that sweet voice. Sherry was very pleased with herself as she looked at Elena, who was lying on the bed with her eyes glazed over and her nightgown disheveled. Humph. You think I can't handle you? No, little brother. Miss. I'm different now. I'm up. A magic trick cleaned the water off Elena's body. Shelley deactivated the ring of silence and spoke in Elena's voice. That. Looking very confused, Elena said with great hesitation. Since it's all as you say. What is the meaning of the engagement with Rob? Are you insulting me? They're here. Carrie's lips curled into a wide smile, filled with joy. I've been waiting for you to ask that question. No. I'm your uncle. How could I harm you? I also know that Rob from the Pete family is no good. And you? Interrupting Elena's puzzled voice, Carrie said gravely. That was just a temporary measure to appease them. A way to keep them calm for a while. But we don't need it anymore. Carrie said happily. Today we have an envoy from IL, and the Pete family is more willing to make connections with IL. Rob won't bother you anymore. Shelley smiled. A smile brimming with malice. He was silent for a moment before replying. I understand, I won't cause any trouble. But this must not happen again. Otherwise, I won't care about your plans. I will definitely hang him on the city wall. That's a very Elena-esque statement. Sure enough, Carrie breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You should get some rest. I'm leaving now. Without suspecting anything, Carrie immediately took his leave. Okay, now, Shelley had just breathed a sigh of relief when she was entangled by a pair of jade-like arms. Then I was pinned to the bed again. What's hanging on the wall? Would I speak such rude language? Looking at Elena's disheveled hair and the joint lock she was using. Shelley. I didn't dare say anything.